The relation of the leisure, that is, propertied non-industrial, class to the economic process is a pecuniary relation, a relation of acquisition, not of production, of exploitation, not of serviceability. Indirectly their economic office may, of course, be of the utmost importance to the economic life process, and it is by no means here intended to depreciate the economic function of the propertied class or of the captains of industry. The purpose is simply to point out what is the nature of the relation of these classes to the industrial process and to economic institutions. Their office is of a parasitic character, and their interest is to divert what substance they may to their own use, and to retain whatever is under their hand. The conventions of the business world have grown up under the selective surveillance of this principle of predation or parasitism. They are conventions of ownership, derivatives, more or less remote, of the ancient predatory culture. But these pecuniary institutions do not entirely fit the situation of today, for they have grown up under a past situation differing somewhat from the present. Even for effectiveness in the pecuniary way, therefore, they are not as apt as might be. The changed industrial life requires changed methods of acquisition, and the pecuniary classes have some interest in so adapting the pecuniary institutions as to give them the best effect for acquisition of private gain that is compatible with the continuance of the industrial process out of which this gain arises. Hence there is a more or less consistent trend 210 in the leisure class guidance of institutional growth, answering to the pecuniary ends which shape leisure class economic life. The effect of the pecuniary interest and the pecuniary habit of mind upon the growth of institutions is seen in those enactments and conventions that make for security of property, enforcement of contracts, facility of pecuniary transactions, vested interests. Of such bearing are changes affecting bankruptcy and receiverships, limited liability, banking and currency, coalitions of laborers or employers, trusts and pools. The community's institutional furniture of this kind is of immediate consequence only to the propertied classes, and in proportion as they are propertied, that is to say, in proportion as they are to be ranked with the leisure class. But indirectly these conventions of business life are of the gravest consequence for the industrial process and for the life of the community. And in guiding the institutional growth in this respect, the pecuniary classes, therefore, serve a purpose of the most serious importance to the community, not only in the conservation of the accepted social scheme, but also in shaping the industrial process proper. The immediate end of this pecuniary institutional structure and of its amelioration is the greater facility of peaceable and orderly exploitation, but its remoter effects far outrun this immediate object. Not only does the more facile conduct of business permit industry and extra-industrial life to go on with less perturbation, but the resulting elimination of disturbances and complications calling for an exercise of astute discrimination in 211 everyday affairs acts to make the pecuniary class itself superfluous. As fast as pecuniary transactions are reduced to routine, the captain of industry can be dispensed with. This consummation, it is needless to say, lies yet in the indefinite future. The ameliorations wrought in favor of the pecuniary interest in modern institutions tend, in another field, to substitute the soulless joint stock corporation for the captain, and so they make also for the dispensability of the great leisure class function of ownership. Indirectly, therefore, the bent given to the growth of economic institutions by the leisure class influence is of very considerable industrial consequence. Introduction to Part 3. 1899 to 1906, Critiques and Further Developments. The writings collected together in this part cover the period from after the publication of Veblen's theory of the leisure class in 1899, which brought him to the attention of a wider public, to his departure from the University of Chicago in 1906. This interval includes the Theory of Business Enterprise, 1904b, which was his second book. Selection 22 is Veblen's response to a long, critical review by John Cummings, 1899, in the Journal of Political Economy of Veblen's Theory of the Leisure Class. Cummings was then at Harvard University but later became a colleague in Chicago. In 1906 Cummings took over the editorship of the Journal of Political Economy from Veblen. From his limited publications he appears as an empirically oriented and middle-of-the-road Marshall Lian. In his review Cummings, 1899, p. 425, accused Veblen of an incomplete survey of the facts and being influenced by personal animus. Cummings argued that the economist accepts individual wants uncritically, p. 429, and regards waste as that which does not meet those given wants. At stake here was whether it was possible to elaborate standards or want or waste that applied to society as a whole. By contrast, Cummings regarded the preferences of each individual as the ultimate arbiter in such matters. Cummings also accused Veblen of using judgmental terms such as invidious, predatory, and archaic that were unworthy of a scientific treatise devoted to explanation rather than moral deprecation. Veblen's response clarifies his position on a number of issues. He rejects the view that evaluations of want or waste are devolved entirely to individuals. He explains that within given cultures there is some degree of consensus on their meanings. Indeed, because of such shared evaluations, social order is possible. Veblen thus implies that his deprecations of waste are based on current and commonly held evaluations. Against Cummings, Veblen also defends his distinction between industrial and pecuniary employments. Cummings was not its only critic. As noted in the general introduction to this collection, Veblen expanded on this characteristic theme elsewhere. Another interesting feature of Veblen's response is the way that he deals with Cummings's accusations of impartiality and inadequate scientific objectivity. Veblen succeeds in showing that Cummings himself is guilty of normative bias. But it does not end there. Contrary to some writers today, Veblen did not claim that judgments of value and judgments of fact are the same thing. Hence the final passages of Veblen's reply must be taken seriously. There Veblen calls for a dispassionate approach to inquiry in economics that focuses on matters of cause and effect, p. 279. Veblen takes a similar stance in his 1901 critique of Gustav Schmaler, Selection 25. Many years later, Cummings signed the 1925 petition nominating Veblen for president of the American Economic Association, Veblen 1973, p. 668. After Veblen's death, Cummings acknowledged that he had overlooked the importance and value of the leisure class. I did not at the time fairly appreciate the contribution Veblen was making to our economic and social philosophy. I have often wondered how I could have been so blind. In the years since, we have all seen the accumulating evidence of the widespread influence of Veblen's analysis of social and economic behavior, as set forth in his theory of the leisure class. I know that I would write a very different review, today. Dorfman 1934, p. 508. Veblen's brief review of Gabriel Tard's Social Laws, An Outline of Sociology, Selection 23, exposes the distance between Veblen and the then fashionable French sociologist, and gives hints concerning Veblen's own methodological approach. Tard has since been largely forgotten, but significantly a century later he has been described as a forefather of memetics. Marsden, 2000, an approach to the theory of social and cultural evolution that, after Dawkins' 1976, treats the vaguely defined meme as its basic unit. Tard and Veblen might on the surface appear similar, as they both favored evolutionary and Darwinian approaches to social science. Veblen seems to have seized such opportunities to clarify his own views by engaging critically with others, and publicly proclaiming such differences in the form of a book review. In part, his propensity to review such items in these years is likely to be an elaborate exercise to triangulate his own position. Point 1. Tard, 1890, 1899, 1903, searched for some kind of uniformity that was distinctly social, and could not be reduced to biological or physical terms. This he found in the laws of imitation. He saw imitation as a mechanism of social memory and noted its similarities with biological inheritance. But Tard did not see this memory as involving social structures or institutions. Neither did he provide an adequate social equivalent to natural selection. Veblen was dismissive of Tard's work, which had been widely praised by his contemporaries. Veblen criticized Tarde's elastic, ambiguous, and superficial formulations, noting that the volume may contribute materially to curtail the vogue of M. Tarde's sociological doctrines, p. 280. In a later review, Selection 26, Veblen extends his critique of Tarde's theoretical system. In this earlier review, Veblen shows that he is suspicious of approaches based on bold and dexterous use of metaphor and analogy, p. 280. This suggests that Veblen's own attempts to apply Darwinian principles to social evolution are not primarily matters of analogy or metaphor. While Veblen himself employs general concepts, he is opposed to generalization that is bereft of substance. Generalization must always be supported by a detailed examination of particular causes and effects. Relatedly, Veblen is also suspicious of ungrounded conceptions of evolution involving spiritually guided progress, p. 280. Instead of elusive teleological causes, Veblen always insists on psychological or material causal details. The long essay on industrial and pecuniary employments, Selection 24, covers a number of classical Vebelnian themes. Veblen starts with his claim that the threefold delineation of factors of production as land, labor, and capital has its roots in conceptions of a natural or normal order where the output or product is regarded as in some sense the equivalent of the expenditure of forces, or of the effort, or what not, that has gone into the process out of which the product emerges, p. 282. Upon this implicit law of the conservation of economic energy, p. 282, economists have erected a theory of rights by which owners of an input make claim to a corresponding portion of the product. Veblen notes that economists have had some difficulty with the threefold division of factors, particularly when they have pondered the contribution of the undertaker or entrepreneur. Veblen argues that it is possible to distinguish the undertaker from workers mechanically engaged in the production of goods, p. 288. On this basis he draws a line between business and industry. As Veblen suggests, this has its precursors in the classical distinction between productive and unproductive labor. For classical economists such as Smith and Ricardo, productive labor increased value via saleable commodities, as against allegedly unproductive laborers such as servants. Veblen's own distinction is discussed in more detail in the general introduction to this volume. In another passage of this essay, Veblen, p. 296, further pursues the application of the Darwinian principle of natural selection to human institutions that he developed in the theory of the leisure class. But as in that volume, he makes it clear that such evolution in human society does not necessarily lead to the most efficient outcomes. Concerning the nature of capital, Veblen, p. 297, urges that care be taken to distinguish between capital as a pecuniary category, and capital as an industrial category. For this reason Veblen was cited by Joan Robinson, 1975, p. 7, 1979, pages 37 to 40, 94 to 95, 116, and others in the Cambridge capital debates of the 1960s and 1970s, Harcourt 1972. Veblen's review essay on Gustav Schmaller's Grundriss, Selection 25, is significant for a number of reasons. It tells us much about Veblen's opinion of the German historical school. It also gives insights on Veblen's views on several other matters of enduring importance. Wilhelm Roscher is said to have founded the school with the publication of his Grundriss in 1843. As a representative of a later generation, Schmaller was responsible for major developments in this school, particularly after the famous method and straight clash of methods with Karl Menger in the 1880s. Despite Menger's 1883 criticisms of the historical school, Schmaller remained enormously influential, and remained highly rated by Alfred Marshall among others, Hodgson 2001, 2005. Veblen credits Schmaller with moving away from the kind unexplained description that had prevailed in earlier works in the school, and moving towards scientific explanations of the causes of the phenomena at hand. For Veblen, Science uncovers connections of cause and effect and dispenses with explanations in terms of final goals or ideals. He regarded the Hegelian view of society as unfolding by inner necessity as inadequate in this respect, because the inner driving force is unexplained. In its rejection of divine creation, Veblen saw Darwinism as the apogee of modern science. Veblen, p. 314, thus credits Schmaler as surpassing earlier historical school writers by aiming at a Darwinistic account of the origin, growth, persistence, and variation of institutions. But for Veblen, Schmaler's scientific efforts are diluted when he periodically abandons a dispassionate analysis and exposition of the causal complex at work and preoccupies himself with the question of what ought to be and what modern society must do to be saved, p. 317. This essay gives us clear and extensive evidence that Veblen saw scientific explanation as the priority over normative proclamations. In Selection 26, a volume by Tard is criticized on a number of counts. It mistakenly addresses the process of production in terms of its material outputs, instead of dealing with the producers and their relations to one another in the productive process, p. 323. Veblen conceded that Tard's book shows that social and economic institutional structure is always and everywhere an outcome of the play of psychological forces, p. 325. This also is one of the key strengths of Veblen's work. But Veblen regarded Tard's efforts as overly and unconvincingly schematic. He described its theoretical foundations as behind the times. Like other writings by Tard, its penchant for system-making and symmetry gives it an air of completeness and definitiveness which is not borne out by substantial results, p. 324. Selection 27 gives more insight on Veblen's views of the German historical school, in this case in a review of a major work by Werner Sombart. Although Veblen was not attracted by Sombart's style, he found that the German author had adopted a distinction between business and industry similar to his own. In his review, Veblen largely devotes himself to sketching the outlines of this two-volume work to an English-speaking audience. Selection 28 is significant because it is a review of a major, and since scandalously neglected, work by the brilliant American sociologist Lester Frank Ward. In 1906, Ward was elected as the first president of the newly founded American Sociological Association. Like Veblen, 1899 c. Ward, 1883, 1893, 1903, argued at length that the outcome of evolution, whether in nature or society, was rarely, if ever optimal. Hence the use of evolutionary theory in the social sciences could not be used to justify an economic policy of laissez-faire. Enlightened government intervention was required to guide the more spontaneous processes of social evolution on a relatively beneficial course. In pure sociology, Ward developed a hierarchical ontology in which the social levels depended upon the psychological and biological levels below, but could not be analytically reduced to them. Ward, 1906, also attacked eugenics and argued that social environment and conditioning were most important in human development. Ward, 1900, had written a very favorable review of the theory of the leisure class and had described the book as one of the most brilliant productions of the country. Ward also nominated Veblen to the prestigious Institut International de Sociologie, which was limited to 100 members, including at that time Alfred Marshall, Karl Menger, Eugen von Bohm-Bawerk, Adolf Wagner, Alcila Loria, and Gustav Schmaler, Dorfman 1934, pages 254-57, Jorgensen and Jorgensen 1999, pages 78-84. Selection 29 is one chapter of Veblen's important work, The Theory of Business Enterprise. The work as a whole combined two key research programs, the first on the role of expectations and financial speculation in business cycles, the second on the alleged influence of the machine process on habits of thought. The first theme proved influential. It inspired Veblen's student Wesley Mitchell on an entire career of research. Later, Veblen was credited with foreshadowing some of the key ideas on business fluctuations in the economics of John Maynard Keynes, Vining 1939, Rains and Leathers 1996. The second theme must be understood in terms of Veblen's Kantian leanings and his enthusiasm for Darwinism. It was an attempt to understand the material basis of the modern scientific point of view. Some doubts about this argument are raised elsewhere, Hodgson 2004. Nevertheless, the theory of business enterprise remains as one of Veblen's most important and inspiring works. The particular chapter reprinted here contains a number of interesting features. Veblen notes that the capital value of an enterprise is based not only on its material assets but also its earning capacity and goodwill. Veblen develops his persistent and characteristic argument that there unavoidably results a discrepancy, not uncommonly a divergence, between the industrial needs of the community and the business needs of the corporations, p. 346. Veblen also observes that the ready vendibility of corporate capital has in great measure dissociated the business interest of the directorate from that of the corporation whose affairs they direct and whose business policy they dictate, p. 346, and the management is separated from the ownership of the property, more and more widely as the scope of corporation finance widens, p. 354. This has since been described in terms of the separation of ownership and control, means 1931. In line with this later literature, Veblen observes that in a modern capitalist economy trade in corporate financial assets tends to drive economic development, rather than the direct needs of industry itself or the demands of its managers. It is notable that, unlike much of the so-called theory of the firm during the 20th century, Veblen pays particular attention to legal forms. He underlines the emergence of the corporate form and the device of limited liability. He argues that with the assumption of the corporate form is associated a more modern method of capitalization and a freer use of credit, p. 338. Here Veblen very briefly foreshadows a modern argument that the legal structure of the corporation is relevant to understand its nature and dynamism, whereby the corporation has the capacity to attract and lock in capital, and to shield it from the personal creditors of its owners, Blair 1999, 2003, Hansman et al. 2006, Gindes 2007, 2009. Like these modern theorists, Veblen indicated that the legal corporate structure of the firm has important economic consequences, and goes a long way to explain the accelerated growth of capitalism in the 19th century. In Selection 30 Veblen took up an issue that he had considered in his theory of business enterprise, namely the problem of explaining the origins of modern scientific culture. He argued, in brief, that the growth of modern science was itself stimulated by the rational habits of thought that were said to be associated with the spread of machines. This machine-powered explanation of the place of science in modern civilization was the title of this essay published in 1906, which incidentally Veblen himself considered to be his best, Dorfman, 1934 p. 260. This same essay gave its title to Veblen's, 1919 J., most important collection of essays, and was misleadingly and anachronistically placed at the head of the collection. We do not regard this as Veblen's best essay, but it is certainly one of the most interesting and important. It contains a number of important philosophical insights and gives us a view into the core presuppositions of Veblen's thought. Veblen proposed a Darwinian evolutionary theory by which matter-of-fact habits of thought are selected in a struggle for existence against those habits of lesser efficacy or fitness. As well as outlining Veblen's theory of the origins of science, the essay makes several other interesting, and arguably more durable, points. For example, against the positivist trend of thinking that prevailed in many quarters until the last quarter of the 20th century, Veblen made it clear that facts alone cannot produce theories and metaphysical imputation is unavoidable in science, particularly in the case of the assumption of cause and effect, see above, p. 13. Veblen points out, as has been securely established in philosophy since David Hume, that this assumption cannot itself be verified empirically. There are also insights on Veblen's view of the role of human agency. Veblen wrote, while knowledge is construed in teleological terms, in terms of personal interest and attention, this teleological aptitude is itself reducible to a product of unteleological natural selection, pages 357 to 58. In other words, human intentionality is itself an outcome of a Darwinian evolutionary process. Veblen's view of knowledge as functional chimes in perfectly with both his contemporary and the modern pragmatist view of knowledge as an evolutionary adaptation. James 1890, Dewey 1910, 1922, Joas 1993, 1996, Plotkin 1994, Kilpenin 1998. Selection 31 was published in 2 parts in the Quarterly Journal of Economics, and is based on a series of 4 lectures on Marxism that Veblen delivered at Harvard University in April 1906. At that time Veblen was still at the University of Chicago, but the second part was published after his transfer to Stanford in August 1906, and the original text of this part bears this institutional affiliation at its end. Veblen's critique of Marxism ranks as one of the most powerful and well-informed of all time. Its strength derives not only from Veblen's scholarly familiarity with the English and German texts, but also the manner in which he uses Darwinian theory to wedge open the cracks in the Marxian system. Veblen sees the materialistic conception of history at the core of Marxism as essentially Hegelian in derivation. Veblen finds in Marxism the same Hegelian notion of history having an immanent tendency to gravitate towards ends self-conditioned and self-acting, unfolding by inner necessity, p. 376. This is transformed by Marxism into the impetus toward communism. But it is profoundly in contrast to the unteleological Darwinian notion of evolution, p. 377, which depends critically on the selective pressure of the environment and knows neither inevitable progress, nor definitive equilibrium, nor final ends. The second forceful part of Veblen's critique derives from a focus on the necessary motivational forces that must lie behind the class struggle, which is seen by Marxists as the main driver of historical change. According to Marxism, social classes come into conflict because of their incompatible interests in obtaining the material means of life. But Veblen points out that the impetus to struggle must also be based on human desire and passion and a particular human consciousness, which in turn must be explained. It is not essentially a class of brute material forces, p. 377. Impoverishment does not automatically lead to rebellion. Human behavior depends on perceptions and reflections upon circumstances. Veblen regards the inadequate theory of human motivation in Marxism as having something in common with utilitarianism and quite out of harmony with the later results of psychological inquiry, p. 378. Veblen is highly skeptical of the labor theory of value, which he regards as assumed rather than proved. Veblen mocks Marx's attempts to substantiate the theory as involving a self-satisfied superior's playful mystification of those readers, critics, whose limited powers do not enable them to see that his proposition is self-evident, p. 379. For Veblen, the labor theory of value is neither the keystone nor pinnacle of Marx's achievement. In the second part Veblen turns to the doctrines of later Marxists. He notes the views of revisionists such as Edward Bernstein. But in a manner that betrays some lack of systemic structure in his writing, he repeats and expands upon his former point concerning the contrast between the teleological notion of history in Marxism and the Darwinian scheme of blindly cumulative causation, in which there is no trend, no final term, no consummation, p. 389. Veblen also expands on the contrasting treatments of human motivation, where Darwinism sees the sentiment which animates man as much, or more, an outcome of habit and native propensity as of calculated material interest, p. 392. Consequently, there is no ground to regard the socialist revolution as inevitable, because adverse material circumstances can lead to patriotic as much as socialistic sentiments. These shining nuggets overcome their poorly ordered position in the overall structure of the two-part work. Veblen observes a significant shift of opinion in the later Marxism. Despite earlier promulgations of international peace, an infection of jingoism particularly in Germany, led some by 1906 to stand for national aggrandizement first and for international comedy second, p. 399. Veblen thus acutely noted the erosion of anti-war ideals within the political movement inspired by Marxism, which was to be dramatically exhibited 8 years later, when many leftists endorsed the involvement of their national governments in the First World War. Selection 22. Mr. Cummings's Strictures on the Theory of the Leisure Class. Veblen, 1899 f. In the last issue of this journal is a paper of some length by Mr. John Cummings, one criticizing a book lately published for me under the title, The Theory of the Leisure Class. The paper is notable for its earnestness no less than for its graceful and cogent discussion. It is needless for me here to express my high appreciation of the attention which the volume has received at Mr. Cummings's hands. But circumstances have made it necessary for me to take this means of calling attention to certain passages in Mr. Cummings's discussion, where the criticism is directed rather against the apparent than against the intended drift of the argument set forth in the volume. As editor of the journal, it should have been my place, and my privilege, to forestall what I might conceive to be misdirected criticism by making the necessary suggestions to Mr. Cummings before his paper appeared in print, and, but for the untoward chance that the issue in which the paper appears was printed during my absence, this 107 would have been done. As it is, I am constrained to offer my explanations in the ungracious form of a reply to his criticism. There is the more excuse for so doing, since what has proved to be obscure to so acute a critic as Mr. Cummings may be expected to offer at least as great difficulties to others who may have the patience to read the book. Had I had the good fortune to say what I intended, and no more, my critic would, I believe, have been saved a good share of the corrections which he is good enough to offer, as well as much of the annoyance which he is at pains to conceal. Indeed, to such an extent does this appear to be true that the greater portion and the weightier of Mr. Cummings's criticisms appears to proceed on misapprehension that might have been obviated by a more facile use of language. But to speak first of a point on which the difference between the book and its critic is apparently not of this verbal complexion. Mr. Cummings, p. 426, gravely distrusts any attempt to read modern psychology into primitive conditions, together with attempts at a psychological reconstruction of primitive society. To the first count I plead guilty, only if modern psychology is taken to mean the latest views of psychological science known to me, as contrasted with older theories. Whether this constitutes an offense is, of course, not within my competency to inquire. As to the second count, I plead that any theory of culture, late or early, must have recourse to a psychological analysis, since all culture is substantially a psychological phenomenon. In any modern discussion of culture, and of cultural development, where this recourse is not had openly, it is had covertly. Mr. Cummings's criticism is directed to three main heads: 1. The theory of waste, pages 427 to 34, 2. The relation of the leisure class to cultural change, pages 436 to 39, 3. The justification of leisure class incomes, pages 439 to 53. On the first of these heads, the difference between the book and its critic seems to be apparent only, due to a misconception caused by want of explicitness in the argument. As to the second, the difference between Mr. Cummings's views and mine is, I believe, less by half than appears from Mr. Cummings's strictures. Under the third head, running through some 14 pages, Mr. Cummings develops a point of doctrine with which the book does not concern itself. Exception is taken, p. 427, to my attempted definition of waste. It should be said that the definition in question aims to promulgate no 108 novel doctrine, the aim being to state discursively what is the content of a judgment concerning waste or futility. The definition may be unfortunate, but its ineptitude does not eliminate the concept of waste from men's habits of thought, nor does it eliminate the word from everyday speech. Men do currently pass opinions on this and that as being wasteful or not wasteful, and there is much evidence that they have long been in the habit of doing so. Sumptuary legislation and the much preaching of the moralists of all ages against lavish habits of life is evidence to this effect. There is also a good deal of a consensus as to what manner of things are wasteful. The brute fact that the word is current shows that. Without something of a passable consensus on that head, the word would not be intelligible, that is to say, we should have no such word. As Mr. Cummings earnestly contends, p. 428, it is always the individual that passes an opinion of this kind, as must manifestly be conceded with respect to all opinions. But the consensus that prevails shows that the opinions of individuals on matters touching the generically human passably coincide, which, I gather, Mr. Cummings is, p. 428, unwilling to admit. If it were in place to offer instruction here, I should suggest some reason for this coincidence of views is to be found in a community of descent, traditions, and circumstances, past and present, among men living in any given community, and in a less degree among men in all communities. It is because men's notions of the generically human, of what is the legitimate end of life, does not differ incalculably from man to man that men are able to live in communities and to hold common interests. It is the use of the word impersonal, in the sense of non-invidious or non-emulative, that seems particularly to have proved misleading. And this, probably, has provoked Mr. Cummings, p. 429, unguardedly to deny the practical possibility of waste. This result of my escapade, I need not say, I deeply regret. The like is true for the word invidious, though on this term the critic's quarrel is with the current use of the word, not with any misuse of it at my hands. My critic's discussion at this point also carries the implication that any item of consumption which is in any degree useful, as, example costly church edifices, cannot at the same time be in any degree wasteful. This seems an unwarranted application of the logical expedient of exclusion. As bearing on this passage, p. 429, it may be added that even if the labor expended on the church edifice, be considered in 109 any sense wasteful, that need not imply that the edifice or its consumption according to the accepted method is disallowed by economic theory. It is, for all I can see, competent for an economist to inquire how far such an edifice and the employment of time and effort involved in its use may be industrially unproductive, or even industrially disserviceable, if such should be the outcome of the inquiry. Such an endeavor, I believe, need bring no obloquy upon the economist, nor need he thereby invade the moralist's peculiar domain, nor need it flutter the keepers of the idols of the tribe. The economic bearing of any institution is not its only bearing, nor its weightiest. The ends of human culture are manifold and multiform, and it is but the meaner of them, if any, that are fairly comprised in that petty side of life into which it is the economist's lot to inquire. An electrician might, without blame, speak of the waste of energy that is inseparable from the use of storage batteries. Indeed, if he is discussing the efficiency of this means of utilizing a source of power, he could not avoid a detailed inquiry into this feature of their use. But his endeavor to determine the magnitude of the unavoidable or of the ordinary waste involved would not commit him to a condemnation of the batteries, nor would it make him an object of suspicion in the eyes of his fellow electricians. The like critical use of exclusion, applied to alternatives which it had not occurred to me to conceive of as exclusive alternatives, recurs in Mr. Cummings's observations on the conservatism of the leisure class, example pages 437-38, and on the differentiation of employments between the pecuniary and the industrial occupations, pages 443-53. It is on the strength of such a needless application of exclusion that Mr. Cummings is able to say, p. 432 in Dr. Veblen's philosophy, all our judgments are based on invidiousness. This should be so amended as to read, some of our judgments are in part based on invidiousness. It will be seen that such an amendment would materially affect Mr. Cummings's further development of the theme, particularly as regards his strictures on the views advanced in the book. Similarly, the reductio ad absurdum on page 434, where the view that elegance of diction and orthography serve an invidious purpose is taken logically to contain the further position that speech can serve no purpose but an invidious one, and that the origin and sole use of language lies in the invidious distinction which it lends the user. This resort to excluded middle is in touch with the rhyme of a modern poet, who sings, 110. I'd rather have fingers than toes. I'd rather have ears than a nose, etc. too. Overlooking the possibility of combining these several features in a single organism. These pages, 428 to 35, are a source of comfort and of despair to me. Of comfort in that I find in them a cogent exposition of views which I had attempted to set forth, of despair in showing how my attempted exposition has proved unintelligible even to a reader who had already beforehand reached an articulate recognition of very much of what I attempted to say. For, if I am not mistaken, Mr. Cummings's views on the subject of waste, as set forth fragmentarily in these pages, passably coincide with those intended to be expressed in the volume which he criticizes. Much the same is true for what Mr. Cummings has to say, pages 436 to 39, on the conservative effect of the institution of a leisure class. The point at which his development of theory on this head chiefly differs from that of the book, as I had conceived it, is his insistence that this conservative effect is, always and in the nature of things, of a salutary kind. On this I had, perhaps weakly, reserved decision, as I am still compelled to do. Similarly as regards Mr. Cummings's conviction, p. 437, that theoretically there is but one right course of social evolution, while the number of wrong courses is infinite. For my part, I have not had the fortune to reach a conclusion, or to attempt one, on this point. I am at a loss to understand what such a thesis may mean to an evolutionist, and I believe it would get the assent of fewer men today than at any previous time. But the main drift of Mr. Cummings's development I gladly assent to. In particular, I am at one with him in his view, p. 437, which reads like a summary restatement of the argument of the book, that whatever is clearly, at one and the same time, both right and wrong. This proposition Mr. Cummings has, by an unfortunate oversight, placed in contrast with a partial statement of the same view as expressed in the book. Attention may be called to a further point of detail in this connection. Mr. Cummings, p. 442, takes exception to the view that man's environment changes with the growth of culture. He finds that the environment is relatively fixed, that climate and soil make up pretty much all there is at the basis of that environment, and these 111 change but little. All this is no doubt true if environment be taken to mean climate and topography, but for the purpose of my inquiry, an inquiry as to why and how the habits of life and of thought of the individual come to be modified, for this purpose customs, conventions, and methods of industry are no less effective elements in the environment than climate and topography, and these vary incontinently. Mr. Cummings also, pages 440 to 44, 449 to 52, offers a theory as to the equity of the existing distribution of property and of the incomes that accrue to the various classes in the community. This discussion is directed to a point not touched upon in my inquiry. But since my critic has been led to read into my argument certain implications on this head which he finds it necessary to refute, it is not improbable that others may read the argument in the same sense and feel the same need of refutation. It may therefore be in place to point out why I have not entered upon a discussion of this topic. The reason is that the whole question of such a justification is beside the point. The argument of the book deals with the causal, not with the moral competence of the phenomena which it takes up. The former is a question for the economist, the latter for the moralist. The manner in which Mr. Cummings has misread the argument, as I conceive it, may be illustrated by citing several specific propositions which are mistakenly conceived to bear upon the argument. He says, p. 440, the accumulation at one end is conceived to be at the expense of the other end in the sense that the other end would have more if it had its just deserts. This should read, is not conceived to be at the expense of the other end in the sense, etc. In particular, there is in the volume no reference, express or by implication, to just deserts. Similarly, unless I am mistaken, it contains no suggestion that a confiscation, p. 449, of the products of the productive laborers takes place. It does not raise the question as to whether the captain of industry on the one hand or the laborer on the other hand earn, pages 440, 441, their respective incomes. Mr. Cummings, pages 440 to 52, assumes the validity of the natural rights dogma that property rests on production. This relation between production and property rights is a moral, not a causal relation, if it is assumed to subsist at all. As regards Mr. Cummings's advocacy of the claims of the captain of industry to his income, on this ground, it proceeds on the bold though ancient metaphor by force of which bargaining is conceived to produce goods. And as regards the claims of the laborer to a property right 112 in his product, an exhaustive analysis would probably show that they rest on similarly inconclusive grounds. I am therefore unable, in view of well-known facts, to go with Mr. Cummings in his view, p. 453, that a person who does not produce wealth cannot acquire it except by a miracle. One might cite the trite case of the man with the nutshells and the peppercorn, when the miraculous element is, at the best, held to be apparent only. In a similar connection, p. 448, Mr. Cummings, in a restatement of my argument, says, "It is a game of chance, not of skill, this game of ownership, and the risks assumed are devoid of economic significance." This should read, "in some part of chance, though chiefly of skill, and the risks assumed are of the gravest economic significance." Also, p. 448, since individual members of the wealthy leisure class resort to chicanery and fraud, therefore nobody else does. This is an instance of Mr. Cummings's use of exclusion. It should read, "individual members of the wealthy leisure class resort to chicanery and fraud, as do also many other persons." Again, p. 449, the unscrupulous man is not, by virtue of his unscrupulousness, a member of any class. To this I beg to give a cordial assent, as also to the proposition, p. 451, that labor alone unaided by intelligence does not produce. So, again, I accept, with a covetous acknowledgement of its aptness, Mr. Cummings's proposition, p. 447, that, instead of its being the sole player in the game, the leisure class is peculiar in that in playing this game of ownership in which all engage, its members have succeeded conspicuously. This statement contains the central position of the argument against which it is directed. The chief difference between the leisure and the industrial classes is conceived to be a larger endowment on the part of the former in respect of those aptitudes and propensities which make for pecuniary success. In the pages which Mr. Cummings devotes to a defense of the captain of industry and his income, the point of serious difference between his exposition and the argument of the book is his rejection of the distinction between pecuniary and industrial employments. He insists that there is no tenable distinction between the employment of the financier and that of the day laborer, both alike being productive and both alike owing their productivity and their income-yielding character to the intelligence exercised. This does not run altogether on the same ground as the argument in the volume, and it seems a less conclusive objection to me than it appears to have 113 been to Mr. Cummings. It seems necessary to explain that the intended point of the argument concerning pecuniary and industrial employments was to indicate the different economic value of the aptitudes and habits of thought fostered by the one and the other class of employments. The question turns on a difference of kind, not on a difference of degree, in the intelligence and spiritual attitude called for by the different employments, in such a way that the one line of employment calls for more of one range of aptitudes while the other line of employments calls for more of the other. It is the ethological bearing of employments that is chiefly in question, my endeavor being to point out how employments differ, for the purpose in hand, in respect of the training and the selective stress to which the character of these employments subjects the persons employed. The distinction here made between classes of employments is by no means a hard and fast distinction between classes of persons. Few persons escape having some experience of both lines of employment, but the one or the other line of employment commonly is accountable for the greater portion of the serious occupation of any given person. So that while the disciplinary effect of either is seldom unmitigated in any concrete case, still the existing differentiation of occupations commonly confines the attention of any given person chiefly to the one or the other line of employment, and gives his training a bent in the one or the other direction. In the earlier phases of modern industry, where the owner was at the same time the foreman of the shop and the manager of the business, as well as in those modern industries in which the division of labor is relatively slight, the distinction does not obtrude itself on the attention because the separation of employments is not marked. Probably on this account the distinction is, at least commonly, not made in the received discussions of economic theory, which have for the most part taken their shape under the traditions of a less highly developed differentiation of employments than the existing one. Still, even then the different, or divergent, disciplinary trend of the pecuniary and the industrial activities of any given individual must be held to have had its force, although the unblended effect of the one or the other may not be shown in any concrete case. It is to be added that in the somewhat numerous marginal cases, where these lines of employment cross and blend, as, example in retail shopkeeping, in newspaper work, in popular art, in preaching, in sleight of hand, etc., it is perhaps impossible for the nicest discrimination to draw a neat distinction between them. 114. Since the distinction in question is not an accepted article of economic theory, it need occasion no surprise that my critic should fail to apprehend it or to admit it, but his failure to apprehend the distinction does not affect its reality. As I conceive it, the distinction at its clearest marks the difference between workmanship and bargaining. Both equally are economic activities, but both are not in the same sense industrial. The industrial activities, whose characteristic is workmanship, of course include the work of directing the processes of industry as well as of contriving the aims and ideals of industry, such work as that of the artist, the inventor, the designer, the engineer, and the foreman. This range of employments has to do with adapting the material means of life, and the processes of valuation constantly involved in the work run on the availability of goods and on the material serviceability of the contrivances, materials, persons, or mechanical expedients employed. They have to do with relations of physical cause and effect. In the received scheme of economic theory, these employments fall under the head of production. The pecuniary employments, on the other hand, should, in the received scheme, fall under the head of distribution. They have to do with the distribution of wealth, not necessarily with the distribution of goods to consumers. The processes of valuation involved in this work run on the exchange values of goods and on the vendability of the items with which they are concerned, and on the necessities, solvency, cupidity, or gullibility of the persons whose actions may affect the transaction contemplated. These valuations look to the pecuniary serviceability of the persons and expedients employed. The objective point of the former range of valuations is material use, of the latter pecuniary gain. Indirectly, this latter class of employments may have a very considerable effect in shaping industrial life, as witness, example the industrial changes incident to the formation of trusts, and it is this indirect effect that has commonly received the attention of the economists. Similarly, of course, the industrial employments rarely if ever are without a pecuniary bearing. It may be said by way of further characterization that the pecuniary employments, and the pecuniary institutions to which they give rise, rest on the institution of private property and affect the industrial process by grace of that institution, while the industrial employments, and the industrial differentiation to which they give rise, rest chiefly on the physical conditions of human life, but they have their pecuniary 115 bearing by virtue of the institution of ownership, since all pecuniary phenomena lie within the range of that institution. As J.S. Mill might be conceived to say, as, indeed, he has virtually said, the pecuniary employments are conditioned by human convention, the industrial by the unalterable laws of nature. Either line of employment may be said to require and to foster a certain intelligence or sagacity in the person so employed, but the intelligence so fostered is not the same in both cases. The sagacity characteristic of the pecuniary employments is a sagacity in judging what persons will do in the face of given pecuniary circumstances. The sagacity required by the industrial employments is chiefly a sagacity in judging what inanimate things will do under given mechanical conditions. When well developed, sagacity of the former complexion may be expected to make a shrewd salesman, investor, or promoter; intelligence of the latter kind, a competent engineer or mechanician. With the former goes an interest in gain and in contests of shrewdness and personal advantage, With the latter goes an interest in workmanlike efficiency and in the play of inanimate forces. It is needless to add that men whose occupations are made up of the latter class of employments also commonly have something of the pecuniary aptitudes and find more or less frequent exercise for them, but it is also bootless to contend that there is no difference between the pecuniary and the industrial employments in respect of their disciplinary and selective effect upon the character of the persons employed. Neither should it be necessary to point out that the pecuniary employments, with the aptitudes and inclinations that give success in them, are, in their immediate bearing, in no degree serviceable to the community, since their aim is a competitive one. Whereas the latter commonly are serviceable in their immediate effects, except in so far as they are, commonly under the guidance of the pecuniary interest, led into work that is wasteful or disserviceable to the community. I have permitted myself to speak at length and in this expository way on this point because Mr. Cummings's criticism has shown that the earlier discussion on this topic must have been lacking in clearness, while it has also raised the apprehension in my mind that the distinction between pecuniary and industrial aptitudes and employments may be more novel and more recondite than I had appreciated. In conclusion, Mr. Cummings speaks in terms of high appreciation of the clever use of terminological expedients which he finds in the 116 volume. There is, however, a suggestion that, with all its cleverness, this consummate diction is charged with some malign potency, somewhat after the manner of the evil eye. Sincere, and withal kindly, as may be the intention of these comments on the consummate cleverness shown in the choice of terms, I cannot but mistrust that they express the impulses of my critic's heart rather than the deliverances of a serene intelligence. I apprehend they will not commend themselves to thoughtful readers of the volume. For instance, so serious a person as Mr. D. Colin Wells would be able at the most to give but a very materially qualified assent to Mr. Cummings's eulogy. Mr. Wells 3 expresses disappointment on precisely the point that stirs Mr. Cummings's admiration. Indeed, I catch, in Mr. Wells's observations on this matter, something of an inflection of sadness, such as argues a profound solicitude together with a baffled endeavor to find that the diction employed expresses any meaning whatever. In this bewilderment Mr. Wells, I regret to say, is not alone. The difficulty has been noted also by others, and to meet it is a good part of the purpose of what has been said above. But, while he finds the terminology clever, Mr. Cummings deprecates the resort to terms which, in their current use, convey an attitude of approval or disapproval on the part of those who use them. This, of course, comes to a deprecation of the use of everyday words in their everyday meaning. In their discourse and in their thinking, men constantly and necessarily take an attitude of approval or disapproval toward the institutional facts of which they speak, for it is through such everyday approval or disapproval that any feature of the institutional structure is upheld or altered. It is only to be regretted that a trained scientist should be unable to view these categories of popular thought in a dispassionate light, for these categories, with all the moral force with which they are charged, designate the motive force of cultural development, and to forego their use in a genetic handling of this development means avoidance of the substantial facts with which the discussion is concerned. A scientist inquiring into cultural growth, and an evolutionist particularly, must take account of this dynamic content of the categories of popular thought as the most important material with which he has to work. Many persons may find it difficult to divest themselves of the point of view of morality or policy, from which these categories are habitually employed, and to 117 take them up from the point of view of the scientific interest simply. But this difficulty does not set the scientific necessity aside. His inability to keep the cultural value and the moral content of these categories apart may reflect credit upon the state of such a person's sentiments, but it detracts from his scientific competence. If the free use of unsophisticated vulgar concepts, with whatever content of prejudice and sentiment they may carry, is proscribed, the alternative is a resort to analogies and other figures of speech, such as have long afflicted economics and have given that science its reputed character of sterility. In extenuation of my fault, therefore, if such it must be, it should be said that, if one would avoid paralogistic figures of speech in the analysis of institutions, one must resort to words and concepts that express the thoughts of the men whose habits of thought constitute the institutions in question. Selection 23. Review of Social Laws, An Outline of Sociology by Gabriel Tard. Veblen, 1900 As the editor of the volume remarks, M. Tard has here summarized his theoretical work and shown it to constitute a system. In this reduction of the system to its outlines, its great ingenuity is 563 impressed upon the reader much more forcibly than by the detailed presentation contained in M. Tard's larger works. At the same time, the essential artificiality of the doctrines likewise comes out in plainer relief, proceeding as they do, for the most part, and particularly as regards their general features, on a bold and dexterous use of metaphor and analogy. It seems not improbable that, as a result of the conciseness, not to say boldness, with which the ingenious artifices of the theory are here brought out, the volume may contribute materially to curtail the vogue of M. Tard's sociological doctrines. The essential superficiality of the formulations offered is shown, example in such generalizations as this: habit is merely a sort of internal heredity, just as heredity is only externalized habit. Heredity, then, is the form of repetition appropriate to life, just as undulation, or periodic movement, is its physical, and imitation its social form, p. 22. Again, every real opposition implies a relation between two forces, tendencies, or directions, p. 88. Under this elastic, not to say ambiguous term, opposition, are comprised such diverse phenomena as mechanical action and reaction, arithmetical positive and negative, variations of degree, war, industrial competition, discussion, hesitation. It is plainly by a felicitous use of analogy alone that the comprehensive term opposition can be made to serve in the discussion of matters so disparate as these. All this is of a character to suggest the moralizing speculations of the 18th century and prepares one to meet the metaphysical conception of a spiritually guided progress, expressed in the conclusion that, it would appear, that the strife of opposition fulfills the role of a middle term in the social as it does in the organic and inorganic worlds, p. 133. Selection 24. Industrial and Pecuniary Employments. Source: Publications of the American Economic Association, Series 3, February 1901, Volume 2, pages 190 to 235. Veblen, 1901a. For purposes of economic theory, the various activities of men and things about which economists busy themselves were classified by the early writers according to a scheme which has remained substantially unchanged, if not unquestioned, since their time. This scheme is the classical threefold division of the factors of production under land, labor, and capital. The theoretical aim of the economists in discussing these factors and the activities for which they stand has not remained the same throughout the course of economic discussion, and the threefold division has not always lent itself with facility to new points of view and new purposes of theory, but the writers who have shaped later theory have, on the whole, not laid violent hands on the sacred formula. These facts must inspire the utmost reserve and circumspection in anyone who is moved to propose even a subsidiary distinction of another kind between economic activities or agents. The terminology and the conceptual furniture of economics are complex and parti-colored enough without gratuitous innovation. It is accordingly not the aim of this paper to set aside the time-honored classification of factors, or even to formulate an iconoclastic amendment, but rather to indicate how and why this classification has proved inadequate for certain purposes of theory which were not contemplated by the men who elaborated it. To this end a bit of preface may be in place as regards the aims which led to its formulation and the uses which the threefold classification originally served. 191. The economists of the late 18th and early 19th centuries were believers in a providential order, or an order of nature. How they came by this belief need not occupy us here, neither need we raise a question as to whether their conviction of its truth was well or ill-grounded. The providential order or order of nature is conceived to work in an effective and just way toward the end to which it tends, and in the economic field this objective end is the material welfare of mankind. The science of that time set itself the task of interpreting the facts with which it dealt, in terms of this natural order. The material circumstances which condition men's life fall within the scope of this natural order of the universe, and as members of the universal scheme of things men fall under the constraining guidance of the laws of nature, who does all things well. As regards their purely theoretical work, the early economists are occupied with bringing the facts of economic life under natural laws conceived somewhat after the manner indicated, and when the facts handled have been fully interpreted in the light of this fundamental postulate, the theoretical work of the scientist is felt to have been successfully done. The economic laws aimed at and formulated under the guidance of this preconception are laws of what takes place naturally or normally, and it is of the essence of things so conceived that in the natural or normal course there is no wasted or misdirected effort. The standpoint is given by the material interest of mankind, or, more concretely, of the community or society in which the economist is placed. The resulting economic theory is formulated as an analysis of the natural course of the life of the community, the ultimate theoretical 192 postulate of which might, not unfairly, be stated as in some sort a law of the conservation of economic energy. When the course of things runs off naturally or normally, in accord with the exigencies of human welfare and the constraining laws of nature, economic income and outgo balance one another. The natural forces at play in the economic field may increase indefinitely through accretions brought in under man's dominion and through the natural increase of mankind, and, indeed, it is of the nature of things that an orderly progress of this kind should take place, but within the economic organism, as within the larger organism of the universe, there prevails an equivalence of expenditure and returns, an equilibrium of flux and reflux, which is not broken over in the normal course of things. So it is, by implication, assumed that the product which results from any given industrial process or operation is, in some sense or in some unspecified respect, the equivalent of the expenditure of forces, or of the effort, or what not, that has gone into the process out of which the product emerges. This theorem of equivalence is the postulate which lies at the root of the classical theory of distribution, but it manifestly does not admit of proof, or of disproof either, for that matter, since neither the economic forces which go into the process nor the product which emerges are, in the economic respect, of such a tangible character as to admit of quantitative determination. They are in fact incommensurable magnitudes. To this last remark the answer may conceivably present itself that the equivalence in question is an equivalence in utility or in exchange value, and that the quantitative determination of the various items in terms of exchange value or of utility is, theoretically, not impossible, but when it is called 193 to mind that the forces or factors which go to the production of a given product take their utility or exchange value from that of the product, it will easily be seen that the expedient will not serve. The equivalence between the aggregate factors of production in any given case and their product remains a dogmatic postulate whose validity cannot be demonstrated in any terms that will not reduce the whole proposition to an aimless fatuity, or to metaphysical grounds which have now been given up. The point of view from which the early, and even the later classical, economists discussed economic life was that of the society taken as a collective whole and conceived as an organic unit. Economic theory sought out and formulated the laws of the normal life of the social organism, as it is conceived to work out in that natural course whereby the material welfare of society is attained. The details of economic life are construed, for purposes of general theory, in terms of their subservience to the aims imputed to the collective life process. Those features of detail which will bear construction as links in the process whereby the collective welfare is furthered, are magnified and brought into the foreground, while such features as will not bear this construction are treated as minor disturbances. Such a procedure is manifestly legitimate and expedient in a theoretical inquiry whose aim is to determine the laws of health of the social organism and the normal functions of this organism in a state of health. The social organism is, in this theory, handled as an individual endowed with a consistent life purpose and something of an intelligent apprehension of what means will serve the ends which it seeks. With these collective ends the interests of the individual members are conceived 194 to be fundamentally at one, and, while men may not see that their own individual interests coincide with those of the social organism, yet, since men are members of the comprehensive organism of nature and consequently subject to beneficent natural law, the ulterior trend of unrestrained individual action is, on the whole, in the right direction. The details of individual economic conduct and its consequences are of interest to such a general theory chiefly as they further or disturb the beneficent natural course. But if the aims and methods of individual conduct were of minor importance in such an economic theory, that is not the case as regards individual rights. The early political economy was not simply a formulation of the natural course of economic phenomena, but it embodied an insistence on what is called natural liberty. Whether this insistence on natural liberty is to be traced to utilitarianism or to a less specific faith in natural rights, the outcome for the purpose in hand is substantially the same. To avoid going too far afield, it may serve the turn to say that the law of economic equivalence, or conservation of economic energy, was, to early economics, backed by this second corollary of the order of nature, the closely related postulate of natural rights. The classical doctrine of distribution rests on both of these, and it is consequently not only a doctrine of what must normally take place as regards the course of life of society at large, but it also formulates what ought of right to take place as regards the remuneration for work and the distribution of wealth among men. Under the resulting natural economic law of equivalence and equity, it is held that the several participants or factors in the economic process severally get the 195 equivalent of the productive force which they expend. They severally get as much as they produce, and conversely, in the normal case they severally produce as much as they get. In the earlier formulations, as, for example, in the authoritative formulation of Adam Smith, there is no clear or consistent pronouncement as regards the terms in which this equivalence between production and remuneration runs. With the later, classical economists, who had the benefit of a developed utilitarian philosophy, it seems to be somewhat consistently conceived in terms of an ill-defined serviceability. With some later writers it is an equivalence of exchange values, but as this latter reduces itself to tautology, it need scarcely be taken seriously. When we are told in the later political economy that the several agents or factors in production normally earn what they get, it is perhaps fairly to be construed as a claim that the economic service rendered the community by any one of the agents in production equals the service received by the agent in return. In terms of serviceability, then, if not in terms of productive force, the individual agent, or at least the class or group of agents to which the individual belongs, normally gets as much as he contributes and contributes as much as he gets. This applies to all those employments or occupations which are ordinarily carried on in any community, throughout the aggregate of men's dealings with the material means of life. All activity which touches industry comes in under this law of equivalence and equity. Now, to a theorist whose aim is to find the laws governing 196 the economic life of a social organism, and who for this purpose conceives the economic community as a unit, the features of economic life which are of particular consequence are those which show the correlation of efforts and the solidarity of interests. For this purpose, such activities and such interests as do not fit into the scheme of solidarity contemplated are of minor importance, and are rather to be explained away or construed into subservience to the scheme of solidarity than to be incorporated at their face value into the theoretical structure. Of this nature are what are here to be spoken of under the term pecuniary employments, and the fortune which these pecuniary employments have met at the hands of classical economic theory is such as is outlined in the last sentence. In a theory proceeding on the premise of economic solidarity, the important bearing of any activity that is taken up and accounted for, is its bearing upon the furtherance of the collective life process. Viewed from the standpoint of the collective interest, the economic process is rated primarily as a process for the provision of the aggregate material means of life. As a late representative of the classical school expresses it, production, in fact, embraces every economic operation except consumption. To it is this aggregate productivity, and the bearing of all details upon the aggregate productivity, that constantly occupies the attention of the classical economists. What partially diverts their attention from this central and ubiquitous interest, is their persistent lapse into natural rights morality. The result is that acquisition is treated as a subhead under production, and effort directed to acquisition is 197 construed in terms of production. The pecuniary activities of men, efforts directed to acquisition and operations incident to the acquisition or tenure of wealth, are treated as incidental to the distribution to each of his particular proportion in the production of goods. Pecuniary activities, in short, are handled as incidental features of the process of social production and consumption, as details incident to the method whereby the social interests are served, instead of being dealt with as the controlling factor about which the modern economic process turns. Apart from the metaphysical tenets indicated above as influencing them, there are, of course, reasons of economic history for the procedure of the early economists in so relegating the pecuniary activities to the background of economic theory. In the days of Adam Smith, for instance, economic life still bore much of the character of what Professor Schmaler calls Statewirtschaft.3. This was the case to some extent in practice, but still more decidedly in tradition. To a greater extent than has since been the case, households produced goods for their own consumption, without the intervention of sale, and handicraftsmen still produced for consumption by their customers, without the intervention of a market. In a considerable measure, the conditions which the Austrian marginal utility theory supposes, of a producing seller and a consuming buyer, actually prevailed. It may not be true that in Adam Smith's time the business operations, the bargain and sale of goods, were, in general, obviously subservient to their production and consumption, but it comes nearer being true at that time than at any time since then. And the tradition having once been put into form and authenticated by Adam Smith, that such was the place of pecuniary 198 transactions in economic theory, this tradition has lasted on in the face of later and further changes. Under the shadow of this tradition the pecuniary employments are still dealt with as auxiliary to the process of production, and the gains from such employments are still explained as being due to a productive effect imputed to them. According to ancient prescription, then, all normal, legitimate economic activities carried on in a well-regulated community serve a materially useful end, and so far as they are lucrative they are so by virtue of and in proportion to a productive effect imputed to them. But in the situation as it exists at any time there are activities and classes of persons which are indispensable to the community, or which are at least unavoidably present in modern economic life, and which draw some income from the aggregate product, at the same time that these activities are not patently productive of goods and cannot well be classed as industrial, in any but a highly sophisticated sense. Some of these activities, which are concerned with economic matters but are not patently of an industrial character, are integral features of modern economic life, and must therefore be classed as normal, for the existing situation, apart from a few minor discrepancies, is particularly normal in the apprehension of present-day economists. Now, the law of economic equivalence and equity says that those who normally receive an income must perforce serve some productive end, and, since the existing organization of society is conceived to be eminently normal, it becomes imperative to find some ground on which to impute industrial productivity to those classes and employments which do not at the first view appear to be industrial at all. 199 Hence there is commonly visible in the classical political economy, ancient and modern, a strong inclination to make the schedule of industrially productive employments very comprehensive, so that a good deal of ingenuity has been spent in economically justifying their presence by specifying the productive effect of such non-industrial factors as the courts, the army, the police, the clergy, the schoolmaster, the physician, the opera singer. But these non-economic employments are not so much to the point in the present inquiry, the point being employments which are unmistakably economic, but not industrial in the naive sense of the word industry, and which yield an income. Adam Smith analyzed the process of industry in which he found the community of his time engaged, and found the three classes of agents or factors: land, labor, and capital, stock. The productive factors engaged being thus determined, the norm of natural economic equivalence and equity already referred to above, indicated what would be the natural sharers in the product. Later economists have shown great reserve about departing from this threefold division of factors, with its correlated threefold division of sharers of remuneration, apparently because they have retained an instinctive, infeasible trust in the law of economic equivalence which underlies it. But circumstances have compelled the tentative intrusion of a fourth class of agent and income. The undertaker and his income presently came to be so large and ubiquitous figures in economic life that their presence could not be overlooked by the most normalizing economist. The undertaker's activity has been interpolated in the scheme of productive factors, as 200 a peculiar and fundamentally distinctive kind of labor, with the function of coordinating industrial processes. Similarly, his income has been interpolated in the scheme of distribution, as a peculiar kind of wages, proportioned to the heightened productivity given the industrial process by his work. Point 4 His work is discussed in expositions of the theory of production. In discussions of his functions and his income, the point of the argument is, how and in what degree does his activity increase the output of goods, or how and in what degree does it save wealth to the community? Beyond his effect in enhancing the effective volume of the aggregate wealth, the undertaker receives but scant attention, apparently for the reason that so soon as that point has been disposed of, the presence of the undertaker and his income has been reconciled with the tacitly accepted natural law of equivalence between productive service and remuneration. The normal balance has been established, and the undertaker's function has been justified and subsumed under the ancient law that nature does all things well and equitably. This holds true of the political economy of our grandfathers. But this aim and method of handling the phenomenon of life for theoretical ends, of course, did not go out of vogue abruptly in the days of our grandfathers. Point 5 There is a large sufficiency of the like aim and animus 201 in the theoretical discussions of a later time, but specifically to cite and analyze the evidence of its presence would be laborious, nor would it conduce to the general peace of mind. Some motion towards a further revision of the scheme is to be seen in the attention which has latterly been given to the function and the profits of that peculiar class of undertakers whom we call speculators. But even on this head the argument is apt to turn on the question of how the services which the speculator is conceived to render the community are to be construed into an equivalent of his gains. Point 6 The difficulty of interpretation encountered at this point is considerable, partly because it is not quite plain whether the speculators as a class come out of their transactions with a net gain or with a net loss. A systematic net loss, or a no profits balance, would, on the theory of equivalence, mean that the class which gets this loss or doubtful gain is of no service to the community, yet we are, out of the past, committed to the view that the speculator is useful, indeed economically indispensable, and shall therefore have his reward. In the discussions given to the speculator and his function, some thought is commonly given to the question of the legitimacy of the speculator's traffic. The legitimate speculator is held to earn his gain by services of an economic kind rendered to the community. The recourse to this epithet, legitimate, is chiefly of interest as showing that the tacit postulate of a natural order is still in force. Legitimate are such speculative dealings as are, by the theorist, 202 conceived to serve the ends of the community, while illegitimate speculation is that which is conceived to be disserviceable to the community. The theoretical difficulty about the speculator and his gains, or losses, is that the speculator ex professo is quite without interest in or connection with any given industrial enterprise or any industrial plant. He is, industrially speaking, without visible means of support. He may stake his risks on the gain or on the loss of the community with equal chances of success, and he may shift from one side to the other without winking. The speculator may be treated as an extreme case of undertaker, who deals exclusively with the business side of economic life rather than with the industrial side. But he differs in this respect from the common run of businessmen in degree rather than in kind. His traffic is a pecuniary traffic, and it touches industry only remotely and uncertainly, while the businessman as commonly conceived is more or less immediately interested in the successful operation of some concrete industrial plant. But since the undertaker first broke into economic theory, some change has also taken place as regards the immediacy of the relations of the common run of undertakers to the mechanical facts of the industries in which they are interested. Half a century ago it was still possible to construe the average business manager in industry as an agent occupied with the superintendence of the mechanical processes involved in the production of goods or services. But in the later development, the connection between the business manager and the mechanical processes has, on an average, grown more remote, so much so, that his superintendence of the plant or of the processes is frequently visible only to the scientific imagination. That activity by 203 virtue of which the undertaker is classed as such makes him a businessman, not a mechanic or foreman of the shop. His superintendence is a superintendence of the pecuniary affairs of the concern, rather than of the industrial plant. Especially is this true in the higher development of the modern captain of industry. As regards the nature of the employment which characterizes the undertaker, it is possible to distinguish him from the men who are mechanically engaged in the production of goods, and to say that his employment is of a business or pecuniary kind, while theirs is of an industrial or mechanical kind. It is not possible to draw a similar distinction between the undertaker who is in charge of a given industrial concern, and the businessman who is in business but is not interested in the production of goods or services. As regards the character of employment, then, the line falls not between legitimate and illegitimate pecuniary transactions, but between business and industry. The distinction between business and industry has, of course, been possible from the beginning of economic theory, and, indeed, the distinction has from time to time temporarily been made in the contrast frequently pointed out between the proximate interest of the businessman and the ulterior interest of society at large. What appears to have hindered the reception of the distinction into economic doctrine, is the constraining presence of a belief in an order of nature and the habit or conceiving the economic community as an organism. The point of view given by these postulates has made such a distinction between employments not only useless, but even disserviceable for the ends to which theory has been directed. But the fact has come to be gradually more and more patent that there are constantly, 204 normally present in modern economic life an important range of activities and classes of persons who work for an income but of whom it cannot be said that they, either proximately or remotely, apply themselves to the production of goods. Their services, proximate or remote, to society are often of quite a problematical character. They are ubiquitous, and it will scarcely do to say that they are anomalous, for they are of ancient prescription. They are within the law and within the pale of popular morals. Of these strictly economic activities that are lucrative without necessarily being serviceable to the community, the greater part are to be classed as business. Perhaps the largest and most obvious illustration of these legitimate business employments is afforded by the speculators in securities. By way of further illustration may be mentioned the extensive and varied business of real estate men, land agents, engaged in the purchase and sale of property for speculative gain or for a commission, so, also, the closely related business of promoters and boomers of other than real estate ventures, as also attorneys, brokers, bankers, and the like, although the work performed by these latter will more obviously bear interpretation in terms of social serviceability. The traffic of these businessmen shades off insensibly from that of the bona fide speculator who has no ulterior end of industrial efficiency to serve, to that of the captain of industry or entrepreneur as conventionally set forth in the economic manuals. The characteristic in which these business employments resemble one another, and in which they differ from the mechanical occupations as well as from other non-economic employments, is that they are concerned primarily with the phenomena of value, with exchange 205 or market values and with purchase and sale, and only indirectly and secondarily, if at all, with mechanical processes. What holds the interest and guides and shifts the attention of men within these employments is the main chance. These activities begin and end within what may broadly be called the higgling of the market. Of the industrial employments, in the stricter sense, it may be said, on the other hand, that they begin and end outside the higgling of the market. Their proximate aim and effect is the shaping and guiding of material things and processes. Broadly, they may be said to be primarily occupied with the phenomena of material serviceability, rather than with those of exchange value. They are taken up with phenomena which make the subject matter of physics and the other material sciences. The businessman enters the economic life process from the pecuniary side, and so far as he works an effect in industry, he works it through the pecuniary dispositions which he makes. He takes thought most immediately of men's convictions regarding market values, and his efforts as a businessman are directed to the apprehension, and commonly also to the influencing of men's beliefs regarding market values. The objective point or business is the diversion of purchase and sale into some particular channel, commonly involving a diversion from other channels. The laborer and the man engaged in directing industrial processes, on the other hand, enter the economic process from the material side. In their characteristic work they take thought most immediately of mechanical effects, and their attention is directed to turning men and things to account for the compassing of some material end. The ulterior aim, and the ulterior effect, of these industrial 206 employments may be some pecuniary result. Work of this class commonly results in an enhancement, or at least an alteration, of market values. Conversely, business activity may, and in a majority of cases it perhaps does, effect an enhancement of the aggregate material wealth of the community, or the aggregate serviceability of the means at hand, but such an industrial outcome is by no means bound to follow from the nature of the businessman's work. From what has just been said it appears that, if we retain the classical division of economic theory into production, distribution, and consumption, the pecuniary employments do not properly fall under the first of these divisions, production, if that term is to retain the meaning commonly assigned to it. In an earlier and less specialized organization of economic life, particularly, the undertaker frequently performs the work of a foreman or a technological expert, as well as the work or business management. Hence in most discussions of his work and his theoretical relations his occupation is treated as a composite one. The technological side of his composite occupation has even given a name to his gains, wages of superintendence, as if the undertaker were primarily a master workman. The distinction at this point has been drawn between classes of persons instead of between classes of employments, with the result that the evident necessity of discussing his technological employment under production has given countenance to the endeavor to dispose of the undertaker's business activity under the same head. This endeavor has, of course, not wholly succeeded. In the later development, the specialization of work in the economic field has at this point progressed so far, and the undertaker now in many cases comes so near 207 being occupied with business affairs alone, to the exclusion of technological direction and supervision, that, with this object lesson before us, we no longer have the same difficulty in drawing a distinction between business and industrial employments. And even in the earlier days of the doctrines, when the aim was to dispose of the undertaker's work under the theoretical head of production, the business side of his work persistently obtruded itself for discussion in the books and chapters given to distribution and exchange. The course taken by the later theoretical discussion of the entrepreneur, leaves no question but that the characteristic fact about his work is that he is a businessman, occupied with pecuniary affairs. Such pecuniary employments, of which the purely fiscal or financiering forms of business are typical, are nearly all and nearly throughout, conditioned by the institution of property or ownership, an institution which, as John Stuart Mill remarks, belongs entirely within the theoretical realm of distribution. Ownership, no doubt, has its effect upon productive industry, and, indeed, its effect upon industry is very large, both in scope and range, even if we should not be prepared to go the length of saying that it fundamentally conditions all industry, but ownership is not itself primarily or immediately a contrivance for production. Ownership directly touches the results of industry, and only indirectly the methods and processes of industry. If the institution of property be compared with such another feature of our culture, for instance, as the domestication of plants or the smelting of iron, the meaning of what has just been said may seem clearer. So much then of the businessman's activity as is conditioned by the institution of property, is not to be 208 classed, in economic theory, as productive or industrial activity at all. Its objective point is an alteration of the distribution of wealth. His business is, essentially, to sell and buy, sell in order to buy cheaper, By in order to sell dearer 7 it may or may not, indirectly, and in a sense incidentally, result in enhanced production. The businessman may be equally successful in his enterprise, and he may be equally well remunerated, whether his activity does or does not enrich the community. Immediately and directly, so long as it is confined to the pecuniary or business sphere, his activity is incapable of enriching or impoverishing the community as a whole except, after the fashion conceived by the mercantilists, through his dealings with men of other communities. The circulation and distribution of goods incidental to the businessman's traffic is commonly, though not always or in the nature of the case, serviceable to the community, but the distribution of goods is a mechanical, not a pecuniary transaction, and it is not the objective point of business nor its invariable outcome. From the point of view of business, the distribution or circulation of goods is a means of gain, not an end sought. It is true, industry is closely conditioned by business. In a modern community, the businessman finally decides what may be done in industry, or at least in the greater number and the more conspicuous branches of industry. This is particularly true of those branches that are currently thought of as peculiarly modern. Under existing circumstances of ownership, the discretion in economic matters, industrial or otherwise, ultimately rests in the hands of the businessmen. It is their business to have to do with property, and property means 209 the discretionary control of wealth. In point of character, scope, and growth, industrial processes and plants adapt themselves to the exigencies of the market, wherever there is a developed market, and the exigencies of the market are pecuniary exigencies. The businessman, through his pecuniary dispositions, enforces his choice of what industrial processes shall be in use. He can, of course, not create or initiate methods or aims for industry. If he does so, he steps out of the business sphere into the material domain of industry. But he can decide whether and which of the known processes and industrial arts shall be practiced, and to what extent. Industry must be conducted to suit the businessman in his quest for gain, which is not the same as saying that it must be conducted to suit the needs or the convenience of the community at large. Ever since the institution of property was definitely installed, and in proportion as purchase and sale has been practiced, some approach has been made to a comprehensive system of control of industry by pecuniary transactions and for pecuniary ends, and the industrial organization is nearer such a consummation now than it ever has been. For the great body of modern industry, the final term of the sequence is not the production of the goods but their sale. The endeavor is not so much to fit the goods for use as for sale. It is well known that there are many lines of industry in which the cost of marketing the goods equals the cost of making and transporting them. Any industrial venture which falls short in meeting the pecuniary exigencies of the market declines and yields ground to others that meet them with better effect. Hence, shrewd business management is a requisite to success in any industry that is carried on within the scope of the market. Pecuniary failure carries with 210 it industrial failure, whatever may be the cause to which the pecuniary failure is due, whether it be inferiority of the goods produced, lack of salesmanlike tact, popular prejudice, scanty or ill-devised advertising, excessive truthfulness, or what not. In this way, industrial results are closely dependent upon the presence of business ability, but the cause of this dependence of industry upon business in a given case is to be sought in the fact that other rival ventures have the backing of shrewd business management, rather than in any help which business management in the aggregate affords to the aggregate industry of the community. Shrewd and far-sighted business management is a requisite of survival in the competitive pecuniary struggle in which the several industrial concerns are engaged, because shrewd and far-sighted business management abounds and is employed by all the competitors. The ground of survival in the selective process is fitness for pecuniary gain, not fitness for serviceability at large. Pecuniary management is of an emulative character and gives, primarily, relative success only. If the change were equitably distributed, an increase or decrease of the aggregate or average business ability in the community need not immediately affect the industrial efficiency or the material welfare of the community. The like cannot be said with respect to the aggregate or average industrial capacity of the men at work. The latter are, on the whole, occupied with production of goods. The businessmen, on the other hand, are occupied with the acquisition of them. Theoreticians who are given to looking beneath the facts and to contemplating the profounder philosophical meaning of life speak of the function of the undertaker 211 as being the guidance and coordination of industrial processes with a view to economies of production. No doubt, the remoter effect of business transactions often is such coordination and economy, and, no doubt also, the undertaker has such economy in view and is stimulated to his manoeuvres of combination by the knowledge that certain economies of this kind are feasible and will inure to his gain if the proper business arrangements can be effected. But it is practicable to class even this indirect furthering of industry by the undertaker as a permissive guidance only. The men in industry must first create the mechanical possibility of such new and more economical methods and arrangements, before the undertaker sees the chance, makes the necessary business arrangements, and gives directions that the more effective working arrangements be adopted. It is notorious, and it is a matter upon which men dilate, that the wide and comprehensive consolidations and coordinations of industry, which often add so greatly to its effectiveness, take place at the initiative of the businessmen who are in control. It should be added that the fact of their being in control precludes such coordination from being effected except by their advice and consent. And it should also be added, in order to a passably complete account of the undertaker's function, that he not only can and does effect economizing coordinations of a large scope, but he also can and does at times inhibit the process of consolidation and coordination. It happens so frequently that it might fairly be said to be the common run that business interests and undertakers' maneuvers delay consolidation, combination, coordination, for some appreciable time after they have become patently advisable on industrial grounds. The industrial advisability or practicability is not the decisive 212 point. Industrial advisability must wait on the eventual convergence of jarring pecuniary interests and on the strategical moves of businessmen playing for position. Which of these two offices of the businessman in modern industry, the furthering or the inhibitory, has the more serious or more far-reaching consequences is, on the whole, somewhat problematical. The furtherance of coordination by the modern captain of industry bulks large in our vision, in great part because the process of widening coordination is of a cumulative character. After a given step in coordination and combination has been taken, the next step takes place on the basis of the resulting situation. Industry, that is to say the working force engaged in industry, has a chance to develop new and larger possibilities to be taken further advantage of. In this way each successive move in the enhancement of the efficiency of industrial processes, or in the widening of coordination in industrial processes, pushes the captain of industry to a further concession, making possible a still farther industrial growth. But as regards the undertaker's inhibitory dealings with industrial coordination, the visible outcome is not so striking. The visible outcome is simply that nothing of the kind then takes place in the premises. The potential cumulative sequence is cut off at the start, and so it does not figure in our appraisement of the disadvantage incurred. The loss does not commonly take the more obtrusive form of an absolute retreat, but only that of a failure to advance where the industrial situation admits of an advance. It is, of course, impracticable to foot up and compare gain and loss in such a case, where the losses, being of the nature of inhibited growth, cannot be ascertained. 213 But since the industrial serviceability of the captain of industry is, on the whole, of a problematical complexion, it should be advisable for a cautious economic theory not to rest its discussion of him on his serviceability. 8 214. It appears, then, as all economists are no doubt aware, that there is in modern society a considerable range of activities, which are not only normally present, but which constitute the vital core of our economic system, which are not directly concerned with production, but which are nevertheless lucrative. Indeed, the group comprises most of the highly remunerative employments in modern economic life. The gains from these employments must plainly be accounted for on other grounds than their productivity, since they need have no productivity. But it is not only as regards the pecuniary employments that productivity and remuneration are constitutionally out of touch. It seems plain, from what has already been said, that the like is true for the remuneration gained in the industrial employments. Most wages, particularly those paid in the industrial employments proper, as contrasted with those paid for domestic or personal service, are paid on account of pecuniary serviceability to the employer, not on grounds of material 215 serviceability to mankind at large. The product is valued, sought, and paid for on account of and in some proportion to its vendability, not for more recondite reasons of ulterior human welfare at large. It results that there is no warrant, in general theory, for claiming that the work of highly paid persons, more particularly that of highly paid businessmen, is of greater substantial use to the community than that of the less highly paid. At the same time, the reverse could, of course, also not be claimed. Wages, resting on a pecuniary basis, afford no consistent indication of the relative productivity of the recipients, except in comparisons between persons or classes whose products are identical except in amount, that is to say, where a resort to wages as an index of productivity would be of no use anyway. 9. A result of the acceptance of the theoretical distinction here attempted between industrial and pecuniary employments and an effective recognition of the pecuniary basis of the modern economic organization would be to dissociate the two ideas of productivity and remuneration. In mathematical language, remuneration could no longer be conceived and handled as a function of productivity, unless productivity be taken to mean pecuniary serviceability to the person who pays the remuneration. In modern life, remuneration is, in the last analysis, uniformly obtained by virtue of an agreement between individuals who commonly proceed 216 on their own interest in point of pecuniary gain. The remuneration may, therefore, be said to be a function of the pecuniary service rendered the person who grants the remuneration, but what is pecuniarily serviceable to the individual who exercises the discretion in the matter need not be productive of material gain to the community as a whole. Nor does the algebraic sum of individual pecuniary gains measure the aggregate serviceability of the activities for which the gains are got. In a community organized, as modern communities are, on a pecuniary basis, the discretion in economic matters rests with the individuals in severalty, and the aggregate of discrete individual interests no wise expresses the collective interest. Expressions constantly recur in economic discussions which imply that the transactions discussed are carried out for the sake of the collective good or at the initiative of the social organism, or that society rewards so and so for their services. Such expressions are commonly of the nature of figures of speech and are serviceable for homiletical rather than for scientific use. They serve to express their users' faith in a beneficent order of nature, rather than to convey or to formulate information in regard to facts. Of course, it is still possible consistently to hold that there is a natural equivalence between work and its reward, that remuneration is naturally, or normally, or in the long run, proportioned to the material service rendered the community by the recipient, but that proposition will hold true only if natural or normal be taken in such a sense as to admit of our saying that the natural does not coincide with the actual, and it must be recognized that such a doctrine of the natural apportionment of wealth or of income disregards the 217 efficient facts of the case. Apart from effects of this kind in the way of equitable arrangements traceable to grounds of sentiment, the only recourse which modern science would afford the champion of a doctrine of natural distribution, in the sense indicated, would be a doctrine of natural selection, according to which all disserviceable or unproductive, wasteful employments would, perforce, be weeded out as being incompatible with the continued life of any community that tolerated them. But such a selective elimination of unserviceable or wasteful employments would presume the following two conditions, neither of which need prevail. 1. It must be assumed that the disposable margin between the aggregate productivity of industry and the aggregate necessary consumption is so narrow as to admit of no appreciable waste of energy or of goods. 2. It must be assumed that no deterioration of the condition of society in the economic respect does or can naturally take place. As to the former of these two assumptions, it is to be said that in a very poor community, and under exceptionally hard economic circumstances, the margin of production may be as narrow as the theory would require. Something approaching this state of things may be found, for instance, among some Eskimo tribes. But in a modern industrial community, where the margin of admissible waste probably always exceeds 50% of the output of goods, the facts make no approach to the hypothesis. The second assumed condition is, of course, the old-fashioned assumption of a beneficent, providential order or meliorative trend in human affairs. As such, it needs no argument at this day. Instances are not far to seek of communities in which economic deterioration has taken place while the system of distribution, both 218 of income and of accumulated wealth, has remained on a pecuniary basis. I am sensible of having dwelt at an unseemly length on this question of an organic or natural equivalence between social service and remuneration, on the one hand, and on the bearing of the attempted distinction between industrial and pecuniary employments upon this theory of a natural equivalence, on the other hand. My excuse for so doing is that this doctrine of a natural equivalence has had a far-reaching and enduring effect upon the received theories of distribution and production, and that, with a change of phrase rather than of substance, it still continues to afford ground for further elaboration of like theories, while at the same time it seems plain that a scrutiny of the metaphysics of the doctrine of equivalence must immediately put it out of court as being groundless as well as useless for the purposes of modern science. I am also sensible of having said very little in the course of this long argument that is not already contained, explicitly or by broad implication, in the accepted body of doctrines. What has been attempted is to follow out the direction of latter-day economic discussion one step beyond the point at which those who have been making economic science have been content to rest their analysis of phenomena. This one step crosses the frontier between the normal and the actual, at a point where the line has not usually been crossed. To return to the main drift of the argument. The pecuniary employments have to do with wealth in point of ownership, with market values, with transactions of exchange, purchase and sale, bargaining for the purpose of pecuniary gain. These employments make up the 219 characteristic occupations of businessmen, and the gains of business are derived from successful endeavors of the pecuniary kind. These business employments are the characteristic activity, constitute the function, of what are in theory called undertakers. The dispositions which undertakers, qua businessmen, make are pecuniary dispositions, whatever industrial sequel they may or may not have, and are carried out with a view to pecuniary gain. The wealth of which they have the discretionary disposal may or may not be in the form of production goods, but in whatever form the wealth in question is conceived to exist, it is handled by the undertakers in terms of values and is disposed of by them in the pecuniary respect. When, as may happen, the undertaker steps down from the pecuniary plane and directs the mechanical handling and functioning of production goods, he becomes for the time a foreman. The undertaker, if his business venture is of the industrial kind, of course takes cognizance of the aptness of a given industrial method or process for his purpose, and he has to choose between different industrial processes in which to invest his values, but his work as undertaker, simply, is the investment and shifting of the values under his hand from the less to the more gainful point of investment. When the investment takes the form of material means of industry, or industrial plant, the sequel of a given business transaction is commonly some particular use of such means, and when such industrial use follows, it commonly takes place at the hands of other men than the undertaker, although it takes place within limits imposed by the pecuniary exigencies of which the undertaker takes cognizance. Wealth turned to account in the way of investment or business management may or may not, in consequence, 220 be turned to account, materially, for industrial effect. Wealth, values, so employed for pecuniary ends is capital in the business sense of the word. 10 Wealth, material means of industry, physically employed for industrial ends is capital in the industrial sense. Theory, therefore, would require that care be taken to distinguish between capital as a pecuniary category, and capital as an industrial category. If the term capital is retained to cover the two concepts. 11 The distinction here made substantially coincides with a distinction which many late writers have arrived at from a different point of approach and have, with varying success, made use of under different terms. 12. A further corollary touching capital may be pointed out. The gains derived from the handling of capital in the pecuniary respect have no immediate relation, stand in no necessary relation of proportion, to the productive effect compassed by the industrial use of the material means over which the undertaker may dispose, although the gains have a relation of dependence to the effects achieved in point of vendability. But vendability need not, even approximately, coincide with serviceability. 221 Except serviceability be construed in terms of marginal utility or some related conception, in which case the outcome is a tautology. Where, as in the case commonly assumed by economists as typical, the investing undertaker seeks his gain through the production and sale of some useful article, it is commonly also assumed that his effort is directed to the most economical production of as large and serviceable a product as may be, or at least it is assumed that such production is the outcome of his endeavors in the natural course of things. This account of the aim and outcome of business enterprise may be natural, but it does not describe the facts. The facts being, of course, that the undertaker in such a case seeks to produce economically as vendable a product as may be. In the common run, vendability depends in great part on the serviceability of the goods, but it depends also on several other circumstances, and to that highly variable, but nearly always considerable extent to which vendability depends on other circumstances than the material serviceability of the goods, the pecuniary management of capital must be held not to serve the ends of production. Neither immediately, in his purely pecuniary traffic, nor indirectly, in the business guidance of industry through his pecuniary traffic, therefore, can the undertaker's dealings with his pecuniary capital be accounted a productive occupation, nor can the gains of capital be taken to mark or to measure the productivity due to the investment. The cost of production of goods in the case contemplated is to an appreciable, but interminable, extent a cost of production of vendability, an outcome which is often of doubtful service to the body of consumers, and which often counts in the aggregate as waste. The material serviceability of the means employed 222 in industry, that is to say the functioning of industrial capital in the service of the community at large, stands in no necessary or consistent relation to the gainfulness of capital in the pecuniary respect. Productivity can accordingly not be predicated of pecuniary capital. It follows that productivity theories of interest should be as difficult to maintain as productivity theories of the gains of the pecuniary employments, the two resting on the same grounds. It is, further, to be remarked that pecuniary capital and industrial capital do not coincide in respect of the concrete things comprised under each. From this and from the considerations already indicated above, it follows that the magnitude of pecuniary capital may vary independently of variations in the magnitude of industrial capital, not indefinitely, perhaps, but within a range which, in its nature, is indeterminate. Pecuniary capital is a matter of market values, while industrial capital is, in the last analysis, a matter of mechanical efficiency, or rather of mechanical effects not reducible to a common measure or a collective magnitude. So far as the latter may be spoken of as a homogeneous aggregate, itself a doubtful point at best, the two categories of capital are disparate magnitudes, which can be mediated only through a process of valuation conditioned by other circumstances besides the mechanical efficiency of the material means valued. Market values being a psychological outcome, it follows that pecuniary capital, an aggregate of market values, may vary in magnitude with a freedom which gives the whole an air of caprice, such as psychological phenomena, particularly the psychological phenomena of crowds, frequently present, and such as become strikingly noticeable in times of panic or of 223 speculative inflation. On the other hand, industrial capital, being a matter of mechanical contrivances and adaptation, cannot similarly vary through a revision of valuations. If it is taken as an aggregate, it is a physical magnitude, and as such it does not alter its complexion or its mechanical efficiency in response to the greater or less degree of appreciation with which it is viewed. Capital pecuniarily considered rests on a basis of subjective value, capital industrially considered rests on material circumstances reducible to objective terms of mechanical, chemical, and physiological effect. The point has frequently been noted that it is impossible to get at the aggregate social, industrial, capital by adding up the several items of individual, pecuniary, capital. A reason for this, apart from variations in the market values of given material means of production, is that pecuniary capital comprises not only material things but also conventional facts, psychological phenomena not related in any rigid way to material means in production, as example goodwill, fashions, customs, prestige, effrontery, personal credit. Whatever ownership touches, and whatever affords ground for pecuniary discretion, may be turned to account for pecuniary gain and may therefore be comprised in the aggregate of pecuniary capital. Ownership, the basis of pecuniary capital, being itself a conventional fact, that is to say a matter of habits of thought, it is intelligible that phenomena of convention and opinion should figure in an inventory of pecuniary capital, whereas, industrial capital being of a mechanical character, conventional circumstances do not affect it, except as the future production of material means to replace the existing outfit may be guided by convention, and items having but a conventional existence are, therefore, not comprised in 224 its aggregate. The disparity between pecuniary and industrial capital, therefore, is something more than a matter of an arbitrarily chosen point of view, as some recent discussions of the capital concept would have us believe, just as the difference between the pecuniary and the industrial employments, which are occupied with the one or the other category of capital, means something more than the same thing under different aspects. But the distinction here attempted has a farther bearing, beyond the possible correction of a given point in the theory of distribution. Modern economic science is to an increasing extent concerning itself with the question of what men do and how and why they do it, as contrasted with the older question of how nature, working through human nature, maintains a favorable balance in the output of goods. Neither the practical questions of our generation, nor the pressing theoretical questions of the science, run on the adequacy or equity of the share that goes to any class in the normal case. The questions are rather such realistic ones as these: why do we, now and again, have hard times and unemployment in the midst of excellent resources, high efficiency, and plenty of unmet wants? Why is one half our consumable product contrived for consumption that yields no material benefit? Why are large coordinations of industry, which greatly reduce cost of production, a cause of perplexity and alarm? Why is the family disintegrating among the industrial classes, at the same time that the wherewithal to maintain it is easier to compass? Why are large and increasing portions of the community penniless in spite of a scale of remuneration which is very appreciably above the subsistence 225 minimum? Why is there a widespread disaffection among the intelligent workmen who ought to know better? These and the like questions, being questions of fact, are not to be answered on the grounds of normal equivalence. Perhaps it might better be said that they have so often been answered on those grounds, without any approach to disposing of them, that the outlook for help in that direction has ceased to have a serious meaning. These are, to borrow Professor Clark's phrase, questions to be answered on dynamic, not on static grounds. They are questions of conduct and sentiment, and so far as their solution is looked for at the hands of economists, it must be looked for along the line of the bearing which economic life has upon the growth of sentiment and canons of conduct. That is to say, they are questions of the bearing of economic life upon the cultural changes that are going forward. For the present it is the vogue to hold that economic life, broadly, conditions the rest of social organization or the constitution of society. This vogue of the proposition will serve an excuse from going into an examination of the grounds on which it may be justified, as it is scarcely necessary to persuade any economist that it has substantial merits even if he may not accept it in an unqualified form. What the Marxists have named the materialistic conception of history is assented to with less and less qualification by those who make the growth of culture their subject of inquiry. This materialistic conception says that institutions are shaped by economic conditions, but, as it left the hands of the Marxists, and as it still functions in the hands of many who knew not Marx, it has very little to say regarding the efficient force, the channels, or the 226 methods by which the economic situation is conceived to have its effect upon institutions. What answer the early Marxists gave to this question, of how the economic situation shapes institutions, was to the effect that the causal connection lies through a selfish, calculating class interest. But, while class interest may count for much in the outcome, this answer is plainly not a competent one, since, for one thing, institutions by no means change with the alacrity which the sole efficiency of a reasoned class interest would require. Without discrediting the claim that class interest counts for something in the shaping of institutions, and to avoid getting entangled in preliminaries, it may be said that institutions are of the nature of prevalent habits of thought, and that therefore the force which shapes institutions is the force or forces which shape the habits of thought prevalent in the community. But habits of thought are the outcome of habits of life. Whether it is intentionally directed to the education of the individual or not, the discipline of daily life acts to alter or reinforce the received habits of thought, and so acts to alter or fortify the received institutions under which men live. And the direction in which, on the whole, the alteration proceeds is conditioned by the trend of the discipline of daily life. The point here immediately at issue is the divergent trend of this discipline in those occupations which are prevailingly of an industrial character, as contrasted with those which are prevailingly of a pecuniary character. So far as regards the different cultural outcome to be looked for on the basis of the present economic situation as contrasted with the past, therefore, the question immediately in hand is as to the greater or less degree in which occupations are differentiated into 227 industrial and pecuniary in the present as compared with the past. The characteristic feature which is currently held to differentiate the existing economic situation from that out of which the present has developed, or out of which it is emerging, is the prevalence of the machine industry with the consequent larger and more highly specialized organization of the market and of the industrial force and plant. As has been pointed out above, and as is well enough known from the current discussions of the economists, industrial life is organized on a pecuniary basis and managed from the pecuniary side. This, of course, is true in a degree both of the present and of the nearer past, back at least as far as the Middle Ages. But the larger scope of organizations in modern industry means that the pecuniary management has been gradually passing into the hands of a relatively decreasing class, whose contact with the industrial classes proper grows continually less immediate. The distinction between employments above spoken of is in an increasing degree coming to coincide with the differentiation of occupations and of economic classes. Some degree of such specialization and differentiation there has, of course, been, one might almost say, always. But in our time, in many branches of industry, the specialization has been carried so far that large bodies of the working population have but an incidental contact with the business side of the enterprise, while a minority have little if any other concern with the enterprise than its pecuniary management. This was not true, example at the time when the undertaker was still salesman, purchasing agent, business manager, foreman of the shop, and master workman. Still less was it true in the days of the self-sufficing manor or household, or in the 228 days of the closed-town industry. Neither is it true in our time of what we call the backward or old-fashioned industries. These latter have not been and are not organized on a large scale, with a consistent division of labor between the owners and business managers on the one side and the operative employees on the other. Our standing illustrations of this less highly organized class of industries are the surviving handicrafts and the common run of farming as carried on by relatively small proprietors. In that earlier phase of economic life, out of which the modern situation has gradually grown, all the men engaged had to be constantly on their guard, in a pecuniary sense, and were constantly disciplined in the husbanding of their means and in the driving of bargains, as is still true, example of the American farmer. The like was formerly true also of the consumer, in his purchases, to a greater extent than at present. A good share of the daily attention of those who were engaged in the handicrafts was still perforce given to the pecuniary or business/side of their trade. But for that great body of industry which is conventionally recognized as eminently modern, Specialization of function has gone so far as, in great measure, to exempt the operative employees from taking thought of pecuniary matters. Now, as to the bearing of all this upon cultural changes that are in progress or in the outlook. Leaving the backward, relatively unspecialized, industries on one side, as being of an equivocal character for the point in hand and as not differing characteristically from the corresponding industries in the past so far as regards their disciplinary value, modern occupations may, for the sake of the argument, be broadly distinguished. As economic employments have been distinguished 229 above, into business and industrial. The modern industrial and the modern business occupations are fairly comparable as regards the degree of intelligence required in both, if it be borne in mind that the former occupations comprise the highly trained technological experts and engineers as well as the highly skilled mechanics. The two classes of occupations differ in that the men in the pecuniary occupations work within the lines and under the guidance of the great institution of ownership, with its ramifications of custom, prerogative, and legal right, whereas those in the industrial occupations are, in their work, relatively free from the constraint of this conventional norm of truth and validity. It is, of course, not true that the work of the latter class lies outside the reach of the institution of ownership, but it is true that, in the heat and strain of the work, when the agent's powers and attention are fully taken up with the work which he has in hand, that of which he has perforce to take cognizance is not conventional law, but the conditions impersonally imposed by the nature of material things. This is the meaning of the current commonplace that the required close and continuous application of the operative in mechanical industry bars him out of all chance for an all-around development of the cultural graces and amenities. It is the periods of close attention and hard work that seem to count for most in the formation of habits of thought. An a priori argument as to what cultural effects should naturally follow from such a difference in discipline between the occupations, past and present, would probably not be convincing, as a priori arguments from half-authenticated premises commonly are not. And the experiments along this line which later economic 230 developments have so far exhibited have been neither neat enough, comprehensive enough, nor long continued enough to give definite results. Still, there is something to be said under this latter head, even if this something may turn out to be somewhat familiar. It is, example, a commonplace of current vulgar discussions of existing economic questions, that the classes engaged in the modern mechanical or factory industries are improvident and apparently incompetent to take care of the pecuniary details of their own life. In this indictment may well be included not only factory hands, but the general class of highly skilled mechanics, inventors, technological experts. The rule does not hold in any hard and fast way, but there seems to be a substantial ground of truth in the indictment in this general form. This will be evident on comparison of the present factory population with the class of handicraftsmen of the older culture whom they have displaced, as also on comparison with the farming population of the present time, especially the small proprietors of this and other countries. The inferiority which is currently conceded to the modern industrial classes in this respect is not due to scantier opportunities for saving, whether they are compared with the earlier handicraftsman or with the modern farmer or peasant. This phenomenon is commonly discussed in terms which impute to the improvident industrial classes something in the way of total depravity, and there is much preaching of thrift and steady habits. But the preaching of thrift and self-help, unremitting as it is not producing an appreciable effect. The trouble seems to run deeper than exhortation can reach. It seems to be of the nature of habit rather than of reasoned conviction. Other causes may be present and 231 may be competent partially to explain the improvidence of these classes, but the inquiry is at least a pertinent one, how far the absence of property and thrift among them may be traceable to the relative absence of pecuniary training in the discipline of their daily life. If, as the general lay of the subject would indicate, this peculiar pecuniary situation of the industrial classes is in any degree due to comprehensive disciplinary causes, there is material in it for an interesting economic inquiry. The surmise that the trouble with the industrial class is something of this character is strengthened by another feature of modern vulgar life, to which attention is directed as a further, and, for the present, a concluding illustration of the character of the questions that are touched by the distinction here spoken for. The most insidious and most alarming malady, as well as the most perplexing and unprecedented, that threatens the modern social and political structure is what is vaguely called socialism. The point of danger to the social structure, and at the same time the substantial core of the socialistic disaffection, is a growing disloyalty to the institution of property, aided and abetted as it is by a similarly growing lack of deference and affection for other conventional features of social structure. The classes affected by socialistic vagaries are not consistently averse in a competent organization and control of society, particularly not in the economic respect, but they are averse to organization and control on conventional lines. The sense of solidarity does not seem to be either defective or in abeyance, but the ground of solidarity is new and unexpected. What their constructive ideals may be need not concern nor detain us, they are vague and inconsistent 232 and for the most part negative. Their disaffection has been set down to discontent with their lot by comparison with others, and to a mistaken view of their own interests, and much and futile effort has been spent in showing them the error of their ways of thinking. But what the experience of the past suggests that we should expect under the guidance of such motives and reasoning as these would be a demand for a redistribution of property, a reconstitution of the conventions of ownership on such new lines as the apprehended interests of these classes would seem to dictate. But such is not the trend of socialistic thinking, which contemplates rather the elimination of the institution of property. To the socialists, property or ownership does not seem inevitable or inherent in the nature of things; to those who criticize and admonish them it commonly does. Compare them in this respect with other classes who have been moved by hardship or discontent, whether well or ill-advised, to put forth denunciations and demands for radical economic changes, as example the American farmers in their several movements of Grangerism, populism, and the like. These have been loud enough in their denunciations and complaints, and they have been accused of being socialistic in their demand for a virtual redistribution of property. They have not felt the justice of the accusation, however, and it is to be noted that their demands have consistently run on a rehabilitation of property on some new basis of distribution, and have been uniformly put forth with the avowed purpose of bettering the claimants in point of ownership. Ownership, property honestly acquired, has been sacred to the rural malcontents, here and elsewhere. What they have aspired to do has been to remedy what 233 they have conceived to be certain abuses under the institution, without questioning the institution itself. Not so with the socialists, either in this country or elsewhere. Now, the spread of socialistic sentiment shows a curious tendency to affect those classes particularly who are habitually employed in the specialized industrial occupations, and are thereby in great part exempt from the intellectual discipline of pecuniary management. Among these men, who by the circumstances of their daily life are brought to do their serious and habitual thinking in other than pecuniary terms, it looks as if the ownership preconception were becoming obsolescent through disuse. It is the industrial population, in the modern sense, and particularly the more intelligent and skilled men employed in the mechanical industries, that are most seriously and widely affected. With exceptions both ways, but with a generality that is not to be denied, the socialistic disaffection spreads through the industrial towns, chiefly and most potently among the better classes of operatives in the mechanical employments, whereas the relatively indigent and unintelligent regions and classes, which the differentiation between pecuniary and industrial occupations has not reached, are relatively free from it. In like manner the upper and middle classes, whose employments are of a pecuniary character, if any, are also not seriously affected, and when avowed socialistic sentiment is met with among these upper and middle classes it commonly turns out to be merely a humanitarian aspiration for a more equitable redistribution of wealth, a readjustment of ownership under some new and improved method of control, not a contemplation of the traceless disappearance of ownership. Socialism, in the sense in which the word connotes a 234 subversion of the economic foundations of modern culture, appears to be found only sporadically and uncertainly outside the limits, in time and space, of the discipline exercised by the modern mechanical, non-pecuniary occupations. This state of the case need of course not be due solely to the disciplinary effects of the industrial employments, nor even solely to effects traceable to those employments, whether in the way of disciplinary results, selective development, or whatnot. Other factors, particularly factors of an ethnic character, seem to cooperate to the result indicated, but, so far as evidence bearing on the point is yet in hand and has been analyzed, it indicates that this differentiation of occupations is a necessary requisite to the growth of a consistent body of socialistic sentiment, and the indication is also that wherever this differentiation prevails in such a degree of accentuation and affects such considerable and compact bodies of people as to afford ground for a consistent growth of common sentiment, a result is some form of iconoclastic socialism. The differentiation may of course have a selective as well as a disciplinary effect upon the population affected, and an offhand separation of these two modes of influence can of course not be made. In any case, the two modes of influence seem to converge to the outcome indicated, and, for the present purpose of illustration simply, the tracing out of the two strands of sequence in the case neither can nor need be undertaken. By force of this differentiation, in one way and another, the industrial classes are learning to think in terms of material cause and effect, to the neglect of prescription and conventional grounds of validity, just as, in a faintly incipient way, the economists are also learning to do in their discussion of the life of these classes. The resulting decay of the popular sense of conventional validity of 235 course extends to other matters than the pecuniary conventions alone, with the outcome that the socialistically affected industrial classes are pretty uniformly affected with an effortless iconoclasm in other directions as well. For the discipline to which their work and habits of life subject them gives not so much a training away from the pecuniary conventions, specifically, as a positive and somewhat unmitigated training in methods of observation and inference proceeding on grounds alien to all conventional validity. But the practical experiment going on in the specialization of discipline, in the respect contemplated, appears still to be near its beginning, and the growth of aberrant views and habits of thought due to the peculiar disciplinary trend of this late and unprecedented specialization of occupations has not yet had time to work itself clear. The effects of the like one-sided discipline are similarly visible in the highly irregular, conventionally indefensible attitude of the industrial classes in the current labor and wage disputes, not of an avowedly socialistic aim. So also as regards the departure from the ancient norm in such non-economic, or secondarily economic matters as the family relation and responsibility, where the disintegration of conventionalities in the industrial towns is said to threaten the foundations of domestic life and morality, and again as regards the growing inability of men trained to materialistic, industrial habits of thought to appreciate, or even to apprehend, the meaning of religious appeals and consolations that proceed on the old-fashioned conventional or metaphysical grounds of validity. But these and other like directions in which the cultural effects of the modern specialization of occupations, whether in industry or in business, may be traceable need not be followed up here. Selection 25. Gustav Schmaller's Economics. Veblen, 1901b. Professor Schmaller's Grundriss 1 is an event of the first importance in economic literature. It appears from later advices that the second and concluding volume of the work is hardly to be looked for at as early a date as the author's expressions in his preface had led us to anticipate. What lies before Professor Schmaller's readers, therefore, in this first volume of the Outlines is but one half of the compendious statement which he here purposes making of his theoretical position and of his views and exemplification of the scope and method of economic science. It may accordingly seem adventurous to attempt a characterization of his economic system on the basis of this avowedly incomplete statement. And yet such an endeavor is not altogether gratuitous, nor need it in any great measure proceed on hypothetical grounds. The introduction comprised in the present volume sketches the author's aim in an outline sufficiently full to afford a convincing view of the system of science for which he speaks, and the two books by which the introduction is followed show Professor Schmaller's method of inquiry consistently carried out, as well as the reach and nature of the theoretical conclusions which he considers to lie within the competency of economic science. And with regard to an economist who is so much of an innovator, not to say so much of an iconoclast, and whose work touches the foundations of the science so intimately and profoundly, the interest of his critics and associates must, at least for the present, center chiefly about these questions as to the scope and nature assigned to the theory by his discussion, as to the range and character of the material of which he makes use, and as to the methods of inquiry 70 which his sagacity and experience commend. So, therefore, while the outlines is yet incomplete, considered as a compendium of details of doctrine, the work in its unfinished state need not thereby be an inadequate expression of Professor Schmaller's relation to economic science. Herewith for the first time economic readers are put in possession of a fully advised deliverance on economic science at large as seen and cultivated by that modernized historical school of which Professor Schmaller is the authoritative exponent. Valuable and characteristic as his earlier discussions on the scope and method of the science are, they are but preliminary studies and tentative formulations as compared with this maturer work, which not only avows itself a definitive formulation, but has about it an air of finality perceptible at every turn. But this comes near saying that it embodies the sole comprehensive working out of the scientific aims of the historical school. Discussions partially covering the field, monographs and sketches there are in great number, allowing the manner of economic theory that was to be looked for as an outcome of the historical diversion. Some of these, especially some of the later ones, are extremely valuable in the results they offer, as well as significant of the trend which the science is taking under the hands of the German students. Point 2 But a comprehensive work, aiming to formulate a body of economic theory on the basis afforded by the historical method, has not hitherto been seriously attempted. To the broad statement just made exception might perhaps be taken in favor of Schäfel's half-forgotten work of the 70s, together possibly with several other less notable and less consistent endeavors of a similar kind, dating back to the early decades of the school. Probably none of the younger generation of economists 71 would be tempted to cite Roscher's work as invalidating such a statement as the one made above. Although time has been allowed for the acceptance and authentication of these endeavors of the earlier historical economists in the direction of a system of economic theory, that is to say, of an economic science, they have failed of authentication at the hands of the students of the science, and there seems no reason to regard this failure as less than definitive. During the last 2 decades the historical school has branched into 2 main directions of growth, somewhat divergent, so that broad general statements regarding the historical economists can be less confidently made today than perhaps at any earlier time. Now, as regards the more conservative branch, the historical economists of the stricter observance, these modern continuers of what may be called the elder line of the historical school can scarcely be said to cultivate a science at all, their aim being not theoretical work. Assuredly, the work of the elder line, of which Professor Wagner is the unquestioned head, is by no means idle. It is work of a sufficiently important and valuable order, perhaps it is indispensable to the task which the science has in hand, but, broadly speaking, it need not be counted with in so far as it touches directly upon economic theory. This elder line of German economics, in its numerous modern representatives, shows both insight and impartiality, but as regards economic theory their work bears the character of eclecticism rather than that of a constructive advance. Frequent and peremptory as their utterances commonly are on points of doctrine, it is only very rarely that these utterances embody theoretical views arrived at or verified by the economists who make them or by such methods of inquiry as are characteristic of these economists. Where these expressions of doctrine are not of the nature of maxims of expediency, they are, as is well known, commonly 72 borrowed somewhat uncritically from classical sources. Of constructive scientific work, that is to say, of theory, this elder line of German economics is innocent, nor does there seem to be any prospect of an eventual output of theory on the part of that branch of the historical school, unless they should unexpectedly take advice, and make the scope, and therefore the method, of their inquiry something more than historical in the sense of which that term is currently accepted. The historical economics of the conservative kind seems to be a barren field in the theoretical respect. So that whatever characteristic articles of general theory the historical school may enrich the science with are to be looked for at the hands of those men who, like Professor Schmaller, have departed from the strict observance of the historical method. A peculiar interest, therefore, attaches to his work as the best accepted and most authoritative spokesman of that branch of historical economics which professes to cultivate theoretical inquiry. It serves to show in what manner and degree this more scientific wing of the historical school have outgrown the original historical standpoint and range of conceptions, and how they have passed from a distrust of all economic theory to an eager quest of theoretical formulations that shall cover all phenomena of economic life to better purpose than the body of doctrine received from the classical writers and more in consonance with the canons of contemporary science at large. That this should have been the outcome of the half-century of development through which the school has now passed might well seem unexpected, if not incredible, to any who saw the beginning of that divergence within the school, a generation ago, out of which this modernized, theoretical historical economics has arisen. Professor Schmaler entered the field early, in the 60s, as a Protestant against the aims and ideals then 73 in vogue in economics. His protest ran not only against the methods and results of the classical writers, but also against the views professed by the leaders of the historical school, both as regards the scope of the science and as regards the character of the laws or generalizations sought by the science. His early work, in so far as he was at variance with his colleagues, was chiefly critical, and there is no good evidence that he then had a clear conception of the character of that constructive work to which it has been his persistent aim to turn the science. Hence he came to figure in common repute as an iconoclast and an extreme exponent of the historical school, in that he was held practically to deny the feasibility of a scientific treatment of economic matters and to aim at confining economics to narrative, statistics, and description. This iconoclastic or critical phase of his economic discussion is now past, and with it the uncertainty as to the trend and outcome of his scientific activity. To understand the significance of the diversion created by Professor Schmaler as regards the scope and method of economics, it is necessary, very briefly, to indicate the position occupied by that early generation of historical economists from which his teaching diverged, and more particularly those points of the older canon at which he has come to differ characteristically from the views previously in vogue. As regards the situation in which the historical school, as exemplified by its leaders, was then placed, it is, of course, something of a commonplace that by the end of its first 20 years of endeavor in the reform of economic science the school had, in point of systematic results, scarcely got beyond preliminaries. And even these preliminaries were not in all respects obviously to the purpose. A new and wider scope had been indicated 74 for economic inquiry, as well as a new aim and method for theoretical discussion. But the new ideals of theoretical advance, as well as the ways and means indicated for their attainment, still had mainly a speculative interest. Nothing substantial had been done towards the realization of the former or the mise en œuvre of the latter. The historical economists can scarcely be said at that time to have put their hand to the new engines which they profess to house in their workshop. Apart from polemics and speculation concerning ideals, the serious interest and endeavors of the school had up to that time been in the field of history rather than in that of economics, except so far as the adepts of the new school continued in a fragmentary way to inculcate and, in some slight and uncertain degree, to elaborate the dogmas of the classical writers whom they sought to discredit. The character of historical economics at the time when Professor Schmaler entered on his work of criticism and revision is fairly shown by Roscher's writings. Whatever may be thought today of Roscher's rank as an economist, in contrast with Nies and Hildebrand, it will scarcely be questioned that at the close of the first quarter century of the life history of the historical school it was Roscher's conception of the scope and method of economics that found the widest acceptance and that best expressed the animus of that body of students who professed to cultivate economics by the historical method. For the purpose in hand Roscher's views may, therefore, be taken as typical, all the more readily since for the very general purpose here intended there are no serious discrepancies between Roscher and his two illustrious contemporaries. The chief difference is that Roscher is more naive and more specific. He has also left a more considerable volume of results achieved by the professed use of his method. Roscher's professed method was what he calls the historico-physiological method. This he contrasts with the 75 philosophical or idealistic method. But his air of depreciation as regards philosophical methods in economics must not be taken to mean that Roscher's own economic speculations were devoid of all philosophical or metaphysical basis. It only means that his philosophical postulates were different from those of the economists whom he discredits, and that they were regarded by him as self-evident. As must necessarily be the case with a writer who had neither a special aptitude for nor special training in philosophical inquiries, Roscher's metaphysical postulates are, of course, chiefly tacit. They are the common sense, commonplace metaphysics afloat in educated German circles in the time of Roscher's youth, during the period when his growth and education gave him his outlook on life and knowledge and laid the basis of his intellectual habits, which means that these postulates belong to what Hofting has called the Romantic school of thought, and are of a Hegelian complexion. Roscher being not a professed philosophical student, it is neither easy nor safe to particularize closely as regards his fundamental metaphysical tenets, but, as near as so specific an identification of his philosophical outlook is practicable, he must be classed with the Hegelian right. But since the Hegelian metaphysics had in Roscher's youth an unbroken vogue in reputable German circles, especially in those ultra-reputable circles within which lay the gentlemanly life and human contact of Roscher, the postulates afforded by the Hegelian metaphysics were accepted simply as a matter of course, and were not recognized as metaphysical at all. And in this his metaphysical affiliation Roscher is fairly typical of the early historical school of economics. The Hegelian metaphysics, in so far as bears upon the matter in hand, is a metaphysics of a self-realizing life process. This life process, which is the central and substantial fact of the universe, is of a spiritual nature, 76 spiritual, of course, being here not contrasted with material. The life process is essentially active, self-determining, and unfolds by inner necessity, by necessity of its own substantially active nature. The course of culture, in this view, is an unfolding, exfoliation, of the human spirit, and the task which economic science has in hand is to determine the laws of this cultural exfoliation in its economic aspect. But the laws of the cultural development with which the social sciences, in the Hegelian view, have to do are at one with the laws of the process of the universe at large, and, more immediately, they are at one with the laws of the life process at large. For the universe at large is itself a self-unfolding life process, substantially of a spiritual character, of which the economic life process which occupies the interest of the economist is but a phase and an aspect. Now, the course of the processes of unfolding life in organic nature has been fairly well ascertained by the students of natural history and the like, and this, in the nature of the case, must afford a clue to the laws of cultural development, in its economic as well as in any other of its aspects or bearings, the laws of life in the universe being all substantially spiritual and substantially at one. So we arrive at a physiological conception of culture after the analogy of the ascertained physiological processes seen in the biological domain. It is conceived to be physiological after the Hegelian manner of conceiving a physiological process, which is, however, not the same as the modern scientific conception of a physiological process. 377. Since this quasi-physiological process of cultural development is conceived to be an unfolding of the self-realizing human spirit, whose life history it is of the nature of the case that the cultural process should run through a certain sequence of phases, a certain life history prescribed by the nature of the active, unfolding spiritual substance. The sequence is determined on the whole, as regards the general features of the development, by the nature of life on the human plane. The history of cultural growth and decline necessarily repeats itself, since it is substantially the same human spirit that seeks to realize itself in every comprehensive sequence of cultural development, and since this human spirit is the only factor in the case that has substantial force. In its generic features, the history of past cultural cycles is, therefore, the history of the future. Hence the importance, not to say the sole efficacy for economic science, of an historical scrutiny of culture. A well-authenticated sequence of cultural phenomena in the history of the past is conceived to have much the same binding force for the sequence of cultural phenomena in the future as a natural law, as the term has been understood in physics or physiology, is conceived to have as regards the course of phenomena in the life history of the human body, for the onward cultural course of the human spirit, actively unfolding by inner necessity, is an organic process, following logically from the nature of this self-realizing spirit. If the process is conceived to meet with obstacles or varying conditions, it adapts itself to the circumstances in any 78 given case, and it then goes on along the line of its own logical bent until it eventuates in the consummation given by its own nature. The environment, in this view, if it is not to be conceived simply as a function of the spiritual force at work, is, at the most, of subsidiary and transient consequence only. Environmental conditions can at best give rise to minor perturbations, they do not initiate a cumulative sequence which can profoundly affect the outcome or the ulterior course of the cultural process. Hence the sole, or almost sole, importance of historical inquiry in determining the laws of cultural development, economic or other. The working conception which this romantic historical school had of economic life, therefore, is, in its way, a conception of development, or evolution, but it is not to be confused with Darwinism or Spencerianism. Inquiry into the cultural development under the guidance of such preconceptions as these has led to generalizations, more or less arbitrary, regarding uniformities of sequence in phenomena, while the causes which determine the course of events, and which make the uniformity or variation of the sequence, have received but scant attention. The natural laws found by this means are necessarily of the nature of empiricism, colored by the bias or ideals of the investigator. The outcome is a body of aphoristic wisdom, perhaps beautiful and valuable after its kind, but quite fatuous when measured by the standards and aims of modern science. As is well known, no substantial theoretical gain was made along this romantic historical line of inquiry and speculation, for the reason, apparently, that there are no cultural laws of the kind aimed at, beyond the unprecise generalities that are sufficiently familiar beforehand to all passably intelligent adults. It has seemed necessary to offer this much in characterization of that historical aim and method which afforded 79 a point of departure for Professor Schmaller's work of revision. When he first raised his protest against the prevailing ideals and methods, as being ill-advised and not thoroughgoing, he does not seem himself to have been entirely free from this romantic, or Hegelian, bias. There is evidence to the contrary in his early writings, for it cannot even be said that his later theoretical work does not show something of the same animus, as, example, when he assumes that there is an ameliorative trend in the course of cultural events. 5 What has differentiated his work from that of the group of writers which has above been called the elder line of historical economics is the weakness or relative absence of this bias in his theoretical work. Particularly, he has refused to bring his researches in the field of theory definitely to rest on ground given by the Hegelian, or Romantic, school of thought. He was from the first unwilling to accept classificatory statements of uniformity or of normality as an adequate answer to questions of scientific theory. He does not commonly deny the truth or the importance of the empirical generalizations aimed at by the early historical economists. Indeed, he makes much of them and has been notoriously urgent for a full survey of historical data and a painstaking digestion of materials with a view to a comprehensive work of empirical generalization. As is well known, in his earlier work of criticism and methodological controversy he was led to contend that for at least one generation economists must be content to spend their energies on descriptive work of this kind, and he thereby earned the reputation of aiming to reduce economics to a descriptive knowledge of details and to confine its method to the Baconian ground of generalization by simple enumeration. But this exhaustive historical scrutiny and description of detail has always, in Professor Schmaller's AD view, been preliminary to an eventual theory of economic life. The survey of details and the empirical generalizations reached by its help are useful for the scientific purpose only as they serve the end of an eventual formulation of the laws of causation that work out in the process of economic life. The ulterior question, to which all else is subsidiary, is a question of the causes at work rather than a question of the historical uniformities observable in the sequence of phenomena. The scrutiny of historical details serves this end by defining the scope and character of the several factors causally at work in the growth of culture, and, what is of more immediate consequence, as they are at work in the shaping of the economic activities and the economic aims of men engaged in this unfolding cultural process as it lies before the investigator in the existing situation. In the preliminary work, then, of defining and characterizing the causes or factors of economic life, historical investigation plays a large, if not the largest, part, but it is by no means the sole line of inquiry to which recourse is had for this purpose. Nor, it may be added, is this the sole use of historical inquiry. To the like end a comparative study of the climatic, geographical, and geological features of the community's environment is drawn into the inquiry, and more particularly there is a careful study of ethnographic parallels and a scrutiny of the psychological foundations of culture and the psychological factors involved in cultural change. Hence it appears that Professor Schmaller's work differs from that of the elder line of historical economics in respect of the scope and character of the preliminaries of economic theory no less than in the ulterior aim which he assigns the science. It is only by giving a very broad meaning to the term that this latest development of the science can be called an historical economics. It is Darwinian rather than Hegelian, although with the earmarks 81 of Hegelian affiliation visible now and again, and it is historical only in a sense similar to that in which a Darwinian account of the evolution of economic institutions might be called historical. For the distinguishing characteristic of Professor Schmaller's work, that wherein it differs from the earlier work of the economists of his general class, is that it aims at a Darwinistic account of the origin, growth, persistence, and variation of institutions, in so far as these institutions have to do with the economic aspect of life either as cause or as effect. In much of what he has to say, he is at one with his contemporaries and predecessors within the historical school, and he shows at many points both the excellences and weaknesses due to his historical antecedents. But his striking and characteristic merits lie in the direction of a post-Darwinian, causal theory of the origin and growth of species in institutions. In this line of theoretical inquiry Professor Schmaller is not alone, nor does he, perhaps, go so far or with such singleness of purpose in this direction as some others do at given points, but the seniority belongs to him, and he is also in the lead as regards the comprehensiveness of his work. But to return to the Grundriss, to which recourse must be had to substantiate the characterization here offered. The entire work as projected comprises an introduction and 4 books, of which the introduction and the first 2 books are contained in the volume already published. The 2 books yet to be published, in a second volume, promise to be of a length corresponding to the first 2. The present volumes should accordingly contain approximately 3/5 of the whole, counted by bulk. The scheme of the work is as follows: an introduction, pages 1 to 124, treats of 1. The concept of economics, 2. The psychical, ethical, or conventional, sit-like, and legal foundations of economic life and of culture, and 3. The 82 literature and method of the science. This is followed by Book I, pages 125 to 228, on land, population, and the industrial arts, considered as collective phenomena and factors in economic life, and Book II, pages 229 to 457, on the constitution of economic society, its chief organs and the causal factors to which they are due. Books 3 and 4 are to deal with the circulation of goods and the distribution of income, and to give a genetic account of the development of economic society. The course outline differs noticeably from what has been customary in treatises on economics. The point of departure is a comprehensive general survey of the factors which enter into the growth of culture, with special reference to their economic bearing. This survey runs chiefly on psychological and ethnographic ground, historical inquiry in the stricter sense being relatively scant and obviously of secondary consequence. It is followed up with a more detailed and searching discussion of the factors engaged in the economic process in any given situation. The factors, or collective phenomena, in question are not the time-honored land, labor, and capital, but rather population, material environment, and technological conditions. Here, too, the discussion has to do with ethnographic rather than with properly historical material. The question of population concerns not the numerical force of laborers, but rather the diversity of race characteristics and the bearing of race endowment upon the growth of economic institutions. The discussion of the material environment, again, has relatively little to say of the fertility of the soil, and gives much attention to diversities of climate, geographical situation, and geological and biological conditions. And this first book closes with a survey of the growth of technological knowledge and the industrial arts. In all this, the significant innovation lies not so much in the character of the details. They are for the most 83 part commonplace enough as details of the sciences from which they are borrowed. They are shrewdly chosen and handled in such a way as to bring out their bearing upon the ulterior questions about which the economist's interest centers, but there is, as might be expected, little attempt to go back of the returns given by specialists in the several lines of research that are laid under contribution. But the significance of it all lies rather in the fact that material of this kind should have been drawn upon for a foundation for economic theory, and that it should have seemed necessary to Professor Schmaler to make this introductory survey so comprehensive and so painstaking as it is. Its meaning is that these features of human nature and these forces of nature and circumstances of environment are the agencies out of whose interaction the economic situation has arisen by a cumulative process of change, and that it is this cumulative process of development, and its complex and unstable outcome, that are to be the economist's subject matter. The theoretical outcome for which such a foundation is prepared is necessarily of a genetic kind. It necessarily seeks to know and explain the structure and functions of economic society in terms of how and why they have come to be what they are, not, as so many economic writers have explained them, in terms of what they are good for and what they ought to be. It means, in other words, a deliberate attempt to substitute an inquiry into the efficient causes of economic life in the place of empirical generalizations, on the one hand, and speculations as to the eternal fitness of things, on the other hand. It follows from the nature of the case that an economics of this genetic character, working on grounds of the kind indicated, comprises nothing in the way of advice or admonition, no maxims of expediency, and no economic, political, or cultural creed. How nearly Professor Schmaler conforms to this canon of continence is 84 another question. The above indicates the scope of such doctrines as are consistently derivable from the premises with which the work under review starts out, not the scope of its writer's speculations on economic matters. The second book, by the help of prehistoric and ethnographic material as well as history, deals with the evolution of the methods of social organization, the growth of institutions insofar as this growth shapes or is shaped by the exigencies of economic life. The organs, or social economic institutions, whose life history is passed in review are, the family, the methods of settlement and domicile in town and country, the political units of control and administration, differentiation of functions between industrial and other classes and groups, ownership, its growth and distribution, social classes and associations, business enterprise, industrial organizations, and corporations. As regards the singleness of purpose with which Professor Schmaler has carried out the scheme of economic theory for which he has sketched the outlines and pointed the way, it is not possible to speak with the same confidence as of his preliminary work. It goes without saying that this further work of elaboration is excellent after its kind, and this excellence, which was to be looked for at Professor Schmaler's hands, may easily divert the reader's attention from the shortcomings of the work in respect of kind rather than of quality. Now, while a broad generalization on this head may be hazardous and is to be taken with a large margin, still, with due allowance, the following generalization will probably stand, so far as regards this first volume. So long as the author is occupied with the life history of institutions down to contemporary developments, so long his discussion proceeds by the dry light of the scientific interest, simply, as the term scientific is understood among the modern adepts of the natural sciences, but so soon as he comes to close quarters with 85 the situation of today, and reaches the point where a dispassionate analysis and exposition of the causal complex at work in contemporary institutional changes should begin. So soon the scientific light breaks up into all the colors of the rainbow, and the author becomes an eager and eloquent counselor, and argues the question of what ought to be and what modern society must do to be saved. The argument at this point loses the character of a genetic explanation of phenomena, and takes on the character of appeal and admonition, urged on grounds of expediency, of morality, of good taste, of hygiene, of political ends, and even of religion. All this, of course, is what we are used to in the common run of writers of the historical school, but those students whose interest centers in the science rather than in the ways and means of maintaining the received cultural forms of German society have long fancied they had ground to hope for something more to the purpose when Professor Schmaler came to put forth his great systematic work. Brilliant and no doubt valuable in its way and for its end, this digression into homiletics and reformatory advice means that the argument is running into the sands just at the stage where the science can least afford it. It is precisely at this point, where men of less years and breadth and weight would find it difficult to hold tenaciously to the course of cause and effect through the maze of jarring interests and sentiments that make up the contemporary situation. It is precisely at this point that a genetic theory of economic life most needs the guidance of the firm, trained, dispassionate hand of the master. And at this point his guidance all but fails us. What has just been said applies generally to Professor Schmaler's treatment of contemporary economic development, and it should be added that it applies at nearly all points with more or less of qualification. But the qualifications required are not large enough to belie the general 86 characterization just offered. It would be asking too large an indulgence to follow the point up in this place through all the discussions of the volume that fairly come under this criticism. The most that may be done is to point for illustration to the handling which 2 or 3 of the social economic organs receive. So, for instance, Book 2 opens with an account of the family and its place and function in the structure of economic society. The discussion proceeds along the beaten paths of ethnographic research, with repeated and well-directed recourse to the psychological knowledge that Professor Schmaler always has well in hand. Coming down into recent times, the discussion still proceeds to show how the large economic changes of late medieval and early modern times acted to break down the patriarchal regime of the earlier culture, but at the same time there comes into sight, pages 245 to 49, a bias in favor of the recent as against the earlier form of the household. The author is no longer content to show the exigencies which set the earlier patriarchal household aside in favor of the modified patriarchal household of more recent times. He also offers reasons why the later, modified form is intrinsically the more desirable, reasons, it should perhaps be said, which may be well taken, but which are beside the point so far as regards a scientific explanation of the changes under discussion. The closing paragraphs of the section, 91, dwell with a kindly insistence on the many elements of strength and beauty possessed by the form of household organization handed down from the past generation to the present. The facts herewith recited by the author are, no doubt, of weight, and must be duly taken account of by any economist who ventures on a genetic discussion of the present situation and the changing fortunes of the received household. But Professor Schmaler has failed even to point out in what manner these elements of 87 strength and beauty have in the recent past or may in the present and immediate future causally affect the fortunes of the institution. The failure to turn the material in question to scientific account becomes almost culpable in Professor Schmaler, since there are few, if any, who are in so favorable a position to outline the argument which a theoretical account of the situation at this point must take. Plainly, as shown by Professor Schmaler's argument, economic exigencies are working an incessant cumulative change in the form of organization of the modern household, but he has done little towards pointing out in what manner and with what effect these exigencies come into play. Neither has he gone at all into the converse question, equally grave as a question of economic theory, of how the persistence, even though qualified, of the patriarchal family has modified and is modifying economic structure and function at other points and qualifying or accentuating the very exigencies themselves to which the changes wrought in the institution are to be traced. Plainly, 2. The strength and beauty of the traditionally received form of the household, that is to say, the habits of life and of complacency which are bound up with this household, are elements of importance in the modern situation as affects the degree of persistence and the direction of change which this institution shows under modern circumstances. They are psychological facts, facts of habit and propensity and spiritual fitness, the efficiency of which as live forces making for survival or variation is in this connection probably second to that of no other factors that could be named. We had, therefore, almost a right to expect that Professor Schmaller's profound and comprehensive erudition in the fields of psychology and cultural growth should turn these facts to better ends than a preachment concerning an intrinsically desirable consummation. Regarding the present visible disintegration of the family, 88 and the closely related woman question, Professor Schmaller's observations are of much the same texture. He notes the growing disinclination to the old-fashioned family life on the part of the working population, and shows that there are certain economic causes for this growth or deterioration of sentiment. What he has to offer is made up of the commonplaces of latter-day social economic discussion, and is charged with a strong undertone of deprecation. What the trend of the causes at work to alter or fortify this body of sentiment may be, counts for very little in what he says on the present movement or on the immediate future of the institution. The best he has to offer on the woman question is an offhand reference of the ground of sentiment on which it rests to a recrudescence of the 18th century spirit of egalite. This notion of the equality of the sexes he refutes in graceful and affecting terms, and he pleads for the unbroken preservation of woman's sphere and man's primacy, as if the matter of superiority or inferiority between the sexes could conceivably be anything more than a conventional outcome of the habits of life imposed upon the community by the circumstances under which they live. How it has come to pass that under the economic exigencies of the past the physical and temperamental diversity between the sexes has been conventionally construed into a superiority of the man and an inferiority of the woman, on this head he has no more to say or to suggest than on the correlate question of why this conventional interpretation of the facts has latterly not been holding its ancient ground. The discussion of the family and of the relation of the sexes, in modern culture, is marked throughout by unwillingness or inability to penetrate behind the barrier of conventional finality. The discussion of the family just cited occupies the opening chapter of Book 2. For a further instance of Professor Schmaller's handling of a modern economic 89 problem, reference may be had to the closing chapter of Book I, on the development of technological expedience and its economic significance, but more particularly the sections, 84 to 86, on the modern machine industry, pages 211 to 28. In this discussion, also, the point of interest is the attention given to the latter-day phenomena of machine industry, and the author's method and animus in dealing with them. There is, pages 211 to 18, a condensed and competent presentation of the main characteristics of the modern machine age, followed, pages 218 to 28, by a critical discussion of its cultural value. The customary eulogy, but with more than the customary discrimination, is given to the advantages of the regime of the machine in point of economy, creature comforts, and intellectual sweep, and it is pointed out how the regime of the machine has brought about a redistribution of wealth and of population and a reorganization and redistribution of social and economic structures and functions. It is pointed out, p. 223, that the gravest social effect of the machine industry has been the creation of a large class of wage laborers. The material circumstances into which this class has been thrown, particularly in point of physical comfort, are dealt with in a sober and discriminating way, and it is shown, p. 224, that in the days of its fuller development the machine's regime has evolved a class of trained laborers who not only live in comfort, but are sound and strong in mind and body. But with the citation of these facts the pursuit of the chain of cause and effect in this modern machine situation comes to an end. The remainder of the space given to the subject is occupied with extremely sane and well-advised criticism, moral and aesthetic, and indications of what the proper ideals and ends of endeavor should be. Professor Schmaller misses the opportunity he here has of dealing with this material in a scientific spirit and with some valuable results for economic theory. He could, it 90 is not too bold to assume, have sketched for us an effective method and line of research to be pursued, for instance, in following up the scientific question of what may be the cultural, spiritual effects of the machine's regime upon this large body of trained workmen, and what this body of trained workmen in its turn counts for as a factor in shaping the institutional growth of the present and the economic and cultural situation of tomorrow. Work of this kind, there is reason to believe, Professor Schmaler could have done with better effect than any of his colleagues in the science, for he is, as already noticed above, possessed of the necessary qualifications in the way of psychological training, broad knowledge of the play of cause and effect in cultural growth, and an ability to take a scientific point of view. Instead of this he harks back again to the dreary homiletical waste of the traditional historismus. It seems as if a topic which he deals with as an objective matter so long as it lies outside the sphere of everyday humanitarian and social solicitude, becomes a matter to be passed upon by conventional standards of taste, dignity, morality, and the like, so soon as it comes within the sweep of latter-day German sentiment. This habit of treating a given problem from these various and shifting points of view at times gives a kaleidoscopic effect that is not without interest. So in the matter of the technically trained working population in the machine industry, to which reference has already been made, something of an odd confusion appears when expressions taken from diverse phases of the discussion are brought side by side. He speaks of this class at one point, p. 224, as sound, strong, spiritually and morally advancing, superior in all these virtues to the working classes of other times and places. At another point, pages 250 to 53, he speaks of the same popular element, under the designation of socialists, as perverse, degenerate, and reactionary. This latter characterization may 91 be substantially correct, but it proceeds on grounds of taste and predilection, not on grounds of scientifically determinate cause and effect. And the two characterizations apply to the same elements of population, for the substantial core and tone-giving factor of the radical socialistic element in the German community is, notoriously, just this technically trained population of the industrial towns where the discipline of the machine industry has been at work with least mitigation. The only other fairly isolable element of a radical socialistic complexion is found among the students of modern science. Now, further, in his speculations on the relation of technological knowledge to the advance of culture, Professor Schmaler points out, e.g. p. 226, that a high degree of culture connotes, on the whole, a high degree of technological efficiency, and conversely. In this connection he makes use of the terms Halbkulturvölker and Ganzkulturvölker 6 to designate different degrees of cultural maturity. It is curious to reflect, in the light of what he has to say on these several heads, that if the socialistically affected, technically trained population of the industrial towns, together with the radical socialistic men of science, were abstracted from the German population, leaving substantially the peasantry, the slums, and the aristocracy great and small, the resulting German community would unquestionably have to be classed as a Halbkulturvölker in Professor Schmaler's scheme. Whereas the elements abstracted, if taken by themselves, would as unquestionably be classed among the Ganzkulturvölker. In conclusion, one may turn to the concluding chapter, Book 2, Chapter 7, of the present volume for a final illustration of Professor Schmaler's method and animus in handling a modern economic problem. All the more so as this chapter on business enterprise better sustains that scientific attitude which the introductory outline leads the reader to look for throughout. It shows how modern 92 business enterprise is in the main an outgrowth of commercial activity, as also that it has retained the commercial spirit down to the present. The motive force of business enterprise is the self-seeking quest of dividends, but Professor Schmaler shows, with more dispassionate insight than many economists, that this self-seeking motive is hemmed in and guided at all points in the course of its development by considerations and conventions that are not of a primarily self-seeking kind. He is not content to point to the beneficent working of a harmony of interests, but sketches the play of forces whereby a self-seeking business traffic has come to serve the interests of the community. Business enterprise has gradually emerged and come into its present central and dominant position in the community's industry as a concomitant of the growth of individual ownership and pecuniary discretion in modern life. It is therefore a phase of the modern cultural situation, and its survival and the direction of its further growth are therefore conditioned by the exigencies of the modern cultural situation. What this modern cultural situation is and what are the forces, essentially psychological, which shape the further growth of the situation, no one is better fitted to discuss than Professor Schmaler, and he has also given valuable indications, pages 428 to 57, of what these factors are and how the inquiry into their working must be conducted. But even here, where a dispassionate tracing out of the sequence of cause and effect should be easier to undertake, because less readily blurred with sentiment, than in the case, example of the family, the work of tracing the developmental sequence tapers off into advice and admonition proceeding on the assumption that the stage now reached is, or at least should be, final. The attention in the later pages diverges from the process of growth and its conditioning circumstances, to the desirability of maintaining the good results attained and to the ways and means of holding fast that which is good in the 93 outcome already achieved. The question to which an answer is sought in discussing the present phase of the development is not a question as to what is taking place as respects the institution of business enterprise, but rather a question as to what form should be given to an optimistic policy of fostering business enterprise and turning it to account for the common good. At this point, as elsewhere, though perhaps in a less degree than elsewhere, the existing form of the institution is accepted as a finality. All this is disappointing in view of the fact that at no other point do modern economic institutions bear less of an air of finality than in the forms and conventions of business organizations and relations. As Professor Schmaler remarks, p. 455, the scope and character of business undertakings necessarily conform to the circumstances of the time, not to any logical scheme of development from small to great or from simple to complex. So also, one might be tempted to say, the expediency and the chance of ultimate survival of business enterprise is itself an open question, to be answered by a scrutiny of the forces that make for its survival or alteration, not by advice as to the best method of sustaining and controlling it. What has here been said in criticism of Professor Schmaler's work, particularly as regards his departure from the path of scientific research in dealing with present-day phenomena, may, of course, have to be qualified, if not entirely set aside, when his work is completed with the promised genetic survey of modern institutions to be set forth in the concluding fourth book. Perhaps it may even be said that there is fair hope, on general grounds, of such a consummation, but the present volume does not afford ground for a confident expectation of this kind. It is perhaps needless, perhaps gratuitous, to add that the strictures offered indicate, after all, but relatively slight shortcomings in a work of the first magnitude. Selection 26. Review of Psychologie économique by Gabriel Tard. Veblen, 1902c. In its general plan, M. Tard's book is an application of his well-known social laws to economics, together with a recasting of the received scheme of economic theory to fit the scheme of his social laws. The economics to whose revision he addresses himself is a somewhat old-fashioned economics, approximately, one might say, some half a century old, more or less. Later discussion, with the exception of what M. Gide has contributed, has not in any appreciable degree affected M. Tard's apprehension of what economics aims at as regards either its scope, its method, or the range of phenomena which engage its attention. He finds fault with the received scheme of production, circulation, distribution, and consumption, Book I, Chapter 3, and rejects these several captions one by one as being in part artificial and incompetent subdivisions of the subject matter, and in part as not belonging within the scope of the science. Circulation, following Gide, is but a corollary of the division of labor, p. 98, hence this drops out without further comment. Consumption is either inseparable from production, or it is extra-economic, so that also drops out. By distribution, M. Tard appears to understand the diffusion of the products of industry, which, again, cannot be fairly considered a distinct head of theory, but falls under the same general head with production, reproduction. But the remaining head of production fares no better. It is condemned because as it stands it has regard simply to objective entities, products, instead of dealing with the producers and their relations to one another in the productive process, pages 99, 100. Instead of the worn-out scheme of economics as it has hitherto stood, Amtard proposes to discuss economic conduct under his own scheme of social psychological laws, repetition, opposition, and adaptation. The scheme is the same as has been expounded on several earlier occasions by Amtard, most succinctly and comprehensively in his Lois Socialis. The discussion which economic phenomena get in the three books in which these several heads are taken up is, on the whole, more suggestive than convincing. In Book I, Chapter 2, on the economic function of opinion, croyance, and 6, on money, may be singled out as of peculiar value. The former aims to show how opinions, ideas regarding the desirability of certain products, for instance, grow up and spread through the body of consumers under the guidance of advertising and the like, and how, on the other hand, the opinions and predilections of consumers influence the conduct of 147 producers. Chapter 6 offers an analysis of the psychological processes involved in the establishment of a standard of value as well as in the use of money. Of Book 2, on economic opposition, it is difficult to single out any particular portion that is peculiarly worthwhile. It contains little else than well-worn general reflections on prices, competition, crises, and the like, with some slight illustrative material. Of Book 3, on economic adaptation, the valuable portions are in the main comprised in Chapter 2, on the economic imagination, which offers some suggestive passages on the part played by imagination in invention, in the direction and organization of industry, and in commercial enterprise. On the whole, Amtard's book is not a work with which economic science will have to count. The author's familiarity with economics is patently scanty, and has a perfunctory air. The book has the faults that habitually attach to Amtard's writings. It is unnecessarily bulky, diffuse, and discursive, at the same time that the penchant for system-making and symmetry gives it an air of completeness and definitiveness which is not borne out by substantial results. Amtard's psychology is in much the same case as his economics. It is somewhat behind the times, its outlook over its field is narrow, and is subject to essentially mechanical limitations. It deals in catchwords and mechanical schematization of phenomena rather than with causal relations and the springs of human conduct. This applies, of course, to Amtard's psychology generally, as it is set forth in his earlier works, as well as in the present book. After a busy life spent in this field, Amtard has come in sight of the central principle of modern psychology, which has been the common property of American and English psychologists of the last generation, ever since Professor James broke away from the earlier empiricism, but it cannot be said that he has assimilated this modern standpoint which he has approached, nor, perhaps, that he sees the outcome of his own speculations in this respect. As is well known, though perhaps not always known under this phrase, the point of departure of modern psychological inquiry is the empirical generalization that the idea is essentially active. By a painstaking, somewhat mechanical process of generalization, illuminated with many happy turns of expression, Amtard has worked out his laws of repetition, opposition, and adaptation, the general upshot of which is nothing more than the concept covered by this phrase. Had he been so fortunate as to make this well-assured concept 148 his point of departure, his detailed theories of social forces would unavoidably have fallen into the form of corollaries under this main thesis. The resulting theories of social conduct would of course not have taken the same form of expression, nor showed the same structural relations as the present body of psychological doctrines offered by Amtard, the apparatus by which he has made his approach to this point of departure. But after all has been said, Amtard's work will always be of high value, both for economic and sociological students, in that it will greatly lighten the work of any fairly equipped student who may take up the inquiry on the ground given by modern psychological science, and push it outward over the field which Amtard has traversed. It will also continue to be valuable on account of that easy and graceful presentation which has given his work its wide vogue, as well as on account of the cogent manner in which he argues for, and illustrates, the thesis that social and economic institutional structure is always and everywhere an outcome of the play of psychological forces. Selection 27. Review of Der moderne Kapitalismus by Werner Sombart. Veblen, 1903b. Mr. Sombart's Kapitalismus is the most considerable essay in economic theory yet made on lines independent of the classical English political economy, by an economist affiliated to the historical school. As is well known, the adherents of the historical method have not until recently entered the theoretical field, except by way of adaptation or criticism of doctrines already in vogue, and where they have made the attempt it has commonly not had substantial results. Mr. Sombart is not a historiker, although his work shows the training of the historical method. In standpoint and animus his work blends the historical outlook with Marxist materialism. But his Marxism is very appreciably modified by the spirit of modern, post-Darwinian scientific inquiry, so that the latter element may perhaps be said to predominate. At least no preconceptions of historismus or materialismus are allowed to divert the inquiry from scientific theory, as that phrase is understood in the latter work of the material sciences. More than once, as example volume I, pxxxii, he cautions the reader that the inquiry which he has in hand aims at an explanation of the economic situation in causal terms, although the caution is scarcely necessary for anyone who will follow the discussion attentively, which is no difficult or tedious task, since Mr. Sombart is a master of a lucid and cogent style. The work is as ambitious as anyone could desire. Indeed, it has an air of conviction and self-sufficiency at times quite cavalier. It condemns the work of predecessors and contemporaries in such harsh and flippant terms as sometimes to remind one of Marx's vituperative outbreaks. But, again like Marx, a large and ready command of the materials and a tenacious grasp of the many converging lines of his argument save Mr. Sombart's work from the damage which it would otherwise suffer on account of his jaunty self-complacency and his discourteous treatment of those who have the fortune to differ with him. While the work is theoretical throughout, it brings in much of the 301 material used in a somewhat comprehensive manner. So much so, indeed, as to make these 2 volumes the most available general guide to the materials of the subject. At times the argument comes near losing itself in an excess of illustrative detail, such as had better been dealt with in monographic form apart from the theoretical development. A more serious weakness of the book is an excess of terminological innovation. There is throughout an uncontrolled penchant for discarding definitions and distinctions already familiar to economic students and substituting for them new terms and distinctions that are not always more serviceable than those which they displace. And new distinctions are also multiplied with unnecessary alacrity, so that the new categories are not always useful to Mr. Sombart, and it is very doubtful if many of them will be of service to anyone else. No doubt, some, perhaps most, of the new categories that are of a general character and a broad bearing are necessary to the argument and constitute a substantial theoretical advance, but, also no doubt, a great part of the fine-drawn distinctions elaborately worked out and designated without apparently serving any theoretical end might advantageously have been left out. It is within the mark to say that if excessive detail of classification and such materials as are of the nature of collateral only had been omitted, the substance of the 2 volumes might conveniently have been brought within the compass of one. The 2 volumes already published are but the beginning of a comprehensive systematic work, eventually to be completed in some 3 or 4 additional volumes. So that any present appraisement of the work as a whole must be taken as provisional only, so far as regards its adequacy for the theoretical purpose at which it aims. But as regards its scope and character these 2 volumes afford a sufficiently unequivocal indication. It is a genetic account of modern capitalism, that is to say, of modern business enterprise, as an English writer might phrase it. Volume I, on the genesis of capitalism, traces the origin of modern business enterprise from the small beginnings of the Middle Ages, through the handicraft and petty trade of early modern times, down to the full-grown capitalistic enterprise as it came to prevail in industrial business in the course of the 19th century. Volume 2, on the theory of capitalistic development, is occupied with the modern foundations of business, Book I, the reorganization of business traffic, Book II, and the theory of business competition, Book III. These 3 books of Volume 2 deal with the present situation, that is to say, the 302 situation as it stands since capitalistic enterprise has come to dominate industrial business. Characteristic of Mr. Sombert's point of view and significant of the aim of his inquiry is the careful distinction with which he sets out, Chapter I, between business, Wirtschaft, and industry, Betrieb. Betrieb ist Arbeitsgemeinschaft, Wirtschaft ist Verwertungsgemeinschaft. Es liegt mir viel daran, dies Unterscheidung zwischen Wirtschaft und Betrieb zu einem sicheren Besitzstande unserer Wissenschaft zu machen, da ich hier, wie sich im folgenden sehen werde, in grosse Bedeutung für die Richtige Beurteilung der Wirtschaftslebens beim SE.1. Accordingly, it is the genesis and the ramifications of that modern form of business enterprise called capitalism that the inquiry pursues, and it does not concern itself with diversities and changes of the mechanical methods of industry, except so far as they condition or are conditioned by the methods and aims of business. In tracing the genesis of capitalistic enterprise, there are 2 main factors of the development to be accounted for, the accumulation of capitalizable funds, Book 2, Part 2, and the rise of the spirit of business enterprise, Book 2, Part 3. Capitalizable funds, Mr. Sombert finds, gradually accumulated toward the close of the Middle Ages in the hands of the landed gentry, particularly such of the nobility as held urban real property. To the growth of accumulations in the hands of the landless merchants of the towns he assigns an altogether secondary importance. A great, perhaps the decisive, auxiliary of this landed property was the influx of the precious metals. This new supply of money at the same time tempted to investment in adventures of the commercial kind by holding out large chances of gain, as it also familiarized men with the notion of trafficking for increase of wealth rather than, as had been the case, for the means of a decent livelihood. The capitalistic spirit, the habit of mind involved in diligently seeking gain for gain's sake, was new when the modern era set in, and its gradual spread and ultimate dominance in the economic life of the Western nations is a phenomenon which not only itself needs explanation, but which is conditioned by, and in turn conditions, the habits of life, the institutions, the industrial methods, and the methods of business traffic of these nations. Mr. Sombert's inquiries on these heads run chiefly on German ground. He looks to the early German situation primarily, and to the growth in those communities, particularly Italian, with which the early German business community stood in 303 close relations. And it is from the German situation outward that his investigations chiefly run in working out the course of business growth. In so looking to Germany, and Italy, as the quasi-independent area of characterization of modern business enterprise, it is scarcely to be doubted that Mr. Sombert is following a mistaken lead. It need not, certainly it cannot, be disputed that both in Germany and in Italy, on the transition from medieval to modern times, business enterprise flourished both in commerce, banking, and industry, that the transition was effectively made, from the medieval spirit of handicraft and petty trade carried on for a livelihood and governed by corporate regulations designed to safeguard a livelihood, to the modern spirit of capitalistic investment for a profit, governed by some measure of free contract and presuming freedom of competition. This early start on the continent might be taken to signify that modern business enterprise took its rise from these continental cultural areas, and that it embodies the spirit of their traditions, and rests on their institutional substructure. But to that view there are 2 counter-considerations to be offered. As it is notorious, among students of these matters, that business enterprise arose and rapidly grew great within these continental communities, so it is also notorious that it presently decayed and all but disappeared from among those nations when the era of politics, wars, and church dissensions set in. Those communities carried over into the new era that dates from the late 18th century nothing in the way of a business spirit or business tradition that is at all comparable with what the English community then had to offer. The question of how much the English community may have borrowed from continental examples of business methods and the like, is not much to the point, since the conditions out of which modern business enterprise has arisen prevailed in such effective force in the English community that nothing more substantial than an acceleration of the growth could be ascribed to the continental influence. Materialistic as his bias is, Mr. Sombart is not inclined to rate an inquiry into chronological precedence high as compared with the economic causes at work, the conditioning circumstances out of which this modern institutional fact of business enterprise has arisen. And so far as regards these decisive circumstances, material and cultural, the English situation in that late modern time to which current business enterprise takes back was favorable to business, whereas the continental situation was then decisively unfavorable. The circumstances favorable to the growth of business principles had in very great 304 measure disappeared from the continental, particularly the German and Italian, situation, so that it was only during the course of the 19th century, and only under the tutelage of that modern spirit of business and mechanical technology that spread outward from the English-speaking community after the Napoleonic era, that these countries again fell into line and recovered the degree of development which they had lost a couple of centuries earlier. These considerations go to say that the connection of the present situation with the past, in point of continuous growth, is to be sought within the English-speaking communities, and that any historical study of the antecedents and character of modern business enterprise had best be directed to the British development. These considerations are strongly backed by Mr. Sombart's own answer, in the second volume, to the question, what were the forces which created modern business enterprise? There is neither place nor occasion here to follow out in detail the solution of this question, for that would require a recital of the substance of the second volume, but it is worthwhile in this connection to point out what is said in Book I of this volume on the institutional and material foundations of modern business enterprise and to call to mind that these institutional and material conditions are of British derivation and are not found in their best development outside of the English-speaking communities. This Book I, on die Begründung des Wirtschaftslebens, comprises these chapters, Das neue Recht, die neue Technik, and der neue Stil des Wirtschaftslebens. The substance of the chapter on the new legal basis may be summed up in a few words. It is the system of natural liberty, that is to say, in its economic bearing, inviolability and equality of property rights, freedom of contract, free competition. This institutional foundation of business enterprise is embodied in the English common law. It was worked out on British ground, gradually, from the time of the Tudors. It is to be found ingrained in the common sense of all English-speaking peoples and prevails nowhere else in anything like the same degree of consistency and tenacity. Institutionally speaking, the British natural rights development affords the only practicable foundations for a consummate business life, and the other peoples of Western Europe are on this head borrowers and imitators of the British, driven in good part by the exigencies imposed by the British competition. In proportion as the institutional situation in any of these neighboring communities departs sensibly from the British natural rights pattern, they are handicapped 305 for the business purpose. Those who, practically, come nearest the British pattern, as, example Germany, are most fortunately placed for purposes of business enterprise. So also as to the material, the technological basis of business enterprise. The Industrial Revolution, which brought in the technology of the machine process and so laid the material foundations of modern business, is, of course, broadly an English fact, whatever fragmentary technological elements the English community may once have borrowed from Southern Europe. And from the time when the modern machine industry got underway, the lead in this matter has remained with the English-speaking peoples. It is only in the immediate present, and then doubtfully, that other than the English-speaking peoples have come into the first rank as creative factors in industrial technology. The aptitude, or the habit, of consecutive and aggressive thinking in terms of the machine process is by no means confined within the limits of English speech, but the boldest and widest prevalence of this habit of materialistic thought lies within those limits, and this habit of mind is the spiritual ground of the modern technology. That its prevalence, or its vogue, should roughly coincide with English speech and English institutions need not bring surprise, since an analysis of its character and derivation will show that it comes of the same range of cultural factors that have given rise to the characteristically English institutions. It is on this institutional and technological ground that modern business traffic rests, and it is accordingly not a matter of surprise that business methods and business enterprise, der neue Stil de Wirtschaftslebens too as Mr. Sombart calls it, have reached their freest swing and their maturest expression among the English-speaking peoples. And it is to be regretted that Mr. Sombart's masterly analysis of the growth and the current phenomena of business enterprise should not have taken the British and American situation as the typical, central body of the development, by comparison with which the ramifications of business enterprise through the rest of the industrial world are best to be appreciated. Instead of this he has chosen as his immediate subject of inquiry the, essentially outlying, business community of Germany, and has taken account of the main, English, line of growth only by way of qualification. The result is a slightly more roundabout discussion, a slightly less clear insight into the working of the mechanism, a slightly less true perspective in the presentation, than might have been had from a more fortunately chosen historical point of departure. Selection 28. Review of Pure Sociology, a treatise concerning the origin and spontaneous development of society by Lester Ward. Veblen, 1903h. Of the value of this great treatise for the general science of sociology it is not the place of an economic journal to speak. Nor may one who is not himself a lifelong specialist in the science presume to pass an opinion of praise or dispraise on the culminating work of a man to whom the science owes so extraordinary a debt as to Dr. Ward. But even a lay reader may see and say this much, that Pure Sociology is a captivating volume by reason of lucid and forcible presentation as well as by its great range and command of information and its engaging style. It is a work of theory, presents a system wrought out symmetrically and in detail, with the maturity and poise of half a century's unremitting work and with the fire of unfailing youth. Dr. Ward succeeds in what others have attempted. He has brought the aims and method of modern science effectively into sociological inquiry. This method is the genetic one, which deals with the forces and sequence of development and seeks to understand the outcome by finding out how and why it has come about. The aim is to organize social phenomena into a theoretical structure in causal terms. The resulting system is too comprehensive, with too many ramifications, to admit of anything like an abstract or a general survey being presented in a brief space. What is of direct interest to economic students is found, chiefly, in Chapter 13, on Autogenetic Forces, Chaps. 16 and 17, on the directive agent and biologic origin of the objective faculties, and in Chaps. 19, and XX, on the conquest of nature and the socialization of achievement. It is only scattered sections and paragraphs of these chapters that are of direct interest to economic theory, the main line of the argument, of course, bearing throughout on general sociological theory of which Dr. Ward's economic views are only a ramification. The chapter on the autogenetic forces deals with the human agent in the process of production, and very suggestively discusses the place and method of intelligence in industry. Broad and general as this discussion is, it contrasts in an illuminating way with the itemized and mechanical schematism that commonly does duty as a psychology of industry in the received doctrines, or even in such a special treatise as Tard's Psychologie économique. In Chapter 17, the sections on indirection offer a bold analysis of the motives and methods of business traffic, of which the dominant note is given in the 656 proposition, p. 487, that deception may almost be called the foundation of business. For economic purposes, Dr. Ward's views on the socialization of achievement, Chapter XX, converge to the outcome that the trend of cultural growth sets infeasibly toward collectivism, toward which he finds, on an analysis of the available data, that the most advanced of the industrial peoples have made the most substantial approaches. Selection 29. The Theory of Business Enterprise. Veblen, 1904b. Modern Business Capital. What has been said on the use of loan credit has anticipated much of what is peculiar in modern business capital. Such is necessarily the case, since it is in the extensive use of credit that the later phases of the management of capital contrast most strikingly with the corresponding features of earlier business traffic. To follow the terminological precedents set by German writers, the late modern scheme of economic life is a credit economy, as contrasted with the money economy that characterizes early modern times. The nature of business capital and its relations to the industrial process under the later, more fully developed, credit economy is in some degree different from what it was before the full and free use of credit came to occupy its present central position in business traffic, and more particularly is it at variance with the theoretical expositions of the economists of the past generation. It has been the habit of economists and others to speak of capital as a stock of the material means by which industry is carried on, industrial 134 equipment, raw materials, and means of subsistence. This view is carried over from the situation in which business and industry stood at the time of Adam Smith and of the generation before Adam Smith, from whose scheme of life and of thought he drew the commonplace materials and conceptions with which his speculations were occupied. It further carries over the point of view occupied by Adam Smith and the generation to whom he addressed his speculations. That is to say, the received theoretical formulations regarding business capital and its relations to industry proceed on the circumstances that prevailed in the days of the money economy, before credit and the modern corporation methods became of first-class consequence in economic affairs. They canvass these matters from the point of view of the material welfare of the community at large, as seen from the standpoint of the utilitarian philosophy. In this system of social philosophy, the welfare of the community at large is accepted as the central and tone-giving interest, about which a comprehensive, harmonious order of nature circles and gravitates. These early speculations on business traffic turn about the bearing of this traffic upon the wealth of nations, particularly as the wealth of nations would stand in a natural scheme of things, in which all things should work together for the welfare of mankind. 135. The theory, or what there is in the way of a theory, of business capital in the received body of doctrines is worked out from the point of view and for the theoretical purposes of the 18th century scheme of natural liberty, natural rights, and natural law, and the received theorems concerning the part played by capital and by the capitalist are substantially of the character of laws of nature, as that term was understood during the period to which these theorems owe their genesis. What these received theorems declare concerning the nature and normal function of capital and of the capitalist need not be recited here, their content is familiar enough to all readers, lay and learned. Also the merits of such a point of view for purposes of economic theory, and the adequacy of the received concept of capital for the purposes to which it was originally applied, need not detain the inquiry. Modern business management does not take that point of view, nor does capital carry such a meaning to the modern businessman, because the guiding circumstances under which modern business is carried on are not those supposed to be given by a beneficent order of nature, nor do the controlling purposes of business traffic include that general well-being which constituted the final term of Adam Smith's social philosophy. As a business proposition, capital means a fund of money values, and since the credit economy 136 and corporation finance have come to be the ruling factors in industrial business, this fund of money values, taken as an aggregate, bears but a remote and fluctuating relation to the industrial equipment and the other items which may, perhaps properly, be included under the old-fashioned concept of industrial capital. 1. Capital has been spoken of as the capitalized, aggregated, cost of industrial equipment, etc. 2, a view which had its significance for economic theory 100 years ago, but since corporation finance has come to pervade the management of 137 business, this view is no longer of particular use for a theoretical handling of the facts. To avoid the tedium of argument, it may be conceded that under the old dispensation of partnerships and individual management in business, the basis of capitalization was the cost of the material equipment owned by any given concern, and so far as the methods of partnership and private firms still prevail, such may still be the current method of capitalization, especially de jure. But insofar as business procedure and business conceptions have been shaped in the image of the modern corporation, or limited liability company, the basis of capitalization has gradually shifted, until the basis is now no longer given by the cost of material equipment owned, but by the earning capacity of the corporation as a going concern. Point 3. A given corporation's capital is, of course, de jure a magnitude fixed in the past by an act of legislature chartering the company, or by an issuance of stock by the company under the terms of its charter or of the acts which enable it. But this de jure capitalization is nominal only, and there are few, if any, cases in which the effective capital of a company coincides with its de jure 138 capital. Such could be the case only so long as all the securities which go to make up the company's capital were quoted at par on the market. The effective capitalization of any modern company, that is to say, the capitalization which is effective for current business purposes as distinct from the formal requirements of the charter, is given by the quotations of the company's securities, or by some similar but less overt market valuation in case the company's capital is not quotable on the market. The effective, business, capitalization, as distinct from the de jure capitalization, is not fixed permanently and inflexibly by a past act of incorporation or stock issue. It is fixed for the time being only, by an ever-recurring valuation of the company's properties, tangible and intangible, on the basis of their earning capacity. Point 4. In this capitalization of earning capacity, the nucleus of the capitalization is not the cost of the plant, but the concern's goodwill, so called, as has appeared in the last preceding chapter. Point 5. 139. Goodwill is a somewhat extensible term, and latterly it has a more comprehensive meaning than it once had. Its meaning has, in fact, been gradually extended to meet the requirements of modern business methods. Various items, of very diverse character, are to be included under the head of goodwill, but the items included have this much in common, that they are immaterial wealth, intangible assets, which, it may parenthetically be remarked, signifies among other things that these assets are not serviceable to the community, but only to their owners. Goodwill taken in its wider meaning comprises such things as established customary business relations, reputation for upright dealing, franchises and privileges, trademarks, brands, patent rights, copyrights, exclusive use of special processes guarded by law or by secrecy, exclusive control of particular sources of materials. All these items give a differential advantage to their owners, but they 140 are of no aggregate advantage to the community. Point 6. They are wealth to the individuals concerned, differential wealth, but they make no part of the wealth of nations. Point 7. It is in the industrial corporations that this capitalization of goodwill is seen to the best advantage, including, under the term industrial corporations, railway companies, iron and steel concerns, mines, etc., as well as what are known in the stock market specifically as industrials. The corporation is, of course, not the only form of business concern in the industrial field, but it is the typical, characteristic form of business organization for the management of industry in modern times, and the peculiarities of modern capital are therefore best seen in these modern corporations. Many of these corporations have grown out of partnerships and firms previously existing, and such is still the genesis of many of the corporations that come forward from time to time. In such a case of conversion from partnership or firm to corporation, the rule is that the new corporation 141 takes over a body of goodwill, under one form and name or another, previously pertaining to the partnership which it displaces. Conversely, when a flourishing partnership or similar private firm has gained an assured footing of goodwill, in the way of any or all of the items enumerated under that term above, its lot, as prescribed by modern business exigencies, is to go up into a corporation, either by simple conversion into the corporate form or through coalition with other firms into a larger corporate whole. There is in this matter no hard and fast rule, of course. On the one hand, the approved methods of corporation finance may in some measure be resorted to by a private firm, without formal conversion of the concern into the corporate form, and on the other hand, an incorporated company may continue to carry on its business after the manner usual with privately owned concerns. But taken by and large, it will be found that with the assumption of the corporate form is associated a more modern method of capitalization and a freer use of credit. The advantages which the corporate form offers in these respects are commonly not neglected. The more archaic forms of organization and business management, in which recourse is commonly not had to the characteristic methods of corporation finance, prevail chiefly in those backward lines of industry in which monopoly or other differential 142 advantages of an intangible nature are not readily attainable, such, example as farming, fishing, local merchandising, and the minor mechanical trades and occupations. In this range of industries large, corporate, organization has hitherto been virtually impracticable, and here at the same time differential advantages, of the nature of goodwill, as indicated above, are relatively scant and precarious. Where extensive differential advantages of this kind come in, the corporate form of organization is also likely to come in. The cases are also frequent where a corporation starts out full-fledged from the beginning, without derivation from a previously existing private firm. Where this happens, the start is commonly made with some substantial body of immaterial goods on which to build up the capitalization. It may be a franchise, as in the case of a railway, telegraph, telephone, streetcar, gas, or water company, or it may be the control of peculiar sources of material, as in the case of an oil or natural gas company, or a salt, coal, iron, or lumber company, or it may be a special industrial process, patented or secret, or it may be several of these. When a corporation begins its life history without such a body of immaterial differential advantages, the endeavors of its management are early directed to working up a basis of goodwill in the way of trademarks, clientele, and trade connections which will place it in 143 something of a monopoly position, locally or generally. 8 Should the management not succeed in these endeavors to gain an assured footing on some such immaterial ground, its chances of success among rival corporations are precarious, its standing is insecure, and its managers have not accomplished what is looked for at their hands. The substantial foundation of the industrial corporation is its immaterial assets. The typical modern industrial corporation is a concern of sufficient magnitude to be of something more than barely local consequence, and extends its trade relations beyond the range of the personal contact of its directive officials. Its properties and its debts are also commonly owned, in part at least, by persons who stand in no direct personal relation to the board of managers. In an up-to-date corporation of this character, the typical makeup of the corporate capital, or capitalization, is somewhat as follows: the common stock approximately covers the immaterial properties of the concern, unless these immaterial properties are disproportionately large and valuable. In case of a relatively small and local corporation, the common stock will ordinarily somewhat more than cover the value of the immaterial property and comprise something of the plant. In case of the larger concerns, the converse is likely to be true, so that here 144 the immaterial property, intangible assets, is made to serve in some measure as a basis for other securities as well as for the common stock. The common stock, typically, represents intangible assets and is accounted for by valuable trademarks, patents, processes, franchises, etc. Whatever material properties, tangible assets, are in hand or to be acquired are covered by preferred stock or other debentures. The various forms of debentures account for the material equipment and the working capital, the latter item corresponding roughly to the economist's categories of raw materials, wages fund, and the like. Of these debentures, the preferred stock is the most characteristic modern development. It is, de jure, counted as a constituent of the concern's capital, and the principal is not repayable. In this legal respect, it is not an evidence of debt or a credit instrument. 9 But it has little voice in the direction of the concern's business policy. 10 In practice, the management rests chiefly on the holdings of common stock. This is due in part to the fact that the preferred bears a stated rate of dividends and is therefore taken up by scattered purchasers as an investment security to a greater extent than the common. In 145 this, practical, respected amounts to a debenture. Its practical character as a debenture is shown by the stated rate of dividends, and where it is cumulative that feature adds a further step of assimilation to the ordinary class of debentures. Indeed, in point of practical effect, preferred stock is in some respects commonly a more pronounced credit instrument than the ordinary mortgage. It alienates the control of the property which it represents more effectually than the ordinary bond or mortgage loan, in that it may practically be a debt which, by its own terms, cannot be collected, so that by its own terms it may convey a credit extension from the holder to the issuing corporation in perpetuity. Its effect is to convey the discretionary control of the material properties which it is held to represent into the hands of the holders of the common stock of the concern. The discretionary management of the corporate capital is, by this device, quite as effectually as by the use of ordinary credit instruments, vested in the common stock, which is held to represent the corporation's goodwill. The discretionary disposal of the entire capital vests in securities representing the intangible assets. In this sense, then, the nucleus of the modern corporate capitalization is the immaterial goods covered by the common stock. 11,146. This method of capitalization, therefore, affects a somewhat thoroughgoing separation between the management and the ownership of the industrial equipment. Roughly speaking, under corporate organization the owners of the industrial material have no voice in its management, and where preferred stock is a large constituent of the capital, this alienation of control on the parts of the owners may be, by so much, irrevocable. Preferred stock is, practically, a device for placing the property it represents in perpetual trust with the holders of the common stock, and, with certain qualifications, these trustees are not answerable for the administration of the property to their trustors. The property relation of the owners to their property is at this point attenuated to an extreme degree. For most business purposes, it should be added, the capital covered by other forms of debentures is in 147 much the same position as that covered by the preferred stock. 12,148. The various descriptions of securities which in this way represent corporate capital are quotable on the market and are subject to market fluctuations, whereby it comes about that the aggregate effective magnitude of the corporate capital varies with the tone of the market, with the maneuvers of the businessmen to whom is delegated the management of the companies, and with the accidents of the seasons and the chances of peace and war. Accordingly, the amount of the business capital of a given concern, or of the business community as a whole, varies in magnitude in great measure independently of the mechanical facts of industry, as was noted above in speaking of loan credit. 13 The market fluctuations in the amount 149 of capital proceed on variations of confidence on the part of the investors, on current belief as to the probable policy or tactics of the businessmen in control, on forecasts as to the seasons and the tactics of the guild of politicians, and on the interminable, largely instinctive, shifting movements of public sentiment and apprehension. So that under modern conditions the magnitude of the business capital and its mutations from day to day are in great measure a question of folk psychology rather than of material fact. But in this uncertain and shifting relation of the business capital to the material equipment there are one or two points which may be set down as fairly secure. Since the credit instruments involved in modern capitalization may be used as collateral for a further credit extension, as noted in the chapter on loan credit 14, the aggregate nominal capital in hand at a given time is, normally, larger by an appreciable amount than the aggregate value of the material properties involved. 15 And at the same time the current value of these material properties is also greater than it would be in the absence of that credit. 150 Financiering for which corporate capitalization affords a basis. 16. German writers have familiarized economic readers with the terms credit economy, money economy, Geldwirtschaft, and natural economy, Naturalwirtschaft, the later modern scheme of economic life being characterized as a credit economy. What characterizes the early modern scheme, the money economy, and sets it off in contrast with the natural economy, distribution in kind, that went before it in West European culture, is the ubiquitous resort to the market as a vent for products and a source of supply of goods. The characteristic feature of this money economy is the goods market. 151. About the goods market, business and industrial interests turn in early modern times, and to this early modern system of industrial life the current doctrines of political economy are adapted, as indicated above. The credit economy, the scheme of economic life of the immediate past and the present, has made an advance over the money economy in the respect which chiefly distinguishes the latter. The goods market, of course, in absolute terms is still as powerful an economic factor as ever, but it is no longer the dominant factor in business and industrial traffic, as it once was. The capital market has taken the first place in this respect. The capital market is the modern economic feature which makes and identifies the higher credit economy as such. In this credit economy, resort is habitually had to the market as a vent for accumulated money values and a source of supply of capital. 17. Trading under the old regime was a traffic in goods. Under the new regime there is added, as the dominant and characteristic trait, trading in capital. Both in the capital and in the goods market there are professional traders, as well as 152 buyers and sellers who resort to the market to dispose of their holdings and to supply their needs of what the market affords. In either class of trading the ends sought by those engaged in the business are generically the same. The endeavors of those who are in the business of trading, who buy in order to sell and sell in order to buy, are directed to the pecuniary gain that is to be got through an advantageous discrepancy between the price paid and the price obtained, but on the part of those who resort to the market to supply their needs the end sought is not the same in the two cases. The last buyer of goods buys for consumption, but the last negotiator of capital buys for the sake of the ulterior profit. In substance he buys in order to sell again at an advance. The advance which he has in view is to come out of the prospective earnings of the capital for which he negotiates. What he has in view as his ulterior end in the transaction is the conversion of the values for which he negotiates into a larger outcome of money values, whatever process of production and the like may intervene between the inception and the goal of his traffic. 18. The value of any given block of capital, therefore, turns on its earning capacity, or, as the mathematical expression has it, the value of capital is a function 153 of its earning capacity, 19 not of its prime cost or of its mechanical efficiency. It is only more remotely, and through the mediation of the earning capacity, that these last named factors sensibly affect the value of the capital. This earning capacity of capital depends in its turn, not so much on the mechanical efficiency of the valuable items bought and sold in the capital market, as on the tension of the market for goods. To recur to an expression already employed in a similar connection, the question of earning capacity of capital relates primarily to its effectiveness for purposes of vendibility, and only at the second remove to its effectiveness in the way of material serviceability. But the earning capacity which in this way affords ground for the valuation of marketable capital, or for the market capitalization of the securities bought and sold, is not its past or actual earning capacity, but its presumptive future earning capacity, so that the 154 fluctuations in the capital market, the varying market capitalization of securities, turn about imagined future events. The forecast in the case may be more or less sagacious, but, however sagacious, it retains the character of a forecast based on other grounds besides the computation of past results. All capital which is put on the market is in this way subjected to an interminable process of valuation and revaluation, i.e. a capitalization and recapitalization, on the basis of its presumptive earning capacity, whereby it all assumes more or less of a character of intangibility. But the most elusive and intangible items of this marketable capital are, of course, those items which consist of capitalized goodwill, since these are intangible goods from start to finish. It is upon this factor of goodwill in capital that a change in presumptive earning capacity falls most immediately, and this factor shows the widest and freest market fluctuations. The variations in the capitalized value of merchantable goodwill are relatively wide and unstable, as is shown by the quotations of common stock. In the capital market the commodity in which trading is done, then, is the capitalized putative earning capacity of the property covered by the securities bought and sold. This property is in part tangible, in part intangible, the two categories 155 being seldom clearly distinguishable. The items bought and sold are put into merchantable form by being standardized in terms of money and subdivided into convenient imaginary shares, which greatly facilitates the traffic. The earning capacity on which the market capitalization runs and about which the traffic in merchantable capital turns is a putative earning capacity. It follows that this putative earning capacity of a given block of capital, as it takes shape in the surmises of outside investors, may differ appreciably from the actual earning capacity of the capital as known to its managers, and it may readily be to the latter's interest that such a discrepancy between actual and imputed earning capacity should arise. 20 when, example, the putative earning capacity of the capital covered by a given line of securities, as shown by the market quotations, rises appreciably above what is known to its managers to be its actual earning capacity, the latter may find their advantage in selling out, or even in selling short, while in the converse case they will be inclined to buy. Moreover, putative earning capacity is the outcome of many surmises with respect to prospective earnings and the like, and these surmises 156 will vary from one man to the next, since they proceed on an imperfect, largely conjectural, knowledge of present earning capacity and on the still more imperfectly known future course of the goods market and of corporate policy. Hence sales of securities are frequent, both because outsiders vary in their estimates and forecasts, and because the information of the outsiders does not coincide with that of the insiders. The consequence is that a given block of capital, representing, example, a controlling interest in a given industrial enterprise, may, and in practice it commonly will, change owners much more frequently than a given industrial plant was wont to change owners under the old regime, before the fully developed corporation finance came to occupy the field of industrial business. 21. It follows, further, that under these circumstances the men who have the management of such an industrial enterprise, capitalized and quotable on the market, will be able to induce a discrepancy between the putative and the actual earning capacity, by expedients well known and approved for the purpose. Partial information, as well as misinformation, sagaciously given out at a critical juncture, will go far toward producing a favorable temporary discrepancy of this kind, and so enabling the managers to buy or sell the securities of the 157 concern with advantage to themselves. If they are shrewd businessmen, as they commonly are, they will aim to manage the affairs of the concern with a view to an advantageous purchase and sale of its capital rather than with a view to the future prosperity of the concern, or to the continued advantageous sale of the output of goods or services produced by the industrial use of this capital. That is to say, the interest of the managers of a modern corporation need not coincide with the permanent interest of the corporation as a going concern, neither does it coincide with the interest which the community at large has in the efficient management of the concern as an industrial enterprise. It is to the interest of the community at large that the enterprise should be so managed as to give the best and largest possible output of goods or services, whereas the interest of the corporation as a going concern is that it be managed with a view to maintaining its efficiency and selling as large an output as may be at the best prices obtainable in the long run, but the interest of the managers, and of the owners for the time being, is to so manage the enterprise as to enable them to buy it up or to sell out as expeditiously and as advantageously as may be. The interest of the community at large demands industrial efficiency and serviceability of the product, while the business interest of the concern as such demands vendability 158 of the product, and the interest of those men who have the final discretion in the management of these corporate enterprises demands vendability of the corporate capital. The community's interest demands that there should be a favorable difference between the material cost and the material serviceability of the output. The corporation's interest demands a favorable pecuniary difference between expenses and receipts, cost and sale price of the output. The corporation directorate's interest is that there should be a discrepancy, favorable for purchase or for sale as the case may be, between the actual and the putative earning capacity of the corporation's capital. It has been noted in an earlier chapter that there unavoidably results a discrepancy, not uncommonly a divergence, between the industrial needs of the community and the business needs of the corporations. Under the regime of the old-fashioned money economy, with partnership methods and private ownership of industrial enterprises, the discretionary control of the industrial processes is in the hands of men whose interest in the industry is removed by 1 degree from the interests of the community at large. But under the regime of the more adequately developed credit economy, with vendible corporate capital 22, the interest of the men 159 who hold the discretion in industrial affairs is removed by 1 degree from that of the concerns under their management, and by 2 degrees from the interests of the community at large. The business interest of the managers demands, not serviceability of the output, nor even vendibility of the output, but an advantageous discrepancy in the price of the capital which they manage. The ready vendibility of corporate capital has in great measure dissociated the business interest of the directorate from that of the corporation whose affairs they direct and whose business policy they dictate, and has led them to center their endeavors upon the discrepancy between the actual and the putative earning capacity rather than upon the permanent efficiency of the concern. Their connection with the concern is essentially transient. It can be terminated speedily and silently whenever their private fortune demands its severance. Instances are abundant, more particularly in railway management, where this discrepancy between the business interest of the concern and the private business interest of the managers for the time being has led to very picturesque developments, such as could not occur if the interests of the management 160 were bound up with those of the corporation in the manner and degree that once prevailed. The fact is significant that the more frequent and striking instances of such management of corporate affairs for private ends have hitherto occurred in railroading, at the same time that the methods and expedients of modern corporation finance have also first and most widely reached a fair degree of maturity in railroading. It holds out a suggestion as to what may fairly be looked for when corporation finance shall have made itself more thoroughly at home in the industrials proper. Indeed, the field of the industrials is by no means barren of instances comparable with the maturer and more sagacious railroad financiering. Point 23. The stock market interest of those men who have the management of industrial corporations is a wide and multifarious one. It is not confined 161 to the profitable purchase and sale of properties whose management they may have in hand. They are also interested in making or marring various movements of coalition or reorganization, and to this ulterior end it is incumbent on them to manipulate securities with a view to buying and selling in such a manner as to gain control of certain lines of securities. Point 24. Hence it is a rule of this class of business traffic to cultivate appearance, to avoid, or sometimes to court, the appearance of sin. So that under this leadership the course of industrial affairs is, in great measure, if not altogether, guided with a view to a plausible appearance of prosperity or of adversity, as the case may be. Under given circumstances it may as well become the aim of men in control to make an adverse showing as a favorable one. The higher exigencies of the captain of industry's personal fortunes, as distinct from those of the corporation controlled by him, may from time to time be best served by an apparent, if not an actual, mismanagement of industrial affairs. A convincing appearance of decline or disaster will lower the putative earning capacity of the concern below its real earning capacity and so will afford an advantageous opportunity for buying with a view to future advance or with a view to strategic control. Various other expedients looking to the like outcome are well known to 162 the craft, besides bona fide mismanagement. A given line of securities may be temporarily depressed by less heroic tactics, but the point in question here is the fact that under the system of corporation finance the affairs of the corporation are in good part managed for tactical ends which are of interest to the manager rather than to the corporation as a going concern. What was said in speaking of credit extension without a determinate time interval 25 applies to this class of business, with a slight change of phrase. In this higher development of corporation finance, in the manipulations of vendible capital, the interval of the turnover spoken of above becomes an indeterminate factor. The gains of the business come to have but an uncertain and shifty relation to the lapse of time and cannot well be calculated per cent, per time unit. There is, therefore, on these higher levels of business management, properly speaking no ascertainable ordinary rate of earnings. The capital which may be distinctively regarded as operative in the business of manipulation, the valuable items specifically employed in the traffic in vendible corporate capital, is made up of the operator's goodwill and his financial solvency. Solvency on a large scale is requisite to carrying on traffic of this class, but the collateral on which this extensive solvency constructively rests is to 163 but a partial extent drawn into the business as a basis for an actual credit extension. What counts in the case is the solvency of the operator rather than an outright resort to the credit extension which the solvency might afford. The working capital involved in these transactions is accordingly of a peculiarly elusive character, and the time element in the use of this capital is hard to determine, if such a time element can properly be said to enter into the case at all. More in detail, the businessman in pursuit of gain along this line must, in the ordinary case, be possessed of large holdings of property, this being the basis of the solvency necessary to the business. These holdings are commonly in the form of securities in the concern whose vendible capital is the subject of his traffic, as well as in other corporations. These securities represent capital, tangible and intangible, which is already employed in the ordinary business of the concern by which they have been issued. The capital, therefore, is already in use to the full extent and is presumably yielding the ordinary rate of earnings. But the solvency for which the ownership of this capital affords a basis may further be useful in enabling the owner to carry on a traffic in vendible corporate capital without withdrawing any appreciable portion of his holdings from the lucrative investments in which they have been placed. In other words, 164 he is able, under modern circumstances, to make a secondary use of his investments for the purpose of trading in vendible corporate capital, but this secondary use of investments bears no hard and fast quantitative relation to the investments in question, nor does it in any determinate way interfere with the ordinary employment of this invested capital in the commonplace conduct of the corporation's business traffic. The capital employed, as well as the potential credit extension which it affords for the purposes of this higher business traffic, is therefore in a peculiar degree intangible, and, in respect of its amount, highly elusive. Much the same is true of the goodwill employed in this traffic. It is also in good part goodwill which already serves the purposes of the commonplace business traffic of the corporations on whose securities the businessman in question rests his solvency. So that in this higher business traffic the goodwill engaged is also here turned to a secondary use. The business economies which are in this way made practicable by a reduplication of uses and made to inure to the greater businessmen's profit are of great magnitude, but the magnificent additions which are in this way made to the business community's capitalizable forces need scarcely be dwelt on here. The elusive and flex-use character of the elements of wealth engaged, as well as the absence of 165 an ascertainable ordinary rate of earnings in this line of business, has led economists to speak of this traffic in vendible capital as a speculative business. 26 The mere buying and selling of stocks by outsiders for a rise or a decline is of course a speculative business, it is a typical form of speculative business. But insofar as such buying and selling is carried on by the managers of the corporations whose securities are the subject of the traffic, and especially where the securities are bought and sold with a view to the control of the corporations in question and their management for private, tactical ends, a characterization of the business as speculative is inadequate and beside the point. This higher reach of corporation financiering has little if any more of a speculative character than what belongs to the commonplace business management of any industrial enterprise. In all business enterprise that stands in relations with the market and depends on vendibility of its output there is more or less uncertainty as to the outcome. 27 In this sense all industrial business, as well as commercial business, has something of a speculative character. But it is little to the purpose on that account to lump industrial enterprises and 166 corporation financiering together as speculative business and deal with them as if this were their most salient and consequential bearing. What speculative risk there is in these lines of business is incidental, and it neither affords the incentive to engaging in these pursuits nor does it bound the scope of their bearing upon economic affairs. The speculative risk involved is no greater, relatively to the magnitude of the interests involved, in this larger traffic that deals in vendible capital than it is in the ordinary lines of business traffic that deal in vendible products. In both cases there may be speculation, but in both cases it is a side issue. Indeed, as near as one may confidently hold an opinion on so dark a question, the certainty of gain, though perhaps not the relative amount of it, seems rather more assured in the large-scale manipulation of vendible capital than in business management with a view to a vendible product. What may obscure the question is the fact that the manipulations involved in this traffic in vendible capital commonly impose increased risks upon the business concerns engaged in industry, the corporations whose capital is involved, as well as other firms. The everyday business of the corporations whose securities are involved, as well as of other business concerns engaged in rival or related lines of industry, is rendered more hazardous than it might be in the absence of this financiering 167 traffic in vendible capital. The manipulations carry risk, not so much to the manipulators as such, as to the corporations whose properties are the subject of manipulation, but since the manipulators commonly own but a relatively small proportion of the properties involved or touched by their manipulations, the risks which arise do not fall chiefly on them. To this is to be added, as of prime importance for the whole question, that the manipulators have the advantage of being able, in great part, to foresee the nature, magnitude, and incidence of the risks which they create. Rightly seen, this, of course, goes to say that the increased speculative risk due to the traffic in vendible capital does not fall on that traffic, but on the business enterprise engaged about the output of vendible goods. The traffic in vendible capital is not without its speculative risks, but the risks which it creates fall with relatively greater weight upon the businessmen who are not immediately concerned in this traffic. Indeed, so secure and lucrative is this class of business, that it is chiefly out of gains accruing, directly and indirectly, from such traffic in vendible capital that the great modern fortunes are being accumulated, and both the rate and the magnitude of these accumulations, whether taken absolutely or relatively to the total increase of wealth, surpass all recorded phenomena of their kind. Nothing so effective for the accumulation 168 of private wealth is known to the history of human culture. The aim and substantial significance of the manipulations of vendible capital here spoken of is an ever-recurring recapitalization of the properties involved, whereby the effective capitalization of the corporations whose securities are the subject of the traffic is increased and decreased from time to time. The fluctuations, or pulsations, of this effective capitalization are shown by the market quotations of the securities. As noted above. 28 It is out of these variations in capitalization that the gains of the traffic arise, and it is also through the means of these variations of capitalization that the businessmen engaged in this higher finance are enabled to control the fortunes of the corporations and to effect their strategic work of coalition and reorganization of business enterprises. Hence this traffic in vendible capital is the pivotal and dominant factor in the modern situation of business and industry. 29 169. It has been noted above that what may be called the working capital on which this higher corporation 170 finance proceeds is made up, chiefly, of two elements, the solvency, and consequent potential credit, of the men engaged, and the goodwill of these men. Both of these elements are of a somewhat intangible and elusive character, resting, as they do, somewhat indirectly and shiftily on elements already elsewhere engaged in business enterprise. The solvency in question rests in large part on the capital of the corporations whose capitalization is subject to the fluctuations induced by the traffic in vendible capital. It is therefore necessarily a somewhat indeterminate and unstable magnitude. To this is to be added the floating 171 capital and banking capital at the disposal of these men. If a common-sense view be taken of the business, the goodwill engaged must also be added to the assets. There is involved a very considerable and very valuable body of goodwill, appertaining to the financiers engaged and to the financing firms associated with them. 30 This goodwill and this solvency is capital, for the purpose in hand, as effectually as the goodwill and securities incorporated in the capitalization of any corporation engaged in industrial business. But hitherto this particular category of goodwill has not been formally capitalized. There may be peculiar difficulties in the way of reducing this goodwill to the form of a fund, expressing it in terms of a standard unit, and so converting it into quotable common stock, as has been done with the corresponding goodwill of incorporated industrial enterprises. So also as regards the body of solvency engaged, the potential credit, or credit capacity, of the promoters and financiers. Perhaps this latter had best also be treated as an element 172 of goodwill. It is difficult to handle under any other, more tangible, conception. It may be difficult to standardize, fund, and capitalize these unstable but highly efficient factors of business enterprise, but the successful capitalization of goodwill and credit extensions in the case of the modern industrial corporations argues that this difficulty should not be insurmountable in case an urgent need, that is to say, the prospect of a profitably vendible result, should press for a formal capitalization of these peculiar elements of business wealth. There can be no question, example, but that the goodwill and large solvency belonging to such a firm as J.P. Morgan and Company for the purposes of this class of business enterprise are an extremely valuable and substantial asset, as is also, and more unequivocally, the goodwill of the head of that firm. These intangible assets, immaterial goods, should, in all consistency, be reduced to standard units, funded, issued as common stock, and so added to the statistical aggregate of the country's capitalized wealth. It is safe to affirm that this goodwill of the great reorganizer has in some measure entered in capitalized form into the common stock of the United States Steel Corporation, as also into that of some of the other great combinations that have latterly been effected. The goodwill of Mr. Carnegie and his lieutenants, as well as of many 173 other large businessmen connected with the steel industry, has also no doubt gone to swell the capitalization of the great corporation. But goodwill on this higher level of business enterprise has a certain character of inexhaustibility, so that its use and capitalization in one corporation need not, and indeed does not, hinder or diminish the extent to which it may be used and capitalized in any other corporation. 31 The case is analogous, though scarcely similar, to that of the workmanlike or artistic skill of a handicraftsman, or an artist, which may be embodied in a given product without abating the degree of skill possessed by the workman. Like other goodwill, though perhaps in a higher degree of sublimation, it is of a spiritual nature, such that, by virtue of the ubiquity proper to spiritual bodies, the whole of it may undividedly be present in every part of the various structures which it has created. Indeed, the fact of such goodwill having been incorporated in capitalized form in the stock of any given corporation seems rather to augment than to diminish the amount at which it may advantageously be capitalized in the stock of the next corporation into which it enters. It has also the correlative spiritual attribute that it may imperceptibly and inscrutably 174 withdraw its animating force from any one of its creatures without thereby altering the material circumstances of the corporation which suffers such an intangible shrinkage of its forces. There can be no question but that the goodwill of the various great organizers and their financiering houses has repeatedly been capitalized, probably to its full amount, in the common stock of the various corporations which they have created, but taken in the sense of an asset belonging to the financing house as a corporation, it is not known that this item of immaterial wealth has yet been formally capitalized and offered in quotable shares on the market or included in the schedules of personal property. 32. The sublimation of business capital that has been going forward in recent times has grave consequences for the owners of property as well as for the conduct of industry. In so far as invested property is managed by the methods of modern corporation finance, it is evident that the management is separated from the ownership of 175 the property, more and more widely as the scope of corporation finance widens. The discretion, the management, lies in the hands of the holders of the intangible forms of property, and with the extension of corporation methods it is increasingly true that this management, again, centers in the hands of those greater businessmen who hold large blocks of these intangible assets. The reach of a businessman's discretionary control, under corporation methods, is not proportioned simply to the amount of his holdings. If his holdings are relatively small, they give him virtually no discretion. Whereas if they are relatively large, they may give him a business discretion of much more than a proportionate reach. The effective reach of a businessman's discretion might be said to increase as the square of his holdings, although this is to be taken as a suggestive characterization rather than as an exact formula. Among the holdings of industrial property that count in this way toward control of the business situation, the intangible assets, represented by common stock, goodwill, and the like, are chiefly of consequence. Hence follow these two results: the fortunes of property owners are in large measure dependent on the discretion of others, the owners of intangible property, and the management of the industrial equipment tends strongly to center in the hands of men who do not own the 176 industrial equipment, and who have only a remote interest in the efficient working of this equipment. The property of those who own less, or who own only material goods, is administered by those who own more, especially of immaterial goods, and the material processes of industry are under the control of men whose interest centers on an increased value of the immaterial assets. 33. Selection 30. The place of science in modern civilization. Veblen, 1906a. It is commonly held that modern Christendom is superior to any and all other systems of civilized life. Other ages and other cultural regions are by contrast spoken of as lower, or more archaic, or less mature. The claim is that the modern culture is superior on the whole, not that it is the best or highest in all respects and at every point. It has, in fact, not an all-around superiority, but a superiority within a closely limited range of intellectual activities, while outside this range many other civilizations surpass that of the modern Occidental peoples. But the peculiar excellence of the modern culture is of such a nature as to give it a decisive practical advantage over all other cultural schemes that have gone before or that have come into competition with it. It has proved itself fit to survive in a struggle for existence as against those civilizations which differ from it in respect of its distinctive traits. Modern civilization is peculiarly matter of fact. It contains many elements that are not of this character, but these other elements do not belong exclusively or characteristically to it. The modern civilized peoples are in a peculiar degree capable of an impersonal, dispassionate insight into the material facts with which mankind has to deal. The apex of cultural growth is at this point. Compared with this trait, the rest of what is comprised 586 in the cultural scheme is adventitious, or at the best it is a byproduct of this hard-headed apprehension of facts. This quality may be a matter of habit or of racial endowment, or it may be an outcome of both, but whatever be the explanation of its prevalence, the immediate consequence is much the same for the growth of civilization. A civilization which is dominated by this matter of fact insight must prevail against any cultural scheme that lacks this element. This characteristic of Western civilization comes to a head in modern science, and it finds its highest material expression in the technology of the machine industry. In these things modern culture is creative and self-sufficient, and these being given, the rest of what may seem characteristic in Western civilization follows by easy consequence. The cultural structure clusters about this body of matter-of-fact knowledge as its substantial core. Whatever is not consonant with these opaque creations of science is an intrusive feature in the modern scheme, borrowed or standing over from the barbarian past. Other ages and other peoples excel in other things and are known by other virtues. In creative art, as well as in critical taste, the faltering talent of Christendom can at the best follow the lead of the ancient Greeks and the Japanese. In deft workmanship the handicraftsmen of the Middle Orient, as well as of the Far East, stand on a level securely above the highest European achievement, old or new. In myth-making, folklore, and occult symbolism many of the lower barbarians have achieved things beyond what the latter-day priests and poets know how to propose. In metaphysical insight and dialectical versatility many Orientals, as well as the schoolmen of the Middle Ages, easily surpass the highest reaches of the new thought and the higher criticism. In a shrewd sense of the religious verities, as well as in an unsparing faith in devout observances, the people of India or Tibet, or even the medieval Christians, are past masters in comparison even with the select of the faith of modern times. In political finesse, as well as in unreasoning, brute loyalty, more than one of the ancient peoples give evidence of a capacity to which no modern civilized nation may aspire. In 587 warlike malevolence and abandon, the hosts of Islam, the Sioux Indian, and the heathen of the northern sea have set the mark above the reach of the most strenuous civilized warlord. To modern civilized men, especially in their intervals of sober reflection, all these things that distinguish the barbarian civilization seem of dubious value and are required to show cause why they should not be slighted. It is not so with the knowledge of facts. The making of states and dynasties, the founding of families, the prosecution of feuds, the propagation of creeds and the creation of sects, the accumulation of fortunes, the consumption of superfluities, these have all in their time been felt to justify themselves as an end of endeavor, but in the eyes of modern civilized men all these things seem futile in comparison with the achievements of science. They dwindle in men's esteem as time passes, while the achievements of science are held higher as time passes. This is the one secure holding ground of latter-day conviction, that the increase and diffusion of knowledge among men is infeasibly right and good. When seen in such perspective as will clear it of the trivial perplexities of workday life, this proposition is not questioned within the horizon of the Western culture, and no other cultural ideal holds a similar unquestioned place in the convictions of civilized mankind. On any large question which is to be disposed of for good and all, the final appeal is by common consent taken to the scientist. The solution offered in the name of science is decisive so long as it is not set aside by a still more searching scientific inquiry. This state of things may not be altogether fortunate, but such is the fact. There are other, older grounds of finality that may conceivably be better, nobler, worthier, more profound, more beautiful. It might conceivably be preferable, as a matter of cultural ideals, to leave the last word with the lawyer, the duelist, the priest, the moralist, or the College of Heraldry. In past times people have been content to leave their weightiest questions to the decision of some one or other of these tribunals, and, it cannot be denied, with very happy results in those respects that were then looked to with the greatest solicitude. But whatever the common sense of earlier generations may have held in this 588 respect, modern common sense holds that the scientist's answer is the only ultimately true one. In the last resort, enlightened common sense sticks by the opaque truth and refuses to go behind the returns given by the tangible facts. Quasi lignum vitae in paradiso dei, et quasi lucerna fulguris in domo domini. One such is the place of science in modern civilization. This latter-day faith in matter-of-fact knowledge may be well grounded or it may not. It has come about that men assign it this high place, perhaps idolatrously, perhaps to the detriment of the best and most intimate interests of the race. There is room for much more than a vague doubt that this cult of science is not altogether a wholesome growth, that the unmitigated quest of knowledge, of this matter-of-fact kind, makes for race deterioration and discomfort on the whole, both in its immediate effects upon the spiritual life of mankind, and in the material consequences that follow from a great advance in matter-of-fact knowledge. But we are not here concerned with the merits of the case. The question here is, how has this cult of science arisen? What are its cultural antecedents? How far is it in consonance with hereditary human nature? And, what is the nature of its hold on the convictions of civilized men? In dealing with pedagogical problems and the theory of education, current psychology is nearly at one in saying that all learning is of a pragmatic character, that knowledge is inchoate action inchoately directed to an end, that all knowledge is functional, that it is of the nature of use. This, of course, is only a corollary under the main postulate of the latter-day psychologists, whose catchword is that the idea is essentially active. There is no need of quarreling with this pragmatic school of psychologists. Their aphorism may not contain the whole truth, perhaps, but at least it goes nearer to the heart of the epistemological problem than any earlier formulation. It may confidently be said to do so because, for one thing, its argument meets the requirements of modern science. It is such a concept as matter-of-fact science can make effective use of. It is drawn in terms 589 which are, in the last analysis, of an impersonal, not to say tropismatic, character, such as is demanded by science, with its insistence on opaque cause and effect. While knowledge is construed in teleological terms, in terms of personal interest and attention, this teleological aptitude is itself reducible to a product of unteleological natural selection. The teleological bent of intelligence is a hereditary trait settled upon the race by the selective action of forces that look to no end. The foundations of pragmatic intelligence are not pragmatic, nor even personal or sensible. This impersonal character of intelligence is, of course, most evident on the lower levels of life. If we follow Mr. Loeb, example in his inquiries into the psychology of that life that lies below the threshold of intelligence, what we meet with is an aimless but unwavering motor response to stimulus. Point 2. The response is of the nature of motor impulse, and insofar it is pragmatic, if that term may fairly be applied to so rudimentary a phase of sensibility. The responding organism may be called an agent insofar. It is only by a figure of speech that these terms are made to apply to tropismatic reactions. Higher in the scale of sensibility and nervous complication, instincts work to a somewhat similar outcome. On the human plane, intelligence, the selective effect of inhibitive complication, may throw the response into the form of a reasoned line of conduct looking to an outcome that shall be expedient for the agent. This is naive pragmatism of the developed kind. There is no longer a question but that the responding organism is an agent, and that his intelligent response to stimulus is of a teleological character. But that is not all. The inhibitive nervous complication may also detach another chain of response to the given stimulus, which does not spend itself in a line of motor conduct and does not fall into a system of uses. Pragmatically speaking, this outlying chain of response is unintended and irrelevant. Except in urgent cases, such an idle response seems commonly to be present as a subsidiary phenomenon. If credence is given to the view 590 that intelligence is, in its elements, of the nature of an inhibitive selection, it seems necessary to assume some such chain of idle and irrelevant response to account for the further course of the elements eliminated in giving the motor response the character of a reasoned line of conduct. So that associated with the pragmatic attention there is found more or less of an irrelevant attention, or idle curiosity. This is more particularly the case where a higher range of intelligence is present. This idle curiosity is, perhaps, closely related to the aptitude for play, observed both in man and in the lower animals. Point 3. The aptitude for play, as well as the functioning of idle curiosity, seems peculiarly lively in the young, whose aptitude for sustained pragmatism is at the same time relatively vague and unreliable. This idle curiosity formulates its response to stimulus, not in terms of an expedient line of conduct, nor even necessarily in a chain of motor activity, but in terms of the sequence of activities going on in the observed phenomena. The interpretation of the facts under the guidance of this idle curiosity may take the form of anthropomorphic or animistic explanations of the conduct of the objects observed. The interpretation of the facts takes a dramatic form. The facts are conceived in an animistic way, and a pragmatic animus is imputed to them. Their behavior is construed as a reasoned procedure on their part looking to the advantage of these animistically conceived objects, or looking to the achievement of some end which these objects are conceived to have at heart for reasons of their own. Among the savage and lower barbarian peoples there is commonly current a large body of knowledge organized in this way into myths and legends, which need have no pragmatic value for the learner of them and no intended bearing on his conduct of practical affairs. They may come to have a practical value imputed to them as a ground of superstitious observances, but they may also not. Point 4. All students of the lower cultures are aware of 591 the dramatic character of the myths current among these peoples, and they are also aware that, particularly among the peaceable communities, the great body of mythical lore is of an idle kind, as having very little intended bearing on the practical conduct of those who believe in these myth dramas. The myths on the one hand, and the workday knowledge of uses, materials, appliances, and expedients on the other hand, may be nearly independent of one another. Such is the case in an especial degree among those peoples who are prevailingly of a peaceable habit of life, among whom the myths have not in any great measure been canonized into precedents of divine malevolence. The lower barbarians' knowledge of the phenomena of nature, in so far as they are made the subject of deliberate speculation and are organized into a consistent body, is of the nature of life histories. This body of knowledge is in the main organized under the guidance of an idle curiosity. In so far as it is systematized under the canons of curiosity rather than of expediency, the test of truth applied throughout this body of barbarian knowledge is the test of dramatic consistency. In addition to their dramatic cosmology and folk legends, it is needless to say, these peoples have also a considerable body of worldly wisdom in a more or less systematic form. In this the test of validity is usefulness. Point 5. The pragmatic knowledge of the early days differs scarcely at all in character from that of the maturest phases of culture. Its highest achievements in the direction of systematic formulation consist of didactic exhortations to thrift, prudence, equanimity, and shrewd management, a body of maxims of expedient conduct. 592. In this field there is scarcely a degree of advance from Confucius to Samuel Smiles. Under the guidance of the idle curiosity, on the other hand, there has been a continued advance toward a more and more comprehensive system of knowledge. With the advance in intelligence and experience there come closer observation and more detailed analysis of facts. Point 6. The dramatization of the sequence of phenomena may then fall into somewhat less personal, less anthropomorphic formulations of the processes observed, but at no stage of its growth, at least at no stage hitherto reached, does the output of this work of the idle curiosity lose its dramatic character. Comprehensive generalizations are made and cosmologies are built up, but always in dramatic form. General principles of explanation are settled on, which in the earlier days of theoretical speculation seem invariably to run back to the broad vital principle of generation. Procreation, birth, growth, and decay constitute the cycle of postulates within which the dramatized processes of natural phenomena run their course. Creation is procreation in these archaic theoretical systems, and causation is gestation and birth. The archaic cosmological schemes of Greece, India, Japan, China, Polynesia, and America, all run to the same general effect on this head. Point 7. Throughout this biological speculation there is present, obscurely in the background, the tacit recognition of a material causation, such as conditions the vulgar operations of workday life from hour to hour. But this causal relation between vulgar work and product is vaguely taken for granted and not made a principle for comprehensive generalizations. It is overlooked as a trivial matter of course. The higher generalizations take their color from the broader features of the current scheme of life. The habits of thought that rule in the working out of a system of knowledge are such as are fostered by the more impressive affairs of life, by the institutional structure under which the community lives. So long as the ruling institutions are those of blood relationship, descent, and clannish discrimination, so long the canons of knowledge are of the same complexion. 593. When presently a transformation is made in the scheme of culture from peaceable life with sporadic predation to a settled scheme of predaceous life, involving mastery and servitude, gradations of privilege and honor, coercion and personal dependence, then the scheme of knowledge undergoes an analogous change. The predaceous, or higher barbarian, culture is, for the present purpose, peculiar in that it is ruled by an accentuated pragmatism. The institutions of this cultural phase are conventionalized relations of force and fraud. The questions of life are questions of expedient conduct as carried on under the current relations of mastery and subservience. The habitual distinctions are distinctions of personal force, advantage, precedence, and authority. A shrewd adaptation to the system of graded dignity and servitude becomes a matter of life and death, and men learn to think in these terms as ultimate and definitive. The system of knowledge, even in so far as its motives are of a dispassionate or idle kind, falls into the like terms, because such are the habits of thought and the standards of discrimination enforced by daily life. Point 8. The theoretical work of such a cultural era, as, for instance, the Middle Ages, still takes the general shape of dramatization, but the postulates of the dramaturgic theories and the tests of theoretic validity are no longer the same as before the scheme of graded servitude came to occupy the field. The canons which guide the work of the idle curiosity are no longer those of generation, blood relationship, and homely life, but rather those of graded dignity, authenticity, and dependence. The higher generalizations take on a new complexion, it may be without formally discarding the older articles of belief. The cosmologies of these higher barbarians are cast in terms of a feudalistic hierarchy of agents and elements, and the causal nexus between phenomena is conceived animistically after the manner of sympathetic magic. The laws that are sought to be discovered in the natural universe are sought in terms of authoritative enactment. The relation in which the deity, or deities, are conceived to stand to facts is no longer the relation of progenitor, so much as that 594 of Susi Ainti. Natural laws are corollaries under the arbitrary rules of status imposed on the natural universe by an all-powerful providence with a view to the maintenance of his own prestige. The science that grows in such a spiritual environment is of the class represented by alchemy and astrology, in which the imputed degree of nobility and prepotency of the objects and the symbolic force of their names are looked to for an explanation of what takes place. The theoretical output of the schoolmen has necessarily an accentuated pragmatic complexion, since the whole cultural scheme under which they lived and worked was of a strenuously pragmatic character. The current concepts of things were then drawn in terms of expediency, personal force, exploit, prescriptive authority, and the like, and this range of concepts was by force of habit employed in the correlation of facts for purposes of knowledge even where no immediate practical use of the knowledge so gained was had in view. At the same time a very large proportion of the scholastic researches and speculations aimed directly at rules of expedient conduct, whether it took the form of a philosophy of life under temporal law and custom, or of a scheme of salvation under the decrees of an autocratic providence. A naive apprehension of the dictum that all knowledge is pragmatic would find more satisfactory corroboration in the intellectual output of scholasticism than in any system of knowledge of an older or a later date. With the advent of modern times a change comes over the nature of the inquiries and formulations worked out under the guidance of the idle curiosity, which from this epoch is often spoken of as the scientific spirit. The change in question is closely correlated with an analogous change in institutions and habits of life, particularly with the changes which the modern era brings in industry and in the economic organization of society. It is doubtful whether the characteristic intellectual interests and teachings of the new era can properly be spoken of as less pragmatic, as that term is sometimes understood, than those of the scholastic times, but they are of another kind, being conditioned 595 by a different cultural and industrial situation. 9 In the life of the new era conceptions of authentic rank and differential dignity have grown weaker in practical affairs, and notions of preferential reality and authentic tradition similarly count for less in the new science. The forces at work in the external world are conceived in a less animistic manner, although anthropomorphism still prevails, at least to the degree required in order to give a dramatic interpretation of the sequence of phenomena. The changes in the cultural situation which seem to have had the most serious consequences for the methods and animus of scientific inquiry are those changes that took place in the field of industry. Industry in early modern times is a fact of relatively greater preponderance, more of a tone-giving factor, than it was under the regime of feudal status. It is the characteristic trait of the modern culture, very much as exploit and fealty were the characteristic cultural traits of the earlier times. This early modern industry is, in an obvious and convincing degree, a matter of workmanship. The same has not been true in the same degree either before or since. The workman, more or less skilled and with more or less specialized efficiency, was the central figure in the cultural situation of the time, and so the concepts of the scientists came to be drawn in the image of the workman. The dramatizations of the sequence of external phenomena worked out under the impulse of the idle curiosity were then conceived in terms of workmanship. Workmanship gradually supplanted differential dignity as the authoritative canon of scientific truth, even on the higher levels of speculation and research. This, of course, amounts to saying in other words that the law of cause and effect was given the first place, as contrasted with dialectical consistency and authentic tradition. But this early modern law of cause and effect, the law of efficient causes, is of an anthropomorphic kind. Like causes produce like effects, in much the 596 same sense as the skilled workman's product is like the workman, nothing is found in the effect that was not contained in the cause, in much the same manner. These dicta are, of course, older than modern science, but it is only in the early days of modern science that they come to rule the field with an unquestioned sway and to push the higher grounds of dialectical validity to one side. They invade even the highest and most recondite fields of speculation, so that at the approach to the transition from the early modern to the late modern period, in the 18th century they determine the outcome even in the councils of the theologians. The deity, from having been in medieval times primarily a suzerain concerned with the maintenance of his own prestige, becomes primarily a creator engaged in the workman-like occupation of making things useful for man. His relation to man and the natural universe is no longer primarily that of a progenitor, as it is in the lower barbarian culture, but rather that of a talented mechanic. The natural laws which the scientists of that era make so much of are no longer decrees of a preternatural legislative authority, but rather details of the workshop specifications handed down by the master craftsman for the guidance of handicraftsmen working out his designs. In the 18th century science these natural laws are laws specifying the sequence of cause and effect, and will bear characterization as a dramatic interpretation of the activity of the causes at work, and these causes are conceived in a quasi-personal manner. In later modern times the formulations of causal sequence grow more impersonal and more objective, more matter-of-fact, but the imputation of activity to the observed objects never ceases, and even in the latest and maturest formulations of scientific research the dramatic tone is not wholly lost. The causes at work are conceived in a highly impersonal way, but hitherto no science, except ostensibly mathematics, has been content to do its theoretical work in terms of inert magnitude alone. Activity continues to be imputed to the phenomena with which science deals, and activity is, of course, not a fact of observation, but is imputed to the phenomena by the observer. 10 This is, also 597 of course, denied by those who insist on a purely mathematical formulation of scientific theories, but the denial is maintained only at the cost of consistency. Those eminent authorities who speak for a colorless mathematical formulation invariably and necessarily fall back on the, essentially metaphysical, preconception of causation as soon as they go into the actual work of scientific inquiry. 11. Since the machine technology has made great advances, during the 19th century, and has become a cultural force of wide-reaching consequence, the formulations of science have made another move in the direction of impersonal matter-of-fact. The machine process has displaced the workman as the archetype in whose image causation is conceived by the scientific investigators. The dramatic interpretation of natural phenomena has thereby become less anthropomorphic. It no longer constructs the life history of a cause working to produce a given effect, after the manner of a skilled workman producing a piece of wrought goods, but it constructs the life history of a process in which the distinction between cause and effect need scarcely be observed in an itemized and specific way, but in which the run of causation unfolds itself in an unbroken sequence of cumulative change. By contrast with the pragmatic formulations of worldly wisdom, these latter-day theories of the scientists appear highly opaque, impersonal, and matter-of-fact, but taken by themselves they must be admitted still to show the constraint of the dramatic prepossessions that once guided the savage myth-makers. In so far as touches the aims and the animus of scientific inquiry, as seen from the point of view of the scientist, it is a wholly fortuitous and insubstantial coincidence that much of the knowledge gained under machine-made canons of research can be turned to practical account. Much of this knowledge is useful, or may be made so, by applying it to the control of the processes in which natural forces are engaged. This employment of scientific 598 knowledge for useful ends in technology, in the broad sense in which the term includes, besides the machine industry proper, such branches of practice as engineering, agriculture, medicine, sanitation, and economic reforms. The reason why scientific theories can be turned to account for these practical ends is not that these ends are included in the scope of scientific inquiry. These useful purposes lie outside the scientist's interest. It is not that he aims, or can aim, at technological improvements. His inquiry is as idle as that of the Pueblo myth-maker. But the canons of validity under whose guidance he works are those imposed by the modern technology, through habituation to its requirements, and therefore his results are available for the technological purpose. His canons of validity are made for him by the cultural situation, they are habits of thought imposed on him by the scheme of life current in the community in which he lives, and under modern conditions the scheme of life is largely machine-made. In the modern culture, industry, industrial processes, and industrial products have progressively gained upon humanity, until these creations of man's ingenuity have latterly come to take the dominant place in the cultural scheme, and it is not too much to say that they have become the chief force in shaping men's daily life, and therefore the chief factor in shaping men's habits of thought. Hence men have learned to think in the terms in which the technological processes act. This is particularly true of those men who by virtue of a peculiarly strong susceptibility in this direction become addicted to that habit of matter-of-fact inquiry that constitutes scientific research. Modern technology makes use of the same range of concepts, thinks in the same terms, and applies the same tests of validity as modern science. In both, the terms of standardization, validity, and finality are always terms of impersonal sequence, not terms of human nature or of preternatural agencies. Hence the easy co-partnership between the two. Science and technology play into one another's hands. The processes of nature with which science deals and which technology turns to account, the sequence of changes in the external world, animate and inanimate, run in terms of brute causation, as do the theories of science. These 599 processes take no thought of human expediency or inexpediency. To make use of them they must be taken as they are, opaque and unsympathetic. Technology, therefore, has come to proceed on an interpretation of these phenomena in mechanical terms, not in terms of imputed personality nor even of workmanship. Modern science, deriving its concepts from the same source, carries on its inquiries and states its conclusions in terms of the same objective character as those employed by the mechanical engineer. So it has come about, through the progressive change of the ruling habits of thought in the community, that the theories of science have progressively diverged from the formulations of pragmatism, ever since the modern era set in. From an organization of knowledge on the basis of imputed personal or animistic propensity, the theory has changed its base to an imputation of brute activity only, and this latter is conceived in an increasingly matter-of-fact manner, until, latterly, the pragmatic range of knowledge and the scientific are more widely out of touch than ever, differing not only in aim, but in matter as well. In both domains knowledge runs in terms of activity, but it is on the one hand knowledge of what had best be done, and on the other hand knowledge of what takes place, on the one hand knowledge of ways and means, on the other hand knowledge without any ulterior purpose. The latter range of knowledge may serve the ends of the former, but the converse does not hold true. These two divergent ranges of inquiry are to be found together in all phases of human culture. What distinguishes the present phase is that the discrepancy between the two is now wider than ever before. The present is nowise distinguished above other cultural eras by any exceptional urgency or acumen in the search for pragmatic expedients. Neither is it safe to assert that the present excels all other civilizations in the volume or the workmanship of that body of knowledge that is to be credited to the idle curiosity. What distinguishes the present in these premises is, 1. That the primacy in the cultural scheme has passed from pragmatism to a disinterested inquiry whose motive is idle curiosity, and, 2, that in the domain of the latter the making of 600 myths and legends in terms of imputed personality, as well as the construction of dialectical systems in terms of differential reality, has yielded the first place to the making of theories in terms of matter-of-fact sequence. Point 12. Pragmatism creates nothing but maxims of expedient conduct. Science creates nothing but theories. 13. It knows nothing of policy or utility, of better or worse. None of all that is comprised in what is today accounted scientific knowledge. Wisdom and proficiency of the pragmatic sort does not contribute to the advance of a knowledge of fact. It has only an incidental bearing on scientific research, and its bearing is chiefly that of inhibition and misdirection. Wherever canons of expediency are intruded into or are attempted to be incorporated in the inquiry, the consequence is an unhappy one for science, however happy it may be for some other purpose extraneous to science. The mental attitude of worldly wisdom is at cross purposes with the disinterested scientific spirit, and the pursuit of it induces an intellectual bias that is incompatible with scientific insight. Its intellectual output is a body of shrewd rules of conduct, in great part designed to take advantage of human infirmity. Its habitual terms of standardization and validity are terms of human nature, of human preference, prejudice, aspiration, endeavor, and disability, and the habit of mind that goes with it is such as is consonant with these terms. No doubt, the all-pervading pragmatic animus of the older and non-European civilizations has had more than anything else to do with their relatively slight and slow advance in scientific knowledge. In the modern scheme of knowledge it holds true, in a similar manner and with analogous effect, that training in divinity, in law and in the related branches of diplomacy, business tactics, military affairs, and political theory, is alien to the skeptical scientific spirit and subversive of it. The modern scheme of culture comprises a large body of worldly wisdom, as well as of science. This pragmatic lore stands over against science with something of a jealous reserve. The pragmatists value themselves somewhat on being useful as 601 well as being efficient for good and evil. They feel the inherent antagonism between themselves and the scientists, and look with some doubt on the latter as being merely decorative triflers, although they sometimes borrow the prestige of the name of science, as is only good and well, since it is of the essence of worldly wisdom to borrow anything that can be turned to account. The reasoning in these fields turns about questions of personal advantage of one kind or another, and the merits of the claims canvassed in these discussions are decided on grounds of authenticity. Personal claims make up the subject of the inquiry, and these claims are construed and decided in terms of precedent and choice, use and want, prescriptive authority, and the like. The higher reaches of generalization in these pragmatic inquiries are of the nature of deductions from authentic tradition, and the training in this class of reasoning gives discrimination in respect of authenticity and expediency. The resulting habit of mind is a bias for substituting dialectical distinctions and decisions de jure in the place of explanations de facto. The so-called sciences associated with these pragmatic disciplines, such as jurisprudence, political science, and the like, is a taxonomy of credenda. Of this character was the greater part of the science cultivated by the schoolmen, and large remnants of the same kind of authentic convictions are, of course, still found among the tenets of the scientists, particularly in the social sciences, and no small solicitude is still given to their cultivation. Substantially the same value as that of the temporal pragmatic inquiries belongs also, of course, to the science of divinity. Here the questions to which an answer is sought, as well as the aim and method of inquiry, are of the same pragmatic character, although the argument runs on a higher plane of personality, and seeks a solution in terms of a remoter and more metaphysical expediency. In the light of what has been said above, the questions recur: how far is the scientific quest of matter-of-fact knowledge consonant with the inherited intellectual aptitudes and propensities of the normal man? And, what foothold has science in the modern culture? The former is a question of the temperamental heritage 602 of civilized mankind, and therefore it is in large part a question of the circumstances which have in the past selectively shaped the human nature of civilized mankind. Under the barbarian culture, as well as on the lower levels of what is currently called civilized life, the dominant note has been that of competitive expediency for the individual or the group, great or small, in an avowed struggle for the means of life. Such is still the ideal of the politician and businessman, as well as of other classes whose habits of life lead them to cling to the inherited barbarian traditions. The upper barbarian and lower civilized culture, as has already been indicated, is pragmatic, with a thoroughness that nearly bars out any non-pragmatic ideal of life or of knowledge. Where this tradition is strong there is but a precarious chance for any consistent effort to formulate knowledge in other terms than those drawn from the prevalent relations of personal mastery and subservience and the ideals of personal gain. During the Dark and Middle Ages, for instance, it is true in the main that any movement of thought not controlled by considerations of expediency and conventions of status are to be found only in the obscure depths of vulgar life, among those neglected elements of the population that lived below the reach of the active class struggle. What there is surviving of this vulgar, non-pragmatic intellectual output takes the form of legends and folk tales, often embroidered on the authentic documents of the faith. These are less alien to the latest and highest culture of Christendom than are the dogmatic, dialectical, and chivalric productions that occupied the attention of the upper classes in medieval times. It may seem a curious paradox that the latest and most perfect flower of the Western civilization is more nearly akin to the spiritual life of the serfs and villeins than it is to that of the grange or the abbey. The courtly life and the chivalric habits of thought of that past phase of culture have left as nearly no trace in the cultural scheme of later modern times as could well be. Even the romancers who ostensibly rehearse the phenomena of chivalry, unavoidably make their knights and ladies speak the language and the sentiments of the slums of that time, tempered with certain schematized modern reflections and speculations. 603 The gallantries, the genteel inanities and devout imbecilities of medieval high life would be insufferable even to the meanest and most romantic modern intelligence. So that in a later, less barbarian age the precarious remnants of folklore that have come down through that vulgar channel, half savage and more than half pagan, are treasured as containing the largest spiritual gains which the barbarian ages of Europe have to offer. The sway of barbarian pragmatism has, everywhere in the Western world, been relatively brief and relatively light, the only exceptions would be found in certain parts of the Mediterranean seaboard. But wherever the barbarian culture has been sufficiently long-lived and unmitigated to work out a thoroughly selective effect in the human material subjected to it, there the pragmatic animus may be expected to have become supreme and to inhibit all movement in the direction of scientific inquiry and eliminate all effective aptitude for other than worldly wisdom. What the selective consequences of such a protracted regime of pragmatism would be for the temper of the race may be seen in the human flotsam left by the great civilizations of antiquity, such as Egypt, India, and Persia. Science is not at home among these leavings of barbarism. In these instances of its long and unmitigated dominion the barbarian culture has selectively worked out a temperamental bias and a scheme of life from which objective, matter-of-fact knowledge is virtually excluded in favor of pragmatism, secular and religious. But for the greater part of the race, at least for the greater part of civilized mankind, the regime of the mature barbarian culture has been of relatively short duration, and has had a correspondingly superficial and transient selective effect. It has not had force and time to eliminate certain elements of human nature handed down from an earlier phase of life, which are not in full consonance with the barbarian animus or with the demands of the pragmatic scheme of thought. The barbarian pragmatic habit of mind, therefore, is not properly speaking a temperamental trait of the civilized peoples, except possibly within certain class limits, as, example the German nobility. It is rather a tradition, and it does not constitute so tenacious a bias as to make head against the 604 strongly materialistic drift of modern conditions and set aside that increasingly urgent resort to matter-of-fact conceptions that makes for the primacy of science. Civilized mankind does not in any great measure take back atavistically to the upper barbarian habit of mind. Barbarism covers too small a segment of the life history of the race to have given an enduring temperamental result. The unmitigated discipline of the higher barbarism in Europe fell on a relatively small proportion of the population, and in the course of time this select element of the population was crossed and blended with the blood of the lower elements whose life always continued to run in the ruts of savagery rather than in those of the high-strung, finished barbarian culture that gave rise to the chivalric scheme of life. Of the several phases of human culture the most protracted, and the one which has counted for most in shaping the abiding traits of the race, is unquestionably that of savagery. With savagery, for the purpose in hand, is to be classed that lower, relatively peaceable barbarism that is not characterized by wide and sharp class discrepancies or by an unremitting endeavor of one individual or group to get the better of another. Even under the full-grown barbarian culture, as, for instance, during the Middle Ages, the habits of life and the spiritual interests of the great body of the population continue in large measure to bear the character of savagery. The savage phase of culture accounts for by far the greater portion of the life history of mankind, particularly if the lower barbarism and the vulgar life of later barbarism be counted in with savagery, as in a measure they properly should. This is particularly true of those racial elements that have entered into the composition of the leading peoples of Christendom. The savage culture is characterized by the relative absence of pragmatism from the higher generalizations of its knowledge and beliefs. As has been noted above, its theoretical creations are chiefly of the nature of mythology shading off into folklore. This genial spinning of apocryphal yarns is, at its best, an amiably inefficient formulation of experiences and observations in terms of something like a life history of the phenomena observed. 605 It has, on the one hand, little value and little purpose, in the way of pragmatic expediency, and so it is not closely akin to the pragmatic barbarian scheme of life, while, on the other hand, it is also ineffectual as a systematic knowledge of matter of fact. It is a quest of knowledge, perhaps of systematic knowledge, and it is carried on under the incentive of the idle curiosity. In this respect it falls in the same class with the civilized man's science, but it seeks knowledge not in terms of opaque matter of fact, but in terms of some sort of a spiritual life imputed to the facts. It is romantic and Hegelian rather than realistic and Darwinian. The logical necessities of its scheme of thought are necessities of spiritual consistency rather than of quantitative equivalence. It is like science in that it has no ulterior motive beyond the idle craving for a systematic correlation of data, but it is unlike science in that its standardization and correlation of data run in terms of the free play of imputed personal initiative rather than in terms of the constraint of objective cause and effect. By force of the protracted selective discipline of this past phase of culture, the human nature of civilized mankind is still substantially the human nature of savage man. The ancient equipment of congenital aptitudes and propensities stands over substantially unchanged, though overlaid with barbarian traditions and conventionalities and readjusted by habituation to the exigencies of civilized life. In a measure, therefore, but by no means altogether, scientific inquiry is native to civilized man with his savage heritage, since scientific inquiry proceeds on the same general motive of idle curiosity as guided the savage myth-makers, though it makes use of concepts and standards in great measure alien to the myth-maker's habit of mind. The ancient human predilection for discovering a dramatic play of passion and intrigue in the phenomena of nature still asserts itself. In the most advanced communities, and even among the adepts of modern science, there comes up persistently the revulsion of the native savage against the inhumanly dispassionate sweep of the scientific quest, as well as against the inhumanly ruthless fabric of technological processes that have come out of this 606 search for matter-of-fact knowledge. Very often the savage need of a spiritual interpretation, dramatization, of phenomena breaks through the crust of acquired materialistic habits of thought, to find such refuge as may be had in articles of faith seized on and held by sheer force of instinctive conviction. Science and its creations are more or less uncanny, more or less alien, to that fashion of craving for knowledge that by ancient inheritance animates mankind. Furtively or by an overt breach of consistency, men still seek comfort in marvelous articles of savage-born lore, which contradict the truths of that modern science whose dominion they dare not question, but whose findings at the same time go beyond the breaking point of their jungle-fed spiritual sensibilities. The ancient ruts of savage thought and conviction are smooth and easy, but however sweet and indispensable the archaic ways of thinking may be to the civilized man's peace of mind, yet such is the binding force of matter-of-fact analysis and inference under modern conditions that the findings of science are not questioned on the whole. The name of science is after all a word to conjure with. So much so that the name and the mannerisms, at least, if nothing more of science, have invaded all fields of learning and have even overrun territory that belongs to the enemy. So there are sciences of theology, law, and medicine, as has already been noted above. And there are such things as Christian Science, and scientific astrology, palmistry, and the like. But within the field of learning proper there is a similar predilection for an air of scientific acumen and precision where science does not belong. So that even that large range of knowledge that has to do with general information rather than with theory, What is loosely termed scholarship, tends strongly to take on the name and forms of theoretical statement. However decided the contrast between these branches of knowledge on the one hand, and science properly so called on the other hand, yet even the classical learning, and the humanities generally, fall in with this predilection more and more with each succeeding generation of students. The students of literature, for instance, are more and more prone to substitute critical 607 analysis and linguistic speculation, as the end of their endeavors, in the place of that discipline of taste and that cultivated sense of literary form and literary feeling that must always remain the chief end of literary training, as distinct from philology and the social sciences. There is, of course, no intention to question the legitimacy of a science of philology or of the analytical study of literature as a fact in cultural history, but these things do not constitute training in literary taste, nor can they take the place of it. The effect of this straining after scientific formulations in a field alien to the scientific spirit is as curious as it is wasteful. Scientifically speaking, the quasi-scientific inquiries necessarily begin nowhere and end in the same place, while in point of cultural gain they commonly come to nothing better than spiritual abnegation. But these blindfold endeavors to conform to the canons of science serve to show how wide and unmitigated the sway of science is in the modern community. Scholarship, that is to say an intimate and systematic familiarity with past cultural achievements, still holds its place in the scheme of learning, in spite of the unadvised efforts of the short-sighted to blend it with the work of science, for it affords play for the ancient genial propensities that ruled men's quest of knowledge before the coming of science or of the outspoken pragmatic barbarism. Its place may not be so large in proportion to the entire field of learning as it was before the scientific era got fully underway. But there is no intrinsic antagonism between science and scholarship, as there is between pragmatic training and scientific inquiry. Modern scholarship shares with modern science the quality of not being pragmatic in its aim. Like science, it has no ulterior end. It may be difficult here and there to draw the line between science and scholarship, and it may even more be unnecessary to draw such a line, yet while the two ranges of discipline belong together in many ways, and while there are many points of contact and sympathy between the two, while the two together make up the modern scheme of learning, yet there is no need of confounding the one with the other, nor can the one do the work of the other. The scheme of learning has changed in such manner 608 as to give science the more commanding place, but the scholar's domain has not thereby been invaded, nor has it suffered contraction at the hands of science, whatever may be said of the weak-kneed abnegation of some whose place, if they have one, is in the field of scholarship rather than of science. All that has been said above has of course nothing to say as to the intrinsic merits of this quest of matter-of-fact knowledge. In point of fact, science gives its tone to modern culture. One may approve or one may deprecate the fact that this opaque, materialistic interpretation of things pervades modern thinking. That is a question of taste, about which there is no disputing. The prevalence of this matter-of-fact inquiry is a feature of modern culture, and the attitude which critics take toward this phenomenon is chiefly significant as indicating how far their own habit of mind coincides with the enlightened common sense of civilized mankind. It shows in what degree they are abreast of the advance of culture. Those in whom the savage predilection or the barbarian tradition is stronger than their habituation to civilized life will find that this dominant factor of modern life is perverse, if not calamitous. Those whose habits of thought have been fully shaped by the machine process and scientific inquiry are likely to find it good. The modern Western culture, with its core of matter-of-fact knowledge, may be better or worse than some other cultural scheme, such as the classic Greek, the medieval Christian, the Hindu, or the Pueblo Indian. Seen in certain lights, tested by certain standards, it is doubtless better, by other standards, worse. But the fact remains that the current cultural scheme, in its maturest growth, is of that complexion. Its characteristic force lies in this matter-of-fact insight, its highest discipline and its maturest aspirations are these. In point of fact, the sober common sense of civilized mankind accepts no other end of endeavor as self-sufficient and ultimate. That such is the case seems to be due chiefly to the ubiquitous presence of the machine technology and its creations in the life of modern communities. And so long as the machine process continues to hold its dominant place as a disciplinary 609 factor in modern culture, so long must the spiritual and intellectual life of this cultural era maintain the character which the machine process gives it. But while the scientist's spirit and his achievements stir an unqualified admiration in modern men, and while his discoveries carry conviction as nothing else does, it does not follow that the manner of man which this quest of knowledge produces or requires comes near answering to the current ideal of manhood, or that his conclusions are felt to be as good and beautiful as they are true. The ideal man, and the ideal of human life, even in the apprehension of those who most rejoice in the advances of science, is neither the finikin skeptic in the laboratory nor the animated slide rule. The quest of science is relatively new. It is a cultural factor not comprised, in anything like its modern force, among those circumstances whose selective action in the far past has given to the race the human nature which it now has. The race reached the human plane with little of the searching knowledge of facts, and throughout the greater part of its life history on the human plane it has been accustomed to make its higher generalizations and to formulate its larger principles of life in other terms than those of passionless matter of fact. This manner of knowledge has occupied an increasing share of men's attention in the past, since it bears in a decisive way upon the minor affairs of workday life, but it has never until now been put in the first place, as the dominant note of human culture. The normal man, such as his inheritance has made him, has therefore good cause to be restive under its dominion. Selection 31. The Socialist Economics of Karl Marx and His Followers 1. Veblen, 1906b, 1907a. Part I. The Theories of Karl Marx. The system of doctrines worked out by Marx is characterized by a certain boldness of conception and a great logical consistency. Taken in detail, the constituent elements of the system are neither novel nor iconoclastic, nor does Marx at any point claim to have discovered previously hidden facts or to have invented recondite formulations of facts already known, but the system as a whole has an air of originality and initiative such as is rarely met with among the sciences that deal with any phase of human culture. How much of this distinctive character the Marxian system owes to the personal traits of its creator is not easy to say, but what marks it off from all other systems of economic theory is not a matter of personal idiosyncrasy. It differs characteristically from all systems of theory that had preceded it, both in its premises and in its aims. The hostile critics of Marx have not sufficiently appreciated the radical character of his departure in both of these respects, and have, therefore, commonly lost themselves in a tangled scrutiny of supposedly abstruse details, whereas those writers who have been in sympathy with his teachings have too commonly been disciples bent on exegesis and on confirming their fellow disciples in the faith. Except as a whole and except in the light of its postulates and aims, the Marxian system is not only not tenable, but it is not even intelligible. A discussion of a given isolated 576 feature of the system, such as the theory of value, from the point of view of classical economics, such as that offered by Baumgarten, is as futile as a discussion of solids in terms of two dimensions. Neither as regards his postulates and preconceptions nor as regards the aim of his inquiry is Marx's position an altogether single-minded one. In neither respect does his position come of a single line of antecedents. He is of no single school of philosophy, nor are his ideals those of any single group of speculators living before his time. For this reason he takes his place as an originator of a school of thought as well as the leader of a movement looking to a practical end. As to the motives which drive him and the aspirations which guide him, in destructive criticism and in creative speculation alike, he is primarily a theoretician busied with the analysis of economic phenomena and their organization into a consistent and faithful system of scientific knowledge, but he is, at the same time, consistently and tenaciously alert to the bearing which each step in the progress of his theoretical work has upon the propaganda. His work has, therefore, an air of bias, such as belongs to an advocate's argument, but it is not, therefore, to be assumed, nor indeed to be credited, that his propagandist aims have in any substantial way deflected his inquiry or his speculations from the faithful pursuit of scientific truth. His socialistic bias may color his polemics, but his logical grasp is too neat and firm to admit of any bias, other than that of his metaphysical preconceptions, affecting his theoretical work. There is no system of economic theory more logical than that of Marx. No member of the system, no single article of doctrine, is fairly to be understood, criticized, or defended except as an articulate member of the whole and in the light of the preconceptions and postulates which afford 577 the point of departure and the controlling norm of the whole. As regards these preconceptions and postulates, Marx draws on two distinct lines of antecedents, the materialistic Hegelianism and the English system of natural rights. By his earlier training he is an adept in the Hegelian method of speculation and inoculated with the metaphysics of development underlying the Hegelian system. By his later training he is an expert in the system of natural rights and natural liberty, ingrained in his ideals of life and held inviolate throughout. He does not take a critical attitude toward the underlying principles of natural rights. Even his Hegelian preconceptions of development never carry him the length of questioning the fundamental principles of that system. He is only more ruthlessly consistent in working out their content than his natural rights antagonists in the liberal classical school. His polemics run against the specific tenets of the liberal school, but they run wholly on the ground afforded by the premises of that school. The ideals of his propaganda are natural rights ideals, but his theory of the working out of these ideals in the course of history rests on the Hegelian metaphysics of development, and his method of speculation and construction of theory is given by the Hegelian dialectic. What first and most vividly centered interest on Marx and his speculations was his relation to the revolutionary socialistic movement, and it is those features of his doctrines which bear immediately on the propaganda that still continue to hold the attention of the greater number of his critics. Chief among these doctrines, in the apprehension of his critics, is the theory of value, with its corollaries, a. the doctrines of the exploitation of labor by capital, and b. the laborer's claim to the whole product of his labor. Avowedly, Marx traces his doctrine of labor 578 value to Ricardo, and through him to the classical economists point to the laborer's claim to the whole product of labor, which is pretty constantly implied, though not frequently avowed by Marx. He has in all probability taken from English writers of the early 19th century, three more particularly from William Thomson. These doctrines are, on their face, nothing but a development of the conceptions of natural rights which then pervaded English speculation and afforded the metaphysical ground of the liberal movement. The more formidable critics of the Marxian socialism have made much of these doctrinal elements that further the propaganda, and have, by laying the stress on these, diverted attention from other elements that are of more vital consequence to the system as a body of theory. Their exclusive interest in this side of scientific socialism has even led them to deny the Marxian system all substantial originality, and make it a doubtfully legitimate offshoot of English liberalism and natural rights. Point 4. But this is one-sided criticism. It may hold as against certain tenets of the so-called scientific socialism, but it is not altogether to the point as regards the Marxian system of theory. Even the Marxian theory of value, surplus value, and exploitation, is not simply the doctrine of William Thomson, transcribed and sophisticated in a forbidding terminology, however great the superficial resemblance and however large Marx's unacknowledged debt to Thomson may be on these heads. For many details and for much of his animus Marx may be indebted to the utilitarians, but, after all, his system of theory, taken as a whole, lies within the frontiers of neo-Hegelianism, and 579 even the details are worked out in accord with the preconceptions of that school of thought and have taken on the complexion that would properly belong to them on that ground. It is, therefore, not by an itemized scrutiny of the details of doctrine and by tracing their pedigree in detail that a fair conception of Marx and his contribution to economics may be reached, but rather by following him from his own point of departure out into the ramifications of his theory, and so overlooking the whole in the perspective which the lapse of time now affords us, but which he could not himself attain, since he was too near to his own work to see why he went about it as he did. The comprehensive system of Marxism is comprised within the scheme of the materialistic conception of history. 5 This materialistic conception is essentially Hegelian. 6 Although it belongs with the Hegelian left, and its immediate affiliation is with Feuerbach, not with the direct line of Hegelian orthodoxy. The chief point of interest here, in identifying the materialistic conception with Hegelianism, is that this identification throws it immediately and uncompromisingly into contrast with Darwinism and the post-Darwinian conceptions of evolution. Even if a plausible English pedigree should be worked out for this materialistic conception, or scientific socialism, as has been attempted, it remains none the less true that the conception with which Marx went to his work was a transmuted framework of Hegelian dialectic. 7. Roughly, Hegelian materialism differs from Hegelian orthodoxy by inverting the main logical sequence, not by 580 discarding the logic or resorting to new tests of truth or finality. One might say, though perhaps with excessive crudity, that, where Hegel pronounces his dictum, Das Denken ist das Sein, the materialists, particularly Marx and Engels, would say das Sein macht das Denken. 8 But in both cases some sort of a creative primacy is assigned to one or the other members of the complex, and in neither case is the relation between the two members a causal relation. In the materialistic conception, man's spiritual life, what man thinks, is a reflex of what he is in the material respect, very much in the same fashion as the orthodox Hegelian would make the material world a reflex of the spirit. In both the dominant norm of speculation and formulation of theory is the conception of movement, development, evolution, progress, and in both the movement is contrived necessarily to take place by the method of conflict or struggle. The movement is of the nature of progress, gradual advance towards a goal, toward the realization in explicit form of all that is implicit in the substantial activity involved in the movement. The movement is, further, self-conditioned and self-acting. It is an unfolding by inner necessity. The struggle which constitutes the method of movement or evolution is, in the Hegelian system proper, the struggle of the spirit for self-realization by the process of the well-known three-phase dialectic. In the materialistic conception of history, this dialectical movement becomes the class struggle of the Marxian system. The class struggle is conceived to be material, but the term material is in this connection used in a metaphorical sense. It does not mean mechanical or physical, or even physiological, but economic. It is material in the sense that it is a struggle between classes for the material means of life. The materialistic conception of history proceeds on the principle that production and, next to 581 production, the exchange of its products is the groundwork of every social order. 9 The social order takes its form through the class struggle, and the character of the class struggle at any given phase of the unfolding development of society is determined by the prevailing mode of economic production and exchange. The dialectic of the movement of social progress, therefore, moves on the spiritual plane of human desire and passion, not on the, literally, material plane of mechanical and physiological stress, on which the developmental process of brute creation unfolds itself. It is a sublimated materialism, sublimated by the dominating presence of the conscious human spirit, but it is conditioned by the material facts of the production of the means of life. 10 The ultimately active forces involved in the process of unfolding social life are, apparently, the material agencies engaged in the mechanics of production, but the dialectic of the process, the class struggle, runs its course only among and in terms of the secondary, epigenetic, forces of human consciousness, engaged in the valuation of the material products of industry. A consistently materialistic conception, consistently adhering to a materialistic interpretation of the process of development as well as of the facts involved in the process, could scarcely avoid making its putative dialectic struggle a mere unconscious and irrelevant conflict of the brute material forces. This would have amounted to an interpretation in terms of opaque cause and effect, without recourse to the concept of a conscious class struggle, and it might have led to a concept of evolution similar to the unteleological Darwinian concept of natural selection. It could scarcely have led to the Marxian notion of a 582 conscious class struggle as the one necessary method of social progress, though it might conceivably, by the aid of empirical generalization, have led to a scheme of social process in which a class struggle would be included as an incidental though perhaps highly efficient factor. 11 It would have led, as Darwinism has, to a concept of a process of cumulative change in social structure and function, but this process, being essentially a cumulative sequence of causation, opaque and unteleological, could not, without an infusion of pious fancy by the speculator, be asserted to involve progress as distinct from retrogression or to tend to a realization or self-realization of the human spirit or of anything else. Neither could it conceivably be asserted to lead up to a final term, a goal to which all lines of the process should converge and beyond which the process would not go, such as the assumed goal of the Marxian process of class struggle, which is conceived to cease in the classless economic structure of the socialistic final term. In Darwinianism there is no such final or perfect term, and no definitive equilibrium. The disparity between Marxism and Darwinism, as well as the disparity within the Marxian system between the range of material facts that are conceived to be the fundamental forces of the process, on the one hand, and the range of spiritual facts within which the dialectic movement proceeds, this disparity is shown in the character assigned the class struggle by Marx and Engels. The struggle is asserted to be a conscious one, and proceeds on a recognition by the competing classes of their mutually incompatible interests with regard to the material means of life. The class struggle proceeds on motives of interest, and a recognition of class interest can, of course, be reached only by reflection on the facts of the case. There is, therefore, not even a direct causal connection between the material forces in the case and the choice of a given interested 583 line of conduct. The attitude of the interested party does not result from the material forces so immediately as to place it within the relation of direct cause and effect, nor even with such a degree of intimacy as to admit of its being classed as a tropismatic, or even instinctive, response to the impact of the material force in question. The sequence of reflection, and the consequent choice of sides to a quarrel, run entirely alongside of the range of material facts concerned. A further characteristic of the doctrine of class struggle requires mention. While the concept is not Darwinian, it is also not legitimately Hegelian, whether of the right or the left. It is of a utilitarian origin and of English pedigree, and it belongs to Marx by virtue of his having borrowed its elements from the system of self-interest. It is in fact a piece of hedonism, and is related to Bentham rather than to Hegel. It proceeds on the grounds of the hedonistic calculus, which is equally foreign to the Hegelian notion of an unfolding process and to the post-Darwinian notions of cumulative causation. As regards the tenability of the doctrine, apart from the question of its derivation and its compatibility with the neo-Hegelian postulates, it is to be added that it is quite out of harmony with the later results of psychological inquiry, just as is true of the use made of the hedonistic calculus by the classical, Austrian, economics. Within the domain covered by the materialistic conception, that is to say within the domain of unfolding human culture, which is the field of Marxian speculation at large, Marx has more particularly devoted his efforts to an analysis and theoretical formulation of the present situation, the current phase of the process, the capitalistic system. And, since the prevailing mode of the production of goods determines the institutional, intellectual, and spiritual life 584 of the epoch, by determining the form and method of the current class struggle, the discussion necessarily begins with the theory of capitalistic production, or production as carried on under the capitalistic system. 12 Under the capitalistic system, that is to say under the system of modern business traffic, production is a production of commodities, merchantable goods, with a view to the price to be obtained for them in the market. The great fact on which all industry under the system hinges is the price of marketable goods. Therefore it is at this point that Marx strikes into the system of capitalistic production, and therefore the theory of value becomes the dominant feature of his economics and the point of departure for the whole analysis, in all its voluminous ramifications. 13. It is scarcely worthwhile to question what serves as the beginning of wisdom in the current criticisms of Marx, namely, that he offers no adequate proof of his labor value theory. 14. It is even safe to go further, and say that 585 he offers no proof of it. The feint which occupies the opening paragraphs of the Capital and the corresponding passages of Zur Kritik, etc., is not to be taken seriously as an attempt to prove his position on this head by the ordinary recourse to argument. It is rather a self-satisfied superior's playful mystification of those readers, critics, whose limited powers do not enable them to see that his proposition is self-evident. Taken on the Hegelian, neo-Hegelian, ground, and seen in the light of the general materialistic conception, the proposition that value equals labor cost is self-evident, not to say tautological. Seen in any other light, it has no particular force. In the Hegelian scheme of things, the only substantial reality is the unfolding life of the spirit. In the neo-Hegelian scheme, as embodied in the materialistic conception, this reality is translated into terms of the unfolding, material, life of man in society. 15 Insofar as the goods are products of industry, they are the output of this unfolding life of man, a material residue embodying a given fraction of this forceful life process. In this life process lies all substantial reality, and all finally valid relations of quantivalence between the products of this life process must run in its terms. The life process, which, when it takes the specific form of an expenditure of labor power, goes to produce goods, is a process of material forces, the spiritual or mental features of the life process and of labor being only its insubstantial reflex. It is consequently only in the material changes wrought by this expenditure of labor power that the metaphysical substance of life, labor power, can be embodied, but in these changes of material 586 fact it cannot but be embodied, since these are the end to which it is directed. This balance between goods in respect of their magnitude as output of human labor holds good infeasibly, in point of the metaphysical reality of the life process, whatever superficial, phenomenal, variations from this norm may occur in men's dealings with the goods under the stress of the strategy of self-interest. Such is the value of the goods in reality, they are equivalents of one another in the proportion in which they partake of this substantial quality, although their true ratio of equivalence may never come to an adequate expression in the transactions involved in the distribution of the goods. This real or true value of the goods is a fact of production, and holds true under all systems and methods of production, whereas the exchange value, the phenomenal form of the real value, is a fact of distribution, and expresses the real value more or less adequately according as the scheme of distribution force at the given time conforms more or less closely to the equities given by production. If the output of industry were distributed to the productive agents strictly in proportion to their shares in production, the exchange value of the goods would be presumed to conform to their real value. But, under the current, capitalistic system, distribution is not in any sensible degree based on the equities of production, and the exchange value of goods under the system can therefore express their real value only with a very rough, and in the main fortuitous, approximation. Under a socialistic regime, where the laborer would get the full product of his labor, or where the whole system of ownership, and consequently the system of distribution, would lapse, values would reach a true expression, if any. Under the capitalistic system the determination of exchange value is a matter of competitive profit-making, and 587 exchange values therefore depart erratically and incontinently from the proportions that would legitimately be given them by the real values whose only expression they are. Marx's critics commonly identify the concept of value with that of exchange value, 16, and show that the theory of value does not square with the run of the facts of price under the existing system of distribution, piously hoping thereby to have refuted the Marxian doctrine, whereas, of course, they have for the most part not touched it. The misapprehension of the critics may be due to a, possibly intentional, oracular obscurity on the part of Marx. Whether by his fault or their own, their refutations have hitherto been quite inconclusive. Marx's severest stricture on the iniquities of the capitalistic system is that contained by implication in his development of the manner in which actual exchange value of goods systematically diverges from their real, labor cost, value. Herein, indeed, lies not only the inherent iniquity of the existing system, but also its fateful infirmity, according to Marx. The theory of value, then, is contained in the main postulates of the Marxian system rather than derived from them. Marx identifies this doctrine, in its elements, with the labor value theory of Ricardo 17, but the relationship between the two is that of a superficial coincidence in their main propositions rather than a substantial identity of theoretic contents. In Ricardo's theory, the source and measure of value is sought in the effort and sacrifice undergone by the producer, consistently, on the whole, with the Benthamite utilitarian position to which Ricardo somewhat 588 loosely and uncritically adhered. The decisive fact about labor, that quality by virtue of which it is assumed to be the final term in the theory of production, is its irksomeness. Such is of course not the case in the labor value theory of Marx, to whom the question of the irksomeness of labor is quite irrelevant, so far as regards the relation between labor and production. The substantial diversity or incompatibility of the two theories shows itself directly when each is employed by its creator in the further analysis of economic phenomena. Since with Ricardo the crucial point is the degree of irksomeness of labor, which serves as a measure both of the labor expended and the value produced, and since in Ricardo's utilitarian philosophy there is no more vital fact underlying this irksomeness, therefore no surplus value theory follows from the main position. The productiveness of labor is not cumulative in its own working, and the Ricardian economics goes on to seek the cumulative productiveness of industry in the functioning of the products of labor when employed in further production and in the irksomeness of the capitalist's abstinence. From which duly follows the general position of classical economics on the theory of production. With Marx, on the other hand, the labor power expended in production being itself a product and having a substantial value corresponding to its own labor cost, the value of the labor power expended and the value of the product created by its expenditure need not be the same. They are not the same, by supposition, as they would be in any hedonistic interpretation of the facts. Hence a discrepancy arises between the value of the labor power expended in production and the value of the product created, and this discrepancy is covered by the concept of surplus value. Under the capitalistic system, wages being the value, price, of the labor power consumed in industry, it follows that 589 the surplus product of their labor cannot go to the laborers, but becomes the profits of capital and the source of its accumulation and increase. From the fact that wages are measured by the value of labor power rather than by the greater value of the product of labor, it follows also that the laborers are unable to buy the whole product of their labor, and so that the capitalists are unable to sell the whole product of industry continuously at its full value, whence arise difficulties of the gravest nature in the capitalistic system, in the way of overproduction and the like. But the gravest outcome of this systematic discrepancy between the value of labor power and the value of its product is the accumulation of capital out of unpaid labor and the effect of this accumulation on the laboring population. The law of accumulation, with its corollary, the doctrine of the industrial reserve army, is the final term and the objective point of Marx's theory of capitalist production, just as the theory of labor value is his point of departure. Point 18 While the theory of value and surplus value are Marx's explanation of the possibility of existence of the capitalistic system, the law of the accumulation of capital is his exposition of the causes which must lead to the collapse of that system and of the manner in which the collapse will come. And since Marx is, always and everywhere, a socialist agitator as well as a theoretical economist, it may be said without hesitation that the law of accumulation is the climax of his great work, from whatever point of view it is looked at, whether as an economic theorem or as a tenet of socialistic doctrine. The law of capitalistic accumulation may be paraphrased 590 as follows: 19 Wages being the, approximately exact, value of the labor power bought in the wage contract, the price of the product being the, similarly approximate, value of the goods produced, and since the value of the product exceeds that of the labor power by a given amount, surplus value, which by force of the wage contract passes into the possession of the capitalist and is by him in part laid by as savings and added to the capital already in hand, it follows, a. that, other things equal, the larger the surplus value, the more rapid the increase of capital, and also, b. that the greater the increase of capital relatively to the labor force employed, the more productive the labor employed and the larger the surplus product available for accumulation. The process of accumulation, therefore, is evidently a cumulative one, and, also evidently, the increase added to capital is an unearned increment drawn from the unpaid surplus product of labor. But with an appreciable increase of the aggregate capital, a change takes place in its technological composition, whereby the constant capital, equipment and raw materials, increases disproportionately as compared with the variable capital, wages fund. Labor-saving devices are used to a greater extent than before, and labor is saved. A larger proportion of the expenses of production goes for the purchase of equipment and raw materials, and a smaller proportion, though perhaps an absolutely increased amount, goes for the purchase of labor power. Less labor is needed relatively to the aggregate capital employed as well as relatively to the quantity of goods produced. Hence some portion of the increasing labor supply will not be wanted, and an industrial reserve army, a surplus labor population, an army of unemployed, comes into existence. This reserve 591 grows relatively larger as the accumulation of capital proceeds and as technological improvements consequently gain ground, so that there result two divergent cumulative changes in the situation, antagonistic, but due to the same set of forces and, therefore, inseparable. Capital increases, and the number of unemployed laborers, relatively, increases also. This divergence between the amount of capital and output, on the one hand, and the amount received by laborers as wages, on the other hand, has an incidental consequence of some importance. The purchasing power of the laborers, represented by their wages, being the largest part of the demand for consumable goods, and being at the same time, in the nature of the case, progressively less adequate for the purchase of the product, represented by the price of the goods produced, it follows that the market is progressively more subject to glut from overproduction, and hence to commercial crises and depression. It has been argued, as if it were a direct inference from Marx's position, that this maladjustment between production and markets, due to the laborer not getting the full product of his labor, leads directly to the breakdown of the capitalistic system, and so by its own force will bring on the socialistic consummation. Such is not Marx's position, however, although crises and depression play an important part in the course of development that is to lead up to socialism. In Marx's theory, socialism is to come by way of a conscious class movement on the part of the propertyless laborers, who will act advisedly on their own interest and force the revolutionary movement for their own gain. But crises and depression will have a large share in bringing the laborers to a frame of mind suitable for such a move. Given a growing aggregate capital, as indicated above, and a concomitant reserve of unemployed laborers growing 592 at a still higher rate, as is involved in Marx's position, this body of unemployed labor can be, and will be, used by the capitalists to depress wages, in order to increase profits. Logically, it follows that, the farther and faster capital accumulates, the larger will be the reserve of unemployed, both absolutely and relatively to the work to be done, and the more severe will be the pressure acting to reduce wages and lower the standard of living, and the deeper will be the degradation and misery of the working class, and the more precipitately will their condition decline to a still lower depth. Every period of depression, with its increased body of unemployed labor seeking work, will act to hasten and accentuate the depression of wages, until there is no warrant even for holding that wages will, on an average, be kept up to the subsistence minimum. 20 Marx, indeed, is explicit to the effect that such will be the case, that wages will decline below the subsistence minimum, and he cites English conditions of child labor, misery, and degeneration to substantiate his views. 21 When this has gone far enough, when capitalist production comes near enough to occupying the whole field of industry and has depressed the condition of its laborers sufficiently to make them an effective majority of the community with nothing to lose, then, having taken advice together, they will move, by legal or extra-legal means, by absorbing the state or by subverting it, to establish the social revolution. Socialism is to come through class antagonism due to the absence of all property interests from the laboring class, coupled with a generally prevalent misery so profound as to involve some degree of physical degeneration. This misery is to be brought about by the heightened productivity 593 of labor due to an increased accumulation of capital and large improvements in the industrial arts, which in turn is caused by the fact that under a system of private enterprise with hired labor the laborer does not get the whole product of his labor, which, again, is only saying in other words that private ownership of capital goods enables the capitalist to appropriate and accumulate the surplus product of labor. As to what the regime is to be which the social revolution will bring in, Marx has nothing particular to say beyond the general thesis that there will be no private ownership, at least not of the means of production. Such are the outlines of the Marxian system of socialism. In all that has been said so far no recourse is had to the second and third volumes of Capital. Nor is it necessary to resort to these two volumes for the general theory of socialism. They add nothing essential, although many of the details of the processes concerned in the working out of the capitalist scheme are treated with greater fullness, and the analysis is carried out with great consistency and with admirable results. For economic theory at large these further two volumes are important enough, but an inquiry into their contents in that connection is not called for here. Nothing much need be said as to the tenability of this theory. In its essentials, or at least in its characteristic elements, it has for the most part been given up by latter-day socialist writers. The number of those who hold to it without essential deviation is growing gradually smaller. Such is necessarily the case, and for more than one reason. The facts are not bearing it out on certain critical points, such as the doctrine of increasing misery, and the Hegelian philosophical postulates, without which the Marxism of Marx is groundless, are for the most part forgotten by 594 the dogmatists of today. Darwinism has largely supplanted Hegelianism in their habits of thought. The particular point at which the theory is most fragile, considered simply as a theory of social growth, is its implied doctrine of population, implied in the doctrine of a growing reserve of unemployed workmen. The doctrine of the reserve of unemployed labor involves as a postulate that population will increase anyway, without reference to current or prospective means of life. The empirical facts give at least a very persuasive apparent support to the view expressed by Marx, that misery is, or has hitherto been, no hindrance to the propagation of the race, but they afford no conclusive evidence in support of a thesis to the effect that the number of laborers must increase independently of an increase of the means of life. No one since Darwin would have the hardihood to say that the increase of the human species is not conditioned by the means of living. But all that does not really touch Marx's position. To Marx, the neo-Hegelian history, including the economic development, is the life history of the human species, and the main fact in this life history, particularly in the economic aspect of it, is the growing volume of human life. This, in a manner of speaking, is the baseline of the whole analysis of the process of economic life, including the phase of capitalist production with the rest. The growth of population is the first principle, the most substantial, most material factor in this process of economic life, so long as it is a process of growth, of unfolding, of exfoliation, and not a phase of decrepitude and decay. Had Marx found that his analysis led him to a view adverse to this position, he would logically have held that the capitalist system is the mortal agony of the race and the manner of its taking off. Such a conclusion is precluded by his Hegelian point of departure, according to which the goal of the life history of the race in a large way controls the course of that life history in all its phases, including the phase of capitalism. This goal or end, which controls the process of human development, is the complete realization of life in all its fullness, and the realization is to be reached by a process analogous to the three-phase dialectic, of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis, into which scheme the capitalist system, with its overflowing measure of misery and degradation, fits as the last and most dreadful phase of antithesis. Marx, as a Hegelian, that is to say, a romantic philosopher, is necessarily an optimist, and the evil, antithetical element, in life is to him a logically necessary evil, as the antithesis is a necessary phase of the dialectic, and it is a means to the consummation, as the antithesis is a means to the synthesis. Part 2. The later Marxism. Marx worked out his system of theory in the main during the third quarter of the 19th century. He came to the work from the standpoint given him by his early training in German thought, such as the most advanced and aggressive German thinking was through the middle period of the century, and he added to this German standpoint the further premises given him by an exceptionally close contact with and alert observation of the English situation. The result is that he brings to his theoretical work a twofold line of premises, or rather of preconceptions. By early training he is a neo-Hegelian, and from this German source he derives his peculiar formulation of the materialistic theory of history. By later experience he acquired the point of view of that liberal utilitarian school which dominated English thought through the greater part of his active life. To this experience he owes, probably, the somewhat pronounced individualistic preconceptions on which the doctrines of the full product of labor and the exploitation of labor are based. These two not altogether compatible lines of doctrine found their way together into the tenets of scientific 22 socialism, and give its characteristic Marxian features to the body of socialist economics. The socialism that inspires hopes and fears today is of 300 the school of Marx. No one is seriously apprehensive of any other so-called socialistic movement, and no one is seriously concerned to criticize or refute the doctrines set forth by any other school of socialists. It may be that the socialists of Marxist observance are not always or at all points in consonance with the best accepted body of Marxist doctrine. Those who make up the body of the movement may not always be familiar with the details, perhaps not even with the general features, of the Marxian scheme of economics, but with such consistency as may fairly be looked for in any popular movements the socialists of all countries gravitate toward the theoretical position of the avowed Marxism. In proportion as the movement in any given community grows in mass, maturity, and conscious purpose, it unavoidably takes on a more consistently Marxian complexion. It is not the Marxism of Marx, but the materialism of Darwin, which the socialists of today have adopted. The Marxist socialists of Germany have the lead, and the socialists of other countries largely take their cue from the German leaders. The authentic spokesmen of the current international socialism are avowed Marxists. Exceptions to that rule are very few. On the whole, the substantial truth of the Marxist doctrines is not seriously questioned within the lines of the socialists, though there may be some appreciable divergence as to what the true Marxist position is on one point and another. Much and eager controversy circles about questions of that class. The keepers of the socialist doctrines are passably agreed as to the main position and the general principles. Indeed, so secure is this current agreement on the general principles that a very lively controversy on matters of detail may go on without risk of disturbing the general position. This general position is avowedly Marxism. 301 But it is not precisely the position held by Karl Marx. It has been modernized, adapted, tilled out, in response to exigencies of a later date than those which conditioned the original formulation of the theories. It is, of course, not admitted by the followers of Marx that any substantial change or departure from the original position has taken place. They are somewhat jealously orthodox, and are impatient of any suggested improvements on the Marxist position, as witness the heat engendered in the revisionist controversy of a few years back. But the jealous protests of the followers of Marx do not alter the fact that Marxism has undergone some substantial change since it left the hands of its creator. Now and then a more or less consistent disciple of Marx will avow a need of adapting the received doctrines to circumstances that have arisen later than the formulation of the doctrines, and amendments, qualifications, and extensions, with this need in view, have been offered from time to time. But more pervasive though unavowed changes have come in the teachings of Marxism by way of interpretation and an unintended shifting of the point of view. Virtually, the whole of the younger generation of socialist writers shows such a growth. A citation of personal instances would be quite futile. It is the testimony of his friends as well as of his writings that the theoretical position of Marx, both as regards his standpoint and as regards his main tenets, fell into a definitive shape relatively early, and that his later work was substantially a working out of what was contained in the position taken at the outset of his career. 23 By the 302 latter half of the 40s, if not by the middle of the 40s, Marx and Engels had found the outlook on human life which came to serve as the point of departure and the guide for their subsequent development of theory. Such is the view of the matter expressed by Engels during the later years of his life. 24 The position taken by the two greater leaders, and held by them substantially intact, was a variant of neo-Hegelianism, as has been indicated in an earlier section of this paper. 25 But neo-Hegelianism was short-lived, particularly considered as a standpoint for scientific theory. The whole Romantic school of thought, comprising neo-Hegelianism with the rest, began to go to pieces very soon after it had reached an approach to maturity, and its disintegration proceeded with exceptional speed, so that the close of the third quarter of the century saw the virtual end of it as a vital factor in the development of human knowledge. In the realm of theory, primarily of course in the material sciences, the new era belongs not to Romantic philosophy, but to the evolutionists of the school of Darwin. Some few great figures, of course, stood over from the earlier days, but it turns out in the sequel that they have served mainly to mark the rate and degree in which the method of scientific knowledge has left them behind. Such were Virchow and Max Muller, and such, in economic science, were 303 the great figures of the historical school, and such, in a degree, were also Marx and Engels. The later generation of socialists, the spokesmen and adherents of Marxism during the closing quarter of the century, belong to the new generation, and see the phenomena of human life under the new light. The materialistic conception in their handling of it takes on the color of the time in which they lived, even while they retain the phraseology of the generation that went before them. 26. The difference between the Romantic school of thought, to which Marx belonged, and the school of the evolutionists into whose hands the system has fallen, or perhaps, better, is falling, is great and pervading, though it may not show a staring superficial difference at any one point, at least not yet. The discrepancy between the two is likely to appear more palpable and more sweeping when the new method of knowledge has been applied with fuller realization of its reach and its requirements in that domain of knowledge that once belonged to the neo-Hegelian Marxism. The supplanting of the one by the other has been taking place slowly, gently, in large measure unavowedly, by a sort of precession of the point of view from which men size up the facts and reduce them to intelligible order. The neo-Hegelian, Romantic, Marxian standpoint was 304 wholly personal, whereas the evolutionistic, it may be called Darwinian, standpoint is wholly impersonal. The continuity sought in the facts of observation and imputed to them by the earlier school of theory was a continuity of a personal kind, a continuity of reason and consequently of logic. The facts were construed to take such a course as could be established by an appeal to reason between intelligent and fair-minded men. They were supposed to fall into a sequence of logical consistency. The Romantic, Marxian, sequence of theory is essentially an intellectual sequence, and it is therefore of a teleological character. The logical trend of it can be argued out. That is to say, it tends to a goal. It must eventuate in a consummation, a final term. On the other hand, in the Darwinian scheme of thought, the continuity sought in and imputed to the facts is a continuity of cause and effect. It is a scheme of blindly cumulative causation, in which there is no trend, no final term, no consummation. The sequence is controlled by nothing but the vis tergo 27 of brute causation, and is essentially mechanical. The neo-Hegelian, Marxian, scheme of development is drawn in the image of the struggling ambitious human spirit, that of Darwinian evolution is of the nature of a mechanical process. 28. What difference, now, does it make if the materialistic conception is translated from the Romantic concepts of Marx into the mechanical concepts of Darwinism? It distorts every feature of the system in some degree, and throws a shadow of doubt on every conclusion that once 305 seemed secure. 29 The first principle of the Marxian scheme is the concept covered by the term materialistic, to the effect that the exigencies of the material means of life control the conduct of men in society throughout, and thereby infeasibly guide the growth of institutions and shape every shifting trait of human culture. This control of the life of society by the material exigencies takes effect through men's taking thought of material, economic, advantages and disadvantages, and choosing that which will yield the inner material measure of life. When the materialistic conception passes under the Darwinian norm of cumulative causation, it happens, first, that this initial principle itself is reduced to the rank of a habit of thought induced in the speculator who depends on its light by the circumstances of his life, in the way of hereditary bent, occupation, tradition, education, climate, food supply, and the like. But under the Darwinian norm, the question of whether and how far material exigencies control human conduct and cultural growth becomes a question of the share which these material exigencies have in shaping men's habits of thought, i.e., their ideals and aspirations, their sense of the true, the beautiful, and the good. Whether and how far these traits of human culture and the institutional structure built out of them are the outgrowth of material, economic, exigencies becomes a question of what kind and degree of efficiency belongs to the economic exigencies among the complex of circumstances that conduce to the formation of habits. It is no longer a question of whether material exigencies rationally should guide men's conduct, but whether, as a 306 matter of brute causation, they do induce such habits of thought in men as the economic interpretation presumes, and whether in the last analysis economic exigencies alone are, directly or indirectly, effective in shaping human habits of thought. Tentatively and by way of approximation, some such formulation as that outlined in the last paragraph is apparently what Bernstein and others of the revisionists have been seeking in certain of their speculations 30 and, sitting austere and sufficient on a dry shoal upstream, Koski has uncomprehendingly been addressing them advice and admonition which they do not understand. 31 The more intelligent and enterprising among the idealist wing, where intellectual enterprise is not a particularly 307 obvious trait, have been struggling to speak for the view that the forces of the environment may effectually reach men's spiritual life through other avenues than the calculus of the main chance, and so may give rise to habitual ideals and aspirations independent of, and possibly alien to, that calculus. 32. So, again, as to the doctrine of the class struggle. In the Marxian scheme of dialectical evolution, the development which is in this way held to be controlled by the material exigencies must, it is held, proceed by the method of the class struggle. This class struggle is held to be inevitable, and is held inevitably to lead at each revolutionary epoch to a more efficient adjustment of human industry to human uses, because when a large proportion of the community find themselves ill-served by the current economic arrangements, they take thought, band together, and enforce a readjustment more equitable and more advantageous to them. So long as differences of economic advantage prevail, there will be a divergence of interests between those more advantageously placed and those less advantageously placed. The members of society will take sides as this line of cleavage indicated by their several economic interests may decide. Class solidarity will arise on the basis of this class interest, and a struggle between the two classes so marked off against each other will set in, a struggle which, in the logic of the situation, can end only when the previously less fortunate class gains the ascendancy, and so must the class struggle proceed until 308 it shall have put an end to that diversity of economic interest on which the class struggle rests. All this is logically consistent and convincing, but it proceeds on the ground of reasoned conduct, calculus of advantage, not on the ground of cause and effect. The class struggle so conceived should always and everywhere tend unremittingly toward the socialistic consummation, and should reach that consummation in the end, whatever obstructions or diversions might retard the sequence of development along the way. Such is the notion of it embodied in the system of Marx. Such, however, is not the showing of history. Not all nations or civilizations have advanced unremittingly toward a socialistic consummation, in which all divergence of economic interest has lapsed or would lapse. Those nations and civilizations which have decayed and failed, as nearly all known nations and civilizations have done, illustrate the point that, however reasonable and logical the advance by means of the class struggle may be, it is by no means inevitable. Under the Darwinian norm, it must be held that men's reasoning is largely controlled by other than logical, intellectual forces, that the conclusion reached by public or class opinion is as much, or more, a matter of sentiment than of logical inference, and that the sentiment which animates men, singly or collectively, is as much, or more, an outcome of habit and native propensity as of calculated material interest. There is, for instance, no warrant in the Darwinian scheme of things for asserting a priori that the class interest of the working class will bring them to take a stand against the propertied class. It may as well be that their training in subservience to their employers will bring them again to realize the equity and excellence of the established system of subjection and unequal distribution of wealth. Again, no one, for instance, can tell today what will be the outcome of the present situation 309 in Europe and America. It may be that the working classes will go forward along the line of the socialistic ideals and enforce a New Deal, in which there shall be no economic class discrepancies, no international animosity, no dynastic politics. But then it may also, so far as can be foreseen, equally well happen that the working class, with the rest of the community in Germany, England, or America, will be led by the habit of loyalty and by their sportsmanlike propensities to lend themselves enthusiastically to the game of dynastic politics which alone their sportsmanlike rulers consider worthwhile. It is quite impossible on Darwinian ground to foretell whether the proletariat will go on to establish the socialistic revolution or turn aside again, and sink their force in the broad sands of patriotism. It is a question of habit and native propensity and of the range of stimuli to which the proletariat are exposed and are to be exposed, and what may be the outcome is not a matter of logical consistency, but of response to stimulus. So, then, since Darwinian concepts have begun to dominate the thinking of the Marxists, doubts have now and again come to assert themselves both as to the inevitableness of the irrepressible class struggle and to its sole efficacy. Anything like a violent class struggle, a seizure of power by force, is more and more consistently deprecated. For resort to force, it is felt, brings in its train coercive control with all its apparatus of prerogative, mastery, and subservience. 33. So, again, the Marxian doctrine of progressive proletarian distress, the so-called Verelendungstheorie 34, which 310 stands pat on the romantic ground of the original Marxism, has fallen into abeyance, if not into disrepute, since the Darwinian conceptions have come to prevail. As a matter of reasoned procedure, on the ground of enlightened material interest alone, it should be a tenable position that increasing misery, increasing in degree and in volume, should be the outcome of the present system of ownership, and should at the same time result in a well-advised and well-consolidated working-class movement that would replace the present system by a scheme more advantageous to the majority. But so soon as the question is approached on the Darwinian ground of cause and effect, and is analyzed in terms of habit and of response to stimulus, the doctrine that progressive misery must effect a socialistic revolution becomes dubious, and very shortly untenable. Experience, the experience of history, teaches that abject misery carries with it deterioration and abject subjection. The theory of progressive distress fits convincingly into the scheme of the Hegelian three-phase dialectic. It stands for the antithesis that is to be merged in the ulterior synthesis, but it has no particular force on the ground of an argument from cause to effect. 35. It fares not much better with the Marxian theory of value and its corollaries and dependent doctrines when Darwinian concepts are brought in to replace the romantic elements out of which it is built up. Its foundation is the metaphysical equality between the volume of human life force productively spent in the making of goods and the magnitude of these goods considered as human products. The question of such an equality has no meaning in terms of cause and effect, nor does it bear in any intelligible 311 way upon the Darwinian question of the fitness of any given system of production or distribution. In any evolutionary system of economics, the central question touching the efficiency and fitness of any given system of production is necessarily the question as to the excess of serviceability in the product over the cost of production. 36. It is in such an excess of serviceability over cost that the chance of survival lies for any system of production, in so far as the question of survival is a question of production, and this matter comes into the speculation of Marx only indirectly or incidentally, and leads to nothing in his argument. And, as bearing on the Marxian doctrines of exploitation, there is on Darwinian ground no place for a natural right to the full product of labor. What can be argued in that connection on the ground of cause and effect simply is the question as to what scheme of distribution will help or hinder the survival of a given people or a given civilization. 37. But these questions of abstruse theory need not be pursued, since they count, after all, but relatively little among the working tenets of the movement. Little need be done by the Marxists to work out or to adapt the Marxian system of value theory, since it has but slight 312 bearing on the main question, the question of the trend towards socialism and of its chances of success. It is conceivable that a competent theory of value dealing with the excess of serviceability over cost, on the one hand, and with the discrepancy between price and serviceability, on the other hand, would have a substantial bearing upon the advisability of the present as against the socialistic regime, and would go far to clear up the notions of both socialists and conservatives as to the nature of the points in dispute between them. But the socialists have not moved in the direction of this problem, and they have the excuse that their critics have suggested neither a question nor a solution to a question along any such line. None of the value theorists have so far offered anything that could be called good, bad, or indifferent in this connection, and the socialists are as innocent as the rest. Economics, indeed, has not at this point yet begun to take on a modern tone, unless the current neglect of value theory by the socialists be taken as a negative symptom of advance, indicating that they at least recognize the futility of the received problems and solutions, even if they are not ready to make a positive move. The shifting of the current point of view, from romantic philosophy to matter of fact, has affected the attitude of the Marxists towards the several articles of theory more than it has induced an avowed alteration or a substitution of new elements of theory for the old. It is always possible to make one's peace with a new standpoint by new interpretations and a shrewd use of figures of speech, so far as the theoretical formulation is concerned, and something of this kind has taken place in the case of Marxism, but when, as in the case of Marxism, the formulations of theory are drafted into practical use, substantial changes of appreciable magnitude are apt to show themselves in 313 a changed attitude towards practical questions. The Marxists have had to face certain practical problems, especially problems of party tactics, and the substantial changes wrought in their theoretical outlook have come into evidence here. The real gravity of the changes that have overtaken Marxism would scarcely be seen by a scrutiny of the formal professions of the Marxists alone. But the exigencies of a changing situation have provoked readjustments of the received doctrinal position, and the shifting of the philosophical standpoint and postulates has come into evidence as marking the limits of change in their professions which the socialistic doctrinaires could allow themselves. The changes comprised in the cultural movement that lies between the middle and the close of the 19th century are great and grave, at least as seen from so near a standpoint as the present day, and it is safe to say that, in whatever historical perspective they may be seen, they must, in some respects, always assert themselves as unprecedented. So far as concerns the present topic, there are three main lines of change that have converged upon the Marxist system of doctrines, and have led to its latter-day modification and growth. One of these, the change in the postulates of knowledge, in the metaphysical foundations of theory, has been spoken of already, and its bearing on the growth of socialist theory has been indicated in certain of its general features. But, among the circumstances that have conditioned the growth of the system, the most obvious is the fact that since Marx's time his doctrines have come to serve as the platform of a political movement, and so have been exposed to the stress of practical party politics dealing with a new and changing situation. At the same time the industrial, economic, situation to which the doctrines are held to apply, of which they are the theoretical formulation, has also in important respects 314 changed its character from what it was when Marx first formulated his views. These several lines of cultural change affecting the growth of Marxism cannot be held apart in so distinct a manner as to appraise the work of each separately. They belong inextricably together, as do the effects wrought by them in the system. In practical politics, the Social Democrats have had to make up their account with the labor movement, the agricultural population, and the imperialistic policy. On each of these heads the preconceived program of Marxism has come in conflict with the run of events, and on each head it has been necessary to deal shrewdly and adapt the principles to the facts of the time. The adaptation to circumstances has not been altogether of the nature of the compromise, although here and there the spirit of compromise and conciliation is visible enough. A conciliatory party policy may, of course, impose an adaptation of form and color upon the party principles, whether thereby seriously affecting the substance of the principles themselves, but the need of a conciliatory policy may, even more, provoke a substantial change of attitude toward practical questions in a case where a shifting of the theoretical point of view makes room for a substantial change. Apart from all merely tactical expedients, the experience of the past 30 years has led the German Marxists to see the facts of the labor situation in a new light, and has induced them to attach an altered meaning to the accepted formulations of doctrine. The facts have not freely lent themselves to the scheme of the Marxist system, but the scheme has taken on such a new meaning as would be consistent with the facts. The untroubled Marxian economics, such as it finds expression in the Capital and earlier documents of the theory, has no place and no use for a trade union movement, or, indeed, for any similar non-political organization among the working class, and 315 The attitude of the Social Democratic leaders of opinion in the early days of the party's history was accordingly hostile to any such movement. 38, as much so, indeed, as the loyal adherents of the classical political economy. That was before the modern industrial era had got underway in Germany, and therefore before the German socialistic doctrinaires had learned by experience what the development of industry was to bring with it. It was also before the modern scientific postulates had begun to disintegrate the neo-Hegelian preconceptions as to the logical sequence in the development of institutions. In Germany, as elsewhere, the growth of the capitalistic system presently brought on trade unionism, that is to say, it brought on an organized attempt on the part of the workmen to deal with the questions of capitalistic production and distribution by business methods, to settle the problems of working-class employment and livelihood by a system of non-political, business-like bargains. But the great point of all socialist aspiration and endeavor is the abolition of all business and all bargaining, and, accordingly, the Social Democrats were heartily out of sympathy with the unions and their endeavors to make business terms with the capitalist system, and make life tolerable for the workmen under that system. But the union movement grew to be so serious a feature of the situation that the socialists found themselves obliged to deal with unions, since they could not deal with the 316 workmen over the heads of the unions. The Social Democrats, and therefore the Marxian theorists, had to deal with a situation which included the union movement, and this movement was bent on improving the workmen's conditions of life from day to day. Therefore it was necessary to figure out how the union movement could and must further the socialistic advance, to work into the body of doctrines a theory of how the unions belong in the course of economic development that leads up to socialism, and to reconcile the unionist efforts at improvement with the ends of social democracy. Not only were the unions seeking improvement by unsocialistic methods, but the level of comfort among the working classes was in some respects advancing, apparently as a result of these union efforts. Both the huckstering animus of the workmen in their unionist policy and the possible amelioration of working class conditions had to be incorporated into the socialistic platform and into the Marxist theory of economic development. The Marxist theory of progressive misery and degradation has, accordingly, fallen into the background, and a large proportion of the Marxists have already come to see the whole question of working class deterioration in some such apologetic light as is shed upon it by Goldschied in his Verelendungs- oder Meliorations theory. It is now not an unusual thing for orthodox Marxists to hold that the improvement of the conditions of the working classes is a necessary condition to the advance of the socialistic cause, and that the unionist efforts at amelioration must be furthered as a means toward the socialistic consummation. It is recognized that the socialistic revolution must be carried through not by an anemic working class under the pressure of abject privation, but by a body of full-blooded workingmen gradually gaining strength from improved conditions of life. Instead of the revolution being worked out by the leverage of desperate 317 misery, every improvement in working class conditions is to be counted as a gain for the revolutionary forces. This is a good Darwinism, but it does not belong in the neo-Hegelian Marxism. Perhaps the sorest experience of the Marxist doctrinaires has been with the agricultural population. Notoriously, the people of the open country have not taken kindly to socialism. No propaganda and no changes in the economic situation have won the sympathy of the peasant farmers for the socialistic revolution. Notoriously, too, the large-scale industry has not invaded the agricultural field, or expropriated the small proprietors, in anything like the degree expected by the Marxist doctrinaires of a generation ago. It is contained in the theoretical system of Marx that, as modern industrial and business methods gain ground, the small proprietor farmers will be reduced to the ranks of the wage proletariat, and that, as this process of conversion goes on, in the course of time the class interest of the agricultural population will throw them into the movement side by side with the other wage workmen. 39 But at this point the facts have hitherto not come out in consonance with the Marxist theory. And the efforts of the Social Democrats to convert the peasant population to socialism have been practically unrewarded. So it has come about that the political leaders and the keepers of the doctrines have, tardily and reluctantly, come to see the facts of the agrarian situation in a new light, and to give a new phrasing to the articles of Marxian theory that touch on the fortunes of the peasant farmer. It is no longer held that either the small properties of the peasant farmer must be absorbed into larger properties, and then taken over by the state, or that they must be taken over by the state directly, when the socialistic revolution is established. On the contrary, it is now coming 318 to be held that the peasant proprietors will not be disturbed in their holdings by the great change. The great change is to deal with capitalistic enterprise, and the peasant farming is not properly capitalistic. It is a system of production in which the producer normally gets only the product of his own labor. Indeed, under the current regime of markets and credit relations, the small agricultural producer, it is held, gets less than the product of his own labor, since the capitalistic business enterprises with which he has to deal are always able to take advantage of him. So it has become part of the overt doctrine of socialists that as regards the peasant farmer it will be the consistent aim of the movement to secure him in the untroubled enjoyment of his holding, and free him from the vexatious exactions of his creditors and the ruinous business traffic in which he is now perforce involved. According to the revised code, made possible by recourse to Darwinian concepts of evolution instead of the Hegelian three-phase dialectic, therefore, and contrary to the earlier prognostications of Marx, it is no longer held that agricultural industry must go through the capitalistic mill, and it is hoped that under the revised code it may be possible to enlist the interest and sympathy of this obstinately conservative element for the revolutionary cause. The change in the official socialist position on the agricultural question has come about only lately, and is scarcely yet complete, and there is no knowing what degree of success it may meet with either as a matter of party tactics or as a feature of the socialistic theory of economic development. All discussions of party policy, and of theory so far as bears on policy, take up the question, and nearly all authoritative spokesmen of socialism have modified their views in the course of time on this point. The socialism of Karl Marx is characteristically inclined 319 to peaceable measures and disinclined to a coercive government and belligerent politics. It is, or at least it was, strongly averse to international jealousy and patriotic animosity, and has taken a stand against armaments, wars, and dynastic aggrandizement. At the time of the French-Prussian War, the official organization of Marxism, the International, went so far in its advocacy of peace as to urge the soldiery on both sides to refuse to fight. After the campaign had warmed the blood of the two nations, this advocacy of peace made the International odious in the eyes of both French and Germans. War begets patriotism, and the socialists fell under the reproach of not being sufficiently patriotic. After the conclusion of the war, the Socialistic Workingmen's Party of Germany sinned against the German patriotic sentiment in a similar way and with similarly grave results. Since the foundation of the empire and of the Social Democratic Party, the socialists and their doctrines have passed through a further experience of a similar kind, but on a larger scale and more protracted. The government has gradually strengthened its autocratic position at home, increased its warlike equipment, and enlarged its pretensions in international politics, until what would have seemed absurdly impossible a generation ago is now submitted to by the German people, not only with a good grace, but with enthusiasm. During all this time that part of the population that has adhered to the socialist ideals has also grown gradually more patriotic and more loyal, and the leaders and keepers of socialist opinion have shared in the growth of chauvinism with the rest of the German people. But at no time have the socialists been able to keep abreast of the general upward movement in this respect. They have not attained the pitch of reckless loyalty that animates the conservative German patriots, although it is probably safe to say that the Social Democrats of today are as 320 good and headlong patriots as the conservative Germans were a generation ago. During all this period of the new era of German political life, the socialists have been freely accused of disloyalty to the national ambition, of placing their international aspirations above the ambition of imperial aggrandizement. The socialist spokesmen have been continually on the defensive. They set out with a round opposition to any considerable military establishment, and have more and more apologetically continued to oppose any undue extension of the warlike establishments and the warlike policy. But with the passage of time and the habituation to warlike politics and military discipline, the infection of jingoism has gradually permeated the body of Social Democrats, until they have now reached such a pitch of enthusiastic loyalty as they would not patiently hear a truthful characterization of. The spokesmen now are concerned to show that, while they still stand for international socialism, consonant with their ancient position, they stand for national aggrandizement first and for international comedy second. The relative importance of the national and the international ideals in German socialist professions has been reversed since the 70s. 40 The leaders are busy with interpretation of their earlier formulations. They have come to excite themselves over nebulous distinctions between patriotism and jingoism. The Social Democrats have come to be German patriots first and socialists second, which comes to saying that they are a political party working for the maintenance of the existing order, with modifications. They are no longer a party of revolution, but of reform, though the measure of reform which they demand greatly exceeds the Hohenzollern limit of tolerance. They are now as much, if not 321 more, in touch with the ideas of English liberalism than with those of revolutionary Marxism. The material and tactical exigencies that have grown out of changes in the industrial system and in the political situation, then, have brought on far-reaching changes of adaptation in the position of the socialists. The change may not be extremely large at any one point, so far as regards the specific articles of the program, but, taken as a whole, the resulting modification of the socialistic position is a very substantial one. The process of change is, of course, not yet completed, whether or not it ever will be, but it is already evident that what is taking place is not so much a change in amount or degree of conviction on certain given points as a change in kind, a change in the current socialistic habit of mind. The factional discrepancies of theory that have occupied the socialists of Germany for some years past are evidence that the conclusion, even a provisional conclusion, of the shifting of their standpoint has not been reached. It is even hazardous to guess which way the drift is setting. It is only evident that the past standpoint, the standpoint of neo-Hegelian Marxism, cannot be regained. It is a forgotten standpoint. For the immediate present, the drift of sentiment, at least among the educated, seems to set toward a position resembling that of the National Socials and the Rev. Mr. Naumann, that is to say, imperialistic liberalism. Should the conditions, political, social, and economic, which today are chiefly effective in shaping the habits of thought among the German people, continue substantially unchanged and continue to be the chief determining causes, it need surprise no one to find German socialism gradually changing into a somewhat characterless imperialistic democracy. The imperial policy seems in a fair way to get the better of revolutionary socialism, not by repressing it, but by force of the discipline 322 in imperialistic ways of thinking to which it subjects all classes of the population. How far a similar process of sterilization is underway, or is likely to overtake the socialist movement in other countries, is an obscure question to which the German object lesson affords no certain answer. Introduction to Part 4. 1907 to 1914, the penultimate period. The writings collected here in the fourth part of this volume cover the period from Veblen's installation at Stanford University in August 1906 to the publication of The Instinct of Workmanship, his third book, in 1914. His Stanford appointment allowed him ample time for research, and he was able to continue his momentum of high productivity and creativity that he had sustained from the late 1890s. In particular, from 1906 to 1909 he developed his enduring critique of what he had described in 1900 as neoclassical economics, Veblen 1900a, pages 239, 241, 243 in this volume, Aspromorgos 1986, Fiesmange 1998, including its predilection for equilibria, its concept of capital and its theory of distribution. Also by 1909 he had drafted parts of The Instinct of Workmanship. Selections 32, 33, 35, and 36 below, all published in the 2 years 1908-09, constitute much of Part 4 and contain Veblen's mature and powerful critique of neoclassical theory. Identifying John Bates Clark as one of the leading American neoclassical economists, Veblen in selection 32 identifies in this genre a readiness to reduce all phenomena to terms of a normal, or natural, scheme of life constructed on the basis of this hedonistic calculus, p. 411. He then proceeds to analyze the theory of capital that lies at the foundation of Clark's theory of distribution and neoclassical economics as a whole. As noted in the general introduction, Veblen identifies defects in the neoclassical theory of capital in terms of its confusion of pecuniary and physical assets, its neglect of the role of knowledge and other intangible assets, and its failure to understand that many of these intangibles have value only when they are deployed within groups. A theory of capital and distribution based on individual ownership and individual marginal products is thus fatally flawed. These points retain their resonance today. While some of Veblen's, pages 428 to 32, technical criticisms of Clark carry less force, particularly in the light of later rigorous formulations of neoclassical theory, Veblen, pages 437 to 39, makes an incisive observation when he points out that the appropriate equilibrium, especially at the point of contract, is not of pain cost and pleasure gain but of pain cost and pleasure gain anticipated. Given a tendency to overestimate future gains, consumers are likely to be disappointed. Instead of a consumer surplus there could be a net hedonistic deficit, p. 439. Overall, the balance sheet is still very much in Veblen's favor. His criticisms of neoclassical economics in general and neoclassical capital theory in particular have enduring relevance and force. Selection 33 is a two-part analysis of the nature of capital. Veblen starts with the observation that humankind is a social and cultural species. Consequently, no individual can maintain its life in isolation. This is the characteristic trait of humanity that separates mankind from the other animals, pages 441 to 42. The history of humanity is a life history of human communities, of more or less considerable size, with more or less of group solidarity, and with more or less of cultural continuity over successive generations, p. 442. For Veblen, economics is not the abstract study of individual choice, where the individual can be anything from a bacterium to a pigeon, but a science that reflects the socio-cultural nature of human existence. Veblen's next step is to establish that this solidarity and cultural continuity is not primarily a matter of material goods but is a matter of knowledge, usage, habits of life and habits of thought, p. 442. He also emphasizes the role of technological knowledge, knowledge serviceable and requisite to the quest of a livelihood, p. 442. He argues that it is the retention and transmission of this knowledge in a group that is vital to human productivity and survival. For Veblen, there is matter-of-fact knowledge relevant for production beyond what any one individual has learned or can learn by his own experience alone, p. 442. This information and proficiency is a byproduct of the group at large and can also be maintained and retained only by the community at large, p. 442. This is the foundation of Veblen's critique of neoclassical capital theory, which he develops in several of his essays. For Veblen, pages 445 to 47, private ownership of the means of production arises when the complexity, scale, and physical location of production provide extensive opportunities for specialization and local monopolies of technique. While large-scale industry undermine the possibility that knowledge and control of its processes could rest with one person, economic theory still treats ownership and management as if they matters of natural individual liberty, pages 450 to 51. Veblen, pages 474 to 75, argues that the power and income of the capitalist, by force of the ownership of the material equipment, draws out an excess of the product above the industrial community's livelihood through the conjunctures of advantageous purchase and sale and his constant endeavor to create or gain for himself some peculiar degree of advantage in the market, in the way of monopoly, goodwill, legalized privilege, and the like, something in the way of intangible assets. There is some resemblance to Marx's theory of surplus value, although Veblen avoids that term and refrains from making any such connection. But where for Marx the surplus had its origin in the process of production, whereby the authority of the capitalist and his agents is used to draw out labor from the workforce, for Veblen the origin of this excess of product comes through bargaining and obtaining advantage in the market. A problem in this part of Veblen's argument is that he ignores the potential power of competition to drive down the capacity of the capitalist to seek rents and other monopoly advantages. It is thus weakened in the face of criticism from the perspective of neoclassical perfect competition. By contrast, Marx starts by assuming competition and a lack of monopoly in order to show that exploitation will still occur in such extreme circumstances. Veblen's argument would come into its own if Veblen were able to show that oligopoly or monopoly were an inevitable and unavoidable part of the capitalist system. He hints at this, and some later institutionalists followed this lead, but Veblen himself does not establish this point. Selection 34 is on another theme that is prominent in Veblen's writing in the early years of the 20th century, Veblen 1904b, ch. 9, as well as Selection 30 in this volume. He is concerned to explain the origins of modern science and its institutions. Veblen's innovation is to apply the canons of Darwinism to the evolution of science itself, redolent of modern authors, Hull 1988, Kitcher 1993. In emphasizing the appearance and disappearance of habits of thought, he gives the ideas and institutions of the scientific community a psychological grounding. Another interesting feature of this selection is Veblen's discussion of causality. Veblen acknowledges the necessity of adopting metaphysical assumptions, in particular of causal relations. Generally, all science involves such particular ontological commitments. Veblen sees technology as impinging upon science. Modern science comes into the field under the cloak of technology, prompted by workmanlike initiative and efficiency, p. 488. But modern science retains the preconceptions of an earlier era. Hence notions of natural laws and natural rights are retained within the scientific culture, and evolution is mistakenly conceived to mean amelioration or improvement, pages 489 to 91. Selection 35 consists of lengthy critiques of two connected books by Irving Fisher, 1906, 1908, who was an American neoclassical economist of some prominence. The two books under review are devoted to definitions of key concepts, and only partly to explanations. Veblen regrets this confinement to taxonomy but accepts the need for clear definitions. He argues that these must be broadly in line with prevailing habits of thought and consensus of usage, and notes that Fisher's definition of capital departs from conventional practice, p. 493. As one of the originators of the human capital concept, Fisher regards persons as well as goods as capital. Veblen responds, p. 495. A serviceable definition of capital, one that shall answer to the concept as it is found in practice in the habits of thought of businessmen, will not include persons. And as for a businessman's capitalizing other persons, the law does not allow it, even in the form of peonage. Veblen thus suggests that the term capital should not be applied to individual or groups of individuals. 1 But while including persons, Fisher's definition excludes intangible assets. Veblen roots these definitional deficiencies in the hedonistic and utilitarian conception of valuation and income adopted by Fisher. The Benthamite calculus forces the theorist to adopt strange and inadequate definitions. By contrast, for Veblen, the logic of economic life in a modern community runs in terms of pecuniary, not of hedonistic magnitudes, p. 499. An appreciation of intangible assets is vital to understand capitalization, speculation, and the role of credit in crises. The principal point made by Veblen in his review of Fisher's rate of interest, 1908, is that interest is eminently a pecuniary phenomenon, and its rate is a question of business adjustments, p. 508. Contrary to Fisher, it is not explained by the apparently universal preference for present over future consumption. This marginal utility point of view misleads Fisher and others into regarding interest as universal, rather than an historically specific outcome of particular economic institutions. Veblen argues that the phenomenon of interest emerges only during a relatively brief phase of civilization that has been preceded by thousands of years of cultural growth during which the existence of such a thing as interest was never suspected, p. 509. By contrast, Fisher and other devotees of the marginal utility approach are obliged to trace the source of interest not in cultural and institutional specificities but in presumed eternal universalities of human nature. But if men universally acted not on the conventional grounds and values afforded by the fabric of institutions, but solely and directly on the grounds and values afforded by the unconventionalized propensities and aptitudes of hereditary human nature, then there would be no institutions and no culture, p. 509. For Veblen, these vital cultural and institutional factors are irreducible to human nature alone. Having stripped away the vital cultural and institutional underpinnings, the marginal utility theorists simply end up placing the phenomena in their conceptual schemes, rather than explaining their nature and causal origins. As Veblen puts it, Mr. Fisher's theory of the rate of interest suffers from the same oversight of this difference between explaining facts and explaining them away, as do the common run of marginal utility doctrines, p. 510. Selection 36 consists of one of Veblen's most important and powerful essays, The Limitations of Marginal Utility. Its barbed criticisms of utilitarianism and neoclassical economics are quoted frequently. But its underlying philosophical themes are less widely discussed. Some of these, particularly concerning teleology, causality, and ontological commitments, are raised in the general introduction to this volume, where several quotations from this limitations essay appear. Veblen, pages 513-14, argues that marginal utility economics is primarily concerned with the distribution or allocation of goods, rather than their production or consumption. In addition, this type of analysis is static rather than dynamic because as to the causes of change or the unfolding sequence of the phenomena of economic life they have had nothing to say hitherto, since their theory is not drawn in causal terms but in terms of teleology, p. 513. Veblen emphasizes the phenomena of growth and change and points to technological factors as having a bearing on their explanation. To the deficient treatment of technology in the marginal utility school, Veblen adds the criticism that it takes institutions and culture as given. Veblen also suggests that the proper subject of inquiry of economics is the conduct of man in his dealings with the material means of life, p. 518. This broad definition was consonant with most other mainstream economists at the time too. It was later that economics was redefined as the science of choice assuming given preferences, Robbins 1932, Samuelson 1948, Backhouse and Medema 2009. Because marginal utility economics builds principally on the presumed universals of human nature, it cannot explain the growth of culture and the evolution of institutions. Because it abstracts from cultural and institutional change, it ends up being largely static. Furthermore, by focusing on the individual, and excluding the ensemble of institutional relations, marginal utility economics cannot capture the detailed institutional and cultural changes that are behind economic transformations. As noted in the general introduction, Veblen was neither a methodological individualist nor a methodological collectivist, as a passage in this essay makes clear, pages 519 to 20. In particular, marginal utility economics abstracts from the pecuniary and possessive institutions of modern society. As Veblen puts it, all pecuniary notions arising from ownership are treated simply as expedients of computation which mediate between the pain cost and the pleasure gain of hedonistic choice. Without lag, leak, or friction, they are conceived simply as the immutably correct, God-given notation of the hedonistic calculus, p. 521. In other words, by reducing explanations universally to the utilitarian calculus, marginal utility theory fails to acknowledge the historically specific features of such institutions as property. Instead, for Veblen, pecuniary institutions induce pecuniary habits of thought which affect men's discrimination outside of pecuniary matters. The price system visibly dominates the modern community's thinking in matters that lie outside the economic interest, p. 522. Money, in particular, is more than a convenient method by which to procure the pleasurable sensations of consumption, p. 522. Particularly in business, money is an end in itself, and this gives rise to the whole machinery of credit and speculation. If, by contrast, utility is the centerpiece of the analysis of human motivation, important historically specific institutional factors are neglected, particularly property, money and modern business institutions. Neoclassical theory treats money as an expedient of computation, p. 523. This defect is not remedied, even with later developments in neoclassical theory, including general equilibrium analysis. Point 3. Veblen further observes that a similar reduction of monetary phenomena, such as investment, borrowing, and credit, to the utilitarian calculus overlooks the run of the facts in modern business, p. 523. The whole money economy is treated as if it were equivalent to a refined system of barter. Instead, Veblen argues, a theoretical account of the phenomena of this life must be drawn in these terms in which the phenomena occur. They must incorporate the real institutions of a money-driven economy, p. 524. Selection 37 is one of a few essays that Veblen wrote in his lifetime on biological anthropology and the evolution of human races. See also Veblen 1913b, 1934a. In the past these have been ignored or even dismissed as racist. This accusation is rebutted in a footnote in the general introduction to this volume. And it should be pointed out that Veblen, 1934a, has a brilliant and witty attack on eugenics. The Veblen, 1913b, essay is reprinted in the Place of Science collection, Veblen 1919j. Part of the interest in Selection 37 is that it shows that Veblen, at least until the First World War, kept up to date with developments in biology. In 1901 the Dutch biologist Hugo de Vries published Die Mutations Theory in German, de Vries 1901, 1909. He noted the forgotten genetic discoveries of Gregor Mendel and proposed his own mutation theory. This work caused a big stir, and was welcomed with enthusiasm by Veblen's Chicago colleague, Jacques Loeb. The rediscovery of Mendelian genetics eventually led to the modern neo-Darwinian synthesis in biology and the victory of the Darwinians over the Lamarckians. But this did not occur until the 1940s, long after Veblen's death. 3 years after de Vries, Veblen, 1904b, p. 342 in this volume, first mentioned the concept of mutation. He was to use the term, and refer to Mendel, several times in his later works. Point 4. In 1910, a year after the publication of the English translation of de Vries's book, Veblen started work on this paper that explicitly incorporated some of de Vries's ideas, Dorfman 1934, p. 295. For these reasons alone, selection 37 is worthy of consideration. Like most biologists of his time, but unlike few biologists today, Veblen regards the Mendelian theory and Darwinism as incompatible or incongruous explanations in the biological sphere, p. 525. But Veblen ducks this issue by focusing on the matter of cultural evolution. Although he regards what came to be called as genetic evolution as important, Veblen insists that questions of cultural origins and relationship are necessarily drawn into the inquiry, p. 526. Veblen, pages 527 to 30, emphasizes the climatic changes, and the advances and retreats of ice, that played a part in the evolution of European races since the previous interglacial period. Many of the details of Veblen's account, including the classification of races and the migrations involved, are now challenged by modern scholarship based on DNA, linguistic, archaeological, and other evidence, Cavalli-Sforza 2000, Wells 2002, Dunbar 2004, Oppenheimer 2004, Klein 2009. But in a sentence of enormous prescience, Veblen writes, p. 528. A considerable climatic change, such as would seriously alter the conditions of life either directly or through its effect on the food supply, might be conceived to bring on a mutating state in the race, or the like effect might be induced by a profound cultural change, particularly any such change in the industrial arts as would radically affect the material conditions of life. Veblen thus argues that climate change has driven cultural and technological evolution. The idea that climate change is a major factor in human cultural evolution has re-emerged in recent years, Potts 1996, Richardson et al., 2001, Calvin 2002. Veblen's argument is similar to these latter-day theorists. Rapid climate change gave the advantage to cultures that were more flexible and adaptable. By referring to de Vries, Veblen, pages 530 to 36, also considers mutations that we would today describe as genetic. Veblen's conjecture is that human intermixing and hybridization has proved more conducive to survival than racial purity. Hence Veblen strongly counters eugenic and other injunctions concerning racial purity that were tragically gaining ground at that time. But a defect of this essay is Veblen's failure to distinguish clearly between the processes of evolution at the biological and cultural levels, and thereby consider how evolution at one level may influence evolution on another. He applies the term mutation to both levels, without always making his meaning clear. His treatment of these issues is much more satisfactory in the book from which the following selection is taken. Selection 38 consists of the preface, the first chapter, and part of the second chapter of one of Veblen's most important books. His instinct of workmanship was planned as early as 1900, and 5 of its 7 long chapters were probably drafted by 1911, Dorfman 1934, p. 197, Jorgensen and Jorgensen 1999, pages 140, 207. Veblen states in the preface that the aim of the book is to analyze the correlation between industrial use and want and those other institutional facts that go to make up any given phase of civilization. While upholding that technology is fundamental and definitive in the growth of culture, the causality is not unidirectional because institutions and conventions in their turn react on the state of the industrial arts, p. 537. But the achievement of the book goes beyond this. It is by far the most important statement by Veblen of his views on human psychology. Influenced by the psychology of William James, 1890, and others, Veblen retains the term instinct in the title of this work. By this, both James and Veblen mean a biologically inherited behavioral disposition. But Veblen is aware that the concept had come under attack and was declining in popularity. It was not until the 1960s and 1970s that the concept was rehabilitated, Degler 1991. Veblen Riley notes that skepticism of instinct involved less consideration of any innate propensity or predisposition and more of the psychological elements of behavior, p. 538. He thus warns of the rise of behaviorism, and its focus on behavior rather than dispositions. Point 5 When the concept of instinct is no longer defined as a disposition and misleadingly treated as an element of behavior, immense definitional and other problems arise, including the conceptual separation of cultural and genetic influences. But when we return to the question of innate, biologically inherited propensities or predispositions, the original Jamesian concept of instinct returns to its effective role. For Veblen, the two most important instincts are the instinct of workmanship and the parental bent. His primary focus in this volume is clearly the former. Veblen, 1914, pages 85 to 86, also refers to idle curiosity as an instinct. He distinguishes instincts from troisms, by emphasizing the intelligent and purposeful character of instinct. He argues that instincts are translated into behavior through the medium of habits, which are prompted by instincts but modified by contingent cultural and institutional circumstances. In this way the instincts become contaminated. Accordingly, for example, a society with strong religious institutions and coercive government will have its industrial organization and its industrial arts fashioned to meet the demands and the logic of these institutions, p. 559. Veblen takes us through a number of examples of such contamination. Selection 32. Professor Clark's Economics. Veblen, 1908a. Summary. Professor Clark's commanding position, 410-12. Harmless misinformation as to primitive man, 412-14. Significance of the accumulated experience of mankind overlooked, 414-16. The classical school and Clark are alike hedonistic, utilitarian, taxonomic, 416-18. His doctrine as to capital and capital goods, 419-22. Natural distribution, final productivity and effective utility, 422-26. The supposition of consumers' surplus vitiates that of reward according to productivity, 426-28. Consistently, monopolists also must be admitted to get rewards based on effective utility and so on natural law, 428-32. The legislation proposed by Clark as to monopoly not related to his theoretic principles, 432-34. How far any surplus of utility over disutility can be consistently reasoned out, 434-36. Consumers' surplus and producers' surplus vanish on close examination, 437-39. Conclusion, 439-40. For some time past economists have been looking with lively anticipation for such a comprehensive statement of Mr. Clark's doctrines as is now offered. The leading purpose of the present Volume 1 is to offer a brief and provisional 148 statement of the more general laws of progress, although it also comprises a more abridged restatement of the laws of economic statics already set forth in fuller form in his Distribution of Wealth. Though brief, this treatise is to be taken as systematically complete, as including in due correlation all the essentials of Mr. Clark's theoretical system. As such, its publication is an event of unusual interest and consequence. Mr. Clark's position among this generation of economists is a notable and commanding one. No serious student of economic theory will, or can afford to, forego a pretty full acquaintance with his development of doctrines. Nor will any such student avoid being greatly influenced by the position which Mr. Clark takes on any point of theory on which he may speak, and many look confidently to him for guidance where it is most needed. Very few of those interested in modern theory are under no obligations to him. He has, at the same time, in a singular degree the gift of engaging the affections as well as the attention of students in his field. Yet the critic is required to speak impersonally of Mr. Clark's work as a phase of current economic theory. In more than one respect Mr. Clark's position among economists recalls the great figures in the science 100 years ago. there is the same rigid grasp of the principles, the essentials, out of which the broad theorems of the system follow in due sequence and correlation, and like the leaders of the classical era, while Mr. Clarke is always a theoretician, never to be diverted into an inconsistent makeshift, he is moved by an alert and sympathetic interest in current practical problems. While his aim is a theoretical one, it is always with a view to the theory of current affairs, and his speculations are animated with a large sympathy and an aggressive interest in the amelioration of the lot of man. 149. His relation to the ancient adepts of the science, however, is something more substantial than a resemblance only. He is, by spiritual consanguinity, a representative of that classical school of thought that dominated the science through the better part of the 19th century. This is peculiarly true of Mr. Clarke, as contrasted with many of those contemporaries who have fought for the marginal utility doctrines. Unlike these spokesmen of the Austrian wing, he has had the insight and courage to see the continuity between the classical position and his own, even where he advocates drastic changes in the classical body of doctrines. And although his system of theory embodies substantially all that the consensus of theorists approves in the Austrian contributions to the science, yet he has arrived at his position on these heads not under the guidance of the Austrian school, but, avowedly, by an unbroken development out of the position given by the older generation of economists. Point 2 Again, in the matter of the psychological postulates of the science, he accepts a hedonism as simple, unaffected, and uncritical as that of Jevons, or of James Mill. In this respect his work is as true to the canons of the classical school as the best work of the theoreticians of the Austrian observance. There is the like unhesitating appeal to the calculus of pleasure and pain as the infeasible ground of action and solvent of perplexities, and there is the like readiness to reduce all phenomena to terms of a normal, or natural, scheme of life constructed on the basis of this hedonistic calculus. Even in the ready recourse to conjectural history, to use Stoyart's phrase, Mr. Clarke's work is at one with both the early classical and the late, Jevons Austrian, marginal utility school. It has the virtues of both, coupled with the graver shortcomings of both. But, as his view exceeds theirs in breadth and generosity, 150 so his system of theory is a more competent expression of current economic science than what is offered by the spokesman of the Jevons, Austrian wing. It is as such, as a competent and consistent system of current economic theory, that it is here intended to discuss Mr. Clarke's work, not as a body of doctrines peculiar to Mr. Clarke or divergent from the main current. Since hedonism came to rule economic science, the science has been in the main a theory of distribution of ownership and of income. This is true both of the classical school and of those theorists who have taken an attitude of ostensible antagonism to the classical school. The exceptions to the rule are late and comparatively few, and they are not found among the economists who accept the hedonistic postulate as their point of departure. And, consistently with the spirit of hedonism, this theory of distribution has centered about a doctrine of exchange value, or price, and has worked out its scheme of normal distribution in terms of normal price. The normal economic community, upon which theoretical interest has converged, is a business community, which centers about the market, and whose scheme of life is a scheme of profit and loss. Even when some considerable attention is ostensibly devoted to theories of consumption and production, in these systems of doctrine the theories are constructed in terms of ownership, price, and acquisition, and so reduce themselves in substance to doctrines of distributive acquisition. Point 3 In this respect Mr. Clarke's work is true to the received canons. The essentials of economic theory are the essentials of the hedonistic theory of distribution, with sundry reflections on related topics. The scope of Mr. Clarke's economics, indeed, is 151 even more closely limited by concepts of distribution than many others, since he persistently analyzes production in terms of value, and value is a concept of distribution. As Mr. Clarke justly observes, p. 4, the primitive and general facts concerning industry need to be known before the social facts can profitably be studied. In these early pages of the treatise, as in other works of its class, there is repeated reference to that more primitive and simple scheme of economic life out of which the modern complex scheme has developed, and it is repeatedly indicated that in order to an understanding of the play of forces in the more advanced stages of economic development and complication, it is necessary to apprehend these forces in their unsophisticated form as they work out in the simple scheme prevalent on the plane of primitive life. Indeed, to a reader not well acquainted with Mr. Clarke's scope and method of economic theorizing, these early pages would suggest that he is preparing for something in the way of a genetic study, a study of economic institutions approached from the side of their origins. It looks as if the intended line of approach to the modern situation might be such as an evolutionist would choose, who would set out with showing what forces are at work in the primitive economic community, and then trace the cumulative growth and complication of these factors as they presently take form in the institutions of a later phase of the development. Such, however, is not Mr. Clarke's intention. The effect of his recourse to primitive life is simply to throw into the foreground, in a highly unreal perspective, those features which lend themselves to interpretation in terms of the normalized competitive system. The best excuse that can be offered for these excursions into primitive life is that they have substantially nothing to do with the main argument 152 of the book, being of the nature of harmless and graceful misinformation. In the primitive economic situation, that is to say, in savagery and the lower barbarism, there is, of course, no solitary hunter, living either in a cave or otherwise, and there is no man who makes by his own labor all the goods that he uses, etc. It is, in effect, a highly meretricious misrepresentation to speak in this connection of the economy of a man who works only for himself, and say that the inherent productive power of labor and capital is of vital concern to him, because such a presentation of the matter overlooks the main facts in the case in order to put the emphasis on a feature which is of negligible consequence. There is no reasonable doubt but that, at least since mankind reached the human plane, the economic unit has been not a solitary hunter, but a community of some kind, in which, by the way, women seem in the early stages to have been the most consequential factor instead of the man who works for himself. The capital possessed by such a community, as, example a band of California digger Indians, was a negligible quantity, more valuable to a collector of curios than to anyone else, and the loss of which to the digger squaws would mean very little. What was of vital concern to them, indeed, what the life of the group depended on absolutely, was the accumulated wisdom of the squaws, the technology of their economic situation. For the loss of the basket, digging stick, and mortar, simply as physical objects, would have signified little, but the conceivable loss of the squaw's knowledge of the soil and seasons, of food and fiber plants, and of mechanical expedients, would have meant the present dispersal and starvation of the community. This may seem like taking Mr. Clarke to task for an 153 inconsequential gap in his general information on digger Indians, Eskimos, and Paleolithic society at large. But the point raised is not of negligible consequence for economic theory, particularly not for any theory of economic dynamics that turns in great part about questions of capital and its uses at different stages of economic development. In the primitive culture, the quantity and the value of mechanical appliances is relatively slight, and whether the group is actually possessed of more or less of such appliances at a given time is not a question of first-rate importance. The loss of these objects, tangible assets, would entail a transient inconvenience. But the accumulated, habitual knowledge of the ways and means involved in the production and use of these appliances is the outcome of long experience and experimentation, and, given this body of commonplace technological information, the acquisition and employment of the suitable apparatus is easily arranged. The great body of commonplace knowledge made use of in industry is the product and heritage of the group. In its essentials it is known by common notoriety, and the capital goods needed for putting this commonplace technological knowledge to use are a slight matter, practically within the reach of everyone. Under these circumstances the ownership of capital goods has no great significance, and, as a practical fact, interest and wages are unknown, and the earning power of capital is not seen to be governed by a specific power of productivity which resides in capital goods. but the situation changes, presently, by what is called an advance in the industrial arts. The capital required to put the commonplace knowledge to effect grows larger, and so its acquisition becomes an increasingly difficult matter. Through difficulty of attainment in adequate quantities, the apparatus and its ownership become a matter of consequence, increasingly so, until 154 presently the equipment required for an effective pursuit of industry comes to be greater than the common man can hope to acquire in a lifetime. The commonplace knowledge of ways and means, the accumulated experience of mankind, is still transmitted in and by the body of the community at large, but, for practical purposes, the advanced state of the industrial arts has enabled the owners of goods to corner the wisdom of the ancients and the accumulated experience of the race. Hence capital, as it stands at that phase of the institution's growth contemplated by Mr. Clark. The natural system of free competition, or, as it was once called, the obvious and simple system of natural liberty, is accordingly a phase of the development of the institution of capital, and its claim to immutable dominion is evidently as good as the like claim of any other phase of cultural growth. The equity, or natural justice, claimed for it is evidently just and equitable only in so far as the conventions of ownership on which it rests continue to be a secure integral part of the institutional furniture of the community, that is to say, so long as these conventions are part and parcel of the habits of thought of the community, that is to say, so long as these things are currently held to be just and equitable. This normalized present, or natural, state of Mr. Clark, is, as near as may be, Senior's natural state of man, the hypothetically perfect competitive system, and economic theory consists in the definition and classification of the phenomena of economic life in terms of this hypothetical competitive system. Taken by itself, Mr. Clark's dealing with the past development might be passed over with slight comment, except for its negative significance, since it has no theoretical connection with the present, or even with the natural state in which the phenomena of economic life 155 are assumed to arrange themselves in a stable, normal scheme. But his dealings with the future, and with the present in so far as the present situation is conceived to comprise dynamic factors, is of substantially the same kind. With Senior's natural state of man as the baseline of normality in things economic, questions of present and future development are treated as questions of departure from the normal, aberrations and excesses which the theory does not aim even to account for. What is offered in place of theoretical inquiry when these positive perversions of the natural forces themselves are taken up, example in chapters XXII, XXIX, is an exposition of the corrections that must be made to bring the situation back to the normal static state, and solicitous advice as to what measures are to be taken with a view to this beneficent end. The problem presented to Mr. Clark by the current phenomena of economic development is, how can it be stopped? Or, failing that, how can it be guided and minimized? Nowhere is there a sustained inquiry into the dynamic character of the changes that have brought the present, deplorable, situation to pass, nor into the nature and trend of the forces at work in the development that is going forward in this situation. None of this is covered by Mr. Clark's use of the word dynamic. All that it covers in the way of theory, chapters 12, XXI, is a speculative inquiry as to how the equilibrium re-established itself when one or more of the quantities involved increases or decreases. Other than quantitative changes are not noticed, except as provocations to homiletic discourse. Not even the causes and the scope of the quantitative changes that may take place in the variables are allowed to fall within the scope of the theory of economic dynamics. So much of the volume, then, and of the system of doctrines of which the volume is an exposition, as is 156 comprised in the later 8 chapters, pages 372 to 554, is an exposition of grievances and remedies, with only sporadic intrusions of theoretical matter, and does not properly constitute a part of the theory, whether static or dynamic. There is no intention here to take exception to Mr. Clark's outspoken attitude of disapproval towards certain features of the current business situation or to quarrel with the remedial measures which he thinks proper and necessary. This phase of his work is spoken of here rather to call attention to the temperate but uncompromising tone of Mr. Clarke's writings as a spokesman for the competitive system, considered as an element in the order of nature, and to note the fact that this is not economic theory. Point 5. The theoretical section specifically scheduled as Economic Dynamics, chapters 12, XXI, on the other hand, is properly to be included under the caption of Statics. As already remarked above, it presents a theory of equilibrium between variables. Mr. Clarke is, indeed, barred out by his premises from any but a statical development of theory. To realize the substantially statical character of his dynamics, it is only necessary to turn to his chapter 12. Economic Dynamics. A highly dynamic condition, then, is one in which the economic organism changes rapidly and yet, at any time in the course of its changes, is relatively near to a certain static model, p. 196. The actual shape of society at any one time is not the static model of that time, but it tends to conform to it, and in a very dynamic society is more nearly like it 157 than it would be in one in which the forces of change are less active, p. 197. The more dynamic the society, the nearer it is to the static model, until in an ideally dynamic society, with a frictionless competitive system, to use Mr. Clarke's figure, the static state would be attained, except for an increase in size, that is to say, the ideally perfect dynamic state would coincide with the static state. Mr. Clarke's conception of a dynamic state reduces itself to a conception of an imperfectly static state, but in such a sense that the more highly and truly dynamic condition is thereby the nearer to a static condition. Neither the static nor the dynamic state, in Mr. Clarke's view, it should be remarked, is a state of quiescence. Both are states of more or less intense activity, the essential difference being that in the static state the activity goes on in perfection, without lag, leak, or friction, the movement of parts being so perfect as not to disturb the equilibrium. The static state is the more dynamic of the two. The dynamic condition is essentially a deranged static condition, whereas the static state is the absolute perfect, natural taxonomic norm of competitive life. This dynamic static state may vary in respect of the magnitude of the several factors which hold one another in equilibrium, but these are none other than quantitative variations. The changes which Mr. Clarke discusses under the head of dynamics are all of this character, changes in absolute or relative magnitude of the several factors comprised in the equation. But, not to quarrel with Mr. Clarke's use of the term static and dynamic, it is in place to inquire into the merits of this class of economic science apart from any adventitious shortcomings. For such an inquiry Mr. Clarke's work offers peculiar advantages. It is lucid, concise, and unequivocal, with no temporizing euphemisms 158 and no politic affectations of sentiment. Mr. Clarke's premises, and therewith the aim of his inquiry, are the standard ones of the classical English school, including the Jevons, Austrian wing. This school of economics stands on the pre-evolutionary ground of normality and natural law, which the great body of theoretical science occupied in the early 19th century. It is like the other theoretical sciences that grew out of the rationalistic and humanitarian conceptions of the 18th century in that its theoretical aim is taxonomy, definition and classification, with the purpose of subsuming its data under a rational scheme of categories which are presumed to make up the order of nature. This order of nature, or realm of natural law, is not the actual run of material facts, but the facts so interpreted as to meet the needs of the taxonomist in point of taste, logical consistency, and sense of justice. The question of the truth and adequacy of the categories is a question as to the consensus of taste and predilection among the taxonomists, i.e., they are an expression of trained human nature touching the matter of what ought to be. The facts so interpreted make up the normal, or natural, scheme of things, with which the theorist has to do. His task is to bring facts within the framework of the scheme of natural categories. Coupled with this scientific purpose of the taxonomic economist is the pragmatic purpose of finding and advocating the expedient course of policy. On this latter head, again, Mr. Clarke is true to the animus of the school. The classical school, including Mr. Clarke and his contemporary associates in the science, is hedonistic and utilitarian, hedonistic in its theory and utilitarian in its pragmatic ideals and endeavors. The hedonistic postulates on which this line of economic theory is built up are of a statical scope and character, and nothing but 159 statical theory, taxonomy, comes out of their development. 6 These postulates, and the theorems drawn from them, take account of none but quantitative variations, and quantitative variation alone does not give rise to cumulative change, which proceeds on changes in kind. Economics of the line represented at its best by Mr. Clarke has never entered this field of cumulative change. It does not approach questions of the class which occupy the modern sciences, that is to say, questions of genesis, growth, variation, process, in short, questions of a dynamic import, but confines its interest to the definition and classification of a mechanically limited range of phenomena. Like other taxonomic sciences, hedonistic economics does not, and cannot, deal with phenomena of growth except so far as growth is taken in the quantitative sense of a variation in magnitude, bulk, mass, number, frequency. In its work of taxonomy, this economics has consistently bound itself, as Mr. Clarke does, by distinctions of a mechanical, statistical nature, and has drawn its categories of classification on those grounds. Concretely, it is confined, in substance, to the determination of and refinements upon the concepts of land, labor, and capital, as handed down by the great economists of the classical era, and the correlate concepts of rent, wages, interest, and profits. Solicitously, with a painfully meticulous circumspection, the normal, mechanical metes and bounds of these several concepts are worked out, the touchstone of the absolute truth aimed at being the hedonistic calculus. The facts of use and wont are not of the essence of this mechanical refinement. These several categories 160 are mutually exclusive categories, mechanically speaking. The circumstance that the phenomena covered by them are not mechanical facts is not allowed to disturb the pursuit of mechanical distinctions among them. They nowhere overlap, and at the same time between them they cover all the facts with which this economic taxonomy is concerned. Indeed, they are in logical consistency, required to cover them. They are hedonistically natural categories of such taxonomic force that their elemental lines of cleavage run through the facts of any given economic situation, regardless of use and want, even where the situation does not permit these lines of cleavage to be seen by men and recognized by use and want, so that, example, a gang of Aleutian islanders slushing about in the rack and surf with rakes and magical incantations for the capture of shellfish are held, in point of taxonomic reality, to be engaged on a feat of hedonistic equilibration in rent, wages, and interest. And that is all there is to it. Indeed, for economic theory of this kind, that is all there is to any economic situation. The hedonistic magnitudes vary from one situation to another, but, except for variations in the arithmetical details of the hedonistic balance, all situations are, in point of economic theory, substantially alike. 7. Taking this unfaltering taxonomy on its own recognizances, let us follow the trail somewhat more into the arithmetical details, as it leads along the narrow ridge of rational calculation, above the tree tops, on the levels of clear sunlight and moonshine. For the purpose in 161 hand, to bring out the character of this current economic science as a working theory of current facts, and more particularly as applied to modern problems of industry and public policy, title page, the sequence to be observed in questioning the several sections into which the theoretical structure falls is not essential. The structure of classical theory is familiar to all students, and Mr. Clarke's redaction offers no serious departure from the conventional lines. Such divergence from conventional lines as may occur is a matter of details, commonly of improvements in detail, and the revisions of detail do not stand in such an organic relation to one another, nor do they support and strengthen one another in such a manner, as to suggest anything like a revolutionary trend or a breaking away from the conventional lines. So as regards Mr. Clarke's doctrine of capital. It does not differ substantially from the doctrines which are gaining currency at the hands of such writers as Mr. Fisher or Mr. Fetter, although there are certain formal distinctions peculiar to Mr. Clarke's exposition of the capital concept. But these peculiarities are peculiarities of the method of arriving at the concept rather than peculiarities substantial to the concept itself. The main discussion of the nature of capital is contained in Chapter 2. Varieties of economic goods. The conception of capital here set forth is of fundamental consequence to the system, partly because of the important place assigned capital in this system of theory, partly because of the importance which the conception of capital must have in any theory that is to deal with problems of the current, capitalistic, situation. Several classes of capital goods are enumerated, but it appears that in Mr. Clarke's apprehension, at variance with Mr. Fisher's view, persons are not to be included among the items of capital. It is also clear from the run of the argument, 162, though not explicitly stated, that only material, tangible, mechanically definable articles of wealth go to make up capital. In current usage, in the business community, capital is a pecuniary concept, of course, and is not definable in mechanical terms, but Mr. Clarke, true to the hedonistic taxonomy, sticks by the test of mechanical demarcation and draws the lines of his category on physical grounds, whereby it happens that any pecuniary conception of capital is out of the question. Intangible assets, or immaterial wealth, have no place in the theory, and Mr. Clarke is exceptionally subtle and consistent in avoiding such modern notions. One gets the impression that such a notion as intangible assets is conceived to be too chimerical to merit attention, even by way of protest or refutation. Here, as elsewhere in Mr. Clarke's writings, much is made of the doctrine that the two facts of capital and capital goods are conceptually distinct, though substantially identical. The two terms cover virtually the same facts as would be covered by the terms pecuniary capital and industrial equipment. They are for all ordinary purposes coincident with Mr. Fisher's terms, capital value and capital, although Mr. Clarke might enter a technical protest against identifying his categories with those employed by Mr. Fisher. 8 Capital is this permanent fund of productive goods, the identity of whose component elements is forever changing. Capital goods are the shifting component parts of this permanent aggregate, p. 29. Mr. Clarke admits, pages 29 to 33, that capital is colloquially spoken and thought of in terms of value, but he insists that in point of substantial fact the working concept of capital should be, that of a fund of productive goods, considered as an abiding entity. The phrase itself, a fund of productive goods, is a 163 curiously confusing mixture of pecuniary and mechanical terms, though the pecuniary expression, a fund, is probably to be taken in this connection as a permissible metaphor. This conception of capital, as a physically abiding entity constituted by the succession of productive goods that make up the industrial equipment, breaks down in Mr. Clarke's own use of it when he comes, pages 37 to 38, to speak of the mobility of capital, that is to say, so soon as he makes use of it. A single illustration of this will have to suffice, though there are several points in his argument where the frailty of the conception is patent enough. The transfer of capital from one industry to another is a dynamic phenomenon which is later to be considered. What is here important is the fact that it is in the main accomplished without entailing transfers of capital goods. An instrument wears itself out in one industry, and instead of being succeeded by a like instrument in the same industry, it is succeeded by one of a different kind which is used in a different branch of production, p. 38, illustrated on the preceding page by a shifting of investment from a whaling ship to a cotton mill. In all this it is plain that the transfer of capital contemplated is a shifting of investment, and that it is, as indeed Mr. Clarke indicates, not a matter of the mechanical shifting of physical bodies from one industry to the other. To speak of a transfer of capital which does not involve a transfer of capital goods is a contradiction of the main position, that capital is made up of capital goods. The continuum in which the abiding entity of capital resides is a continuity of ownership, not a physical fact. The continuity, in fact, is of an immaterial nature, a matter of legal rights, of contract, of purchase and sale. Just why this patent state of the case is overlooked, as it somewhat elaborately is not easily seen. But it is plain that, if the concept 164 of capital were elaborated from observation of current business practice, it would be found that capital is a pecuniary fact, not a mechanical one, that it is an outcome of evaluation, depending immediately on the state of mind of the valuers, and that the specific marks of capital, by which it is distinguishable from other facts, are of an immaterial character. This would, of course, lead, directly, to the admission of intangible assets, and this, in turn, would upset the law of the natural remuneration of labor and capital to which Mr. Clark's argument looks forward from the start. It would also bring in the unnatural phenomena of monopoly as a normal outgrowth of business enterprise. There is a further logical discrepancy avoided by resorting to the alleged facts of primitive industry, when there was no capital, for the elements out of which to construct a capital concept, instead of going to the current business situation. In a hedonistic utilitarian scheme of economic doctrine, such as Mr. Clark's, only physically productive agencies can be admitted as efficient factors in production or as legitimate claimants to a share in distribution. Hence capital, one of the prime factors in production and the central claimant in the current scheme of distribution, must be defined in physical terms and delimited by mechanical distinctions. This is necessary for reasons which appear in the succeeding chapter, on the measure of consumers' wealth. On the same page, 38, and elsewhere, it is remarked that business disasters destroy capital in part. The destruction in question is a matter of values, that is to say, a lowering of valuation, not in any appreciable degree a destruction of material goods. Taken as a physical aggregate, capital does not appreciably decrease through business disasters, but, taken as a fact of ownership and counted in standard units of value, it decreases. There is 165 a destruction of values and a shifting of ownership, a loss of ownership perhaps, but these are pecuniary phenomena, of an immaterial character, and so do not directly affect the material aggregate of the industrial equipment. Similarly, the discussion, pages 301 to 14, of how changes of method, as, example labor-saving devices, liberate capital, and at times destroy capital, is intelligible only on the admission that capital here is a matter of values owned by investors and is not employed as a synonym for industrial appliances. The appliances in question are neither liberated nor destroyed in the changes contemplated. And it will not do to say that the aggregate of productive goods suffers a diminution by a substitution of devices which increases its aggregate productiveness, as is implied, example by the passage on page 307,9 if Mr. Clark's definition of capital is strictly adhered to. This very singular passage, pages 306 to 11, under the captions, hardships entailed on capitalists by progress, and the offset for capital destroyed by changes of method, implies that the aggregate of appliances of production is decreased by a change which increases the aggregate of these articles in that respect, productivity, by virtue of which they are counted in the aggregate. The argument will hold good if productive goods are rated by bulk, weight, number, or some such irrelevant test, instead of by their productivity or by their consequent capitalized value. On such a showing it should be proper to say that the polishing of plowshares before they are sent out from the factory diminishes the amount of capital embodied in plowshares by as much as the weight or bulk 166 of the waste material removed from the shares in polishing them. Several things may be said of the facts discussed in this passage. There is, presumably, a decrease, in bulk, weight, or number, of the appliances that make up the industrial equipment at the time when such a technological change as is contemplated takes place. This change, presumably, increases the productive efficiency of the equipment as a whole, and so may be said without hesitation to increase the equipment as a factor of production, while it may decrease it, considered as a mechanical magnitude. The owners of the obsolete or obsolescent appliances presumably suffer a diminution of their capital, whether they discard the obsolete appliances or not. The owners of the new appliances, or rather those who own and are able to capitalize the new technological expedients, presumably gain a corresponding advantage, which may take the form of an increase of the effective capitalization of their outfit, as would then be shown by an increased market value of their plant. The largest theoretical outcome of the supposed changes, for an economist not bound by Mr. Clark's conception of capital, should be the generalization that industrial capital, capital considered as a productive agent, is substantially a capitalization of technological expedients, and that a given capital invested in industrial equipment is measured by the portion of technological expedients whose usufruct the investment appropriates. It would accordingly appear that the substantial core of all capital is immaterial wealth, and that the material objects which are formally the subject of the capitalist's ownership are, by comparison, a transient and adventitious matter. But if such a view were accepted, even with extreme reservations, Mr. Clark's scheme of the natural distribution of incomes between capital and labor would go up in the air, as the colloquial 167 phrase has it. It would be extremely difficult to determine what share of the value of the joint product of capital and labor should, under a rule of natural equity, go to the capitalist as an equitable return for his monopolization of a given portion of the intangible assets of the community at large. 10 The returns actually accruing to him under competitive conditions would be a measure of the differential advantage held by him by virtue of his having become legally seized of the material contrivances by which the technological achievements of the community are put into effect. Yet, if in this way capital were apprehended as an historical category, as Rodbertus would say, there is at least the comfort in it all that it should leave a free field for Mr. Clark's measures of repression as applied to the discretionary management of capital by the makers of trusts. And yet, again, this comforting reflection is coupled with the ugly accompaniment that by the same move the field would be left equally free of moral obstructions to the extreme proposals of the socialists. A safe and sane course for the quietist in these premises should apparently be to discard the equivocal doctrines of the passage, pages 306-11, from which this train of questions arises, and hold fast to the received dogma, however unworkable, that capital is a congeries of physical objects with no ramifications or complications of an immaterial kind, and to avoid all recourse to the concept of value, or price, in discussing matters of modern business. The center of interest and of theoretical force and validity in Mr. Clark's work is his law of natural distribution. Upon this law hangs very much of the rest, if not substantially 168 the whole structure of theory. To this law of distribution the earlier portions of the theoretical development look forward, and this the succeeding portions of the treatise take as their point of departure. The law of natural distribution says that any productive agent naturally gets what it produces. Under ideally free competitive conditions, such as prevail in the static state, and to which the current situation approximates, each unit of each productive factor unavoidably gets the amount of wealth which it creates, its virtual product, as it is sometimes expressed. This law rests, for its theoretical validity, on the doctrine of final productivity, set forth in full in the distribution of wealth, and more concisely in the Essentials 11, one of those universal principles which govern economic life in all its stages of evolution. 12. In combination with a given amount of capital, it is held, each succeeding unit of added labor adds a less than proportionate increment to the product. The total product created by the labor so engaged is at the same time the distributive share received by such labor as wages, and it equals the increment of product added by the final unit of labor, multiplied by the number of such units engaged. The law of natural interest is the same as this law of wages, with a change of terms. The product of each unit of labor or capital being measured by the product of the final unit, each gets the amount of its own product. In all of this the argument runs in terms of value, but it is Mr. Clark's view, backed by an elaborate exposition of the grounds of his contention 13, that the use of these terms of value is merely a matter of convenience for the argument, and that the conclusion so reached, the equality so established between productivity and remuneration 169, may be converted to terms of goods, or effective utility, without abating their validity. Without recourse to some such common denominator as value, the outcome of the argument would, as Mr. Clark indicates, be something resembling the Ricardian law of differential rent instead of a law drawn in homogeneous terms of final productivity, and the law of natural distribution would then, at the best, fall short of a general formula. But the recourse to terms of value does not, as Mr. Clark recognizes, dispose of the question without more ado. It smooths the way for the argument, but, unaided, it leaves it nugatory. According to Hudibras, the value of a thing is just as much as it will bring, and the later refinements on the theory of value have not set aside this dictum of the ancient authority. It answers no pertinent question of equity to say that the wages paid for labor are as much as it will bring. And Mr. Clark's chapter, XXIV, on the unit for measuring industrial agents and their products is designed to show how this tautological statement in terms of market value converts itself, under competitive conditions, into a competent formula of distributive justice. It does not conduce to intelligibility to say that the wages of labor are just and fair because they are all that is paid to labor as wages. What further value Mr. Clark's extended discussion of this matter may have will lie in his exposition of how competition converts the proposition that the value of a thing is just as much as it will bring into the proposition that the market rate of wages, or interest, gives to labor, or capital, the full product of labor, or capital. In following up the theory at this critical point, it is necessary to resort to the fuller statement of the distribution of wealth 14, the point being not so adequately covered in the essentials. Consistently hedonistic, Mr. Clark recognizes that his law of natural justice must be reduced 170 to elementary hedonistic terms, if it is to make good its claim to stand as a fundamental principle of theory. In hedonistic theory, production of course means the production of utilities, and utility is of course utility to the consumer. Point 15. A product is such by virtue of and to the amount of the utility which it has for a consumer. This utility of the goods is measured, as value, by the sacrifice, disutility, which the consumer is willing to undergo in order to get the utility which the consumption of the goods yields him. The unit and measure of productive labor is in the last analysis also a unit of disutility, but it is disutility to the productive laborer, not to the consumer. The balance which establishes itself under competitive conditions is a compound balance, being a balance between the utility of the goods to the consumer and the disutility, cost, which he is willing to undergo for it, on the one hand, and, on the other hand, a balance between the disutility of the unit of labor and the utility for which the laborer is willing to undergo this disutility. It is evident, and admitted, that there can be no balance, and no commensurability, between the laborer's disutility, pain, in producing the goods and the consumer's utility, pleasure, in consuming them, inasmuch as these two hedonistic phenomena lie each within the consciousness of a distinct person. There is, in fact, no continuity of nervous tissue over the interval between consumer and producer, and a direct comparison, equilibrium, equality, or discrepancy in respect of pleasure and pain can, of course, not be sought except within each self-balanced individual complex of nervous tissue. Point 16. The wages of 171 labor, i.e., the utility of the goods received by the laborer, is not equal to the disutility undergone by him, except in the sense that he is competitively willing to accept it, nor are these wages equal to the utility got by the consumer of the goods, except in the sense that he is competitively willing to pay them. This point is covered by the current diagrammatic arguments of marginal utility theory as to the determination of competitive prices. But, while the wages are not equal to or directly comparable with the disutility of the productive labor engaged, they are, in Mr. Clark's view, equal to the productive efficiency of that labor. Point 17. Efficiency in a worker is, in reality, power to draw out labor on the part of society. It is capacity to offer that for which society will work in return. By the mediation of market price, under competitive conditions, it is held, the laborer gets, in his wages, a valid claim on the labor of other men, society, as large as they are competitively willing to allow him for the services for which he is paid his wages. The equitable balance between work and pay contemplated by the natural law is a balance between wages and efficiency, as above defined, that is to say, between the wages of labor and the capacity of labor to get wages. So far, the whole matter might evidently have been left as Bastiat left it. It amounts to saying that the laborer gets what he is willing to accept and the consumers give what they are willing to pay. And this is true, of course, whether competition prevails or not. What makes this arrangement just and right under competitive conditions, in Mr. Clark's view, lies in his further doctrine that under such conditions of unobstructed competition the prices of goods, and therefore the wages of labor, are determined, within the scope of the given market, by a quasi-consensus of all the parties in interest. 172 There is of course no formal consensus, but what there is of the kind is implied in the fact that bargains are made, and this is taken as an appraisement by society at large. The quasi-consensus of buyers is held to embody the righteous quasi-appraisement of society in the premises, and the resulting rate of wages is therefore a quasi-just return to the laborer. 18 Each man accordingly is paid an amount that equals the total product that he personally creates. 19 If competitive conditions are in any degree disturbed, the equitable balance of prices and wages is disturbed by that much. All this holds true for the interest of capital, with a change of terms. The equity and binding force of this finding is evidently bound up with that common sense presumption on which it rests, namely, that it is right and good that all men should get what they can without force or fraud and without disturbing existing property relations. It springs from this presumption, and, whether in point of equity or of expediency, it rises no higher than its source. It does not touch questions of equity beyond this, nor does it touch questions of the expediency or probable advent of any contemplated change in the existing conventions as to rights of ownership and initiative. It affords a basis for those who believe in the old order, without which belief this whole structure of opinions collapses, to argue questions of wages and profits in a manner convincing to themselves, and to confirm in the faith those who already believe in the old order. But it is not easy to see that some hundreds of pages of apparatus should be required to find one's way back to these time-worn commonplaces of Manchester. 173. In effect, this law of natural distribution says that whatever men acquire without force or fraud under competitive conditions is their equitable due, no more and no less, assuming that the competitive system, with its underlying institution of ownership, is equitable and natural. In point of economic theory the law appears on examination to be of slight consequence, but it merits further attention for the gravity of its purport. It is offered as a definitive law of equitable distribution comprised in a system of hedonistic economics which is in the main a theory of distributive acquisition only. It is worthwhile to compare the law with its setting, with a view to seeing how its broad declaration of economic justice shows up in contrast with the elements out of which it is constructed and among which it lies. Among the notable chapters of the Essentials is 1.6, on value and its relation to different incomes, which is not only a very substantial section of Mr. Clark's economic theory, but at the same time a type of the achievements of the latter-day hedonistic school. Certain features of this chapter alone can be taken up here. The rest may be equally worthy the student's attention, but it is the intention here not to go into the general substance of the theory of marginal utility and value, to which the chapter is devoted, but to confine attention to such elements of it as bear somewhat directly on the question of equitable distribution already spoken of. Among these latter is the doctrine of the consumer's surplus, virtually the same as what is spoken of by other writers as consumer's rent. 20 Consumer's surplus is the surplus of utility, pleasure, derived by the consumer of goods above the cost of the goods to him. This is held to be a very generally prevalent phenomenon. Indeed, it is held to be all but universally present in the 174 field of consumption. It might, in fact, be effectively argued that even Mr. Clark's admitted exception 21 is very doubtfully to be allowed, on his own showing. Correlated with this element of utility on the consumer's side is a similar volume of disutility on the producer's side, which may be called producer's abatement, or producer's rent. It is the amount of disutility by which the disutility cost of a given article to any given producer, laborer, falls short of, or conceivably exceeds, the disutility incurred by the marginal producer. Marginal buyers or consumers and marginal sellers or producers are relatively few. The great body on both sides come in for something in the way of a surplus of utility or disutility. All this bears on the law of natural wages and interest as follows, taking that law of just remuneration at Mr. Clark's rating of it. The law works out through the mediation of price. Price is determined, competitively, by marginal producers or sellers and marginal consumers or purchasers. The latter alone on the one side get the precise price equivalent of the disutility incurred by them, and the latter alone on the other side pay the full price equivalent of the utilities derived by them from the goods purchased. 22 Hence the competitive price, covering competitive wages and interest, does not reflect the consensus of all parties concerned as to the effective utility of the goods, on the one hand, or as to their effective disutility, cost, on the other hand. It reflects instead, if anything of this kind, the valuations which the marginal unfortunates on each side concede under stress of competition, and it leaves on each side of the bargain relation an uncovered surplus, which marks the variable interval by which price fails to cover effective 175 utility. The excess utility, and the conceivable excess cost, does not appear in the market transactions that mediate between consumer and producer. 23 In the balance, therefore, which establishes itself in terms of value between the social utility of the product and the remuneration of the producer's efficiency, the margin of utility represented by the aggregate consumer's surplus and like elements is not accounted for. It follows, when the argument is in this way reduced to its hedonistic elements, that no man is paid an amount that equals the amount of the total product that he personally creates. Supposing the marginal utility, final utility, theories of objective value to be true, there is no consensus, actual or constructive, as to the effective utility of the goods produced. There is no social decision in the case beyond what may be implied in the readiness of buyers to profit as much as may be by the necessities of the marginal buyer and seller. It appears that there is warrant, within these premises, for the formula, remuneration zero then product. Only by an infinitesimal chance would it hold true in any given case that, hedonistically, remuneration equals product, and, if it should ever happen to be true, there would be no finding it out. The hedonistic discrepancy which so appears between remuneration and product affects both wages and interest in the same manner, but there is some hedonistic ground in Mr. Clark's doctrines for holding that the discrepancy does not strike both in the same degree. There is indeed no warrant for holding that there is anything like an equable distribution of this discrepancy among the several industries or the several industrial 176 concerns, but there appears to be some warrant, on Mr. Clark's argument, for thinking that the discrepancy is perhaps slighter in those branches of industry which produce the prime necessaries of life. 24 This point of doctrine throws also a faint, metaphysical, light on a, possibly generic, discrepancy between the remuneration of capitalists and that of laborers. The latter are, relatively, more addicted to consuming the necessaries of life, and it may be that they thereby gain less in the way of a consumer's surplus. All the analysis and reasoning here set forth has an air of undue tenuity, but in extenuation of this fault it should be noted that this reasoning is made up of such matter as goes to make up the theory under review, and the fault, therefore, is not to be charged to the critic. The manner of argument required to meet this theory of the natural law of final productivity on its own ground is itself a sufficiently tedious proof of the futility of the whole matter in dispute. Yet it seems necessary to beg further indulgence for more of the same kind. As a needed excuse, it may be added that what immediately follows bears on Mr. Clark's application of the law of natural distribution to modern problems of industry and public policy, in the matter of curbing monopolies. Accepting, again, Mr. Clark's general postulates, the postulates of current hedonistic economics, and applying the fundamental concepts, instead of their corollaries, to his scheme of final productivity, it can be shown to fail on grounds even more tenuous and hedonistically more fundamental than those already passed in review. In all final utility, marginal utility, theory it is of the essence of the scheme of things that successive increments 177 of a good have progressively less than proportionate utility. In fact, the coefficient of decrease of utility is greater than the coefficient of increase of the stock of goods. The solitary first loaf is exorbitantly useful. As more loaves are successively added to the stock, the utility of each grows small by degrees and incontinently less, until, in the end, the state of the marginal or final loaf is, in respect of utility, shameful to relate. So, with a change of phrase, it fares with successive increments of a given productive factor, labor or capital, in Mr. Clark's scheme of final productivity. And so, of course, it also fares with the utility of successive increments of product created by successively adding unit after unit to the complement of a given productive factor engaged in the case. If we attend to this matter of final productivity in consistently hedonistic terms, a curious result appears. A larger complement of the productive agent, counted by weight and tale, will, it is commonly held, create a larger output of goods, counted by weight and tale, 25. But these are not hedonistic terms and should not be allowed to cloud the argument. In the hedonistic scheme the magnitude of goods, in all the dimensions to be taken account of, is measured in terms of utility, which is a different matter from weight and tale. It is by virtue of their utility that they are goods, not by virtue of their physical dimensions, number, and the like, and utility is a matter of the production of pleasure and the prevention of pain. Hedonistically speaking, the amount of the goods, the magnitude of the output, is the quantity 178 of utility derivable from their consumption, and the utility per unit decreases faster than the number of units increases. 26 It follows that in the typical or undifferentiated case an increase of the number of units beyond a certain critical point entails a decrease of the total effective utility of the supply. 27 This critical point seems ordinarily to be very near the point of departure of the curve of declining utility, perhaps it frequently coincides with the latter. On the curve of declining final utility, at any point whose tangent cuts the axis of ordinates at an angle of less than 45 degrees, an increase of the number of units entails a decrease of the total effective utility of the supply. 28 So that a gain in physical productivity is a loss as counted in total effective utility. Hedonistically, therefore, the productivity in such a case diminishes, not only relatively to the physical magnitude of the productive agents, but absolutely. This critical point, of maximum total effective utility, is, if the practice of shrewd businessmen is at all significant, commonly somewhat short of the point of maximum physical productivity, at least in modern industry and in a modern community. The total effective utility may commonly be increased 179 by decreasing the output of goods. The total effective utility of wages may often be increased by decreasing the amount, value, of the wages per man, particularly if such a decrease is accompanied by a rise in the price of articles to be bought with the wages. Hedonistically speaking, it is evident that the point of maximum net productivity is the point at which a perfectly shrewd business management of a perfect monopoly would limit the supply, and the point of maximum, hedonistic, remuneration, wages and interest, is the point which such a management would fix on in dealing with a wholly free, perfectly competitive supply of labor and capital. Such a monopolistic state of things, it is true, would not answer to Mr. Clark's ideal. Each man would not be paid an amount that equals the amount of the total product that he personally creates, but he would commonly be paid an amount that, hedonistically, in point of effective utility, exceeds what he personally creates, because of the high final utility of what he receives. This is easily proven. Under the monopolistic conditions supposed, the laborers would, it is safe to assume, not be fully employed all the time, that is to say, they would be willing to work some more in order to get some more articles of consumption, that is to say, the articles of consumption which their wages offer them have so high a utility as to afford them a consumer's surplus, the articles are worth more than they cost. 29 QED. The initiated may fairly doubt the soundness of the chain of argument by which these heterodox theoretical results are derived from Mr. Clark's hedonistic postulates, more particularly since the adepts of the school, including Mr. Clark, are not accustomed to draw conclusions to this effect from these premises. Yet the argument proceeds according to the rules of marginal utility permutations. 180. In view of this scarcely avoidable doubt, it may be permitted, even at the risk of some tedium, to show how the facts of everyday life bear out this unexpected turn of the law of natural distribution, as briefly traced above. The principle involved is well and widely accepted. The familiar practical maxim of charging what the traffic will bear rests on a principle of this kind, and affords one of the readiest practical illustrations of the working of the hedonistic calculus. The principle involved is that a larger aggregate return, value, may be had by raising the return per unit to such a point as to somewhat curtail the demand. In practice it is recognized, in other words, that there is a critical point at which the value obtainable per unit, multiplied by the number of units that will be taken off at that price, will give the largest net aggregate result, in value to the seller, obtainable under the given conditions. A calculus involving the same principle is, of course, the guiding consideration in all monopolistic buying and selling, but a moment's reflection will show that it is, in fact, the ruling principle in all commercial transactions and, indeed, in all business. The maxim of charging what the traffic will bear is only a special formulation of the generic principle of business enterprise. Business initiative, the function of the entrepreneur, businessman, is comprehended under this principle taken in its most general sense. 30. In business the buyer, it is held by the theorists, bids up to the point of greatest obtainable advantage to himself under the conditions prevailing, and the seller similarly bids down to the point of greatest obtainable net aggregate gain. For the trader, businessman, entrepreneur, doing business in the open, competitive, market, or for the business concern with a partial or limited monopoly, the critical point above referred to is, of course, reached at a lower 181 point on the curve of price than would be the case under a perfect and unlimited monopoly, such as was supposed above, but the principle of charging what the traffic will bear remains intact, although the traffic will not bear the same in the one case as in the other. Now, in the theories based on marginal, or final, utility, value is an expression or measure of effective utility, or whatever equivalent term may be preferred. In operating on values, therefore, under the rule of charging what the traffic will bear, the sellers of a monopolized supply, example must operate through the valuations of the buyers, that is to say, they must influence the final utility of the goods or services to such effect that the total effective utility of the limited supply to the consumers will be greater than would be the total effective utility of a larger supply, which is the point in question. The emphasis falls still more strongly on this illustration of the hedonistic calculus, if it is called to mind that in the common run of such limitations of supply by a monopolistic business management, the management would be able to increase the supply at a progressively declining cost beyond the critical point by virtue of the well-known principle of increasing returns from industry. It is also to be added that, since the monopolistic business gets its enhanced return from the margin by which the total effective utility of the limited supply exceeds that of a supply not so limited, and since there is to be deducted from this margin the costs of monopolistic management in addition to other costs, therefore the enhancement of the total effective utility of the goods to the consumer in the case must be appreciably larger than the resulting net gains to the monopoly. By a bold metaphor, a metaphor sufficiently bold to take it out of the region of legitimate figures of speech, the gains that come to enterprising business concerns 182 by such monopolistic enhancement of the total effective utility of their products are spoken of as robbery, extortion, plunder, but theoretical complexion of the case should not be overlooked by the hedonistic theorist in the heat of outraged sentiment. The monopolist is only pushing the principle of all business enterprise, free competition, to its logical conclusion, and, in point of hedonistic theory, such monopolistic gains are to be accounted the natural remuneration of the monopolist for his productive service to the community in enhancing their enjoyment per unit of consumable goods to such point as to swell their net aggregate enjoyment to a maximum. This intricate web of hedonistic calculations might be pursued further, with the result of showing that, while the consumers of the monopolized supply of goods are gainers by virtue of the enhanced total effective utility of the goods. The monopolists who bring about this result do so in great part at their own cost, counting cost in terms of a reduction of total effective utility. By injudiciously increasing their own share of goods, they lower the marginal and effective utility of their wealth to such a point as, probably, to entail a considerable, hedonistic, privation in the shrinkage of their enjoyment per unit. But it is not the custom of economists, nor does Mr. Clark depart from this custom, to dwell on the hardships of the monopolists. This much may be added, however, that this hedonistically consistent exposition of the natural law of final productivity shows it to be one of those universal principles which govern economic life in all its stages of evolution, even when that evolution enters the phase of monopolistic business enterprise, granting always the sufficiency of the hedonistic postulates from which the law is derived. Further, the considerations reviewed above go to show that, on 2 counts, 183 Mr. Clark's crusade against monopoly in the later portion of his treatise is out of touch with the larger theoretical speculations of the earlier portions. A. It runs counter to the hedonistic law of natural distribution, and, b. The monopolistic business against which Mr. Clark speaks is but the higher and more perfect development of that competitive business enterprise which he wishes to reinstate. Competitive business, so called, being incipiently monopolistic enterprise. Apart from this theoretical hearing, the measures which Mr. Clark advocates for the repression of monopoly, under the head of applications to modern problems of industry and public policy, may be good economic policy or they may not. They are the expression of a sound common sense, an unvitiated solicitude for the welfare of mankind, and a wide information as to the facts of the situation. The merits of this policy of repression, as such, cannot be discussed here. On the other hand, the relation of this policy to the theoretical groundwork of the treatise needs also not be discussed here, inasmuch as it has substantially no relation to the theory. In this later portion of the volume Mr. Clark does not lean on doctrines of final utility, final productivity, or, indeed, on hedonistic economics at large. He speaks eloquently for the material and cultural interests of the community, and the references to his law of natural distribution might be cut bodily out of the discussion without lessening the cogency of his appeal or exposing any weakness in his position. Indeed, it is by no means certain that such an excision would not strengthen his appeal to men's sense of justice by eliminating irrelevant matter. Certain points in this later portion of the volume, however, where the argument is at variance with specific articles of theory professed by Mr. Clark, may be taken up, 184 mainly to elucidate the weakness of his theoretical position at the points in question. He recognizes with more than the current degree of freedom that the growth and practicability of monopolies under modern conditions is chiefly due to the negotiability of securities representing capital, coupled with the joint stock character of modern business concerns. 31 These features of the modern, capitalistic, business situation enable a sufficiently few men to control a section of the community sufficiently large to make an effective monopoly. The most effective known form of organization for purposes of monopoly, according to Mr. Clark, is that of the holding company, and the ordinary corporation follows it closely in effectiveness in this respect. The monopolistic control is effected by means of the vendible securities covering the capital engaged. To meet the specifications of Mr. Clark's theory of capital, these vendible securities, as, example the securities, common stock, of a holding company, should be simply the formal evidence of the ownership of certain productive goods and the like. Yet, by his own showing, the ownership of a share of productive goods proportionate to the face value, or the market value, of the securities is by no means the chief consequence of such an issue of securities. 32 One of the consequences, and for the purposes of Mr. Clark's argument the gravest consequence, of the employment of such securities, is the dissociation of ownership from the control of the industrial equipment, whereby the owners of certain securities, which stand in certain immaterial, technical relations to certain other securities, are enabled arbitrarily to control the use of the industrial equipment covered by the latter. These are facts of the modern organization of capital, affecting the productivity of the industrial equipment and its serviceability both to its owners and to the community. 185 They are facts, though not physically tangible objects, and they have an effect on the serviceability of industry no less decisive than the effect which any group of physically tangible objects of equal market value have. They are, moreover, facts which are bought and sold in the purchase and sale of these securities, as, example, the common stock of a holding company. They have a value, and therefore they have a total effective utility. In short, these facts are intangible assets, which are the most consequential element in modern capital, but which have no existence in the theory of capital by which Mr. Clark aims to deal with modern problems of industry. Yet, when he comes to deal with these problems, it is, of necessity, these intangible assets that immediately engage his attention. These intangible assets are an outgrowth of the freedom of contract under the conditions imposed by the machine industry, yet Mr. Clark proposes to suppress this category of intangible assets without prejudice to freedom of contract or to the machine industry, apparently without having taken thought of the lesson which he rehearses, pages 390 to 390, from the introduction of the holding company, with its sinister perfection, to take the place of the less efficient trust when the latter was dealt with somewhat as it is now proposed to deal with the holding company. One is tempted to remark that a more naive apprehension of the facts of modern capital would have afforded a more competent realization of the problems of monopoly. It appears from what has just been said of Mr. Clark's natural distribution and of his dealing with the problems of modern industry that the logic of hedonism is of no avail for the theory of business affairs. Yet it is held, perhaps justly, that the hedonistic interpretation may be of great avail in analyzing the industrial functions of the 186 community, in their broad, generic character, even if it should not serve so well for the intricate details of the modern business situation. It may be at least a serviceable hypothesis for the outlines of economic theory, for the first approximations to the economic laws sought by taxonomists. To be serviceable for this purpose, the hypothesis need perhaps not be true to fact, at least not in the final details of the community's life or without material qualification, 33 but it must at least have that ghost of actuality that is implied in consistency with its own corollaries and ramifications. As has been suggested in an earlier paragraph, it is characteristic of hedonistic economics that the large and central element in its theoretical structure is the doctrine of distribution. Consumption being taken for granted as a quantitative matter simply, essentially a matter of an insatiable appetite, economics becomes a theory of acquisition. Production is, theoretically, a process of acquisition, and distribution a process of distributive acquisition. The theory of production is drawn in terms of the gains to be acquired by production, and under competitive conditions this means necessarily the acquisition of a distributive share of what is available. The rest of what the facts of productive industry include, as, example the facts of workmanship or the state of the industrial arts, gets but a scant and perfunctory attention. Those matters are not of the theoretical essence of the scheme. Mr. Clark's general theory of production does not differ substantially from that commonly professed by the marginal utility school. It is a theory of competitive acquisition. An inquiry into the principles of his doctrine, therefore, as they appear, example in the early chapters of the Essentials, is, in effect, an inquiry into the competence of the main theorems of modern hedonistic economics. 187. All men seek to get as much net service from material wealth as they can. Some of the benefit received is neutralized by the sacrifice incurred, but there is a net surplus of gains not thus cancelled by sacrifices, and the generic motive which may properly be called economic is the desire to make this surplus large. 34 It is of the essence of the scheme that the acquisitive activities of mankind afford a net balance of pleasure. It is out of this net balance, presumably, that the consumer's surpluses arise, or it is in this that they merge. This optimistic conviction is a matter of presumption, of course, but it is universally held to be true by hedonistic economists, particularly by those who cultivate the doctrines of marginal utility. It is not questioned and not proven. It seems to be a surviving remnant of the 18th century faith in a benevolent order of nature, that is to say, it is a rationalistic metaphysical postulate. It may be true or not, as matter of fact, but it is a postulate of the school, and its optimistic bias runs like a red thread through all the web of argument that envelopes the normal competitive system. A surplus of gain is normal to the theoretical scheme. The next great theorem of this theory of acquisition is at cross purposes with this one. Men get useful goods only at the cost of producing them, and production is irksome, painful, as has been recounted above. They go on producing utilities until, at the margin, the last increment of utility in the product is balanced by the concomitant increment of disutility in the way of irksome productive effort, labor or abstinence. At the margin, pleasure gain is balanced by pain cost. But the effective utility of the total product is measured by that of the final unit. The effective utility of the whole is given by the number of units of product multiplied by the 188 effective utility of the final unit, while the effective disutility, pain cost, of the whole is similarly measured by the pain cost of the final unit. The total effective utility of the producer's product equals the total effective disutility of his pains of acquisition. Hence there is no net surplus of utility in the outcome. The corrective objection is ready to hand 35 that, while the balance of utility and disutility holds at the margin, it does not hold for the earlier units of the product, these earlier units having a larger utility and a lower cost, and so leaving a large net surplus of utility, which gradually declines as the margin is approached. But this attempted correction evades the hedonistic test. It shifts the ground from the calculus to the objects which provoke the calculation. Utility is a psychological matter, a matter of pleasurable appreciation, just as disutility, conversely, is a matter of painful appreciation. The individual who is held to count the costs and the gain in this hedonistic calculus is, by supposition, a highly reasonable person. He counts the cost to him as an individual against the gain to him as an individual. He looks before and after, and sizes the whole thing up in a reasonable course of conduct. The absolute utility would exceed the effective utility only on the supposition that the producer is an unreflecting sensory apparatus, such as the beasts of the field are supposed to be, devoid of that gift of appraisement and calculation which is the hypothetical hedonist's only human trait. There might on such a supposition, if the producer were an intelligent sensitive organism simply, emerge an excess of total pleasure over total pain, but there could then be no talk of utility or of disutility, since these terms imply intelligent reflection, and they are employed because they do so. The hedonistic producer looks to his own cost and gain, as an 189 intelligent pleasure seeker whose consciousness compasses the contrasted elements as wholes. He does not contrast the balance of pain and pleasure in the morning with the balance of pain and pleasure in the afternoon, and say that there is so much to the good because he was not so tired in the morning. Indeed, by hypothesis, the pleasure to be derived from the consumption of the product is a future, or expected, pleasure, and can be said to be present, at the point of time at which a given unit of pain cost is incurred, only in anticipation, and it cannot be said that the anticipated pleasure attaching to a unit of product which emerges from the effort of the producer during the relatively painless first hour's work exceeds the anticipated pleasure attaching to a similar unit emerging from the second hour's work. Mr. Clarke has, in effect, explained this matter in substantially the same way in another connection, example p42, where he shows that the magnitude on which the question of utility and cost hinges is the total effective utility, and that the total absolute utility is a matter not of what hedonistically is, in respect of utility as an outcome of production, but of what might have been under different circumstances. An equally unprofitable result may be reached from the same point of departure along a different line of argument. Granting that increments of product should be measured, in respect of utility, by comparison with the disutility of the concomitant increment of cost, then the diagrammatic arguments commonly employed are inadequate, in that the diagrams are necessarily drawn in 2 dimensions only, length and breadth, whereas they should be drawn in 3 dimensions, so as to take account of the intensity of application as well as of its duration. 36 Apparently, the exigencies of graphic representation, fortified by the presumption that there always emerges a surplus of utility, have led marginal utility theorists, in effect, to overlook this matter of intensity of application. When this element is brought in with the same freedom as the other two dimensions engaged, the argument will, in hedonistic consistency, run somewhat as follows, the run of the facts being what it may. The producer, setting out on this irksome business, and beginning with the production of the exorbitantly useful initial unit of product, will, by hedonistic necessity, apply himself to the task with a correspondingly extravagant intensity, the irksomeness, disutility, of which necessarily rises to such a pitch as to leave no excess of utility in this initial unit of product above the concomitant disutility of the initial unit of productive effort. 37 As the utility of subsequent units of product progressively declines, so will the producer's intensity of irksome application concomitantly decline, maintaining a nice balance between utility and disutility throughout. There is, therefore, no excess of absolute utility above effective utility at any point on the curve, and no excess of total absolute utility above total effective utility of the product as a whole, nor above the total absolute disutility or the total effective disutility of the pain cost. A transient evasion of this outcome may perhaps be sought by saying that the producer will act wisely, as a good hedonist should, and save his energies during the earlier moments of the productive period in order to get the best aggregate result from his day's labor, instead 191 of spending himself in ill-advised excesses at the outset. Such seems to be the fact of the matter, so far as the facts wear a hedonistic complexion, but this correction simply throws the argument back on the previous position and concedes the force of what was there claimed. It amounts to saying that, instead of appreciating each successive unit of product in isolated contrast with its concomitant unit of irksome productive effort, the producer, being human, wisely looks forward to his total product and rates it by contrast with his total pain cost. Whereupon, as before, no net surplus of utility emerges, under the rule which says that irksome production of utilities goes on until utility and disutility balance. But this revision of final productivity has further consequences for the optimistic doctrines of hedonism. Evidently, by a somewhat similar line of argument, the consumer's surplus will be made to disappear, even as this that may be called the producer's surplus has disappeared. Production being acquisition, and the consumer's cost being cost of acquisition, the argument above should apply to the consumer's case without abatement. On considering this matter in terms of the hedonistically responsive individual concerned, with a view to determining whether there is, in his calculus of utilities and costs, any margin of uncovered utilities left over after he has incurred all the disutilities that are worthwhile to him, instead of proceeding on a comparison between the pleasure-giving capacity of a given article and the market price of the article, all such alleged differential advantages within the scope of a single sensory are seen to be nothing better than an illusory diffractive effect due to a faulty instrument. But the trouble does not end here. The equality, pain cost equals pleasure gain, is not a competent formula. It should be, pain cost incurred equals pleasure gain anticipated. 192 And between these two formulas lies the old adage, there's many a slip twixt the cup and the lip. In an appreciable proportion of ventures, endeavors, and enterprises, men's expectations of pleasure gain are in some degree disappointed, through miscalculation, through disserviceable secondary effects of their productive efforts, by the act of God, by fire, flood, and pestilence. In the nature of things, these discrepancies fall out on the side of loss more frequently than on that of gain. After all allowance has been made for what may be called serviceable errors, there remains a margin of disserviceable error, so that pain cost eventual pleasure gain equals anticipated pleasure gain, n. Hence, in general, pain cost pleasure gain. Hence it appears that, in the nature of things, men's pains of production are underpaid by that much, although it may, of course, be held that the nature of things at this point is not natural or normal. To this it may be objected that the risk is discounted. Insurance is a practical discounting of risk, but insurance is resorted to only to cover risk that is appreciated by the person exposed to it, and it is such risks as are not appreciated by those who incur them that are chiefly in question here. And it may be added that insurance has hitherto not availed to equalize and distribute the chances of success and failure. Business gains, entrepreneurs' gains, the rewards of initiative and enterprise, come out of this uncovered margin of adventure, and the losses of initiative and enterprise are to be set down to the same account. In some measure this element of initiative and enterprise enters into all economic endeavor. And it is not unusual for economists to remark that the volume of unsuccessful or only partly successful enterprise is very large. There are some lines of enterprise that are, as one might say, extra hazardous, in which the average falls out habitually on the wrong side of the account. 193 typical of this class is the production of the precious metals, particularly as conducted under that regime of free competition for which Mr. Clark speaks. It has been the opinion, quite advisedly, of such economists of the classic age of competition as J. S. Mill and Cairns, example that the world's supply of the precious metals has been got at an average or total cost exceeding their value by several fold. The producers, under free competition at least, are over-sanguine of results. But, in strict consistency, the hedonistic theory of human conduct does not allow men to be guided in their calculation of cost and gain, when they have to do with the precious metals, by different norms from those which rule their conduct in the general quest of gain. The visible difference in this respect between the production of the precious metals and production generally should be due to the larger proportions and greater notoriety of the risks in this field rather than to a difference in the manner of response to the stimulus of expected gain. The canons of hedonistic calculus permit none but a quantitative difference in the response. What happens in the production of the precious metals is typical of what happens in a measure and more obscurely throughout the field of productive effort. Instead of a surplus of utility of product above the disutility of acquisition, therefore, there emerges an average or aggregate net hedonistic deficit. On a consistent marginal utility theory, all production is a losing game. The fact that nature keeps the bank, it appears, does not take the hedonistic game of production out of the general category known of old to that class of sanguine hedonistic calculators whose daydreams are filled with safe and sane schemes for breaking the bank. Hope springs eternal in the human breast. Men are congenitally over-sanguine, it appears, and the production 194 of utilities is, mathematically speaking, a function of the pig-headed optimism of mankind. It turns out that the laws of human nature malevolently grind out vexation for men instead of benevolently furthering the greatest happiness of the greatest number. The sooner the whole traffic ceases, the better, the smaller will be the net balance of pain. The great hedonistic law of nature turns out to be simply the curse of Adam, backed by the even more sinister curse of Eve. The remark was made in an earlier paragraph that Mr. Clark's theories have substantially no relation to his practical proposals. This broad declaration requires an equally broad qualification. While the positions reached in his theoretical development count for nothing in making or fortifying the positions taken on problems of modern industry and public policy, the two phases of the discussion, the theoretical and the pragmatic, are the outgrowth of the same range of preconceptions and run back to the same metaphysical ground. The present canvas of items in the doctrinal system has already far overpassed reasonable limits, and it is out of the question here to pursue the exfoliation of ideas through Mr. Clark's discussion of public questions, even in the fragmentary fashion in which scattered items of the theoretical portion of his treatise have been passed in review. But a broad and rudely drawn characterization may yet be permissible. This latter portion of the volume has the general complexion of a Bill of Rights. This is said, of course, with no intention of imputing a fault. It implies that the scope and method of the discussion is governed by the preconception that there is one right and beautiful definitive scheme of economic life, to which the whole creation tends. Whenever and in so far as current phenomena depart or diverge 195 from this definitive natural scheme or from the straight and narrow path that leads to its consummation, there is a grievance to be remedied by putting the wheels back into the rut. The future, such as it ought to be the only normally possible, natural future scheme of life, is known by the light of this preconception, and men have an infeasible right to the installation and maintenance of those specific economic relations, expedients, institutions, which this natural scheme comprises, and to no others. The consummation is presumed to dominate the course of things which is presumed to lead up to the consummation. The measures of redress whereby the economic order of nature is to renew its youth are simple, direct, and short-sighted, as becomes the proposals of pre-Darwinian hedonism, which is not troubled about the exuberant uncertainties of cumulative change. No doubt presents itself but that the community's code of right and equity in economic matters will remain unchanged under changing conditions of economic life. Selection 33. On the Nature of Capital. Veblen, 1908c, 1908e. Part I, The Productivity of Capital Goods 1. Summary. The knowledge of ways and means is a communal product, 441. Access to the common stock of technological knowledge is necessary to the production of a livelihood, 445. With the advance of the industrial arts, the possession of material equipment has become a requisite to the effective use of this common stock of knowledge and skill, 447. Hence the grand advantage of owning capital goods, 449, and hence the dominant position of the owner-employer in modern economic life, 453. Summary conclusion, 456. It has been usual in expositions of economic theory to speak of capital as an array of productive goods. What is immediately had in mind in this expression, as well as in the equivalent capital goods, is the industrial equipment, primarily the mechanical appliances employed in the processes of industry. When the productive efficiency of these and of other, subsidiary classes of capital goods is subjected to further analysis, it is not unusual to trace it back to the productive labor of the workman, the labor of the individual workman being the ultimate productive factor in the commonly accepted systems of theory. The current theories of production, as also those of distribution, are drawn in individualistic terms, particularly when these theories are based on hedonistic premises, as they commonly are. Now, whatever may or may not be true for human conduct in some other bearing, in the economic respect man has never lived an isolated, self-sufficient life as an individual, either actually or potentially. Humanly speaking, such a thing is impossible. Neither an individual person nor a single household, nor a single line of descent, can maintain its life in isolation. Economically speaking, 518 This is the characteristic trait of humanity that separates mankind from the other animals. The life history of the race has been a life history of human communities, of more or less considerable size, with more or less of group solidarity, and with more or less of cultural continuity over successive generations. The phenomena of human life occur only in this form. This continuity, congruity, or coherence of the group, is of an immaterial character. It is a matter of knowledge, usage, habits of life and habits of thought, not a matter of mechanical continuity or contact, or even of consanguinity. Wherever a human community is met with, as, example among any of the peoples of the lower cultures, it is found in possession of something in the way of a body of technological knowledge, knowledge serviceable and requisite to the quest of a livelihood, comprising at least such elementary acquirements as language, the use of fire, of a cutting edge, of a pointed stick, of some tool for piercing, of some form of cord, thong, or fiber, together with some skill in the making of knots and lashings. Coordinate with this knowledge of ways and means, there is also uniformly present some matter-of-fact knowledge of the physical behavior of the materials with which men have to deal in the quest of a livelihood, beyond what any one individual has learned or can learn by his own experience alone. This information and proficiency in the ways and means of life vests in the group at large, and, apart from accretions borrowed from other groups, it is the product of the given group, though not produced by any single generation. It may be called the immaterial equipment, or, by a license of speech, the intangible assets too of the community, 519 and, in the early days at least, this is far and away the most important and consequential category of the community's assets or equipment. Without access to such a common stock of immaterial equipment, no individual and no fraction of the community can make a living, much less make an advance. Such a stock of knowledge and practice is perhaps held loosely and informally, but it is held as a common stock, pervasively, by the group as a body, in its corporate capacity, as one might say, and it is transmitted and augmented in and by the group, however loose and haphazard the transmission may be conceived to be, not by individuals and in single lines of inheritance. The requisite knowledge and proficiency of ways and means is a product, perhaps a byproduct, of the life of the community at large, and it can also be maintained and retained only by the community at large. Whatever may be true for the unsearchable prehistoric phases of the life history of the race, it appears to be true for the most primitive human groups and phases of which there is available information that the mass of technological knowledge possessed by any community, and necessary to its maintenance and to the maintenance of each of its members or subgroups, is too large a burden for any one individual or any single line of descent to carry. This holds true, of course, all the more rigorously and consistently, the more advanced the state of the industrial arts may be. But it seems to hold true with a generality that is fairly startling, that whenever a given cultural community is broken up or suffers a serious diminution of members, its technological heritage deteriorates and dwindles, even though it may have been apparently meager enough before. On the other hand, it seems to hold true with a similar uniformity that, when an individual member or a fraction of a community on what we call a lower stage 520 of economic development is drawn away and trained and instructed in the ways of a larger and more efficient technology, and is then thrown back into his home community, such an individual or fraction proves unable to make head against the technological bent of the community at large, or even to create a serious diversion. Slight, perhaps transient, and gradually effective technological consequences may result from such an experiment, but they become effective by diffusion and assimilation through the body of the community, not in any marked degree in the way of an exceptional efficiency on the part of the individual or fraction which has been subjected to exceptional training. And inheritance in technological matters runs not in the channels of consanguinity, but in those of tradition and habituation, which are necessarily as wide as the scheme of life of the community. Even in a relatively small and primitive community, the mass of detail comprised in its knowledge and practice of ways and means is large, too large for any one individual or household to become competently expert in it all, and its ramifications are extensive and diverse at the same time that all these ramifications bear, directly or indirectly, on the life and work of each member of the community. Neither the standard and routine of living nor the daily work of any individual in the community would remain the same after the introduction of an appreciable change, for good or ill, in any branch of the community's equipment of technological expedients. If the community grows larger, to the dimensions of a modern civilized people, and this immaterial equipment grows proportionately great and various, then it will become increasingly difficult to trace the connection between any given change in technological detail and the fortunes of any given obscure member of the community. But it is at least safe to say that an increase in the volume and complexity of the body of technological 521 knowledge and practice does not progressively emancipate the life and work of the individual from its dominion. The complement of technological knowledge so held, used, and transmitted in the life of the community is, of course, made up out of the experience of individuals. Experience, experimentation, habit, knowledge, initiative, are phenomena of individual life, and it is necessarily from this source that the community's common stock is all derived. The possibility of its growth lies in the feasibility of accumulating knowledge gained by individual experience and initiative, and therefore it lies in the feasibility of one individual's learning from the experience of another. But the initiative and technological enterprise of individuals, such, example as shows itself in inventions and discoveries of more and better ways and means, proceeds on and enlarges the accumulated wisdom of the past. Individual initiative has no chance except on the ground afforded by the common stock, and the achievements of such initiative are of no effect except as accretions to the common stock. and the invention or discovery so achieved always embodies so much of what is already given that the creative contribution of the inventor or discoverer is trivial by comparison. In any known phase of culture, this common stock of intangible, technological equipment is relatively large and complex, i.e., relatively to the capacity of any individual member to create or to use it, and the history of its growth and use is the history of the development of material civilization. It is a knowledge of ways and means, and is embodied in the material contrivances and processes by means of which the members of the community make their living. Only by such means does technological efficiency go into effect. These material contrivances, capital goods, material equipment, are such things as tools, vessels, vehicles, raw materials, 522 buildings, ditches, and the like, including the land in use, but they include also, and through the greater part of the early development chiefly, the useful minerals, plants, and animals. To say that these minerals, plants, and animals are useful, in other words, that they are economic goods, means that they have been brought within the sweep of the community's knowledge of ways and means. In the relatively early stages of primitive culture, the useful plants and minerals are, no doubt, made use of in a wild state, as, example, fish and timber have continued to be used. Yet insofar as they are useful, they are unmistakably to be counted in among the material equipment, tangible assets, of the community. The case is well illustrated by the relation of the Plains Indians to the buffalo, and by the Northwest Coast Indians to the salmon, on the one hand, and by the use of a wild flora by such communities as the Coahuila Indians, the Australian blacks, or the Andamanese, on the other hand. But with the current of time, experience, and initiative, domesticated, that is to say improved, plants and animals come to take the first place. We have then such technological expedients in the first rank as the many species and varieties of domestic animals, and more particularly still the various grains, fruits, root crops, and the like, virtually all of which were created by man for human use, or perhaps a more scrupulously veracious account would say that they were in the main created by the women through long ages of workmanlike selection and cultivation. These things, of course, are useful because men have learned their use, and their use, so far as it has been learned by protracted and voluminous experience and experimentation, proceeding at each step on the accumulated achievements of the past. Other things, which may in time, come to exceed these in 523 usefulness are still useless, economically non-existent, on the early levels of culture, because of what men in that time have not yet learned. While this immaterial equipment of industry, the intangible assets of the community, have apparently always been relatively very considerable and are always mainly in the keeping of the community at large, the material equipment, the tangible assets, on the other hand, have, in the early stages, say the earlier 90% of the life history of human culture, been relatively slight, and have apparently been held somewhat loosely by individuals or household groups. This material equipment is relatively very slight in the earlier phases of technological development, and the tenure by which it is held is apparently vague and uncertain. At a relatively primitive phase of the development, and under ordinary conditions of climate and surroundings, the possession of the concrete articles, capital goods, needed to turn the commonplace knowledge of ways and means to account is a matter of slight consequence, contrary to the view commonly spoken for by the economists of the classical line. Given the commonplace technological knowledge and the commonplace training, and these are given by common notoriety and the habituation of daily life, the acquisition, construction, or usufruct of the slender material equipment needed arranges itself almost as a matter of course, more particularly where this material equipment does not include a stock of domestic animals or a plantation of domesticated trees and vegetables. Under given circumstances, a relatively primitive technological scheme may involve some large items of material equipment, as the buffalo pens, piskin, of the Blackfoot Indians or the salmon weirs of the river Indians of the Northwest Coast. Such items of material equipment 524 are then likely to be held and worked collectively, either by the community at large or by subgroups of a considerable size. Under ordinary, more generally prevalent conditions, it appears that even after a relatively great advance has been made in the cultivation of crops, the requisite industrial equipment is not a matter for serious concern, particularly so aside from the tilled ground and the cultivated trees, as is indicated by the singularly loose and inconsequential notions of ownership prevalent among peoples occupying such a stage of culture. A primitive stage of communism is not known. But, as the common stock of technological knowledge increases in volume, range, and efficiency, the material equipment whereby this knowledge of ways and means is put into effect grows greater, more considerable relatively to the capacity of the individual. And so soon, or in so far, as the technological development falls into such shape as to require a relatively large unit of material equipment for the effective pursuit of industry, or such as otherwise to make the possession of the requisite material equipment a matter of consequence, so as seriously to handicap the individuals who are without these material means, and to place the current possessors of such equipment at a marked advantage, then the strong arm intervenes, property rights apparently begin to fall into definite shape, the principles of ownership gather force and consistency, and men begin to accumulate capital goods and take measures to make them secure. An appreciable advance in the industrial arts is commonly followed or accompanied by an increase of population. The difficulty of procuring a livelihood may be no greater after such an increase, it may even be less, but there results a relative curtailment of the available area and raw materials, and commonly also an increased accessibility of the several portions of the community. A wide-reaching 525 control becomes easier. At the same time, a larger unit of material equipment is needed for the effective pursuit of industry. As this situation develops, it becomes worthwhile, that is to say, it becomes feasible, for the individual with the strong arm to engross, or corner, the usufruct of the commonplace knowledge of ways and means by taking over such of the requisite material as may be relatively scarce and relatively indispensable for procuring a livelihood under the current state of the industrial arts. 3 Circumstances of space and numbers prevent escape from the new technological situation. The commonplace knowledge of ways and means cannot be turned to account, under the new conditions, without a material equipment adapted to the then current state of the industrial arts, and such a suitable material equipment is no longer a slight matter to be compassed by workmanlike initiative and application. BD Possidence. 4. The emphasis of the technological situation, as one might say, may fall now on one line of material items, now on another, according as the exigencies of climate, topography, flora and fauna, density of population, and the like, may decide. So also, under the rule of the game exigencies, the early growth of property rights and of the principles, habits of thought, of ownership may settle on one or another line of material items, according as one or another affords the strategic advantage for engrossing the current technological efficiency of the community. Should the technological situation, the state of the industrial arts, be such as to throw the strategic emphasis on manual labor, on workmanlike skill and application, and 526 if at the same time the growth of population has made land relatively scarce, or hostile contact with other communities has made it impracticable for members of the community to range freely over outlying tracts, then it would be expected that the growth of ownership should take the direction primarily of slavery, or of some equivalent form of servitude, so affecting a naive and direct monopolistic control of the current knowledge of ways and means. 5 Whereas if the development has taken such a turn, and the community is so placed as to make the quest of a livelihood a matter of the natural increase of flocks and herds, then it should reasonably be expected that these items of equipment will be the chief and primary subject of property rights. In point of fact, it appears that a pastoral culture commonly involves also some degree of servitude, along with the ownership of flocks and herds. Under different circumstances the mechanical appliances of industry, or the tillable land, might come into the position of strategic advantage, and might come in for the foremost place in men's consideration as objects of ownership. The evidence afforded by the known, relatively, primitive cultures and communities seems to indicate that slaves and cattle have in this way come into the primacy as objects of ownership at an earlier period in the growth of material civilization than land or the mechanical appliances. And it seems similarly evident, more so, indeed, that land has on the whole preceded the mechanical equipment as the stronghold of ownership and the means of engrossing the community's industrial efficiency. It is not until a late period in the life history of material civilization that ownership of the industrial equipment, in the narrower sense in which that phrase is commonly 527 employed, comes to be the dominant and typical method of engrossing the immaterial equipment. Indeed, it is a consummation which has been reached only a very few times, even partially, and only once with such a degree of finality as to leave the fact indisputable. If it may be said, loosely, that mastery through the ownership of slaves, cattle, or land comes on in force only after the economic development has run through some 9/10 of its course hitherto, then it may be said likewise that some 99/100 of this course of development had been completed before the ownership of the mechanical equipment came into undisputed primacy as the basis of pecuniary dominion. So late an innovation, indeed, is this modern institution of capitalism, the predominant ownership of industrial capital as we know it, and yet so intimate a fact is it in our familiar scheme of life, that we have some difficulty in seeing it in perspective at all, and we find ourselves hesitating between denying its existence, on the one hand, and affirming it to be a fact of nature antecedent to all human institutions, on the other hand. In so speaking of the ownership of industrial equipment as being an institution for cornering the community's intangible assets, there is conveyed an unavoidably implied, though unintended, note of condemnation. Such an implication of merit or demerit is an untoward circumstance in any theoretical inquiry. Any sentimental bias, whether of approval or disapproval, aroused by such an implied censure, must unavoidably hamper the dispassionate pursuit of the argument. To mitigate the effect of this jarring note as far as may be, therefore, it will be expedient to turn back for a moment to other more primitive and remoter forms of the institution, as slavery and landed wealth, and so reach the modern facts of industrial capital by a roundabout and gradual approach. 528. These ancient institutions of ownership, slavery, and landed wealth, are matters of history. Considered as dominant factors in the community's scheme of life, their record is completed, and it needs no argument to enforce the proposition that it is a record of economic dominion by the owners of the slaves or the land, as the case may be. The effect of slavery in its best day, and of landed wealth in medieval and early modern times, was to make the community's industrial efficiency serve the needs of the slave owners in the one case and of the land owners in the other. The effect of these institutions in this respect is not questioned now, except in such sporadic and apologetical fashion as need not detain the argument. But the fact that such was the direct and immediate effect of these institutions of ownership in their time by no means involves the instant condemnation of the institutions in question. It is quite possible to argue that slavery and landed wealth, each in its due time and due cultural setting, have served the amelioration of the lot of man and the advance of human culture. What these arguments may be that aim to show the merits of slavery and landed wealth as a means of cultural advance does not concern the present inquiry, neither do the merits of the case in which the arguments are offered. The matter is referred to here to call to mind that any similar theoretical outcome of an analysis of the productivity of capital goods need not be admitted to touch the merits of the case in controversy between the socialistic critics of capitalism and the spokesmen of law and order. The nature of landed wealth, in point of economic theory, especially as regards its productivity, has been sifted with the most jealous precautions and the most tenacious logic during the past century, and any economic student can easily review the course of the argument whereby that line of economic theory has been run to earth. It is only 529 necessary here to shift the point of view slightly to bring the whole argument concerning the rent of land to bear on the present question. Rent is of the nature of a differential gain, resting on a differential advantage in point of productivity of the industry employed upon or about it. This differential advantage attaching to a given parcel of land may be a differential as against another parcel or as against industry applied apart from land. The differential advantage attaching to agricultural land, example as against industry at large, rests on certain broad peculiarities of the technological situation. Among them are such peculiarities as these: the human species, or the fraction of it concerned in the case, is numerous, relatively to the extent of its habitat; the methods of getting a living, as hitherto elaborated; the ways and means of life, make use of certain crop plants and certain domestic animals. Apart from such conditions, taken for granted in arguments concerning agricultural rent, there could manifestly be no differential advantage attaching to land and no production of rent. With increased command of methods of transportation, the agricultural lands of England, example, and of Europe at large, declined in value, not because these lands became less fertile, but because an equivalent result could more advantageously be got by a new method. So, again, the flint and amber-bearing regions that are now Danish and Swedish territory about the waters at the entrance to the Baltic were in the Neolithic culture of Northern Europe the most favored and valuable lands within that cultural region. But, with the coming of the metals and the relative decline of the amber trade, they began to fall behind in the scale of productivity and preference. So also in later time, with the rise of industry and the growth of the technology of communication, urban property has gained, as contrasted with rural property, and land placed in an advantageous position relatively to 530 shipping and railroads has acquired a value and a productiveness which could not be claimed for it apart from these modern technological expedients. The argument of the single tax advocates and other economists as to the unearned increment is sufficiently familiar, but its ulterior implications have not commonly been recognized. The unearned increment, it is held, is produced by the growth of the community in numbers and in the industrial arts. The contention seems to be sound, and is commonly accepted, but it has commonly been overlooked that the argument involves the ulterior conclusion that all land values and land productivity, including the original and indestructible powers of the soil, are a function of the state of the industrial arts. It is only within the given technological situation, the current scheme of ways and means, that any parcel of land has such productive powers as it has. It is, in other words, useful only because, and in so far, and in such manner, as men have learned to make use of it. This is what brings it into the category of land, economically speaking. And the preferential position of the landlord as a claimant of the net product consists in his legal right to decide whether, how far, and on what terms men shall put this technological scheme into effect in those features of it which involve the use of his parcel of land. All this argument concerning the unearned increment may be carried over, with scarcely a change of phrase, to the case of capital goods. The Danish flint supply was of first-rate economic consequence, for 1,000 years or so, during the Stone Age, and the polished flint utensils of that time were then capital goods of inestimable importance to civilization, and were possessed of a productivity so serious that the life of mankind in that world may be said to have been balanced on the 531 fine ground edge of those magnificent polished flint axes. All that lasted through its technological era. The flint supply and the mechanical expedients and capital goods, whereby it was turned to account, were valuable and productive then, but neither before nor after that time. Under a changed technological situation the capital goods of that time have become museum exhibits, and their place in human economy has been taken by technological expedients which embody another state of the industrial arts, the outcome of later and different phases of human experience. Like the polished flint axe, the metal utensils which gradually displaced it and its like in the economy of the Occidental culture were the product of long experience and the gradual learning of ways and means. The steel axe, as well as the flint axe, embodies the same ancient technological expedient of a cutting edge, as well as the use of a helve and the efficiency due to the weight of the tool. And in the case of the one or the other, when seen in historical perspective and looked at from the point of view of the community at large, the knowledge of ways and means embodied in the utensils was the serious and consequential matter. The construction or acquisition of the concrete capital goods was simply an easy consequence. It cost nothing but labor, as Thomas Munn would say. 6. Yet it might be argued that each concrete article of capital goods was the product of some one man's labor, and, as such, its productivity, when put to use, was but the indirect, ulterior, deferred productiveness of the maker's labor. But the maker's productivity in the case was but a function of the immaterial technological equipment at his command, and that in its turn was the slow spiritual distillate of the community's time-long experience and initiative. To the individual producer or owner, to whom the community's accumulated stock of 532 immaterial equipment was opened by common notoriety, the cost of the concrete material goods would be the effort involved in making or getting them and in making good his claim to them. To his neighbor who had made or acquired no such parcel of productive goods, but to whom the resources of the community, material and immaterial, were open on the same easy terms, the matter would look very much the same. He would have no grievance, nor would he have occasion to seek one. Yet, as a resource in the maintenance of the community's life and a factor in the advance of material civilization, the whole matter would have a different meaning. So long, or rather insofar, as the capital goods required to meet the technological demands of the time were slight enough to be compassed by the common man with reasonable diligence and proficiency, so long the draft upon the common stock of immaterial assets by any one would be no hindrance to any other, and no differential advantage or disadvantage would emerge. The economic situation would answer passably to the classical theory of a free competitive system, the simple and obvious system of natural liberty, 7 which rests on the presumption of equal opportunity. In a roughly approximate way, such a situation supervened in the industrial life of Western Europe on the transition from medieval to modern times, when handicraft and industrial enterprise superseded landed wealth as the chief economic factor. Within the industrial system, as distinct from the privileged non-industrial classes, a man with a modicum of diligence, initiative, and thrift might make his way in a tolerable fashion without special advantages in the way of prescriptive right or accumulated means. The principle of equal opportunity was, no doubt, met only in a very rough and dubious fashion, but so favorable became the conditions in this respect that men came to persuade 533 themselves in the course of the 18th century that a substantially equitable allotment of opportunities would result from the abrogation of all prerogatives other than the ownership of goods. But so precarious and transient was this approximation to a technologically feasible system of equal opportunity that, while the liberal movement which converged upon this great economic reform was still gathering head, the technological situation was already outgrowing the possibility of such a scheme of reform. After the Industrial Revolution came on, it was no longer true, even in the roughly approximate way in which it might have been true some time earlier, that equality before the law, barring property rights, would mean equal opportunity. In the leading, aggressive industries which were beginning to set the pace for all that economic system that centered about the market, the unit of industrial equipment, as required by the new technological era, was larger than one man could compass by his own efforts with the free use of the commonplace knowledge of ways and means. And the growth of business enterprise progressively made the position of the small, old-fashioned producer more precarious. But the speculative theoreticians of that time still saw the phenomena of current economic life in the light of the handicraft traditions and of the preconceptions of natural rights associated with that system, and still looked to the ideal of natural liberty as the goal of economic development and the end of economic reform. They were ruled by the principles, habits of thought, which had arisen out of an earlier situation, so effectually as not to see that the rule of equal opportunity which they aimed to establish was already technologically obsolete. 8. During the 100 years and more of this ascendancy 534 of the natural rights theories in economic science, the growth of technological knowledge has unremittingly gone forward, and concomitantly the large-scale industry has grown great and progressively dominated the field. This large-scale, industrial regime is what the socialists, and some others, call capitalism. Capitalism, as so used, is not a neat and rigid technical term, but it is definite enough to be useful for many purposes. On its technological side, the characteristic trait of this capitalism is that the current pursuit of industry requires a larger unit of material equipment than one individual can compass by his own labor, and larger than one person can make use of alone. So soon as the capitalist regime, in this sense, comes in, it ceases to be true that the owner of the industrial equipment, or the controller of it, in any given case is or may be the producer of it, in any naive sense of production. He is under the necessity of acquiring its ownership or control by some other expedient than that of industrially productive work. The pursuit of industry requires an accumulation of wealth, and, barring force, fraud, and inheritance, the method of acquiring such an accumulation of wealth is necessarily some form of bargaining, that is to say, some form of business enterprise. Wealth is accumulated, within the industrial field, from the gains of business, that is to say, from the gains of advantageous bargaining. 9 Taking the situation by and large, looking to the body of business enterprise as a whole, the advantageous bargaining from which gains accrue and from which, therefore, accumulations of capital are derived, is necessarily, in the last analysis, a bargaining between 535 those who own, or control, industrial wealth and those whose work turns this wealth to account in productive industry. This bargaining for hire, commonly a wage agreement, is conducted under the rule of free contract, and is concluded according to the play of demand and supply, as has been well set forth by many writers. On this technological view of capital, as here spoken for, the relations between the two parties to the bargain, the capitalist employer and the working class, stand as follows. More or less rigorously, the technological situation enforces a certain scale and method in the various lines of industry. 10 The industry can, in effect, be carried on only by recourse to the technologically requisite scale and method, and this requires a material equipment of a certain, large, magnitude, while material equipment of this required magnitude is held exclusively by the capitalist employer, and is de facto beyond the reach of the common man. A corresponding body of immaterial equipment, knowledge and practice of ways and means, is likewise requisite, under the rule of the same technological exigencies. This immaterial equipment is in part drawn on in the making of the material equipment held by the capitalist employers, in part in the use to be made of this material equipment in the further processes of industry. This body of immaterial equipment so drawn on in any line of industry is, relatively, still larger, being, on any exhaustive analysis, virtually the whole body of industrial experience accumulated by the community up to date. A free draft on this common stock of technological wisdom 536 must be had both in the construction and in the subsequent use of the material equipment, although no one person can master, or himself employ, more than an inconsiderable fraction of the immaterial equipment so drawn on for the installation or operation of any given block of the material equipment. The owner of the material equipment, the capitalist employer, is, in the typical case, not possessed of any appreciable fraction of the immaterial equipment necessarily drawn on in the construction and subsequent use of the material equipment owned, controlled, by him. His knowledge and training, so far as it enters into the question, is a knowledge of business, not of industry. 11 The slight technological proficiency which he has or needs for his business ends is of a general character, wholly superficial and impracticable in point of workmanlike efficiency, nor is it turned to account in actual workmanship. He therefore needs in his business the service of persons who have a competent working mastery of this immaterial technological equipment, and it is with such persons that his bargains for hire are made. By and large, the measure of their serviceability for his ends is the measure of their technological competency. No workman not possessed of some fractional mastery of the technological requirements is employed. Imbeciles are useless in proportion to their imbecility, and even unskilled and unintelligent workmen, so-called, are of relatively little use, although they may be possessed of a proficiency in the commonplace industrial details such as would bulk large in absolute magnitude. The common laborer is, in fact, a highly trained and widely proficient workman when contrasted with the conceivable human blank supposed to have drawn on the community for nothing but his physique. 537. In the hands of these workmen, the industrial community, the bearers of the immaterial, technological equipment, the capital goods owned by the capitalist become a means of production. Without them, or in the hands of men who do not know their use, the goods in question would be simply raw materials, somewhat deranged and impaired through having been given the form which now makes them capital goods. The more proficient the workmen in their mastery of the technological expedients involved, and the greater the facility with which they are able to put these expedients into effect, the more productive will be the processes in which the workmen turn the employer's capital goods to account. So, also, the more competent the work of superintendents, the foreman-like oversight and correlation of the work in respect of kind, speed, volume, the more will it count in the aggregate of productive efficiency. But this work of correlation is a function of the foreman's mastery of the technological situation at large and his facility in proportioning one process of industry to the requirements and effects of another. Without this due and sagacious correlation of the processes of industry, and their current adaptation to the demands of the industrial situation at large, the material equipment engaged would have but slight efficiency and would count for but little in the way of capital goods. The efficiency of the control exercised by the master workman, engineer, superintendent, or whatever term may be used to designate the technological expert who controls and correlates the productive processes, this workman-like efficiency determines how far the given material equipment is effectually to be rated as capital goods. Through all this functioning of the workman and the foreman, the capitalist's business ends are ever in the background, and the degree of success that attends his business 538 endeavors depends, other things equal, on the efficiency with which these technologists carry on the processes of industry in which he has invested. His working arrangements with these workmen, the bearers of the immaterial equipment engaged, enables the capitalist to turn the processes for which his capital goods are adapted to account for his own profit, but at the cost of such a deduction from the aggregate product of these processes as the workmen may be able to demand in return for their work. The amount of this deduction is determined by the competitive bidding of other capitalists who may have use for the same lines of technological efficiency, in the manner set forth by writers on wages. With the conceivable consolidation of all material assets under one business management, so as to eliminate competitive bidding between employers, it is plain that the resulting business concern would command the undivided forces of the technological situation, with such deduction as is involved in the livelihood of the working population. This livelihood would in such a case be reduced to the most economical footing, as seen from the standpoint of the employer. And the employer, capitalist, would be the de facto owner of the community's aggregate knowledge of ways and means, except so far as this body of immaterial equipment serves also the housekeeping routine of the working population. How nearly the current economic situation may approach to this finished state is a matter of opinion. There is also place for a broad question whether the conditions are more or less favorable to the working population under the existing business regime, involving competitive bidding between the several business concerns, than they would be in case a comprehensive business consolidation had eliminated competition and placed the ownership of the material assets on a footing of unqualified monopoly. Nothing but vague 539 surmises can apparently be offered in answer to these questions. But as bearing on the question of monopoly and the use of the community's immaterial equipment, it is to be kept in mind that the technological situation as it stands today does not admit of a complete monopolization of the community's technological expedients, even if a complete monopolization of the existing aggregate of material property were effected. There is still current a large body of industrial processes to which the large-scale methods do not apply and which do not presume such a large unit of material equipment or involve such rigorous correlation with the large-scale industry as to take them out of the range of discretionary use by persons not possessed of appreciable material wealth. Typical of such lines of work, hitherto not amenable to monopolization, are the details of housekeeping routine alluded to above. It is, in fact, still possible for an appreciable fraction of the population to pick up a living, more or less precarious, without recourse to the large-scale processes that are controlled by the owners of the material assets. This somewhat precarious margin of free recourse to the commonplace knowledge of ways and means appears to be what stands in the way of a neater adjustment of wages to the minimum of subsistence and the virtual ownership of the immaterial equipment by the owners of the material equipment. It follows from what has been said that all tangible 12 assets owe their productivity and their value to the immaterial industrial expedients which they embody or which their ownership enables their owner to engross. These immaterial industrial expedients are necessarily a product of the community, the immaterial residue of the community's 540 experience, past and present, which has no existence apart from the community's life, and can be transmitted only in the keeping of the community at large. It may be objected by those who make much of the productivity of capital that tangible capital goods on hand are themselves of value and have a specific productive efficiency, if not apart from the industrial processes in which they serve, then at least as a prerequisite to these processes, and therefore a material condition precedent standing in a causal relation to the industrial product. But these material goods are themselves a product of the past exercise of technological knowledge, and so back to the beginning. What there is involved in the material equipment, which is not of this immaterial, spiritual nature, and so what is not an immaterial residue of the community's experience, is the raw material out of which the industrial appliances are constructed, with the stress falling wholly on the raw. The point is illustrated by what happens to a mechanical contrivance which goes out of date because of a technological advance and is displaced by a new contrivance embodying a new process. Such a contrivance goes to the junk heap, as the phrase has it. The specific technological expedient which it embodies ceases to be effective in industry, in competition with improved methods. It ceases to be an immaterial asset. When it is in this way eliminated, the material repository of it ceases to have value as capital. It ceases to be a material asset. The original and indestructible powers 13 of the material constituents of capital goods, to adapt Ricardo's phrase, do not make these constituents capital goods, nor, indeed, do these original and indestructible powers of themselves bring the objects in question into the category of economic goods at all. The raw materials, land, minerals, and the like, may, of course, be valuable property, 541, and may be counted among the assets of a business. But the value which they so have is a function of the anticipated use to which they may be put, and that is a function of the technological situation under which it is anticipated that they will be useful. All this may seem to undervalue or perhaps to overlook the physical facts of industry and the physical nature of commodities. There is, of course, no call to understate the importance of material goods or of manual labor. The goods about which this inquiry turns are the products of trained labor working on the available materials, but the labor has to be trained, in the large sense, in order to be labor, and the materials have to be available in order to be materials of industry. And both the trained efficiency of the labor and the availability of the material objects engaged are a function of the state of the industrial arts. Yet the state of the industrial arts is dependent on the traits of human nature, physical, intellectual, and spiritual, and on the character of the material environment. It is out of these elements that the human technology is made up, and this technology is efficient only as it meets with the suitable material conditions and is worked out, practically, in the material forces required. The brute forces of the human animal are an indispensable factor in industry, as are likewise the physical characteristics of the material objects with which industry deals. And it seems bootless to ask how much of the products of industry or of its productivity is to be imputed to these brute forces, human and non-human, as contrasted with the specifically human factors that make technological efficiency. Nor is it necessary to go into questions of that import here, since the inquiry here turns on the productive relation of capital to industry, that is to say, the relation 542 of the material equipment and its ownership to men's dealings with the physical environment in which the race is placed. The question of capital goods, including that of their ownership and therefore including the question of investment, is a question of how mankind as a species of intelligent animals deals with the brute force at its disposal. It is a question of how the human agent deals with his means of life, not of how the forces of the environment deal with man. Questions of the latter class belong under the head of ecology, a branch of the biological sciences dealing with the adaptive variability of plants and animals. Economic inquiry would belong under that category if the human response to the forces of the environment were instinctive and variational only, including nothing in the way of a technology. But in that case there would be no question of capital goods, or of capital, or of labor. Such questions do not arise in relation to the non-human animals. In an inquiry into the productivity of labor, some perplexity might be met with as to the share or the place of the brute forces of the human organism in the theory of production, but in relation to capital that question does not arise, except so far as these forces are involved in the production of the capital goods. As a parenthesis, more or less germane to the present inquiry into capital, it may be remarked that an analysis of the productive powers of labor would apparently take account of the brute energies of mankind, nervous and muscular energies, as material forces placed at the disposal of man by circumstances largely beyond human control, and in great part not theoretically dissimilar to the like nervous and muscular forces afforded by the domestic animals. Part 2, Investment, Intangible Assets, and the Pecuniary Magnate. Summary. Introductory Summary, 457. Certain Effects of Investment and the Price System, 458. Intangible Assets, Their Nature, Derivation, and Basis, 461. Summary of Analysis of Assets, 464. Tangible and intangible assets distinct, but mutually convertible, 464. Dependence of all assets on industrial production, 468. Non-capitalizable income from assets, 470. Place and function of the pecuniary magnate, 470. Timeless gains from the use of large capital, 473. Source of such timeless gains, 474. Consequences for ordinary businessmen and ordinary profits, 476. What has been said in the earlier section of this paper 14 applies to capital goods, so-called, and it is intended to apply to these in their character of productive goods rather than in their character of capital, that is to say, what is had in mind is the industrial, or technological, efficiency and subservience of the material means of production rather than the pecuniary use and effect of invested wealth. The inquiry has dealt with the industrial equipment as plant rather than as assets. In the course of this inquiry it has appeared that out of the profitable engrossing of the community's industrial efficiency through control of the material equipment there arises the practice of investment, which has further consequences that merit more detailed attention. Investment is a pecuniary transaction, and its aim is pecuniary gain, gain in terms of value and ownership. Invested wealth is capital, a pecuniary magnitude, measured 105 in terms of value and determined in respect of its magnitude by a valuation which proceeds on an appraisement of the gain expected from the ownership of this invested wealth. In modern business practice, capital is distinguished into two coordinate categories of assets, tangible and intangible. Tangible assets is here taken to designate pecuniarily serviceable capital goods, considered as a valuable possession yielding an income to their owner. Such goods, material items of wealth, are assets to the amount of their capitalizable value, which may be more or less closely related to their industrial serviceability as productive goods. Intangible assets are immaterial items of wealth, immaterial facts owned, valued, and capitalized on an appraisement of the gain to be derived from their possession. These are also assets to the amount of their capitalizable value, which has commonly little, if any, relation to the industrial serviceability of these items of wealth considered as factors of production. Before going into the matter of intangible assets, it is necessary to speak further of the consequences which investment, and hence capitalization, has for the use and serviceability of material capital goods. It has commonly been assumed by economists, without much scrutiny, that the gains which accrue from invested wealth are derived from and, roughly, measured by the productivity of the industrial process in which the items of wealth so invested are employed, productivity being counted in some terms of material serviceability to the community, conduciveness to the livelihood, comfort, or consumptive needs of the community. In the course of the present inquiry it has appeared that the gainfulness of such invested wealth, tangible assets, is due to a more or less extensive engrossing of the community's industrial efficiency. The aggregate gains of the aggregate material 106 capital accrue from the community's industrial activity, and bear some relation to the productive capacity of the industrial traffic so engrossed. But it will be noted that there is no warrant in the analysis of these phenomena as here set forth for alleging that the gains of investment bear a relation of equality or proportion to the material serviceability of the capital goods, as rated in terms of effectual usefulness to the community. Given capital goods, tangible assets, may owe their pecuniary serviceability to their owner, and so their value, to other things than their serviceability to the community, although the gains of investment in the aggregate are drawn from the aggregate material productivity of the community's industry. The ownership of the material equipment gives the owner not only the right of use over the community's immaterial equipment, but also the right of abuse and of neglect or inhibition. This power of inhibition may be made to afford an income, as well as the power to serve, and whatever will yield an income may be capitalized and become an item of wealth to its possessor. Under modern conditions of investment it happens not infrequently that it becomes pecuniarily expedient for the owner of the material equipment to curtail or retard the processes of industry, restraint of trade. The motive in all such cases of retardation is the pecuniary expediency of the measure for the owner, controller, of capital, expediency in terms of income from investment, not expediency in terms of serviceability to the community at large or to any fraction of the community except the owner, manager. Except for the exigencies of investment, i.e., exigencies of pecuniary gain to the investor, phenomena of this character would have no place in the industrial system. They invariably come of the endeavors of businessmen to secure a pecuniary gain or to avoid a pecuniary loss. More frequently, perhaps, maneuvers of inhibition 107, advised idleness of plant, in industry aim to effect a saving or avoid a waste than to procure an increase of gain, but the saving to be effected and the waste to be avoided are always pecuniary saving to the owner and pecuniary waste in the matter of ownership, not a saving of goods to the community or a prevention of wasteful consumption or wasteful expenditure of effort and resources on the part of the community. Pecuniary, that is to say, differential, advantage to the capitalist manager has, under the regime of investment, taken precedence of economic advantage to the community, or rather, the differential advantage of ownership is alone regarded in the conduct of industry under the system. Business practices which inhibit industrial efficiency and curtail the industrial output are too well known to need particular enumeration. Nor is it necessary to cite evidence to show that such inhibition and curtailment are resorted to from motives of pecuniary expediency. But an illustrative example or two will make the theoretical point clearer, and perhaps more plainly bring out the wholly pecuniary grounds of such business procedure. The most comprehensive principle involved in this class of business management is that of raising prices, and so increasing the net gains of business, by limiting the supply, or charging what the traffic will bear. Of a similar effect, for the point here in question, are the obstructive tactics designed to hinder the full efficiency of a business rival. These phenomena lie along the line of division between tangible and intangible assets. Successful strategy of this kind may, by force of custom, legislation, or the freezing out of rival concerns, pass into settled conditions of differential advantage for the given business concern, which so may be capitalized as an item of intangible assets and take their place in the business community as articles of invested wealth. 108. But, aside from such capitalization of inefficiency, it is at least an equally consequential fact that the processes of productive industry are governed in detail by the exigencies of investment, and therefore by the quest of gain as counted in terms of price, which leads to the dependence of production on the course of prices. So that, under the regime of capital, the community is unable to turn its knowledge of ways and means to account for a livelihood except at such seasons and in so far as the course of prices affords a differential advantage to the owners of the material equipment. The question of advantageous, which commonly means rising, prices for the owners, managers, of the capital goods is made to decide the question of livelihood for the rest of the community. The recurrence of hard times, unemployment, and the rest of that familiar range of phenomena, goes to show how effectual is the inhibition of industry exercised by the ownership of capital under the price system. Point 15. So also as regards the discretionary abuse of the community's industrial efficiency vested in the owner of the material equipment. Disserviceability may be capitalized as readily as serviceability, and the ownership of the capital goods affords a discretionary power of misdirecting the industrial processes and perverting 16 industrial efficiency, as well as of inhibiting or curtailing industrial processes and their output, while the outcome may still be profitable to the owner of the capital goods. There is a large volume of capital goods whose value lies in their turning the technological inheritance to the injury of mankind. Such are, example, naval and military establishments, together with the docks, arsenals, schools, and manufactories 109 of arms, ammunition, and naval and military stores, that supplement and supply such establishments. These armaments and the like are, of course, public and quasi-public enterprises, under the current regime, with somewhat disputable relations to the system of current business enterprise. But it is no far-fetched interpretation to say that they are, in great part, a material equipment for the maintenance of law and order, and so enable the owners of capital goods with immunity to inhibit or pervert the industrial processes when the exigencies of business profits make it expedient, that they are, further, a means, more or less ineffectual, it is true, for extending and protecting trade, and so serve the differential advantage of businessmen at the cost of the community, and that they are also in large part a material equipment set apart for the diversion of a livelihood from the community at large to the military, naval, diplomatic, and other official classes. These establishments may in any case be taken as illustrating how items of material equipment may be devoted to and may be valued for the use of the technological expedients for the damage and discomfort of mankind, without sensible offset or abatement. Typical of a class of investments which derive profits from capital goods devoted to uses that are altogether dubious, with a large presumption of net detriment, are such establishments as racetracks, saloons, gambling houses, and houses of prostitution. 17 Some spokesmen of 110 the non-Christian tribes might wish to include churches under the same category, but the consensus of opinion in modern communities inclines to look on churches as serviceable, on the whole, and it may be as well not to attempt to assign them a specific place in the scheme of serviceable and disserviceable use of invested wealth. There is, further, a large field of business, employing much capital goods and many technological processes, whose profits come from products in which serviceability and disserviceability are mingled with waste in the most varying proportion. Such are the production of goods of fashion, disingenuous proprietary articles, sophisticated household supplies, newspapers, and advertising enterprise. In the degree in which business of this class draws its profits from wasteful practices, spurious goods, illusions and delusions, skilled mendacity, and the like, the capital goods engaged must be said to owe their capitalizable value to a perverse use of the technological expedients employed. These wasteful or disserviceable uses of capital goods have been cited, not as implying that the technological proficiency embodied in these goods or brought into effect in their use, intrinsically has a disserviceable bearing, nor that investment in these things, and business enterprise in the management of them, need aim at disserviceability, but only to bring out certain minor points of theory, obvious but commonly overlooked. A. Technological proficiency is not of itself and intrinsically serviceable or disserviceable to mankind, it is only a means of efficiency for good or ill. B. The enterprising use of capital goods by their business-like owner aims not at 111 serviceability to the community, but only at serviceability to the owner. C. Under the price system, under the rule of pecuniary standards and management, circumstances make it advisable for the businessman at times to mismanage the processes of industry, in the sense that it is expedient for his pecuniary gain to inhibit, curtail, or misdirect industry, and so turn the community's technological proficiency to the community's detriment. These somewhat commonplace points of theory are of no great weight in themselves, but they are of consequence for any theory of business or of life under the rules of the price system, and they have an immediate bearing here on the question of intangible assets. At the risk of some tedium, it is necessary to the theory of intangible assets to pursue this analysis and piecing together of commonplaces somewhat farther. As has already been remarked, assets is a pecuniary concept, not a technological one, a concept of business, not of industry. Assets are capital, and tangible assets are items of material equipment and the like, considered as available for capitalization. The tangibility of tangible assets is a matter of the materiality of the items of wealth of which they are made up, while they are assets to the amount of their value. Capital goods, which typically make up the category of tangible assets, are capital goods by virtue of their technological serviceability, but they are capital in the measure, not of their technological serviceability, but in the measure of the income which they may yield to their owner. The like is, of course, true of intangible assets, which are likewise capital, or assets, in the measure of their income-yielding capacity. Their intangibility is a matter of the immateriality of the item of wealth, objects of ownership, of which they are made up, but their character and magnitude as assets is a matter 112 of the gainfulness to their owner of the processes which their ownership enables him to engross. The facts so engrossed, in the case of intangible assets, are not of a technological or industrial character, and herein lies the substantial disparity between tangible and intangible assets. Mankind has other dealings with the material means of life, besides those covered by the community's technological proficiency. These other dealings have to do with the use, distribution, and consumption of the goods procured by the employment of the community's technological proficiency, and are carried out under working arrangements of an institutional character, use and wont, law and custom. The principles and practice of the distribution of wealth vary with the changes in technology and with the other cultural changes that are going forward, but it is probably safe to assume that the principles of apportionment, that is to say, the consensus of habitual opinion as to what is right and good in the distribution of the product, these principles and the concomitant methods of carrying them out in practice have always been such as to give one person or group or class something of a settled preference above another. Something of this kind, something in the way of a conventionally arranged differential advantage in the apportionment of the common livelihood, is to be found in all cultures and communities that have been observed at all carefully, and it is perhaps needless to remark that in the higher cultures such economic preferences, privileges, prerogatives, differential advantages and disadvantages, are numerous and varied, and that they make up an intricate fabric of economic institutions. Indeed, peculiarities of class difference in some such respect are among the most striking and decisive features that distinguish one cultural era from another. In all phases of material civilization these preferential advantages are sought and valued. Classes or groups which 113 are in a position to make good a claim to such differential advantages commonly come, in due course, to put forward such claims, as, example the priesthood, the princely and ruling class, the men as contrasted with the women, the adults as against minors, the able-bodied as against the infirm. Principles, habits of thought, countenancing some form of class or personal preference in the distribution of income are to be found incorporated in the moral code of all known civilizations and embodied in some form of institution. Such items of immaterial wealth are of a differential character, in that the advantage of those who secure the preference is the disadvantage of those who do not, and it may be mentioned in passing, that such a differential advantage inuring to any one class or person commonly carries a more than equal disadvantage to some other class or person or to the community at large. 18. When property rights fall into definite shape and the price system comes in, and more particularly when the practice of investment arises and business enterprise comes into vogue, such differential advantages take on something of the character of intangible assets. They come to have a pecuniary value and rating, whether they are transferable or not, and if they are transferable, if they can be sold and delivered, they become assets in a fairly clear and full sense of that term. Such immaterial wealth, preferential benefits of the nature of intangible assets, may be a matter of usage simply, as the vogue of a given public house, or of a given tradesman, or of a given brand of consumable goods, or may be a matter of arrogation, as the king's customs in early times, or 114 the once notorious sound dues 19 or the closing of public highways by large landowners, or of contractual concession, as the freedom of a city or a guild, or a franchise in the Hanseatic League or in the Associated Press, or of government concession, whether on the basis of a bargain or otherwise, as the many trade monopolies of early modern times, or a corporation charter, or a railway franchise, or letters of marque, or letters patent, or of statutory creation, as trade protection by import, export, or excise duties or navigation laws, or of conventionalized superstitious punctilio, as the creation of a demand for wax by the devoutly obligatory consumption of consecrated tapers, or the similar devout consumption of and demand for fish during Lent. Under the regime of investment and business enterprise, these and the like differential benefits may turn to the business advantage of a given class, group, or concern, and in such an event the resulting differential business advantage in the pursuit of gain becomes an asset, capitalized on the basis of its income-yielding capacity, and possibly vendible under the cover of a corporation security, as, example common stock, or even under the usual form of private sale, as, example the appraised good will of a business concern. But the regime of business enterprise has not only taken over various forms of institutional privileges and prerogatives out of the past, it also gives rise to new kinds of differential advantage and capitalizes them into intangible assets. These are all, or virtually all, of one kind, in that their common aim and common basis of value and capitalization is a preferentially advantageous sale. Naturally so, since the end of all business endeavor, in the last analysis, is an advantageous sale. The commonest and typical kind of such intangible assets is goodwill, so called, a term which has come to cover a great variety 115 of differential business advantages, but which in the original business usage of it meant the customary resort of a clientele to the concern so possessed of the goodwill. It seems originally to have implied a kindly sentiment of trust and esteem on the part of a customer, but as the term is now used it has lost this sentimental content. In the broad and loose sense in which it is now currently employed, it is extended to cover such special advantages as inure to a monopoly or a combination of business concerns through its power to limit or engross the supply of a given line of goods or services. So long as such a special advantage is not specifically protected by special legislation or by a due legal instrument, as in the case of a franchise or a patent right, it is likely to be spoken of loosely as goodwill. The results of the analysis may be summed up to show the degree of coincidence and the distinctions between the two categories of assets: a. The value, that is to say, the amount, of given assets, whether tangible or intangible, is the capitalized, or capitalizable, value of the given articles of wealth, rated on the basis of their income-yielding capacity to their owner. b. In the case of tangible assets there is a presumption that the objects of wealth involved have some, at least potential, serviceability at large, since they serve a materially productive work, and there is therefore a presumption, more or less well-founded, that their value represents, though it by no means measures, an item of serviceability at large. c. In the ease of intangible assets there is no presumption that the objects of wealth involved have any serviceability at large, since they serve no materially productive work, but only a differential advantage to the owner in the distribution of the industrial product. 20. d. Given tangible assets may 116 be disserviceable to the community. A given material equipment may owe its value as capital to a disserviceable use, though in the aggregate or on an average the body of tangible assets are, presumptively, serviceable. e. Given intangible assets may be indifferent in respect of serviceability at large, though in the aggregate, or on an average, intangible assets are, presumably, disserviceable to the community. On this showing it would appear that the substantial difference between tangible and intangible assets lies in the different character of the immaterial facts which are turned to pecuniary account in the one case and in the other. The former, in effect, capitalize such fraction of the technological proficiency of the community as the ownership of the capital goods involved enables the owner to engross. The latter capitalize such habits of life, of a non-technological character, settled by usage, convention, arrogation, legislative action, or whatnot, as will effect a differential advantage to the concern to which the assets in question appertain. The former owe their existence and magnitude to the usufruct of technological expedients involved in the industrial process proper, while the latter are in like manner due to the usufruct of what may be called the interstitial correlations and adjustments 117 both within the industrial system and between industry proper and the market, in so far as these relations are of a pecuniary rather than a technological character. Much the same distinction may be put in other words, so as to bring the expression nearer the current popular apprehension of the matter, by saying that tangible assets, commonly so called, capitalize the processes of production, while intangible assets, so called, capitalize certain expedients and processes of acquisition, not productive of wealth, but affecting only its distribution. Formulated in either way, the distinction seems not to be an altogether hard and fast one, as will immediately appear if it is called to mind that intangible assets may be converted into tangible assets, and conversely, as the exigencies of business may decide. Yet, while the two categories of assets stand in such close relation to one another as the state of things presumes, it is still evident from the same state of things that they are not to be confounded with one another. Taking goodwill as typical of the category of intangible assets, as being the most widely prevalent and at the same time the farthest removed in its characteristics from the range of tangible assets, some slight further discussion of it may serve to bring out the difference between the two categories of assets and at the same time to enforce their essential congruity as assets as well as the substantial connection between them. In the earlier days of the concept, in the period of growth to which it owes its name, when goodwill was coming into recognition as a factor affecting assets, it was apparently looked on habitually as an adventitious differential advantage accruing spontaneously to the business concern to which it appertained, an immaterial byproduct of the concern's conduct of business, commonly presumed to be an adventitious blessing incident to an upright and 118 humane course of business life. Poor Richard would express the sense of the matter in the saying that honesty is the best policy. But presently, no doubt, some thought would be taken of the acquirement of goodwill and some effort would be expended by the wise businessman in that behalf. Goods would be given a more elegant finish for the sake of a readier sale, beyond what would conduce to their brute serviceability simply, smooth-spoken and obsequious salesmen and solicitors, gifted with a tactful effrontery, have come to be preferred to others, who, without these merits, may be possessed of all the diligence, dexterity, and muscular force required in their trade. Something is expended on convincing, not to say vainglorious, show windows that shall promise something more than one would like to commit oneself to in words. Itinerant agents, and the like, are employed at some expense to secure a clientele. Much thought and substance is spent on advertising of many kinds. This last named item may be taken as typical of the present stage of growth in the production or generation of goodwill, and therefore in the creation of intangible assets. Advertising has come to be an important branch of business enterprise by itself, and it employs a large and varied array of material appliances and processes, tangible assets. Investment is made in certain material items, productive goods, such as printed matter, signboards, and the like, with a view to creating a certain body of goodwill. The precise magnitude of the product may not be foreseen, but, if sagaciously made, such investment rarely fails of the effect aimed at, unless a business rival with even greater sagacity should outmaneuver and offset these endeavors with a superior array of appliances, productive goods, and workmen for the generation of goodwill. The product aimed at, commonly with effect, is goodwill, an intangible asset, which 119 may be considered to have been generated by converting certain tangible assets into this intangible, or it may be considered as an industrial product, the output of certain industrial processes in which the given items of material equipment are employed and give effect to the requisite technological proficiency. Whichever view be taken of the causal relation between the material equipment and processes employed, on the one hand, and the output of goodwill, on the other hand, the result is substantially the same for the purpose in hand. The ulterior end of the advertising is, it may be said, the sale of an increased quantity of the advertised articles, at an increased net gain, which would mean an increased value of the material items offered for sale, which, in turn, is the same as saying an increase of tangible assets. It may be assumed without debate that the end of business endeavor is a gain in final terms of tangible values. But this ulterior end is, in the case of advertising enterprise, to be gained only by the intermediate step of a production of an immaterial item of goodwill, an intangible asset. So the case in illustration shows not only the conversion of tangible assets, material capital goods, such as printed matter, into intangible wealth, or, if that formula be preferred, the production of immaterial wealth by the productive use of material wealth, but also, conversely, in the second step of the process, it shows the conversion of intangible assets into tangible wealth, enhanced value of vendible goods, or, if the expression seems preferable, the production of tangible assets by the use of intangible wealth. This creation of tangible wealth out of intangible assets is seen perhaps at its neatest in the enhancement of land values by the endeavors of interested parties. Real estate is, of course, a tangible asset of the most authentic tangibility, and it is an asset to the amount of its value, which is determined, say, by the figures at which the real estate 120 in question is currently bought and sold. This is the current value of the real estate, and therefore its current actual magnitude as a tangible asset. The value of the real estate might also be computed by capitalizing its rental value, but, where the current market value does not coincide with the capitalized rental value, the former must, according to business conceptions, be accepted as the actual value. In many parts of this country, perhaps in most, but particularly in the western states and in the neighborhood of flourishing towns, these two methods of rating the pecuniary magnitude of real estate will habitually not coincide. Due allowance, often very considerable, being made, the capitalized rental value of the land may be taken as measuring its current serviceability as an item of material equipment, while the amount by which the market value of the land exceeds its capitalized rental value may be taken as the product, the tangible residue, of an intangible asset of the nature of goodwill, turned to account, or productively employed, in behalf of this parcel of land. 21. Some of the lands of California may be taken as a very good, though perhaps not an extreme, example of such a creation of real estate by spiritual instrumentalities. It is probably well within the mark to say that some of these lands owe not more than one-half their current market value to their current serviceability as an instrument of production or use. The excess may be attributable to illusions touching the chances of future sale, to anticipation of a prospective enhanced usefulness, and the like, but all these are immaterial factors, of the nature of goodwill. 121 Like other assets, these lands are capitalized on the basis of the anticipated income from them, part of which income is anticipated from profitable sales to persons who, it is hoped, will be persuaded to take a very sanguine view of the land's situation, while part of it may be due to over-sanguine anticipations of usefulness generated by the advertising matter and the efforts of the land agents directed to what is called developing the country. To anyone preoccupied with the conceit that capital means capital goods, such a conversion of intangible into tangible goods, or such a generation of intangible assets by the productive use of tangible assets, might be something of a puzzle. If assets were a physical concept, covering a range of physical things, instead of a pecuniary concept, such conversion of tangible into intangible assets, and conversely, would be a case of transubstantiation. But there is nothing miraculous in the matter. Assets are a pecuniary magnitude, and belong among the facts of investment. Except in relation to investment, the items of wealth involved are not assets. In other words, assets are a matter of capitalization, which is a special case of valuation, and the question of tangibility or intangibility as regards a given parcel of assets is a question what article or class of articles the valuation shall attach to or be imputed to. If, example, the fact to which value is imputed in the valuation is the habitual demand for a given article of merchandise, or the habitual resort of a given group of customers to a particular shop or merchant, or a monopolistic control or limitation of price and supply, then the resulting item of assets will be intangible, since the object to which the capitalized value in question is imputed is an immaterial object. If the fact which is by imputation made the bearer of the capitalized value is a material object, as, example, the merchantable goods of which the supply is arbitrarily limited or the price arbitrarily fixed, 122, or if it is the material means of supplying such goods, then the capitalized value in question is a case of tangible assets. The value involved is, like all value, a matter of imputation, and as assets it is a matter of capitalization, but capitalization is an appraisement of a pecuniary income stream in terms of the vendible objects to the ownership of which the income is assumed to inure. To what object the capitalized value of the income stream shall be imputed is a question of what object of ownership secures to the owner an effectual claim on this income stream, that is to say, it is a question of what object of ownership the strategic advantage is assumed to attach to, which is a question of the play of business exigencies in the given case. The income stream in question is a pecuniary income stream, and is in the last resort traceable to transactions of sale. Within the confines of business, and therefore within the scope of capital, investments, assets, and the like business concepts, transactions of purchase and sale are the final terms of any analysis. But beyond these confines, comprehending and conditioning the business system, lie the material facts of the community's work and livelihood. In the final transaction of sale, the merchantable goods are valued by the consumer, not as assets, but as livelihood. 22 And in the last analysis and long run it is to some such transaction that all business imputations of value and capitalistic appraisement of assets must have regard and by which they must finally be checked. Dissociated from the facts of work and livelihood, therefore, assets cease to be assets, but this does not preclude their relation to these facts of work and livelihood being at times somewhat remote and loose. 123. Without recourse, immediately or remotely, to certain material facts of industrial process and equipment, assets would not yield earnings, that is to say, wholly disjoined from these material facts, they would in effect not be assets. This is true for both tangible and intangible assets, although the relation of the assets to the material facts of industry is not the same in the two cases. The case of tangible assets needs no argument. Intangible assets, such as patent right or monopolistic control, are likewise of no effect except in effectual contact with industrial facts. The patent right becomes effective for the purpose only in the material working of the innovation covered by it, and monopolistic control is a source of gain only in so far as it effectually modifies or divides the supply of goods. In the light of these considerations it seems feasible to indicate both the congruence and the distinction between the two categories of assets a little more narrowly than was done above. Both are assets, that is to say, both are values determined by a capitalization of anticipated income-yielding capacity, both depend for their income-yielding capacity on the preferential use of certain immaterial factors, both depend for their efficiency on the use of certain material objects, both may increase or decrease, as assets, apart from any increase or decrease of the material objects involved. The tangible assets capitalize the preferential use of technological, industrial expedients of production, dealing with the facts of brute nature under the laws of physical cause and effect, this preferential use being secured by the ownership of material articles employed in the processes in which these expedients are put into effect. The intangible assets capitalize the preferential use of certain facts of human nature, habits, propensities, beliefs, aspirations, necessities, to be dealt with under the psychological laws of human motivation, this preferential use being secured by 124 custom, as in the case of old-fashioned goodwill, by legal assignment, as in patent or copyright, by ownership of the instruments of production, as in the case of industrial monopolies. Point 23. Intangible assets are capital as well as tangible assets, that is to say, they are items of capitalized wealth. Both categories of assets, therefore, represent expected income streams which are of such definite character as to admit of their being rated in set terms per cent per time unit, although the expected income need not therefore be anticipated to come in an even flow or to be distributed in any equable manner over a period of time. The income streams to be so rated and capitalized are associated in such a manner with some external fact, impersonal to their claimant, whether material or immaterial, as to permit their being traced or attributed to an income-yielding capacity on the part of this external fact, to which their valuation as a whole may be imputed and which may then be capitalized as an item of wealth yielding this income stream. Income streams which do not meet these requirements do not give rise to assets, and so do not swell the volume of capitalized wealth. There are income streams which do not meet the necessary specifications of capitalizable wealth, and in modern business traffic, particularly, there are large and secure sources of income that are in this way not capitalizable and yet yield a legitimate business income. Such are, indeed, to be rated among the most consequential factors in the current business situation. Under the guidance of traditions carried over from a more primitive business 125 situation, it has been usual to speak of income streams derived in such a manner as wages of superintendents, or undertakers' wages, or entrepreneurs' profits, or, latterly, as profits simply and specifically. Such phenomena of this class as are of consequence in business are commonly accounted for, theoretically, under this head, and the effort so to account for them is to be taken as, at least, a laudable endeavor to avoid an undue multiplication of technical terms and categories. Point 24. Yet the most striking phenomena of this class, and the most consequential for modern business and industry, both in respect of their magnitude and in respect of the pecuniary dominion and discretion which they represent, cannot well be accounted undertakers' gains, in the ordinary sense of that term. The great gains of the great industrial financiers or of the great interests, example, do not answer the description of undertakers' gains, in that they do not accrue to the captain of industry on the basis of his managerial ability alone, apart from his wealth or out of relation to his wealth, and yet it is not safe to say that such gains, which are over and above ordinary returns on his investments, accrue on the ground of the requisite amount of wealth alone, apart from the exercise of a large business discretion on the part of the owner of such wealth or on the part of his agent to whom discretion has been delegated. Administrative, or strategic, discretion and activity must necessarily be present in the case, otherwise, the income in question would rightly be rated as income from capital simply. The captain of industry, the pecuniary magnate, is normally in receipt of income in excess of the ordinary 126 rate per cent on investment, but apart from his large holdings he is not in a position to get those large gains. Dissociated from his large holdings, he is not a large captain of industry, but it is not the size of his holdings alone that determines what the gains of the pecuniary magnate in modern industry shall be. Gains of the kind and magnitude that currently come to this class of businessmen come only on condition that the owner, or his agent, shall exercise a similarly large discretion and control in the affairs of the business community, but the magnitude of the gains, as well as of the discretion and control exercised, is somewhat definitely conditioned by the magnitude of the wealth which gives effect to this discretion. The disposition of pecuniary forces in such matters may be well seen in the work and remuneration of any coalition of interests, such as the modern business community has become familiar with. The interests in such a case are of a personal character, they are interested parties, and the sagacity, experience, and animus of these various interested parties counts in the outcome, both as regards the aggregate gains of the coalition and as regards the distribution of these gains among the several parties in interest, but the weight of any given interest in a coalition or system is more nearly proportioned to the wealth controlled by the given interest, and to the strategic position of such wealth, than to any personal talents or proficiency of the interested party. The talents and proficiency involved are not the main facts. Indeed, the movements of such a system, and of the several component interests, are largely a matter of artless routine, in which the greatest ingenuity and initiative engaged in the premises are commonly exercised by the legal counsel working for a fee. A dispassionate student of the current business traffic, who is not overawed by round numbers, will be more impressed 127 by the ease and simplicity of the maneuvers that lead to large pecuniary results in the higher business finance than by any evidence of preeminent sagacity and initiative among the pecuniary magnates. One need only call to mind the simple and obvious way in which the promoters of the Steel Corporation were magnificently checkmated by the financiers of the Carnegie interest, when that great and reluctant corporation was floated, or the pettifogging tactics of Standard Oil in its later career. In extenuation of their visible lack of initiative and insight, it may not be ungraceful to call to mind that many of the discretionary heads of the great interests are men of advanced years, and that in the nature of the case the pecuniary magnates of the present generation must commonly be men of a somewhat advanced age, and it is only during the present generation that the existing situation has arisen, with its characteristic opportunities and demands. To take their present foremost rank in the new business finance which is here under inquiry, they have had to accumulate the great wealth on which alone their discretionary control of business affairs rests, and their best vigor has been spent in this work of preparation, so that they have commonly attained the requisite strategic position only after they had outlived their years of discretion. But there is no intention here to depreciate the work of the pecuniary magnates or the spokesmen of the great interests. The matter has been referred to only as it bears on this category of capitalistic income which accrues on other ground than the earning capacity of the assets involved, and which still cannot be imputed to the earning capacity of these businessmen apart from these assets. The case is evidently not one of wages of superintendents or undertakers' profits, but it is as evidently not a case of the earning capacity of the 128 assets. The proof of the latter point is quite as easy as of the former. If the gains of the system or of its constituent interests and magnates were imputable to the earning capacity of the assets involved, in any accepted sense of earnings, then it would immediately follow that those assets would be recapitalized on the basis of these extraordinary earnings, and that the income derived in this class of traffic should reappear as interest or dividends on the capital so increased to correspond with the increased earnings. But such recapitalization takes place only to a relatively very limited extent, and the question then bears on the income which is not so accounted for in the recapitalization. The gains of this class of traffic are, of course, themselves capitalized. For the most part they accrue in the capitalized form, as issues of securities and the like, but the sources of this income are not capitalized as such. The large, accumulated wealth, or assets, which gives weight to the movements of the interests and magnates in question, and which affords the ground for the discretionary control of business affairs exercised by them, are, for the most part at least, invested in ordinary business ventures, in the form of corporation securities and the like, and are there earning dividends or interest at current rates, and these assets are valued in the market, and thereby capitalized, on the basis of their current earnings in the various enterprises in which they are so invested. But their being so invested in profitable business enterprises does not in the least hinder their usefulness in the hands of the magnates as a basis or means of carrying on the large and highly profitable transactions of the higher industrial finance. To impute these gains to those assets as earnings, therefore, would be to count the assets twice as capital, or rather to count them over and over. 129. An additional perplexity in endeavoring to handle gains of this class theoretically as earnings, in the ordinary sense, arises from the fact that they stand in no definable time relation to their underlying assets. They have no definable time shape, as Mr. Fisher might put it. 25 Such gains are timeless, in the sense that the time relation does not count in any substantial manner or in any sensible degree in their determination. 26. In a more painstaking statement of this point of theory it would be necessary to note that these gains are timeless, in the sense indicated, in so far as the enterprise from which they accrue is dissociated from the technological circumstances and processes of industry, and only in so far. Technological, industrial, procedure, being of the nature of physical causation, is subject to the time relation under which causal sequence runs. This is the basis of such discussions of capital and interest as those of Bohm-Bawerk, and of Fisher. But business traffic, as distinguished from the processes of industry, being not immediately concerned with the technological process, is also not immediately or uniformly subject to the time relation involved in the causal sequence of the technological process. Business traffic is subject to the time relation because and insofar as it depends upon and follows up the processes of production. The commonplace or old-fashioned business enterprise, the competitive system of investment in industrial business simply, commonly rests pretty directly on the due sequence of the industrial processes in which the investments of such enterprise are placed. Such enterprise, as conceived by the current theories of capital, does business at first hand 130 in the industrial efficiency of the community, which is conditioned by the time relation of the causal sequence, and which is, indeed, in great measure a function of the time consumed in the technological processes. Therefore, the gains, as well as the transactions, of such enterprise are also commonly somewhat closely conditioned by the like time relation, and they typically emerge under the form of a per cent per time unit, that is to say, as a function of the lapse of time. Yet the business transactions themselves are not a matter of the lapse of time. Time is not of the essence of the case. The magnitude of a pecuniary transaction is not a function of the time consumed in concluding it, nor are the gains which accrue from the transaction. In business enterprise on the higher plane, which is here under inquiry, the relation of the transactions, and of their gains, to the consecution of the technological processes remotely underlying them is distant, loose, and uncertain, so that the time element here does not obtrude itself, rather, it somewhat obviously falls into abeyance, marking the degree of its remoteness. Yet this phase of business enterprise, like any other, of course takes place in time, and, it is also to be remarked, the volume of the traffic and the gains derived from it are, no doubt, somewhat closely conditioned in the long run by the time relation which dominates that technological, industrial, efficiency on which this enterprise, too, ultimately and indirectly rests and from which in the last resort its gains are finally drawn, however remotely and indirectly. An analysis of these phenomena on lines similar to those which have been followed in the discussion of assets above is not without difficulty, nor can it fairly be expected to yield any but tentative and provisional results. The matter has received so little attention from economic theoreticians that even significant mistakes in this connection 131 are of very rare occurrence. 27 The cause of this scant attention to these matters lies, no doubt, in the relative novelty of the facts in question. The facts may be roughly drawn together under the caption traffic in vendible capital, although that term serves rather as a comprehensive designation of the class of business enterprise from which these gains accrue than as an adequate characterization of the play of forces involved. 28 Traffic in vendible capital has not been unknown in the past, but it is only recently that it has come into the foreground as the most important line of business enterprise. Such it now is, in that it is in this traffic that the ultimate initiative and discretion in business are now to be found. It is at the same time the most gainful of business enterprise, not only in absolute terms, but relatively to the magnitude of the assets involved as well. One reason for this superior gainfulness is the fact that the assets involved in this traffic are at the same time engaged as assets to their full extent in ordinary business, so that the peculiar gains of this traffic are of the nature of a bonus above the earnings of the invested wealth. It is like finding money. As was said above, the method, or the ways and means, characteristic of this superior business enterprise is a traffic in vendible capital. The wealth gained in this field is commonly in the capitalized form, and constitutes, in each transaction or deal, a deduction or abstraction from the capitalized wealth of the business commonly in favor of the magnates or interests to whom the gains accrue. Its proximate aim is a transfer of capitalized 132 wealth from other capitalists to those who so gain. This transfer or abstraction of capitalized wealth from the former owners is commonly effected by all augmentation of the nominal capital, based on a transient advantage inuring to the particular concerns whose capitalization is so augmented. 29 Any such increase of the community's aggregate capitalization, without a corresponding increase of the material wealth on which the capitalization is based, involves, of course, in effect a redistribution of the aggregate capitalized wealth, and in this redistribution the great financiers are in a position to gain. The gains in question, it will be seen, come out of the business community, out of invested wealth, and only remotely and indirectly out of the community at large from which the business community draws its income. These gains, therefore, are a tax on commonplace business enterprise, in much the same manner and with much the like effect as the gains of commonplace business, ordinary profits and interest, are a tax on industry. 30. In a manner analogous to the old-fashioned capitalist employer's engrossing of the industrial community's technological efficiency does the modern pecuniary magnate engross the business community's capitalistic efficiency. This capitalistic efficiency lies in the capitalist employer's ability, by force of the ownership of the material equipment, to induce the industrial community, through suitable bargaining, to turn over to the owner of the material equipment the excess of the product above the industrial 133 community's livelihood. The fortunes of the capitalist employer are closely dependent on the run of the market, the conjunctures of advantageous purchase and sale, and it is his constant endeavor to create or gain for himself some peculiar degree of advantage in the market, in the way of monopoly, goodwill, legalized privilege, and the like, something in the way of intangible assets. But the pecuniary magnate, in the measure in which he truly answers to the concept, is superior to the market on which the capitalist employer depends, and can make or mar its conjunctures of advantageous purchase and sale of goods, that is to say, he is in a position to make or mar any peculiar advantage possessed by the given capitalist employer who comes in his way. He does this by force of his large holdings of capital at large, the weight of which he can shift from one point of investment to another as the relative efficiency, earning capacity, of one and another line of investment may make it expedient, and at each move of this kind, in so far as it is effective for his ends, he cuts into and assimilates a fraction of the invested wealth involved, in that he cuts into and sequesters a fraction of the capital's earning capacity in the given line. That is to say, in the measure in which he is a pecuniary magnate, and not simply a capitalist employer, he engrosses the capitalistic efficiency of invested wealth, he turns to his own account the capitalist employer's effectual engrossing of the community's industrial efficiency. He engrosses the community's pecuniary initiative and proficiency. In the measure, therefore, in which this relatively newfound serviceability of extraordinarily large wealth is effective for its peculiar business function, the old-fashioned capitalist employer loses his discretionary initiative and becomes a mediator, an instrumentality of extraction and transmission, a collector and conveyor of revenue from the community at large to the pecuniary 134 magnate, who, in the ideal case, should leave him only such an allowance out of the gross earnings collected and transmitted as will induce him to continue in business.